Rebirth begins with the kidnapping of my fiancée. Place of cognition. Notice, multiple reincarnations, no self-betrayal. The narrative is a fabrication of the system. Explanations will follow later. In the dimly lit room, the air felt stagnant, filled only with the heavy sounds of breathing and subtle struggles intertwining. Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon an array of exquisite wooden furniture. A faint, indistinct voice reached his ears, seemingly filled with curses. As he beheld this familiar scene, Lin Bai's eyes filled with a hint of bewilderment. Wait, shouldn't I have returned to Blue Star? He glanced ahead, where Gu Qinghan was glaring at him with palpable anger from the bed. She struggled violently, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, evaporating into a visible mist in the dim light. Why is this wretched rope tied in such an absurd manner? Observing the bubble above her head, Gu Qinghan froze. What had she seen? Why was there a bubble frame appearing above Lin Bai's head? Ha ha ha! The minion standing behind Lin Bai emitted a sinister laugh typical of villains. Gu Qinghan, scream all you want. Even if you shout until your throat breaks, no one will come to your rescue. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai couldn't help but facepalm. Damn it, this villain's line was simply too classic. He felt as though he might gouge out his own toes in frustration. Yet, he couldn't refute it, as according to the narrative, he was indeed the mastermind behind this operation. System? What on earth is happening? Lin Bai roared inwardly. I should have completed my mission. With a mechanical voice, the system responded. Ding. Due to the host being discovered by the female protagonists in the previous act, emotional ties were formed, resulting in a breakdown of the plot. Thus, you must start anew. Lin Bai fell silent, memories flooding back like a tide. He was a transmigrator, having entered a male-oriented fantasy novel titled Dragon King. As per the agreement, he merely needed to play the role of the antagonist and ultimately be killed by the male and female leads, allowing him to return to Blue Star, while the system would cure his terminal illness. In his previous life, he had strived to fulfill the role of the villain, inciting public outrage until he was ultimately dismembered by the protagonist. Now, he found himself not returning, but rather starting over. Damn it! Lin Bai's mental state shattered. He had initially thought playing the villain would be straightforward, especially since he had read part of the book. As a mindless power fantasy, it seemed illogical, yet when he faced off against the protagonist, he realized. No wonder the system needed someone to portray the villain. This protagonist was utterly foolish. If he didn't go easy, he could crush this dim-witted protagonist with a mere finger. The humiliation was unbearable. Moreover, being dismembered was excruciatingly painful. For goodness sake. Rest assured, this time we will provide you with constant guidance. The plot will not deviate. The system reassured. Furthermore, due to the heightened difficulty of this task, we promise that in addition to curing your terminal illness, we will grant you a fortune of billions and a lifespan exceeding 200 years. You better deliver. After venting his frustrations towards the system, Lin Bai finally turned his gaze towards the scene before him. Now that he was here, regardless of whether the system had granted him an empty promise, one must bow their head when under a roof. Fortunately, he was well acquainted with the unfolding narrative. The enchanting Gu Qinghan before him was the cherished gem of the Xianshanqing Palace, and, incidentally, his betrothed. However, according to the novel's premise, there existed no affection between them, and even this engagement had been coerced by Lin Bai, the great antagonist, leveraging the power of his indomitable lineage to pressure the Xianshanqing Palace into compliance. Throughout, the beauty had not once deigned to meet Lin Bai's gaze. Are you all still going to watch? Lin Bai spoke slowly. The surrounding subordinates suddenly came to their senses after all. The effects of a drug on Gu Qinghan were evident, and as time passed, her azure and white celestial attire had become damp, clinging to her skin. They were merely subordinates, and continuing to observe the lady would be rather impolite. Boss, you carry on, we shall not intrude. With respectful smiles, the group retreated, leaving the room. As the door closed, the scant light dissipated, and Gu Qinghan's body began to tremble slightly. What are you going to do? Lin Bai adeptly poured himself a cup of tea, his eyes surveying the woman before him with keen interest. What was this segment of the plot again? Oh, he recalled. Though they were already engaged, Gu Qinghan had unexpectedly displayed formidable talent 2 years prior, prompting even the Immortal Alliance to recognize her as possessing the potential of an emperor. Consequently, Various factions had begun to stir, and Gu Qinghan, with their assistance, was gradually extricating herself from his control. The villain Lin Bai sensed the shift in dynamics, and upon witnessing Gu Qinghan exchanging glances with the male protagonist, Tang Shiqi, he erupted in fury. Thus, he resolved to drug Gu Qinghan and bind her, forcing the situation to escalate. The subsequent narrative was predictable. The hero would swoop in to rescue the damsel, and Gu Qinghan, already harboring feelings for him, would find her heart irrevocably swayed. Really now, Lin Bai sat in a chair, observing the leading lady upon the bed, a surge of heat rising within him. If it weren't for my leniency, by the time that scoundrel arrives, it would have been too late. Gu Qinghan was momentarily stunned, her eyes catching sight of the bubble hovering above Lin Bai's head, the words within eliciting feelings of absurdity and shame. Yet, time was of the essence, and Lin Bai had already risen to his feet. What was he planning to do? She attempted to flee from Lin Bai, seeking distance. But the binding immortal lock held her firmly in place, rendering her immobile. Moreover, she was under the influence of the divine elixir produced by the indomitable family. This substance could turn even a sage into a puppet of desires, let alone a novice like her, who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. Thus, after merely a brief struggle, Gu Qinghan felt her back growing damp, her body slick with perspiration. No, no. Two streaks of tears traced the exquisite contours of Gu Qinghan's face. Lin Bai fell into silence. Had he experienced this scene in his previous life? Moreover, this girl truly lacked understanding of men. If she were merely lying there indifferently, Lin Bai might not have reacted at all, however. With such an alluring yet reluctant demeanor, which man could possibly withstand it? How infuriating! Where's the male protagonist? If he doesn't arrive soon, I might just take matters into my own hands. Gu Qinghan's body trembled, and she couldn't help but glance at Lin Bai, her eyes reflecting profound confusion. Can't she see how enticing this is? Does she not realize her actions are a temptation? Gu Qinghan's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she noticed her own posture. In her struggle, she had unwittingly positioned herself directly towards Lin Bai. Now, she was drenched in sweat, although her clothing provided some coverage. In such close proximity, the outline was nearly unmistakable. PS classification of realms. Chi, refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent, soul, spirit, transformation, great completion, nirvana, return to the ruins emperor. Among these, those beyond great completion are referred to as kings, nirvana as marquis, and return to the ruins as supreme. Chapter 2. Are you not a bit hungry, sister? Tears welled up increasingly in Gu Qinghan's eyes. How tragic, what a pity. I merely wished to survive. Lin Bai turned away, avoiding the heartbreaking gaze of Gu Qinghan. He poured himself a cup of tea, lifting his eyes to the screen. Indeed, this bird painting resembles a real bird. Gu Qinghan gazed at Lin Bai's silhouette, momentarily frozen in place. Was he not meant to have his way with me? Moreover, what on earth is that bubble above his head? Could it be his innermost thoughts? Confused, Gu Qinghan struggled to reposition herself. Although lying prone, it allowed her to scrutinize Lin Bai's expressions more closely. Hearing movement behind her, Lin Bai turned to see Gu Qinghan's body propped up, momentarily bewildered by the female protagonist's peculiar behavior. He scratched his head, perplexed. System, is this correct? Yes, indeed. There is absolutely no deviation. However, he mused, the male lead's approach was rather slow. At this moment, Gu Qinghan confirmed that, despite not hearing Lin Bai's dialogue, she could see him discussing matters pertaining to the male lead. So slow. Honestly, if I hadn't gone easy on you, this time would have been ample to resolve you. What a scoundrel. Gu Qinghan's eyes widened, her beautiful gaze ablaze with fury. Who do you think I am? Such audacity. She initially intended to roar this out, but inexplicably, her mouth refused to open. What is happening? Gu Qinghan was taken aback. She had clearly been able to speak moments before. After a moment's thought, she attempted to voice, Lin Bai, please let me go. Oh, now I can speak. Upon hearing her words, Lin Bai turned to face the protagonist, who remained in her undignified position on the bed. After a prolonged moment, he sneered. Humph, trying to escape? He approached her, and in response to Gu Qinghan's puzzled gaze, he grasped her chin and lifted her upright. Gu Qinghan, let me make this clear. You are my fiancée. In life, you are mine, and in death, you belong to me. Goodness, isn't this girl exhausting? If you're not tired lying there, I certainly am. Hearing Lin Bai's inner thoughts, Gu Qinghan was taken aback. So, he uttered such domineering lines merely to compel her to sit here, to make her a tad more comfortable? However, the notion of enduring. Can a normal man truly tolerate such an ordeal for so long? Instinctively, she glanced at Lin Bai. You can't possibly be incapable, can you? The moment the words left her mouth, the room fell into a profound silence. Subsequently, she observed the thunderous roar echoing in Lin Bai's mind. What the hell? Is she provoking me? This is a provocation. Gu Qinghan's expression shifted to one of embarrassment and fear. Despite her usual cool demeanor, she was but an innocent girl. How stimulating. Even if Lin Bai had no intentions, he would likely take action against her. System, this woman is too arrogant. Calm down, host, if you proceed with her. The entire world will face annihilation. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai finally regained his composure. However, he suddenly lifted Gu Qinghan's chin, scrutinizing her closely. It must be said that as a beauty on the list of exquisite maidens, Gu Qinghan's features were undeniably charming. Despite her cold demeanor, her delicate features appeared soft, making her seem less like an icy beauty and more like a spoiled girlfriend. What a pity! If it were for the task at hand, I would have acted long ago. Although I could not execute immediate justice, her provocative demeanor could not go unchallenged. Lin Bai stared at her exquisite features, and soon, a realization dawned upon him. Goodness! System, I cannot engage in deep conversation, but surely I can employ some techniques to provoke her, right? Such as, perhaps stealing her first kiss. Lin Bai's expression twisted into a grimace. Previously, did you not mention that someone falling in love with me would result in mission failure? Now, if I were to take her first kiss, it would be utterly impossible for her to develop any affection for me. Ah, well, one must admit, it is indeed feasible. Oh dear, then I shall not hold back. With the system's consent, Lin Bai decisively leaned in for a kiss. Gu Qinghan's eyes widened in shock. She instinctively attempted to struggle, but the binding ropes held her firmly, and with the influence of the intoxicating potion within her, she found herself powerless to resist. Forced to submit to Lin Bai's whims. A low whimper escaped Gu Qinghan's lips, her eyes brimming with despair and humiliation. Was she truly to find herself in this predicament? Just as such thoughts crossed her mind, Lin Bai released her, a triumphant smirk adorning his face. Humph, Gu Qinghan. Did you ever imagine that the one to steal your first kiss would not be Tang Shiqi, but rather me, Lin Bai? Huh. Gu Qinghan was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated that Lin Bai would go further. But was this correct? Lying on the bed, her gaze momentarily vacant, she was soon engulfed in a wave of unending fury. How tormenting. She had just managed to suppress the restless flames within her with sheer willpower, and now, Lin Bai's actions had undoubtedly stoked those flames, igniting them with even greater intensity than before. The crux of the matter was that this scoundrel, after merely kissing her, had abandoned her entirely. He paid no heed to her plight. Scoundrel! Libertine! Gu Qinghan gritted her teeth, wishing to exclaim that he should complete the service properly, providing a thorough experience. Yet, those words eluded her. Did girls not care for their dignity? In witnessing Gu Qinghan's expression, Lin Bai felt an overwhelming joy. How splendid! The expression on her face suggests she wishes to devour me whole. It is evident she now perceives me as her sworn enemy and will undoubtedly show no mercy in the future. Is this truly the focus? Gu Qinghan roared internally. Lin Bai's lips curled upward as he playfully lifted Gu Qinghan's chin, displaying a devilishly charming smile. Ha ha, I told you. You are my fiancée. As he spoke, his hands wandered symbolically around Gu Qinghan, exhibiting an avaricious demeanor. This allure was simply irresistible. Gu Qinghan anxiously shut her eyes. But just as she anticipated that Lin Bai would indulge in his whims, he withdrew unexpectedly. Ah, Gu Qinghan felt herself on the brink of madness. Lin Bai, you scoundrel. He. Indeed, I am quite the rogue, Lin Bai remarked as he wrapped his arm around Gu Qinghan's slender waist. Cry out all you wish. Even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will come to your rescue. Suddenly, Lin Bai's unexpected movement offered Gu Qinghan the sensation she craved. It was akin to an itch on her back being gently scratched. A soft moan escaped her lips as she melted into Lin Bai's embrace. Is this right? Lin Bai pondered, confusion washing over him. System, is there something amiss with this woman? Ah, perhaps she is simply exhausted. Very well, I shall hold her a while longer. She feels rather delightful. Despite his bewilderment, Lin Bai adhered to the persona of a villain, tightening his grip around Gu Qinghan's waist. Oh, how exhilarating! Gu Qinghan internally exclaimed, for her chest was pressed against Lin Bai's, and through the friction, she could temporarily quell the persistent itch that plagued her. No, wait. Gu Qinghan suddenly realized. What was she doing? Was she not behaving just like those shameless women? Oh no. The female protagonist despises me so, glaring and shedding tears. Does she not wish to see me utterly destroyed? Lin Bai, elated, thought to himself, yes, this is it. System. You have done splendidly. Just then, the door was forcefully kicked open. Lin Bai and Gu Qinghan turned to see a man with striking eyebrows and bright eyes standing at the entrance. Upon seeing him, Lin Bai's heart jolted. The fated child of destiny, Tang Shiqi, had arrived. You scoundrel, release Gu Qinghan at once. Chapter 3. The Child of Destiny. Ah, at last, you have arrived. Lin Bai's face was streaked with tears. Do you have any idea how arduous my performance was just now? That woman, Gu Qinghan, was inexplicably clinging to him, endlessly. Well, perhaps it was due to the drug he had administered, but Lin Bai distinctly recalled that the previous narrative did not unfold this way. Nevertheless, since the protagonist had finally appeared, he could resume his role in the story. Of course, despite his inner joy, Lin Bai needed to convey just the right amount of indignation. He abruptly turned his head, his face first reflecting a moment of panic at having his clandestine affair interrupted, swiftly replaced by a seething rage that erupted like a volcano. Who are you? How dare you disturb my affairs? In response, Tang Shiqi did not reply but instead directed his gaze toward Gu Qinghan. However, upon seeing her, he felt utterly disheartened. There she was, half reclining against Lin Bai's shoulder. Her usual icy demeanor transformed into a warm spring, shrouded in a delicate mist. Moreover, her alluring figure was now dampened with sweat, giving her an almost disheveled appearance. Tang Shiqi widened his eyes, his lips trembling. Qinghan, am I late? At these words, Gu Qinghan felt a surge of annoyance. While her prior conduct had been somewhat shameless, she thought, damn it, who interrupted him? She was finally grasping the sensation of being tantalizingly close to her desires, and it was driving her mad. Furthermore, who are you? Gu Qinghan rifled through her memories and recalled that she had indeed encountered this man frequently of late, and his talent and swordsmanship was commendable, often exhibiting gentleness during their sparring sessions. But now, perhaps it was Lin Bai's subtle reminder. But Gu Qinghan noted a fleeting glimmer of greed in Tang Shiqi's eyes. Unfortunately, before she could further observe, Lin Bai had already stepped in front of her, shielding her from view. You there, I demand an answer. Lin Bai's voice resonated with undeniable authority. Goodness, my tone is positively domineering. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiqi stepped aside, revealing the scene outside. The sycophants who had just been near Lin Bai now lay sprawled on the ground. If not for the faint rise and fall of their chests, Lin Bai would have assumed they were lifeless. Incredible, such ruthless action. I didn't think those lackeys had provoked him. Wait a moment, why is he circling around? Lin Bai pondered, feeling perplexed by Tang Shiqi's seemingly aimless maneuvering. Behind Lin Bai, Gu Qinghan noticed that Tang Shiqi had somehow positioned himself beside him. Was he planning a sneak attack? Seriously, you went through all this trouble just to spy on Gu Qinghan? Come on, buddy, if you're rescuing her, you can look as much as you want. Upon reading this line, Gu Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Tang Shiqi had circled to the side, gazing at her with an exceedingly lecherous and repugnant expression. Unbeknownst to him, his presumed covert and greedy scrutiny had already been fully perceived by Gu Qinghan. After finding what he deemed an optimal position, Tang Shiqi leisurely approached Lin Bai, a smirk playing on his lips, as if everything was under his control. Who am I? It matters not. What matters is what you have done. Tang Shiqi sneered as he approached Lin Bai, the scion of an immortal sect. Merely an ant. How embarrassing. Observing the bubble above Lin Bai's head, Gu Qinghan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was quite awkward, and she felt as though she could nearly create a 3-bedroom apartment out of her discomfort. Does this individual not realize I could easily annihilate him? What? Gu Qinghan was taken aback. In her impression, Lin Bai was merely a waste relying on his family's influence to attain his current strength. Although Tang Shiqi's words were undeniably cringeworthy, from what she had observed, Tang Shiqi's talent was no less formidable than her own. Yet, in Lin Bai's mind, he believed he could effortlessly vanquish Tang Shiqi. After a moment of serious contemplation, Gu Qinghan chuckled softly. It must be Lin Bai's own internal estimation. If this young lord truly possessed such strength, he would not be held in such disdain by others. As she pondered, the distance between Lin Bai and Tang Shiqi diminished further. However, the closer they drew, the more Gu Qinghan felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. For she noticed that Tang Shiqi's gaze did not fixate on Lin Bai, but rather wandered incessantly over her. As Tang Shiqi advanced, he cast sidelong glances at Gu Qinghan's beauty. Though Lin Bai obstructed the view of Tang Shiqi's splendid physique, Gu Qinghan was undeniably a stunning figure. Her features alone capable of stirring deep admiration. Alas, Tang Shiqi gently shook his head, being the favored child of fortune. If Gu Qinghan had not lost her purity, he might have considered leaving a place for her. However, given the current situation, it was highly doubtful that nothing untoward had transpired. Oh well, in that case, a little amusement would suffice, Tang Shiqi murmured. Yet, he remained oblivious to the slight twitch at the corner of Lin Bai's eye. System, is this correct? Lin Bai inwardly exclaimed. Tang Shiqi's persona had collapsed. Was this something one could openly express? No worries, no worries. He spoke in a hushed tone. Gu Qinghan would not hear him. How naive. Gu Qinghan's expression grew increasingly frosty. She was currently tormented by divine intoxication, her senses heightened to their peak, making it impossible not to hear Tang Shiqi's vile words. Nevertheless, Tang Shiqi failed to notice the shifting expressions on Gu Qinghan's face. To him, her cold demeanor was merely her usual disposition. Excellent, you have not fled, but rather approached me? Tang Shiqi rubbed his hands together. Clearly the young subordinates outside had not imparted the lesson you deserved. Merely a brash youth of unknown origins. Lin Bai approached with a cold smile. Do you truly think your mere cultivation can withstand my attack? When I strike, I must temper my strength. Otherwise, I fear I might seriously harm this protagonist. Under Gu Qinghan's watchful gaze, the two drew ever closer. Lin Bai, sensing the moment was ripe, let out a disdainful snort. It seems you remain oblivious to whom you have offended. Are you aware of the consequences of crossing me? Consequences? Cultivators defy the heavens. My fate is mine to command, retorted Tang Shiqi, his voice booming. His gaze fixed firmly on Lin Bai. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. What an opportune moment. Now that Lin Bai stood within a striking range, the latter appeared oblivious to this fact. Although there existed a disparity in their cultivation levels, he possessed a secret technique that allowed for a sudden surge of power. If he could execute a surprise attack, perhaps he could escape unscathed. Boom. In an instant, Tang Shiqi summoned all his strength, launching a powerful punch. His fist, enveloped in fierce true energy, struck Lin Bai's chest with unrelenting force. Yet, in the next moment, nothing transpired. Gu Qinghan stared at Lin Bai in astonishment, as above him loomed a roaring bubble of energy. Damn it. I forgot this kid possesses a technique to extend his range. Chapter 4. Is this plot correct? Indeed, it is. Silence, a deathly silence. The entire room seemed to have been pressed on pause, the air itself frozen in time. Even Gu Qinghan was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the case? Tang Shiqi, a rising star recently celebrated as a leader of the younger generation, delivered a punch imbued with the force to shatter mountains, without the slightest reservation. How could Lin Bai, merely a debauched youth, so effortlessly withstand such power? However, before she could ponder further, an exceedingly shocking scene unfolded before her eyes. Lin Bai appeared momentarily dazed, then dramatically flew backward, colliding with various screens and furniture in the room, reducing them to splinters. He then clutched his chest, lying on the ground and emitting a piercing scream. You actually concealed your true strength. How despicable. As he spoke, Lin Bai's head lolled, froth escaping his mouth, and he succumbed to unconsciousness on the spot. Tang Shiqi gazed at Lin Bai, who lay on the ground, a wave of confusion washing over her. How could this be? Am I truly this formidable? Yet, Tang Shiqi quickly reconciled herself to the situation. After all, Lin Bai was a mere wastrel, perhaps possessing some hidden treasures for protection. However, regrettably, before absolute power, such frivolous adornments were utterly ineffectual. Contemplating this, a smirk crept onto Tang Shiqi's lips, revealing a self-assured grin she considered quite gallant. She looked down upon the unconscious Lin Bai, her tone dripping with disdain and mockery. Humph. A worthless being will always remain worthless. No matter how hard one struggles, it cannot alter their fate of being crushed. Utterly ineffective, indeed. Gu Qinghan's eyes widened in disbelief. She now perceived Tang Shiqi as a fool. How could he not see through such blatant acting? Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan's gaze towards Lin Bai grew increasingly complex, for she had just noticed a speech bubble emerging above Lin Bai's head, stating that Tang Shiqi's strength was utterly negligible. He was not lying. It must be noted that even she, in her current state without resorting to hidden cards, might not be Tang Shiqi's equal. What on earth are you playing at? Gu Qinghan pondered in confusion, and just as she was deep in thought, the door was abruptly kicked open once more. What is happening? Why are the disciples of the Xian'anqing Palace here? According to the original plot, shouldn't Tang Shiqi be fleeing with his entourage now, leading to some inconsequential events in the ravine? System, what is going on? Host, you are mistaken. The plot unfolds as such. We are a pure narrative, at most holding hands, devoid of any extraneous elements. Is that so? Lin Bai scratched his head. However, the span of his past life was far too lengthy. After hundreds of years, he could only recall the general outline of the plot. Nevertheless, since the system insists there is none, then so be it. Holy Maiden. The disciples of the Xian'anqing Palace, upon witnessing Gu Qinghan's current disheveled state, turned ashen. They hurriedly retrieved clean robes from the storage ring, clumsily draping them over Gu Qinghan's drenched form. Meanwhile, someone noticed the binding ropes around Gu Qinghan and swiftly drew their sword, preparing to sever them. What a bunch of silly girls. Do you think you can simply undo these celestial binding ropes? Lin Bai, concealing his fingers within his sleeve, discreetly formed a seal, causing the ropes to loosen immediately. The female disciple, sword in hand, was momentarily perplexed by the unfolding situation. How could the ropes possibly untie themselves? Instinctively, she glanced at Gu Qinghan, only to keenly detect a fleeting, complex emotion on her saintly face. That expression was not one of anger, but rather bore a hint of resentment. Furthermore, following Gu Qinghan's gaze, the disciple noticed that their saint was intently fixated on Lin Bai. Oh dear, can they not hurry? It feels quite uncomfortable lying here. Do you see it? What do you see? The female disciple gazed at the shadows sprawled among the furniture, utterly bewildered. Gu Qinghan nodded slightly, her heart understanding. It seemed this bubble of thoughts was visible only to her. At that moment, a soft click echoed through the room. The female disciple did not hear it, but Gu Qinghan did with clarity. Instinctively, she turned to Tang Shiqi, who, upon noticing her gaze, smirked devilishly, revealing an alluring angle. No need to thank me, Saint. It is merely my duty. He then addressed the female disciples loudly. Did you not see? That scoundrel has captured your saint and harbors ill intentions. Why do you not bind him at once? The disciples of Xian'anqing Palace frowned, finding Tang Shiqi's commanding demeanor quite vexing. However, as this matter concerned the reputation of their saint, they set aside their dissatisfaction and approached Lin Bai. Wait a moment. Gu Qinghan interjected suddenly, interrupting their actions. This matter may be a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? The disciples looked at Lin Bai sprawled on the ground and then at the domineering Tang Shiqi. Suddenly, one of them had a startling thought. She pointed at Tang Shiqi and exclaimed, Could it be that you injured the saint's friend and attempted to harm the saint, only to turn the tables when we arrived? At this proclamation, the room fell silent. Even Lin Bai, lying on the ground, couldn't help but mentally applaud the female disciple's creativity. Wow, what a wild imagination. To be fair, given the subsequent developments, it doesn't seem far-fetched. After all, under normal circumstances, Tang Shiqi would concoct some excuse about an antidote and act inappropriately towards Gu Qinghan. Seeing the bubble of thoughts forming above Lin Bai's head, Gu Qinghan felt a chill run down her spine, her disdain for Tang Shiqi deepening further. Observing the change in Gu Qinghan's expression, the female disciples grew serious. Indeed. You lecher. No, it wasn't me. I swear. Your saint transmitted thoughts to me. Tang Shichi could no longer maintain his composure. Dear sir, please do not make baseless accusations. Gu Qinghan shook her head, asserting that she had clearly sent a message to her master and could not have relayed it to him. It's quite simple. Your father, recognizing Tang Shichi's exceptional talent, took the liberty of detaining your master, thus allowing Tang Shichi to come and rescue you. Wait a moment, system. Are you certain the plot remains unchanged? Lin Bai pondered, reasoning that Gu Qinghan's master should not have informed the disciples of Zhuangtiangong. Indeed. The narrative you've been following indicates that Tang Shichi did not arrive late, hence they did not cross paths. Oh, I see. Lin Bai sighed in relief. However, Gu Qinghan's words left a number of female disciples perplexed, until they scrutinized the figure lying on the ground and suddenly realized. By heavens! Is this not the young master of the illustrious Lin family, the betrothed of the saintess? Well, you see, this matter may be somewhat misunderstood. I intended to discuss the marriage contract with Lin Bai. At this juncture, Gu Qinghan's face flushed. Throughout her life, she had seldom told lies. Yet to uncover the secret behind the mysterious bubble above Lin Bai's head, she had to temporarily preserve him. However, in the eyes of others, her blush conveyed an entirely different implication. The female disciples gazed at Gu Qinghan, recalling her appearance upon entry, her clothes clinging to her frame, drenched in sweat, and employing peculiar binding techniques. My word, they gasped in astonishment. No wonder the saintess wished to keep this matter under wraps. After all, who would expect such an ethereal and virtuous figure to engage in something so audacious in private? Qinghan, Tang Shichi's face was filled with disbelief. Have you been threatened? Speak up. Absolutely not, young Master Tang. I do not know if you have misunderstood something, but this matter is not as simple as you think. Gu Qinghan replied coldly to the others. Let us depart. I have other matters to attend to. After all, the effect of the divine intoxication still lingered. She could not possibly seek out a man for a liaison. She needed to return to the sect and consult the alchemical elder for assistance in dispelling it. Yet, Gu Qinghan was unaware that upon uttering those words, Tang Shichi's heart shattered entirely. Chapter 5. The System and His Affection for Her Father Qinghan. Please allow me to explain. Truly, Qinghan. Outside the chamber, the female disciples had already prepared the flying vessel for Gu Qinghan. As Gu Qinghan stepped onto the deck of the vessel, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Tang Shichi, who clung desperately to the edge of the craft. Impudent. A female disciple with furrowed brows stood protectively in front of Gu Qinghan, her voice sharp as she admonished, Young Master Tang, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Tang Shichi felt as if he might erupt from the frustration building within him. Qinghan. His voice trembled, laden with urgency and reluctance. I merely wish to assist you. Gu Qinghan stood silently, her exquisite visage betraying no emotion. Young Master Tang, her voice was as frigid as winter's breath. I am uncertain if there has been a misunderstanding on my father's part that has prompted your intervention. I am immensely grateful for your intentions. However, I am currently in a state of extreme discomfort. Might you refrain from pursuing this further? Tang Shichi opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. I understand. Gu Qinghan's voice carried a barely discernible weariness. She sighed, a hint of exasperation surfacing. How could Tang Shichi, who usually appeared so astute, be so oblivious at such a critical moment? She was engulfed in a sticky sensation. The effects of the intoxicating potion gnawing at her reason, heightening her senses, and causing her to perspire in a clammy manner. Surely, the most pressing matter was to return to the sect, cleanse herself, and seek the alchemist's aid in detoxification. As this thought crossed her mind, a sudden chill swept over her as she recalled the information contained within the bubbles above Lin Bai's head. Could it be that Tang Shichi had been aware of her poisoning from the outset, deliberately stalling for time until the effects of the drug took hold, only to feign a heroic rescue while aiming to exploit her vulnerability? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and her gaze turned increasingly frigid. Words are futile. Young Master Tang, I beg your pardon. With a graceful wave of her hand, the female disciples immediately understood, activating the vessel's defensive barrier and isolating Tang Shichi from their midst. The flying vessel ascended slowly, transforming into a streak of light that swiftly vanished into the horizon. leaving behind a diminishing point of illumination. Tang Shiqi stood rooted in place, his expression one of disbelief, as if struck by lightning. This cannot be right. He murmured, she is clearly poisoned. After a moment of confusion, a spark of realization ignited in Tang Shiqi's eyes. He slapped his forehead in epiphany. I understand now. He lifted his gaze, fixating intently on the direction in which the vessel had disappeared, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Lin Bai is indeed a scion of an illustrious family. I have unwittingly offended him today. Qinghan must not wish to implicate me, hence her deliberate actions. Tang Shiqi clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white with determination. What of the noble houses? What of them? He gazed at the sky, his voice deep and resolute. Merely an ordinary mortal born a few millennia before me. Qinghan, wait for me. Tang Shiqi's voice resonated in the wind. Imbued with an indomitable spirit, one day, the entire world shall behold me with newfound respect. When that time comes, I shall come to you with utmost propriety. How exhilarating and poignant. In the room, Lin Bai listened to Tang Shiqi's grand declarations outside, his face betraying only calmness, even tinged with a hint of derision. System. How is the plot progressing this time? There are no unexpected twists, I hope? A perfect score. Master, you are simply remarkable. Please maintain this momentum, Miao. The system's cheerful voice echoed in Lin Bai's mind. It better be so. Lin Bai smirked. You better not later tell me, oh dear, the plot has diverged. We need to restart, or I will truly flip the table. Rest assured, Master, such a scenario will never occur, Miao. The system earnestly assured. Only then did Lin Bai nod in satisfaction. He carefully probed with his spiritual sense, confirming that Tang Shiqi had departed before slowly rising, brushing off the dust and fragments of furniture that clung to him. At that moment, a slight vibration emanated from his pocket. Lin Bai retrieved the vibrating jade pendant. Momentarily taken aback, unable to recall which of his contacts might seek him at this hour. However, as soon as he grasped the pendant, a chillingly familiar voice emerged. Brat, come here to see me immediately. Before Lin Bai could respond, the other party had decisively severed the communication, although the individual did not reveal their name. Lin Bai instantly recognized the voice's owner. It was his master, the leader of the Thick Earth Immortal sect, Fian. Although the Lin family, a prestigious lineage, harbored numerous powerful individuals capable of instructing Lin Bai, he was, after all, the beloved child of the family head. Years ago, the head of the Lin family had boldly declared, "You ragtag bunch are utterly unworthy to teach my son." At that time, everyone assumed the head was jesting, after all. Lin Bai was notorious for being a waste. It wasn't until a few days later when the master of the sacred land, Fian, personally announced her acceptance of Lin Bai as her disciple that everyone truly comprehended the terrifying influence wielded by the Lin family. Hee, off to meet my beautiful master. Lin Bai retrieved 2 bronze horse figurines from his storage bag and casually tossed them into the air. The 2 bronze steeds surged with the wind, transforming into 2 magnificent flame steeds upon landing, enveloped in blazing flames, their divine light swirling, exuding an impressive aura. Behind them trailed a resplendent golden carriage, crafted of gold and jade, adorned with intricate carvings and luxurious beyond description. Lin Bai leaped onto the carriage, guiding the 2 flame steeds into the sky. As he soared, thunder rolled and lightning flashed, creating a grand spectacle that drew countless gazes. Wow, who is this audacious individual, daring to rampage through the heavens? As someone raised their voice in anger, they swiftly fell silent upon recognizing the familiar regal carriage and the fiery steed. Even the esteemed Thick Earth sect did not impede Lin Bai's arrival. What an impressive display! Is this the essence of an immortal family? Some newly initiated disciples gazed in awe, their faces betraying their envy. In contrast, a few senior disciples scoffed. What do you know? This lad is a direct disciple, and his treatment is naturally extraordinary. Isn't it normal for direct disciples to receive preferential treatment? A new disciple inquired, puzzled. Normal? Nonsense. The elder disciple rolled his eyes. This fellow is a direct disciple in the literal sense, specifically responsible for opening and closing doors. Huh? The new disciple looked utterly bewildered. Having the key is simply convenient, a privilege. Guided by the regal carriage, Lin Bai entered the Thick Earth sect without hindrance. He deftly sealed the protective formation and, with familiarity, made his way to the cave dwelling of Fei Yin, descending directly from the sky. With a thunderous crash, the roof of the cave was shattered, debris flying in every direction. The guard disciples, long accustomed to such occurrences, remained unfazed, as if nothing had happened. This was Lin Bai's unique entrance. In the past, some guard disciples had kindly advised against such reckless destruction of property, arguing that while compensation was trivial, misidentifying Lin Bai as an enemy could lead to serious trouble. Lin Bai's retort was, "If you, as disciples of the Thick Earth sect, cannot distinguish whether I am here to attack Fei Yin or to reminisce with her, then your professional skills are sorely lacking. I suggest you consider sweeping the streets instead." The crowd found this quite reasonable. Moreover, since Fei Yin herself had never expressed discontent with Lin Bai's antics, over time, it became tacitly accepted that anything crashing from the roof was likely the doing of this mischievous lad. "Your master has been waiting for you inside for quite some time," a guard disciple informed Lin Bai. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Bai stepped deeper into the cave, arriving at a door adorned with layers of restrictions, and gently knocked. "Come in." Fei Yin's voice emanated from within, imbued with a hint of authority. The formation swirled, the restrictions dissolved, and the door slowly creaked open. Lin Bai looked inside to see a woman clad in a flowing white robe, her sleeves embroidered with red cloud patterns, seated serenely on a meditation cushion. Her eyes closed in deep cultivation. Surrounding her was a halo of spiritual energy, her aura ethereal, untouched by the mundane world. Lin Bai advanced confidently. But after only a few steps, he was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming pressure, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon him. "Humph. Ah." Lin Bai instinctively let out a series of panicked cries, his body swaying unsteadily, his knees growing weak, as if he might collapse at any moment. "Master, please spare me," he screamed in agony while struggling to move forward, exclaiming, "Your oppressive aura is simply too overwhelming. Disciple, I cannot bear it." Fian slowly opened her eyes and gazed at Lin Bai's exaggerated expression, letting out a resigned sigh. In the past, she had dismissed Lin Bai's lack of talent by claiming he was a closed-door disciple, but years had passed, and he still showed no signs of progress. How could she possibly explain this to her close friend, Lin Bai's mother? Just as Fian was feeling a headache coming on, she suddenly noticed a speech bubble emerging above Lin Bai's head. "Hee, my acting skills as a waste are quite impressive, aren't they? The master would never expect this." Chapter 6. Behold my superb acting. What is this? Fian gazed at the thought bubble hovering above Lin Bai's head, feeling as though a colossal question mark was about to materialize above her own. What cultivation technique had this lad been practicing? No. Such audacious statements were clearly not meant to be spoken aloud, let alone directed towards her. With this thought, Fian discreetly elevated her oppressive aura. 20%. Lin Bai continued to hum, yet his expression remained unchanged. 30%, still no change. 50%, still nothing. Fian's eyes widened, but she could no longer increase her power, as further elevation would necessitate her true strength rather than mere oppressive force. Realizing this, Fian resolutely ceased her pressure and addressed Lin Bai. "Come up." "Thank you, master." Lin Bai stood, extravagantly causing his body to crackle with sound, taking exaggerated breaths as he took an eternity to finally approach Fian. "I believe my acting skills are truly exceptional. Surely, master cannot discern the truth." What a farce. Fian initially wished to scoff at him, but then recalled that without the thought bubble above Lin Bai's head, she would have never noticed any flaws in his performance. A flush crept onto her cheeks at this realization. Fortunately, the dim lighting in the grand hall concealed her blush, and Lin Bai, oblivious to her expression, hurried to her side, deftly taking the teapot from her hands and skillfully preparing tea. Watching Lin Bai's actions, Fian found herself momentarily lost in thought. She had been close friends with Lin Bai's mother. When Lin Bai was born, she should have been focusing on nurturing him, yet unexpectedly, the Thick Earth Immortal sect was invaded by demons. Lin Bai's mother had decisively brought the Lin family to assist, fighting fiercely. Although the demons ultimately retreated, Lin Bai's mother sustained severe injuries to her foundation and soon passed away. Hence, Fian had been anxious to help Lin Bai ascend swiftly. Alas, Lin Bai was a wasteful scion, heedless of counsel. Reflecting on this now, could it be that he was merely concealing his true abilities? "Master, is there something you wish to discuss?" Lin Bai wore a standard smile, although internally he sighed repeatedly. "Oh, Master has been exceedingly kind to me. Yet the world is unjust." "What does that mean?" Fian was taken aback, and just then, she noticed another thought bubble emerging above Lin Bai's head. "Unfortunately, with the progression of the plot, I will be schemed against by Tang Shiqi's adversaries. My cultivation will plummet, rendering me an ordinary person, and ultimately, I will be moved by Tang Shiqi and become one of his harem." Lin Bai sighed softly, yet to be honest, as a reader, he truly understood the joy of such a narrative. After all, Fian was the esteemed leader of the immortal sect, historically the youngest sovereign, merely a step away from becoming an emperor. This type of older female character, possessing both the life experience of an elder sister and the yearning for male affection after years of solitude, was simply irresistible, if no unforeseen circumstances arise. By the time the male protagonist reaches an equivalent level, the story will have concluded, and who would still be interested in your pursuit? Therefore, in service of the narrative, she must be ensnared by others, her cultivation diminished, akin to a celestial being descending into the mortal realm. Let me think. What was the plot again? Oh, right. It seems to involve unsealing a certain artifact. Why does my master keep staring at me in silence? Please, just tell me. This is so frustrating. Fian took a deep breath, feeling a sense of being cornered. Yet, she understood that the bubble above Lin Bai's head might be a sign of assistance from a higher power. If she were to vocalize it directly, it could provoke unnecessary changes. Contemplating this, Fian softly said, "I didn't summon you for anything significant, but did you, by any chance, kidnap the saintess of the Zuenhanking Palace?" "Here it comes." Lin Bai nervously rubbed his hands together. It had been quite a while since he had engaged in a TTE with his master, and he felt somewhat out of sorts. After a moment's thought, tears welled up in his eyes. "Master, you must stand up for me." TT. Just as Fian opened her mouth to respond, she noticed another bubble forming above Lin Bai's head. "Although I harbor no feelings for Gu Qinghan, it is, after all, the unfolding of the plot, and I am quite helpless in this matter. Besides, I cannot act against her. In the end, I would just get beaten up. However, that Tang Shiqi is rather weak. Had I not reacted swiftly, that punch might have broken his own bones." As he spoke, Lin Bai flipped the table and used Fian's sleeve to wipe his nose. "You little rascal." Fian's veins bulged as she waved her hand, sending Lin Bai back to his seat. "What a cunning reversal. You're the one who kidnapped her, and yet you expect me to intervene on your behalf? She is my fiancée. How can I accept her flirting with others?" Lin Bai yelled as he rolled around on the ground. "I don't care. I want a wife. I want a wife." This character truly is immature. Honestly, if only my wife were my master. Fian was momentarily stunned, her face flushing crimson. She had always regarded Lin Bai as her child, and now this rascal harbored such thoughts about her. "My master is wonderful. She smells delightful. If this jailer were to don black silk, I wonder how many men would be enamored." Scoundrel! Fian felt as though her head might explode. It had been years since she ascended to the supreme realm, and no one had dared to utter such blasphemous words to her. Yet, here stood the child of an old acquaintance. For a moment, she found herself at a loss, and could only wearily tell Lin Bai, "Stop this nonsense. Get up, and let us speak properly." "What the heck?" Lin Bai suddenly sprang from the ground, gazing at Fian with uncertainty. "Who are you, and where have you hidden my master? What is happening?" "By convention, my master should have locked me in confinement by now. She is so gentle, I am quite frightened." Seeing this bubble, Fian was both amused and exasperated, her chest heaving with laughter. "Wow, my master looks so beautiful when she smiles. Thank goodness for my exceptional acting skills. If I were to be caught at this moment, my career as a disciple would be over." Thus, Lin Bai shouted, "Demon, return my master," and lunged directly at Fian. In the next instant, a swift hand strike descended, and Lin Bai was abruptly pinned to the ground. "Truly worthy of my master. Such soft hands." Fian was left utterly speechless. Although her disciple seemed less irritating than before, he appeared to be racing towards peculiar pursuits. "Wait, what is that?" Lin Bai glanced towards a shadowy corner in the distance where an object, somewhat familiar to him, lay. He instinctively reached out, and a surge of spiritual energy swept through, drawing the object into his grasp. Opening his hand, He looked down to find an oval-shaped item inscribed with several prominent characters. Purple Heart. Bang. Chapter 7. Who knows what this is? Who is it? Who is stealthily attacking me? Linbai. Linbai abruptly raised his head, surveying the desolate room, where apart from himself, only his master, Fian, remained. She sat gracefully by the tea table, her delicate hands gently cradling the teacup, the fragrant steam swirling around, accentuating her exquisitely cold and beautiful visage. Master, just now. Linbai rubbed his temples, feeling an unsettling dissonance. It seemed he had glimpsed something glimmering on the floor. Without raising her eyelids, Fian's voice remained frosty. You must have seen wrong. No, master, please believe me, I truly. Linbai, eager to clarify, found his words cut short by Fian's icy glare. Could it truly be an illusion? But how could someone as aloof and proud as my master possess such embarrassing little trinkets? It must be a mere figment of my imagination. Yes, undoubtedly. Yet, on another note, Master S figure is truly exquisite. Moreover, she so boldly left it on the table, unperturbed by prying eyes. Perhaps she is simply exhausted from her cultivation and needs to unwind. Linbai's thoughts spiraled in myriad directions, each notion cascading upon another. Fian initially aimed to maintain her composure, yet upon catching a whiff of Linbai's thoughts, her serene facade began to falter. What is on the table? Instinctively, she glanced down, only to realize that in an effort to mask her earlier slip, she had leaned slightly forward, her alluring curves unabashedly pressing against the table, creating a breathtaking silhouette. Boom. Fian felt a surge of warmth rush to her head, her face flushing instantly, resembling a ripe peach, radiant and luscious. She hastily covered herself with both hands, simultaneously attempting to feign calmness as she shifted the topic. Your impending marriage to Gu Qinghan is drawing near, is it not? Are you aware of the consequences your actions may entail? A chill ran down Linbai's spine. He was acutely aware. This was a fantastical realm, not a trivial matter. Forget about the antagonists in novels who casually annul engagements. Even in Jin Yang's The Deer and the Cauldron, Princess Janning had directly severed ties with her fiancé, Wu Yingxiu. Besides, he was now a quintessential villain. Despite his looks and lineage, Linbai was not the kind of man to flit from one woman to another. He desired steadfastness. He craved devotion. He aimed to make Gu Qinghan understand the meaning of pursuit, the notion that she could not simply escape. And then, he would be ruthlessly slapped in the face by the sun of fortune, becoming a stepping stone on the protagonist's path to greatness. With this thought, Linbai's emotions reached a boiling point. He shot up his head, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination, as if he had borne an immense grievance. Master, what kind of woman could a paragon like me, Linbai, not have? Fian slightly nodded, inwardly reflecting. Indeed, why then must you cling to Gu Qinghan so tenaciously? I am unwilling. Linbai roared in exasperation. How dare a mere woman reject my love? Does she not realize whom she is rejecting? She is turning away the affection of an heir from an immortal family. Alas, such shameful lines flow from my lips with such ease, devoid of any pressure. His temples throbbed with fury as he struggled to suppress the impulse to strike Linbai. Yet, recalling the plot Linbai had mentioned earlier, she mustered her patience to counsel him. I understand you may have your reasons, but, gently patting Linbai's shoulder, she spoke earnestly. Child, I am here for you. If you truly care for a girl, you must learn to love her, rather than force her into actions she despises. Do you understand? Goodness. My Minner, who usually appears so cold, possesses such a tender heart within. Woman, do you not know that I have already fallen for you? No. I cannot waver. To survive, I must adhere to the plot. If not for self-preservation, I would have gladly dispatched Tang Shiqi, that protagonist. The bubbles of thought in Linbai's mind tightened Fian's brow. Given Linbai's current status, what could possibly threaten his life? Could it be that, hidden behind those bubbles, lies a monumental conspiracy? A glint of coldness flashed in Fian's eyes. Linbai, however, misinterpreted her expression as disapproval and felt a wave of unease wash over him. Enough, Fian sighed softly. With no information in hand, she could not act recklessly. You need to keep a low profile for now. I will handle matters with Xianhan Qinggong on your behalf. Fian waved her hand, signaling Linbai to take his leave. Hooray! You are truly the best, Minner. Linbai exclaimed, leaping with excitement, eager to embrace Fian, only to be thwarted as she pressed his face down in disdain, preventing his approach. Subsequently, he was unceremoniously ejected from the room. Reflecting on Lin Bai's earlier words, Fian pondered the information conveyed through the bubbles above his head. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a jade talisman. Investigate. Ascertain the origins of the artifact discovered by Shanfeng Academy and Changxing sect. Furthermore, have they secretly interacted with any suspicious individuals? Additionally, look into the rising star, Tang Shiqi. As you command, came a respectful voice from the talisman. In an instant, the internal forces of the Huda Xianmen began to operate quietly. Meanwhile, in Xianhan Qigong, within the Sanish chamber, Gu Qinghan lay restlessly on her bed, tossing and turning. With the assistance of the sect elders, the divine intoxication within her had finally been lifted. However, given that it was a premier potion crafted by an immortal family, though the effects had dissipated, the residual impact on her body would not vanish swiftly. Beyond her regular recuperation, if the Saints wished to completely eradicate the potion's effects, it would be wise to employ some specialized physical methods. The physician's hesitant demeanor was still vivid in Gu Qinghan's memory. As for what constitutes physical means, Gu Qinghan's gaze fell upon the object in her hand. Initially, she believed it to be merely an ordinary ornament, until the physician, blushing, delineated its purpose in her ear. Moments later, Gu Qinghan suddenly hurled the object away. How could a young maiden like her ever resort to such a thing? That detestable Lin Bai. Although Tang Shiqi also harbored ulterior motives, Gu Qinghan was well aware that the instigator of it all was none other than Lin Bai. Were it not for him, how could she have found herself in such an embarrassing predicament? The mere thought of Lin Bai's loathsome face, coupled with those even more abhorrent speech bubbles floating above his head, made Gu Qinghan's teeth clench in anger. She seized a doll and squeezed it fiercely, as if it were Lin Bai himself. After venting her fury, Gu Qinghan gradually regained her composure. She began to reflect on Lin Bai's words. Undoubtedly, he had accurately predicted Tang Shiqi's actions, suggesting that those speech bubbles were not mere figments of imagination. However, if Lin Bai's assertions held true, did it not imply that the world they inhabited resembled a storybook? And was she, too, merely a character within that narrative? Were their fates, perhaps, already preordained? The thought sent a chill down Gu Qinghan's spine. Regrettably, her current cultivation was too shallow to uncover the truth. The more she pondered, the more vexed she became. Gu Qinghan irritably ruffled her hair, deciding to dismiss such thoughts. Yet, one thing was certain, she felt she had transformed. Prior to Lin Bai's admonition, she had been oblivious to Tang Shiqi's predatory ambitions. Now, not only had she witnessed Tang Shiqi's despicable nature, but she had also heard his repugnant utterances. How could she possibly harbor any affection for someone like him? Gu Qinghan vowed, with unwavering resolve, that she would never, ever fall for Tang Shiqi. Clutching the doll tightly, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Of course, I will never, ever like you, Lin Bai, that insufferable scoundrel." Absolutely not. Chapter 8. The undercover soft girl arrives. Oh, my esteemed master, how could you cast me aside and abandon me? Is this truly reasonable? Lin Bai scratched his behind, his gaze drifting towards the disciples outside the grand hall. Their expressions were as rigid as stone sculptures, yet their eyes unmistakably hinted at suppressed laughter. Clearly, they were all well-trained individuals, capable of maintaining an impassive demeanor regardless of how ludicrous the situation became. Unless, of course, they could no longer contain themselves. Lin Bai's expression remained unchanged. After all, these individuals were merely background characters, all here to earn their keep. He was merely playing the role of a wealthy heir, and there was no need to trouble these minor players before him. System, please evaluate my performance. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have flawlessly portrayed the role of the antagonist. And as a reward, you receive the supreme skill, 9 revolutions of chaos, along with a century's worth of pure cultivation. The system's jubilant voice resonated in Lin Bai's mind, akin to a celestial melody. In an instant, a tremendous surge of power flooded through Lin Bai's limbs and bones, akin to a torrent breaching its dam, wildly coursing through his meridians. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed within Lin Bai's body as it underwent a profound transformation, a metamorphosis of sorts. Lin Bai nodded. Although the system often appeared rather unreliable, it proved to be remarkably effective in terms of cultivation. At this point in his previous life, He had already elevated his strength to the Great Ascension realm by completing various tasks. Yet, he had awkwardly discovered that the Child of Destiny was now merely a fledgling golden core. Consequently, he found himself in the humiliating position of needing to endure blows in order to collaborate with the protagonist. The thought of his unjust predicament, rendered futile by the affections of the female lead, brought tears to Lin Bai's eyes. Let me confirm once more, the plot has deviated, has it? Lin Bai grasped the system's face, tugging at it imploringly. Absolutely not, meow. The system offered a vague assurance. Receiving this affirmative response, Lin Bai nodded. Now, let me ponder what the next plot point entails. Lin Bai furrowed his brow, striving to recollect the storyline from the original work. Then it struck him, the forthcoming events intricately intertwined with the kidnapping of his fiancée E. He will send an undercover agent to approach me, feigning victimhood at the hands of villains to elicit my sympathy. Then, seizing the opportunity, they will infiltrate the Lin family to gather so-called evidence. Ultimately, at a pivotal moment, this undercover agent will emerge to accuse the Lin family, falsely claiming we sacrificed innocents to cultivate demonic arts. TSK, what a cliché plot. Lin Bai scoffed. The storyline was far too predictable. However, readers relished such narratives, deriving satisfaction from the unfolding drama, particularly the moments when the undercover girl would engage in intimate escapades with the destined protagonist within the lair of the antagonist. Regrettably, the author of this tale was a mere hack, crafting a bland narrative devoid of excitement. Yet, since this was the storyline, he had no choice but to follow it. Fortunately, the timing aligned perfectly. According to the original plot, he should currently be confined, yet using his wits, he would escape and find himself in a nearby town adjacent to the Thick Earth Immortal sect, just in time to witness the Immortal Alliance oppressing an innocent, delicate girl. As a dandy villain, he naturally succumbed to temptation and engaged in a brawl on the spot. Unsurprisingly, he would likely receive a severe beating, after which the girl would express her gratitude, stating that although he was quite pathetic, his fighting demeanor was undeniably handsome. Thus, she would graciously offer to become his maid, repaying her debt while also earning some wages to support her family. With this thought in mind, Lin Bai resolutely soared towards the town. Upon landing, he overheard the surrounding crowd buzzing with conversation. The enforcers of the Immortal Alliance had recently become rather excessive. Indeed, a merchant nodded quietly, recalling that years ago, several immortal clans had taken the lead, with thousands of sects joining in harmonious unity. Yet now, those leading clans had essentially withdrawn from the management, leaving behind a motley assortment of obscure sects, grandiosely claiming to recruit talent from across the land while in reality, they accomplished nothing. Are you courting death? Someone nearby cautioned. The merchant abruptly snapped to attention, hastily closing his mouth. Once he realized no one had noticed him, he whispered nervously to his companion, critiquing the immortal clans might elicit a mere chuckle, but commenting on the Immortal Alliance could very well invite mortal peril. The distinction, ponder it deeply. As Lin Bai strolled past the merchants, they quickly altered their expressions, feigning nonchalance. However, upon noticing the Lin family insignia embroidered on Lin Bai's attire, their countenances immediately transformed into one of reverence, laced with a hint of obsequiousness. Thus, it is evident that the villain's intellect is rather lacking. Lin Bai observed his own garments, which not only bore the emblem of the Thick Earth sect, but also the Lin family crest. Considering this area was under the jurisdiction of the Thick Earth sect, it was inconceivable that any short-sighted individual would fail to recognize his identity. As he walked, Lin Bai indeed heard distant sounds of scolding and pleading. No, please don't hit me. I don't have any money. I owe you nothing. At the entrance of a humble wooden house, a woman was rolling and scrambling on the ground, while several burly men emerged from within. They instinctively cast a sidelong glance at Lin Bai before turning their attention back to the woman. Sume, that is not how this works. A debt owed by a father must be repaid by the son. It is only right. Even if your father has passed, you are still responsible for repaying this money. Alas, this fellow lacks acting skills. Such a setup is most prone to discovery. Did he not realize that glancing my way before speaking was clearly directed at me? Sume had initially prepared to plead for mercy according to the script, but suddenly noticed bubbles appearing above Lin Bai's head, each containing a line of clear text. What on earth is that? Her eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily forgetting the lines she was supposed to deliver. Observing this scene, Lin Bai scratched his head. What is happening? Was she taken aback by my handsome visage? Has she forgotten her lines? Truly unprofessional, I was ambushed by Tang Shiqi. Yet I still managed to maintain my exquisite acting skills. However, I can comprehend. After all, my friend is quite the dashing figure, causing any lady who encounters me to be rendered motionless. Alas, if handsomeness were to be deemed a transgression, I would be guilty beyond measure. Admittedly, such a statement may seem rather pretentious, yet it matters not. As long as I keep it to myself, I remain an effortlessly charming gentleman. Sume gazed at the speech bubble hovering above Lin Bai's head, lost in contemplation. It dawned upon her that this peculiar phenomenon appeared to be Lin Bai's innermost thoughts. Swiftly, she shifted her gaze toward the burly man, her countenance a mix of sorrow and determination as her fingers subtly gestured a message. What on earth? The stout men turned their attention to Lin Bai, perceiving nothing amiss. What? Sume's expression was one of confusion. Could it be that this phenomenon was visible solely to her? Nevertheless, the stout men were diligent in their roles. And as the narrative threatened to stall, a lewd expression soon crept across their faces. Ha ha ha, little miss, should you fail to repay your dues, we have alternative methods at our disposal. Sume feigned a panicked demeanor, rushing toward Lin Bai. Esteemed sir, please, I implore you for help. Such performance is undeniably contrived. Sume's expression tightened. Yet, she soon noticed another speech bubble materializing above Lin Bai's head. But it matters little. After all, I too must adhere to the storyline. Regrettably, this young lady is likely unaware that despite her considerable sacrifices for Tang Shiqi, he remains entirely indifferent to her sentiments. Chapter 9. Although your acting is rather relaxed, my system compensates for this. Sume exhaled a sigh of relief. Opportunities are fleeting. If she fails to approach Lin by this time and infiltrate the Lin family, this arduous task will inevitably fall upon someone else. Yet, she soon found herself engulfed in profound confusion. Lin Bai's inner thoughts had seemingly discerned their plans. Why then would he willingly walk into this trap? Moreover, it appeared he was disparaging young Master Tang. A dangerous glint flickered in Sume's eyes. Meanwhile, the burly men, who had initially maintained their composure, hesitated noticeably upon seeing Lin Bai. However, with the arrow already on the string, they had no choice but to steel themselves and stride towards him. Oi, kid, are you seeking death? Their imposing aura surged forth, radiating energy. In that moment, the surrounding onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Good heavens, a nascent soul powerhouse. How could they provoke a nascent soul to collect a debt? What kind of sin has this woman committed? Upon hearing the murmurs from the crowd, the expressions of the burly men swelled with pride. Although their cultivation had been forcibly elevated through elixirs, rendering any further advancement impossible, they were still formidable enough to look down upon others. Yet, even their young master, Tang Shiqi, hailed as the most exceptional genius in a millennium, was merely at the golden core stage. Kid, do you realize your mistake? They stepped forward, encircling Lin Bai. Is this it? ISNT nascent soul cultivation, merely a matter of having hands? What have I, at the Great Ascension stage, said? Great Ascension? Sume's pupils abruptly constricted, a tempest surging within her heart. Lin Bai, merely in his early 20s, had already attained the Great Ascension stage? If this were true, then their plan was nothing short of a futile endeavor, a self-destructive path. 10 of her combined would scarcely measure up to a mere finger of Lin Bai. Good heavens! Attempting to scheme against such a powerhouse, even 10 of her would be insufficient. No, no, no. Sume forced herself to regain her composure. Inner thoughts do not encompass all reality. Perhaps this was merely Lin Bai's delusion. After all, people do indulge in fantasies. With this thought, she held him in contempt. Lin Bai truly was a good-for-nothing scion, boasting and bragging without merit, though merely an internal thought. Such unrealistic fantasies only served to highlight his incompetence. Hey, are you guys unclear about the situation? Lin Bai spoke, although I am merely at the foundation establishment stage. My identity is anything but ordinary. Upon hearing this, the burly men erupted in laughter. Kid, you must still be dreaming. In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, strength is the only truth. The laughter of their leader abruptly ceased, his gaze turning cold and menacing. They advanced a step closer, intensifying the threat surrounding Lin Bai. If we were to kill you, what if your family later finds us? Young master, your life is worth far more than ours. At this remark, Lin Bai could hardly suppress his admiration for their clarity of thought. Daring to undertake such a perilous task indeed reveals a measure of courage and intellect. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Bai felt the spirit of performance ignite within him. Trembling, he shielded Su Mei behind him, and, as if awakening from a dream, stammered at the burly man, I may possess little strength, but you cannot bully her. What a performance reminiscent of a little puppy. If they were to beat him mercilessly afterwards, the male figure would surely weep uncontrollably. Su Mei's expression darkened. What was this absurdity? She felt a wave of disdain. Truly, he was a spoiled rich kid, utterly cowardly. How unlike our brother Tang Shichi, who not only possesses extraordinary strength but also exudes valor and majesty. There is truly a chasm between them. The burly man, witnessing this scene, could not help but laugh. Initially, this was merely a charade, but, given the circumstances, it appeared they could indeed pummel this fellow. With that thought, they exchanged glances and, grinning maliciously, advanced toward Lin Bai, their fists cracking ominously. Suddenly, one of them launched a sneak attack, executing a swift kick. Lin Bai was taken aback. He had only agreed to endure a beating, not to face such a brutal assault. Instinctively, he countered with a palm strike. And in an instant, the man's foot vanished into thin air. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Su Mei's eyes widened. Could it be that he had truly transcended? At that moment, the burly men felt an icy aura of murderous intent emanating from afar, sending shivers down their spines. Two spectral figures stood silently atop the distant eaves, resembling deathly specters from the underworld, coldly observing them. What was happening? Why had they arrived? Yet, it was fortuitous. Two shadow guards at the transformation stage could easily dispatch a Yuaning. Indeed, it was certainly not my doing. Noticing the bubble of energy above Lin Bai's head, Su Mei was momentarily stunned. Then she saw the burly men's bodies trembling uncontrollably. Shadow guards. It dawned upon them that the individual before them was the heir of the illustrious Lin family. No matter how spoiled the adversary might be, they must possess some form of protection. With one teammate already incapacitated, they dared not make another move. Today you are fortunate. The leader of the burly men spat out a harsh remark. Retreating with his companions, their previous bravado dissipated into a pitiful flight. Su Mei was bewildered. She was merely at the Foundation establishment level and had no means of perceiving the shadow guard's presence. Her beautiful eyes turned toward Lin Bai. Filled with confusion, had the shadow guards intervened? Or was it Lin Bai himself who acted? Cough, cough. Hearing Lin Bai's light cough, Su Mei jolted back to reality. Realizing she was still in the midst of a performance, quickly she donned a grateful expression and gracefully bowed. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she glanced at the dilapidated wooden house, and a moment later, as if making a resolute decision, she leapt into Lin Bai's embrace. Young master, Mayor has become homeless. If you do not mind, I am willing to serve as your maid for a lifetime. As she spoke, she could no longer contain her emotions and wept bitterly against Lin Bai's chest, her tears instantly soaking his garment. Lin Bai looked up at the sky, somewhat bashful, and closed his embrace. Indeed, one must admit, although she is an undercover agent, she possesses remarkable qualities. That fellow Tang Shichi is quite audacious, sending such a captivating beauty with a natural allure to me, unafraid that I might lose control and take advantage of her. By the time he returns, there might be children running around. Children? Su Mei's eyes widened, her body trembling slightly. It was only then that she realized the perilous nature of her actions. No, wait. Brother Tang Shichi mentioned that Lin Bai, despite his apparent lechery, was not entirely human. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly felt an astonishing heat radiating from her lower abdomen. So hot. I apologize. Lin Bai hastily released Su Mei, flustered as he adjusted his belt. A hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. Truly, she is a natural beauty. Even my advanced cultivation cannot withstand her allure. Might it be possible that the issue lies within the host? Absolutely not. Lin Bai's expression was resolute. I pride myself on being a paragon of virtue. Were it not for your insistence that I play the villain, I would never engage in such nefarious deeds. Chapter 10. The Tyranny of Our Villainous Gifts. After a spirited exchange with the system, Lin Bai's gaze turned towards Sume, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since you have resolved to serve the Lin family, I shall not treat you poorly. At his words, Sume's delicate frame trembled slightly, her heartstrings taut with apprehension. Was he truly coming for her? The lingering warmth from earlier still echoed in her mind, and the once steadfast calm of her heart now rippled with a hint of chaos. If Lin Bai were to make an excessive demand, how could she refuse him gracefully, without revealing her true identity or inciting the ire of this capricious young master from a prestigious family? Just as Sume's thoughts swirled in confusion, Lin Bai retrieved an object from his storage bag. It was not the elixir or magical artifact she had anticipated, but rather a contract. With a soft thud, the contract landed in Sume's palm, and she glanced down in astonishment. The bold characters on the document proclaimed it to be a formal employment contract for a maid in the Lin household, leaving her momentarily stunned. Instinctively, her slender fingers began to flip through the contract, reading line by line. The initial clauses made her heart race uncontrollably. What was this? A monthly salary of 30 superior spirit stones. Such astonishing compensation. To think that even within the esteemed Xian'an Qing Palace, a first-rate sect one step away from the legendary Undying Sect, the monthly salary of their saintess, Gu Qinghan, was merely 60 superior spirit stones. Indeed, the status of a saintess was exalted and accompanied by numerous additional rewards. Yet, Sume was merely being offered the position of a maid. Was the Undying family truly so extravagant? Moreover, the contract meticulously detailed various benefits and vacation policies, triple salary for holiday overtime, weekends off, and paid annual leave. Such treatment was beyond what even ordinary disciples of a sect could dream of attaining. Initially, Sume assumed that such generous remuneration must be tethered to harsh conditions. Yet when she reached a warning clause, she was left once again in shock. Note: maids are strictly prohibited from seducing disciples of noble families. Should any direct or collateral relatives of the Lin family attempt to pursue inappropriate relationships, please report immediately. Violators will face termination. Was this clause for real? Sume blinked, her gaze shifting toward Lin Bai, mingling curiosity with uncertainty. Lin Bai, noticing her reaction, chuckled heartily, patting her shoulder with assurance. Rest assured, this clause is absolutely genuine, with no falsehoods. Humph, what kind of look is that? What caliber do you think our Undying family possesses? A maid could not simply covet a disciple's affections. Of course, there are some deluded little fairies who think their mediocre charms could attract the attention of a noble family's disciple, only to find themselves toyed with instead. But I have no right to speak up. I am merely a villain. I should focus on fulfilling the plot instead. Lin Bai's thoughts swirled, manifesting as bubbles of contemplation. Seeing his demeanor, Sume's anxious heart eased slightly, a twinge of guilt washing over her. It turned out she had misjudged brother Tang Shiqi. She should have anticipated that with her brother Tang Shiqi's astuteness, he would undoubtedly comprehend the intricacies of their situation before recklessly sending her into the Lin family. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge how pitiable Sume truly is. Despite my kindness towards her, her heart is wholly devoted to Tang Shiqi. It was only at the end that she discovered her lineage as a descendant of the demon clan, and that Tang Shiqi held her in disdain. Oh, the poor girl. In her quest to prove her innocence, she even chose the tragic path of self-immolation. Tang Shiqi finds me repugnant? Sume's pupils constricted, her delicate frame shuddering. No, this cannot be. Furthermore, this girl is still in a semi-demonic state. Lin Bai recalled the original plot. According to the established trajectory, at this moment, Tang Shiqi should be seeking an antidote for Gu Qinghan, and by a twist of fate, he would discover the nine-hearted blue lotus that could conceal Sume's semi-demonic aura. However, he has been withholding it, using it to manipulate Sume. System. Does this plotline have any repercussions? Lin Bai scratched his head. After several centuries, he struggled to remember upon his rebirth. No, there is nothing to worry about. Although Sume has always possessed this flaw, she has cleverly avoided detection during her breaks. This is quite favorable. I shall assist her in resolving her physical issues discreetly, which should not disrupt the overall narrative. After all, once the night of the full moon arrives, she transforms into a succubus. If by chance she encounters someone peculiar, it could lead to a collapse of the storyline, and I would have nowhere to lament. With this thought, Lin Bai casually flipped his hand, and a nine-hearted blue lotus, the size of a basin, appeared in his palm, its petals unfurling and exuding a delicate fragrance. Since you are now a maid of the Lin family, we are bound by fate. Lin Bai handed the nine-hearted blue lotus to Su Mei, saying, "Take this." Ah. The blue lotus symbolizes purity, emerging untainted from the mud and remaining unsullied by the clear waters. Though this girl bears the burden of a semi-demon physique and an innate seductive body, she has never committed any wrongdoing, making it quite fitting. Before Su Mei could politely refuse, Lin Bai swiftly pressed the nine-hearted blue lotus into her arms, catching her off guard with his sudden motion. Su Mei looked down at the nine-hearted blue lotus in her arms, which radiated a faint, fragrant aroma, her charming face reflecting confusion and astonishment. Was he not a frivolous young master lacking in knowledge? Why then? As Su Mei contemplated Lin Bai's thoughts, a tumultuous wave surged within her heart. Every word he spoke rang true. Indeed, she was of semi-demon lineage, and during the full moon, her demonic nature stirred within her, inflating her desires. In the past, Tang Shichi had promised to procure the nine-hearted blue lotus for her to alleviate this burden. Yet, years passed without any fulfillment of that promise. Now, having just entered the Lin family as Lin Bai's maid, how could she so effortlessly obtain this coveted item? Young master, this is... Su Mei struggled to suppress her shock, feigning a look of bewilderment. After all, ordinary cultivators had no use for the nine-hearted blue lotus. It was only needed in locations where strange flames appeared, to concoct fire-repelling elixirs. What? Is the flower not beautiful? Lin Bai raised an eyebrow in response. Upon hearing these words, Su Mei lowered her gaze, fixating on the nine-hearted blue lotus nestled in her embrace. The enchanting petals atop the lotus platform unfurled gracefully in the breeze, releasing a delicate fragrance that penetrated the soul. This individual is undeniably peculiar. The more Su Mei pondered, the more she found Lin Bai to be unfathomable. Despite his apparent frivolity, he seemed to possess an uncanny insight into everything. He appeared to be a scion of extravagance, yet exuded an air of eccentricity that rendered him inscrutable. What, indeed, were his intentions? A sense of caution enveloped Su Mei. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. She shook her head repeatedly, attempting to return the nine-hearted blue lotus. Is there any reason to reclaim what I, Lin Bai, have bestowed? He declared, hands on his hips, striding forward with an air of undeniable authority. Embodying the very essence of the Lin family's grandeur, Su Mei continuously admonished herself, and after much hesitation, ultimately accepted the nine-hearted blue lotus. Indeed, this was merely a gift thrust upon her by the other party. She would never betray her brother Tang Shichi because of it. Nor would she show leniency towards Lin Bai. However, should the Lin family truly engage in nefarious deeds, she would not turn a blind eye. If only she could grasp a hold of the Lin family's vulnerabilities, all would come to fruition. With this thought in mind, Su Mei took a deep breath. Revitalizing her spirit, her eyes glimmering with a newfound determination. Little did she realize, a seed had silently been sown within her heart. Chapter 11. The Reluctant Embrace. Has the fairy secretly granted her heart? The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Lin Bai's handsome visage. He slowly opened his eyes, stretching languidly, a playful smile gracing his lips. Today marked a significant occasion. Lin Bai murmured softly to himself, his voice tinged with an ineffable anticipation, interspersed with a hint of resignation. According to the original plot, he was to visit the Su N Quing Palace today to sincerely apologize to Gu Qing HN. Of course, the apology was merely a formality. His true intention was to provoke Gu Qing HN into a furious rage, thereby drawing out the fated one, Tang Shichi, only to receive a sound beating in return. The thought of this left Lin Bai with a slight headache. What a ridiculous plot. Must I really endure a beating? He shook his head helplessly, rising to wash and dress. Once prepared, he set off towards the Su N Quing Palace, accompanied by Su Mei. Su Mei quietly trailed behind Lin Bai, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. After a night of deep contemplation, she had resolved to seize this opportunity to delve deeper into Lin Bai's character, seeking his vulnerabilities to clear the path for her brother, Tang Shichi. Yet, Lin Bai's innermost thoughts continued to perplex and unsettle her. What kind of person was he? Was he genuinely remorseful, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Filled with questions, Sumei understood that the moment to unveil the truth had not yet arrived. The two traveled in silence, soon arriving at the gates of the Su Nh Queuing Palace. Lin Bai took a deep breath to steady his emotions before approaching the entrance. According to the original narrative, he needed to first identify himself to the gatekeeper disciples, who would then inform Gu Qing, leaving it to her to decide whether to meet him. However, just as Lin Bai prepared to speak, he sensed a disturbance behind him. Instinctively, he turned to look, only to find two shadowy figures standing silently at his back. They were none other than the Lin family shadow guards, Moe and Mou. What were they doing here? Lin Bai was startled. He had not summoned them. To his astonishment, each shadow guard held a vibrant bouquet of roses and a radiant storage ring. Lin Bai was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend their intentions. Young master, these are essential items for your apology, one of the shadow guards stated expressionlessly, her voice as cold as ice. Young master, this is the apology script we have prepared for you. Please review it, the other shadow guard added, presenting a note filled with an abundance of excessively sentimental apologies. Lin Bai took the note, glancing over it briefly, only to be rendered speechless. What the heck? Have you misunderstood something? I am merely here to play out the plot, not genuinely seeking to apologize. Before he could voice his thoughts, the gates of the Su Nh Queuing Palace slowly creaked open, revealing a woman clad in blue and white ceremonial robes, who stepped forward with measured grace. It was Gu Qing. Her expression was cool, yet her eyes reflected a trace of weariness. Clearly, the matter of the small toy still troubled her. Suddenly, she noticed the vibrant bouquet in Lin Bai's hand, as well as the gleaming ring adorning his finger. Gu Qinghan's expression shifted to one of perplexity as she questioned, "What are you doing?" Moe and Mou respectfully presented the flowers and storage ring, saying, "Miss Gu, this is a small token of the young master's sentiments. We implore you to accept it." Gu Qinghan instinctively wanted to decline, but upon her gaze landing on the ring, she found herself momentarily taken aback. Her consciousness delved within, revealing a dazzling array of exquisite garments and rare cultivation resources, leaving her momentarily entranced. These were all treasures she had longed for. Particularly, the elixirs and spiritual materials capable of enhancing her cultivation were undeniably alluring, especially for someone like her, who was eager to break through her current limitations. Yet, reason warned her against acceptance. Despite the betrothal, her relationship with Lin Bai was akin to that of strangers. Moreover, having already resolved to dissolve their engagement, how could she accept such a lavish gift from him? "I cannot accept this," she murmured softly, a hint of regret lacing her voice. Observing Gu Qinghan's reaction, Lin Bai secretly sighed in relief while casting a fierce glare at Moe and Mou. "You two are a disaster. Do you wish to bring about my ruin? Is this how the plot unfolds?" Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow, realizing Lin Bai's internal thoughts had once again surfaced. Thank goodness, Gu Qinghan's aloof demeanor. If she were to accept these gifts, I truly would not know how to respond. Yet, this scene lacks intensity, according to the storyline. She should hurl these items at my face and berate me vehemently. Then, Tang Shichi could emerge to support her. Tang Shichi? Gu Qinghan turned her gaze towards the distance, where a number of silhouettes had gathered outside the gates of the Xiananqing Palace. Her eyes scanned the crowd, finally resting upon Tang Shichi. In that moment, she was taken aback to see a fleeting glimmer of triumph in his eyes, igniting a surge of anger within her. This man was manipulating her to confront Lin Bai. Here it comes, here it comes. Lin Bai's heart soared with delight as he observed the change in Gu Qinghan's expression. Yes, that's the look of someone about to unleash their wrath. Quickly, throw those items at me. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Gu Qinghan's expression grew increasingly complex, feeling as though she no longer recognized Lin Bai. For a moment, her movements hesitated. She truly could not accept these gifts, but tossing them back at Lin Bai felt akin to rewarding him. With a sigh, Gu Qinghan handed the gifts to the shadow guard, stating, "I apologize, but since I have not yet entered your household, I cannot accept these presents." What is wrong with this woman? Why is she being so gentle? Am I not allowed to be gentle? Gu Qinghan raged internally. her chest rising and falling with agitation, nearly bursting with indignation. Lin Bai scratched his head, puzzled by the woman's sudden change in demeanor. Yet since she had rejected his offering, no, this was not the level of drama the plot required. If you do not hurl these items at my face with ruthless disdain, how can you possibly exhibit your lofty resolve? How can you compel certain individuals to perceive your true intentions and understand my plight? Upon seeing that speech bubble, Gu Qinghan's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never encountered such a ludicrous demand. Yet, simultaneously, a stirring sensation coursed through her. Indeed, he was left with no choice. As if on cue, Lin Bai abruptly spoke with venomous intent. Humph, Gu Qinghan, do you believe you hold any significance? You are merely my fiancée. To reject the Lin family is an endeavor that is a millennium too late. With that, Lin Bai decisively thrust all those gifts into Gu Qinghan's embrace, additionally producing various rare treasures. Gu Qinghan momentarily froze. Although she possessed the cultivation of the gold core stage, Lin Bai's sudden actions caught her off guard. She swiftly circulated her spiritual energy in an attempt to resist, only to discover that while Lin Bai's movements appeared casual, they were imbued with an irresistible force. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself enveloped in an array of precious artifacts, nearly drowning her entire being. A mocking smile curved Lin Bai's lips as he looked down at Gu Qinghan with scorn, his tone dripping with derision. What is the matter? Has Gu Xianzi been rendered speechless with fear? These items are surely beyond your wildest dreams. Gu Qinghan cast her gaze down at the treasures adorning her and cradled in her hands, her heart churning with tumultuous waves. The small bell, exuding an ancient aura, bore 9 distinct patterns that shimmered, unmistakably the fabled 9-patterned human emperor bell. And that pill, crystalline and translucent, radiated a potent fragrance. Indeed, a 6th-grade Dao pill capable of aiding one in breaking through their bottleneck, not to mention the fierce sword intent contained within that jade slip, which even sent shivers through her, a gold core practitioner. Each of these treasures could incite a stir within the cultivation world, potentially elevating a second-rate sect to a top-tier power. How could Lin Bai so carelessly bestow them upon her? Just as Gu Qinghan was lost in her thoughts, Tang Shiqi suddenly leaped from the crowd, exclaiming, Lin Bai, do you think that with the might of the Lin family, you can act so wantonly and humiliate Qinghan? Chapter 12. Fortunately, my skills exceed yours. Tang Shiqi spoke with righteous fervor, his voice resonating like thunder, each word seemingly imbued with a formidable spirit. Gu Qinghan felt a wave of speechlessness wash over her. What a humiliation! Though she had no intention of accepting these invaluable treasures, she could not deny the truth that every woman harbors a desire to be enveloped by such indignity. It is likely that many women in the world would willingly succumb to such disgrace. Unaware of Gu Qinghan's expression, Tang Shiqi cast her a reassuring glance, as if to say, fear not, I am here, he shall not bully you. Gu Qinghan felt a chill run down her spine, her stomach churning violently as if on the brink of upheaval. Meanwhile, Lin Bai, upon finally spotting Tang Shiqi, felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Indeed, this was the familiar plot he recognized. Finally arrived. Had he delayed any longer, I would have been unable to maintain my composure. Next, I shall be enraged and command the shadow guards to teach him a lesson. Lin Bai silently replayed the scenario in his mind, then donned an arrogant expression befitting a young scion. He pointed at Tang Shiqi and barked, Good, good, good. Tang Shiqi, how dare you be so audacious? The matter of you injuring me yesterday has yet to be settled, and today you dare to come forth voluntarily. Do you truly believe that the Lin family is without defenders? As he spoke, Lin Bai gave a signal to MOE and MOU, his tone menacing. Shadow guards, teach him a severe lesson. MOE and MOU, having received their orders, nodded expressionlessly before swiftly appearing before Tang Shiqi like phantoms. Both were elite shadow guards of the Lin family, young yet already formidable cultivators at the transformation stage. Tang Shiqi's expression shifted dramatically, but he was not without his own trump card. The Xuanwu sevenfold shield unfurled in his hands. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. That is a Taoist artifact. Indeed, this world harbors more than just the Lin family's secret weapons. While he strained to fend off the impending assault, he did not forget to mock Lin Bai. Lin Bai, aside from relying on your family's influence, what else are you capable of? If you possess the ability, come forth and battle me personally. Lin Bai, upon hearing this, could not suppress a covert smirk. After all, I am a wealthy heir. It is rare for someone of my status to engage directly in combat. I merely need to observe as you take the blows, then await Gu Qinghan's intervention, leading to my righteous fury and a surprise attack, culminating in your defeat. As Lin Bai considered his plan, he closely monitored Gu Qinghan's reaction. According to the original storyline, at this moment, Gu Qinghan should be feeling sympathetic towards Tang Shiqi, unwilling to witness his suffering, and thus intervene to halt Lin Bai, perhaps even becoming adversarial with him. However, Lin Bai waited in vain. Gu Qinghan remained motionless, adorned with various treasures, her expression a complex tapestry of thoughts unknown. What is wrong with this woman? Why does she not take action? Oh no, could it be that my gifts were too lavish, causing her to short-circuit? Lin Bai's inner musings materialized as a series of thought bubbles, clearly visible to Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan gazed at those bubbles, feeling a sense of incredulity. She had no interest in Tang Shiqi's fate. That fool, so self-righteous, believed he could use her against Lin Bai. How utterly ludicrous. However, as she gazed at the thought bubble above Lin Bai's head, an inexplicable sense of wicked amusement flickered in her heart. Lin Bai, what would you do if I deviated from the script? How intriguing. On the scene, the offensive from MOE and MOU grew increasingly fierce, each strike a lethal blow, forcing Tang Shiqi into a retreat, soon adorned with several wounds. Blood stained his garments, a shocking sight. Thud. Tang Shiqi, unable to evade, was struck in the chest by MOE, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood, his form staggering backward. Qinghan, save me. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, casting a pleading glance towards Gu Qinghan. Yet, Gu Qinghan remained indifferent, as if she had not seen him at all. A heavy weight settled in Tang Shiqi's heart, a wave of despair washing over him. He could hardly fathom that Gu Qinghan could be so cold-hearted. Did she truly harbor no feelings for him? Lin Bai, witnessing Tang Shiqi's battered state, felt an increasing agitation within. Something is amiss. This plot is entirely askew. Why hasn't Gu Qinghan intervened? At this rate, Tang Shiqi will be beaten to death. No, I must find a way to make her act. Lin Bai furrowed his brows, his mind racing. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. MOE, MOU, cease your assault. Lin Bai bellowed, halting the Shadow Guard's onslaught. Upon hearing his command, MOE and MOU immediately withdrew, returning to stand behind Lin Bai. Tang Shiqi, seeing this, exhaled in relief, believing Gu Qinghan would finally come to his rescue. However, the next moment, Lin Bai's words plunged him into an icy abyss. Tang Shiqi, aren't you supposed to be formidable? How is it that you cannot even contend with two women now? Lin Bai approached Tang Shiqi, towering over him with an air of condescension, his tone dripping with mockery. Nonetheless, this young master is in a generous mood today and shall grant you a chance. If you kneel, count out of me an apology, and swear never to entangle yourself with Gu Qinghan again, I shall spare your life. How does that sound? At Lin Bai's proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone was taken aback by Lin Bai's audacious arrogance. Tang Shiqi trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze with humiliation and fury. Lin Bai, you wish for me to comply. He gritted his teeth, each word seemingly forced through clenched jaws. Oh, is that so? Lin Bai scoffed, a glint of derision in his eyes. In that case, you may perish. With that, Lin Bai abruptly raised his hand, gathering a dazzling orb of spiritual energy, poised to strike Tang Shiqi's crown. This strike, I certainly will not deliver. I merely intend to frighten him, to compel Gu Qinghan to act. Lin Bai reveled in his scheme. Yet, at that critical juncture, Gu Qinghan finally spoke. Wait. At last, she has arrived. Lin Bai felt a surge of joy, though his face feigned outrage. Gu Qinghan, you dare to oppose me for this waste? I. Gu Qinghan attempted to explain, but Lin Bai brusquely interrupted her. Very well, Gu Qinghan. You truly have lingering feelings for this worthless individual. As Lin Bai stepped forward, seemingly ready to strike, a fierce expression flashed across Tang Shiqi's face at that critical moment. In the next instant, Lin Bai was sent hurtling backward, spitting blood. Finally, this segment of the plot has been resolved. Next, it should be Tang Shiqi comforting Gu Qinghan, leading to a deepening of their relationship, young master. The two shadow guards exchanged alarmed glances, abruptly turning to Tang Shiqi, exclaiming, "Despicable scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack?" Indeed, if it weren't for my quick reflexes, he would have suffered a fracture. Fortunately, my skills surpassed his. Gu Qinghan looked at Lin Bai, who lay on the ground, blood spurting for several seconds without cessation, and couldn't help but rub her temples. She had intended to warn Lin Bai that Tang Shiqi likely had formidable backing from an imperishable lineage. But she never anticipated that Lin Bai would react so swiftly, directly turning the tables on the situation. Mou gathered her strength, her figure flickering as she nearly executed a lethal strike against Tang Shiqi. However, at that moment, a commanding voice resonated from the heavens. Chapter 13, Old Dang. Have you lost your mind? How dare you? A thunderous roar echoed through the air, resonating like a celestial clap, causing the bystanders to feel a ringing in their ears and their blood to surge. Above the Xianhanqing Palace, the sky darkened and shifted as a towering figure materialized, his robes billowing as if he were a deity come to earth. The arrival was none other than Gu Beiwang, the patriarch of the Xianhanqing Palace and father of Gu Qinghan. His eyes, sharp as lightning, swept across the assembly, finally resting upon Moe and Mou. With but a glance, the two shadow guards were struck as if by a great force, their bodies trembling, a trickle of blood escaping from their lips. The might of a Nirvana realm expert was indeed terrifying. Here it comes. Here it comes. This is the essence of a classic villain being put in their place. Lin Bai lay on the ground, blood frothing from his mouth, yet his heart raced with excitement. This is precisely the archetype of a villain being chastised by the elder of the heroine, then fleeing in disgrace. Simply perfect. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and struggled to open his eyes, directing his gaze at Gu Beiwang, his expression filled with resentment and unwillingness. Gu Qinghan observed the bubbles of thoughts emerging above Lin Bai's head, feeling a wave of exasperation. What on earth was this guy thinking? Despite his pitiful state, he appeared to revel in the moment. However, she could not afford to dwell on this, as her attention was drawn back to her father. A sense of doubt filled her heart. With her father's mastery at the Nirvana realm, he could not possibly overlook the value of the treasure she possessed. Yet, he chose to stand up for Tang Shiqi. This indicated that her father must be aware of Tang Shiqi's true identity. A chill washed over Gu Qinghan as she suddenly realized that whether she married Lin Bai or Tang Shiqi, she was merely a pawn in her father's game. Both Lin Bai and Tang Shiqi were instruments for her father to achieve some ulterior purpose, and she, the so-called saintess of the Xianhanqing Palace, had no right to choose her own fate. This realization enveloped Gu Qinghan in a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. She found herself envying the ordinary cultivators, for at least they could freely pursue their own paths and choose their destinies. As for her, she was trapped in this resplendent cage with no autonomy over her life. Just as Gu Qinghan wallowed in her melancholy, she suddenly noticed another bubble of thought appearing above Lin Bai's head. TSK, TSK, TSK. Upon hearing that Tang Shiqi possesses the remnant soul of an emperor, this father figure immediately bows down in reverence, without considering what his own daughter desires. Gu Qinghan. She had become utterly numb. What on earth was this guy thinking? Bowing down? The remnant soul of an emperor? How could her father possibly act on such matters? Wait. A thought suddenly sparked within her. The remnant soul of an emperor? Could it be that Tang Shiqi was backed by an emperor? This was unfathomable. Gu Qinghan was taken aback by this unexpected notion. If that were true, her father's actions might indeed be explained. After all, the legacy of an emperor would be enough to drive any sect to madness. Even the esteemed Xianhanqing, a top-tier sect, appears insignificant in the presence of a great emperor. Yet, Lin Bai pondered silently, I have bestowed upon Gu Qinghan so many treasures. She ought to show a bit of promise, shouldn't she? Unbeknownst to him, Gu Qinghan had already discerned his innermost thoughts with remarkable clarity. Gazing at the thought bubble above Lin Bai's head, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. This fellow, clearly a spoiled scion, consistently engaged in actions that were utterly perplexing. Did he truly present her with such an array of treasures merely to humiliate her? Or was it possible he genuinely wished to assist her? Gu Qinghan found herself baffled by Lin Bai. Initially, she believed him to be nothing more than a frivolous wastrel, good for naught but indulgence. However, It now seemed he was far more intricate than her initial assumptions. At least, he was decidedly more complex than she had imagined. This will make my demise a bit swifter. Truly, lacking in cultivation and still wanting to dismember me piece by piece. Who is being tormented here? People often laugh when rendered speechless. Gu Qinghan sighed and gazed skyward, wondering why she harbored any expectations for such an eccentric individual. Gu Beiwang observed his daughter with a flicker of complicated emotions in his eyes. He sighed softly and inquired, "Qinghan, are you all right?" "I am fine," Gu Qinghan replied, shaking her head. "Thank you for your concern, father." Gu Beiwang nodded and then turned his attention to Tang Shiqi, a hint of admiration glimmering in his gaze. "Young man, you are quite remarkable," he remarked. "With your talent, you shall undoubtedly achieve great things in the future." Upon hearing this, Tang Shiqi was overwhelmed with joy, quickly bowing respectfully and exclaiming, "Thank you for the kind words, senior. I shall do my utmost to live up to your expectations." Gu Beiwang inclined his head slightly and then shifted his gaze to Lin Bai, an icy glint flashing in his eyes. "Lin family brat, your actions today are utterly excessive," he declared sternly. "In light of the long-standing friendship between our families, I shall refrain from holding you accountable today. However, should you dare to entangle yourself with Qing'an again, do not expect my courtesy." With that, he waved his sleeve, a formidable force enveloping Lin Bai in an instant. Lin Bai had no intention of evading initially, but in the next moment, astonishment flickered in his eyes. "What the hell? This old man intends to kill me outright. Has he lost his mind?" Gu Qinghan was equally taken aback upon witnessing the thought bubble. Her father sought to slay Lin Bai. The aura surrounding Lin Bai surged momentarily, but in the next instant, he retracted all his power. For someone was arriving. "Gu Beiwang, do you intend to harm the son of my dear friend Fian without consulting me?" The voice, though cold, resonated with an undeniable authority that sent a tremor through all present. Gu Beiwang's expression shifted subtly as he lifted his gaze, only to behold a woman in white gracefully descending from the sky. Her beauty was unparalleled, her demeanor icy, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming and suffocating aura. Gasps erupted from the crowd as many recognized the identity of this enchanting woman. The master of the Thick Earth Immortal sect, Fian, despite her youth, has already attained the realm of Return to Ruins, standing merely a step away from the legendary emperor's domain. Fian gracefully descended to the ground, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Gu Beiwang. "Gu Beiwang, what were you intending to do just now?" Gu Beiwang's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. He had not anticipated that Fian would intercede on behalf of Lin Bai. Suppressing the fury that surged within him, he spoke in a grave tone. "Miss Fian, you have witnessed Lin Bai's actions today. How could I remain indifferent while he so brazenly humiliates my daughter?" "Humiliation?" Fian scoffed. "Gu Beiwang, are you not aware that the treasures adorning your daughter are worth their weight in gold? What you term as humiliation, I dare say, is something many would desperately seek yet fail to attain." Gu Beiwang's expression froze, leaving him momentarily speechless. Fian then turned her gaze toward Tang Shiqi, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. Though a day was insufficient for her to unravel the entirety of the situation, it was ample time to uncover some pivotal evidence. This Tang Shiqi, indeed, harbored nefarious intentions. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Fian's eyes, yet she ultimately refrained from taking action. For the secrets Lin Bai had divulged, upon investigation, appeared to be tied to formidable beings from the ancient era, with whispers suggesting the presence of entities even beyond the emperors themselves. Master is so dashing. It is a pity that Tang Shiqi bears remnants of ancient souls. Should Master intervene, it may not end favorably. Upon seeing the speech bubble, both Gu Qinghan and Fian were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 14. Why don't you play by the rules? What are you all staring at? Lin Bai lay on the ground, lamenting the stifling atmosphere. After a prolonged silence, the exquisite beauty of Fian was shrouded in frost. Gradually, she turned her head, her gaze piercing like a sword as it fell upon Gu Beiwang. With a voice as cold as ice, she posed a question. "Gu Zhongzhu, since both parties are adamant in their claims, why not allow Lin Bai and Tang Shiqi to confront each other directly? This will help clarify the truth of the matter and restore justice for my disciple." Gu Beiwang's expression was as dark as stormy waters. His original plan was to eliminate Lin Bai with swift and brutal force. eradicating a potential threat once and for all. However, Fian's unexpected arrival had thoroughly disrupted his scheme. After all, Lin Bai was the son of Fian's old friend and the nominal fiancé of Gu Qinghan. If anything were to occur within the Xianan Qigong, it would be difficult for him to justify. Thus, Gu Beiwang suppressed the fury boiling within him and managed to force a smile, saying, "What the fairy Fian has said is indeed correct. It is I who have been remiss. Come, swiftly take Lin Bai to the inner courtyard, and let him confront Tang Shiqi directly. I shall ascertain the truth and provide an explanation to all." Several disciples of Xianhan Qigong stepped forward to assist Lin Bai to his feet, guiding him toward the inner courtyard. TSK, TSK, TSK. What an impressive performance. I am quite impressed with myself. Lin Bai thought triumphantly, though he feigned a weak and fragile demeanor, as if he might faint at any moment, portraying himself as a victim of great injustice. Gu Qinghan observed the bubbles of thought continuously emerging above Lin Bai's head, feeling at a loss. Fian also took note of Lin Bai's inner musings, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. It seemed this little fellow was concocting some scheme. The inner courtyard of Xianhan Qigong was elegantly adorned, with the air infused with a faint scent of sandalwood. A splendidly dressed woman awaited their arrival. Her figure was ample and curvaceous, exuding a mature charm. She was none other than Su Wanning, Gu Qinghan's mother. Su Wanning was a formidable figure at the transformation stage, and during her heyday, she was a celebrated daughter of the Su family, renowned for her beauty and exceptional grace, pursued by suitors in droves. However, as the Su family gradually declined, her standing in Gu Beiwang's heart also plummeted, leading to a relationship characterized more by formality than genuine warmth. What a pity for such a remarkable woman to be squandered by that old scoundrel Gu Beiwang. Lin Bai mused, surveying Su Wanning with a heavy heart. What was even more infuriating was that the despicable Tang Shiqi harbored inappropriate thoughts towards Gu Qinghan's mother. Truly, he was the epitome of scum. Lin Bai's inner thoughts materialized as visible bubbles, clearly appearing before Su Wanning. She was initially taken aback, but soon realized that Lin Bai's expression remained unchanged. A wave of uncertainty washed over her. What were those peculiar things hovering above his head? She turned her gaze to the others around her, only to find that they seemed unaware of the existence of these bubbles, engaged in their own conversations. Could it be that only I can see these strange phenomena? Su Wanning found herself enveloped in profound confusion, beginning to question whether she was experiencing hallucinations. As the group settled down, Gu Beiwang took his seat at the head, his countenance dark and foreboding. Tang Shiqi, you repeatedly assert that Lin Bai drugged and kidnapped Qinghan, but do you possess any evidence? Gu Beiwang inquired coldly. Tang Shiqi respectfully bowed to Gu Beiwang and replied with unwavering conviction, I report to the sect leader that I indeed possess irrefutable evidence. With that, he retrieved several yellowed sheets of paper from his storage pouch and presented them to Gu Beiwang with both hands. Esteemed leader, please observe. These are records of junior sister Gu's recent travels, along with the physician's diagnosis, clearly documenting the time and symptoms of her poisoning, all of which transpired yesterday. Tang Shiqi proclaimed resolutely, his voice resonating with authority, as these pieces of evidence were indisputable and sufficient to condemn Lin Bai, making him utterly irredeemable. Gu Beiwang accepted the papers, scrutinizing them closely, his expression growing increasingly somber. Tang Shiqi suppressed a smirk, his gaze toward Lin Bai brimming with triumph. Conversely, Lin Bai appeared flustered, struggling to rise despite his grievous injuries rendering him incapable. No, it wasn't me. I did not drug Qinghan, nor did I abduct her. Lin Bai fervently protested, his voice strained. It was Tang Shiqi. He is the one who framed me. Heh, am I not performing splendidly? Next, Tang Shiqi shall present irrefutable evidence and deliver a crushing blow to my face. The three women observed the thought bubble above Lin Bai's head, feeling a sense of peculiarity. This fellow, fully aware that Tang Shiqi possesses evidence, why does he still venture into this perilous situation? Just as the crowd pondered, Tang Shiqi indeed produced several more items. Esteemed leader, this is the narcotic I discovered, along with a letter Lin Bai wrote to junior sister Gu. Tang Shiqi presented the drug and letter to Gu Beiwang. Gu Beiwang took the narcotic and letter, examining them meticulously, his countenance turning ashen. Lin Bai, what further words do you have? Gu Bei Wang bellowed in fury. Lin Bai's face drained of color, despair enveloping him as he closed his eyes, resigning himself to fate. Haha, we have finally reached this juncture. Next, I shall become enraged and then be thoroughly chastised by Tang Shiqi, ultimately being utterly despised by Fian and Gu Qinghan. However, just as Lin Bai believed he was on the brink of a dismal fate, Gu Qinghan could no longer bear it. Wait. Gu Qinghan's voice was cool and resolute, like a clear spring, shattering the heavy atmosphere. Father, I find this matter rife with doubts and many peculiarities. Gu Bei Wang was taken aback, not anticipating that Gu Qinghan would speak on Lin Bai's behalf. Qinghan, what do you mean by this? Gu Bei Wang furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Father, I do not doubt your judgment, but I feel this situation is too coincidental. Gu Qinghan fixed her sharp gaze upon Tang Shiqi, as if attempting to pierce through him. Tang Shiqi is merely an ordinary inner sect disciple. How could he possess such detailed knowledge of my travels and the physician's diagnosis records? This seems rather implausible. Gu Qinghan's words left everyone present in stunned silence. Indeed, Tang Shiqi is merely an ordinary inner sect disciple. How could he possibly accomplish such feats? Su Wanning also came to her senses, her gaze towards Tang Shiqi laden with skepticism. Tang Shiqi, Gu Qinghan's assertions are entirely reasonable. You had better provide a clear explanation, otherwise. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Su Wanning stated coldly, her voice infused with a hint of authority. Tang Shiqi's complexion changed drastically. He had not anticipated that Gu Qinghan would pose such a pointed question, completely catching him off guard. He had initially believed that presenting these so-called pieces of evidence would leave Lin Bai speechless, utterly ruining his reputation. Yet, Gu Qinghan's keen perception had seized the crux of the issue, cornering him into a dire predicament. Damn it, why is this woman not following the script? Lin Bai's eyes widened, internally cursing, do not hinder my mission. Gu Shiji, I was merely concerned for you, that is why. Tang Shiqi stammered. Yet he could not elucidate his reasoning. Lin Bai's anxiety burned within him. Tang Shiqi's demeanor made him wish to leap forward and fabricate a lie on his behalf. Isn't this a bit too crude, brother? You cannot even cover this up? Your adaptability is woefully inadequate. This puts me in a precarious position. You could assert that this information was personally investigated by Gu Bei Wang. He is Gu Qinghan's father. Is it not entirely reasonable and justifiable for him to inquire about his daughter's whereabouts? Cursing internally, Lin Bai could not help but recall the myriad of complications he faced in his previous life. He silently condemned Tang Shiqi's entire family, this wretched child of fate. Truly incompetent. Fian observed the bubbles of frustration above Lin Bai's head, her lips twitching in amusement. Meanwhile, Su Wanning instinctively cast a glance at Gu Qinghan, sensing that her daughter did not seem to harbor an aversion towards Lin Bai. Could it be that other events transpired unbeknownst to her? As the narrative threatened to unravel, Lin Bai could no longer contain his cryptic reminder. Foolish one, do you think you can converse with Qinghan's parents at will, like me? Gu Bei Wang, at this juncture, did not respond immediately but fell into contemplation. His gaze, profound, swept over Tang Shiqi before settling on Lin Bai. After a moment, he gradually spoke. This matter I have indeed investigated discreetly. And my daughter, have you forgotten? You once communicated with your master. Chapter 15, is this justifiable? Finally, Lin Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him as he exhaled the pent-up breath that had lingered in his chest for far too long. As if an immense stone had been lifted, leaving him feeling somewhat lighter. System, what is the current state of the plot? Boss is magnificent. The plot is progressing flawlessly. A subtle smile crept across Lin Bai's lips, even as he inwardly lamented how fortunate he was to have reacted swiftly. Otherwise, the storyline would have fallen apart. He gritted his teeth against the pain, striving to maintain his feeble faade while his peripheral vision discreetly observed Fei Yin and Gu Qinghan. According to the melodramatic narrative, at this moment, these two extraordinary beauties should be utterly disillusioned with him, wishing to subject him to 1,000 tortures, reducing him to ashes. Particularly Fei Yin, as his nominal mentor, would undoubtedly be heartbroken to witness his despicable actions, filled with disappointment and perhaps even expelling him from her tutelage in a fit of rage. Severing all ties. Hopefully, when the time comes for her to take action, she will be swift and decisive, sparing me from excessive suffering. After all, She is already thoroughly disappointed in me, so I doubt she would feel any sorrow in eliminating such a wayward disciple. Lin Bai reveled in these thoughts, even beginning to fantasize about escaping this wretched plot and returning to Blue Star, where a carefree and blissful life awaited him. However, unbeknownst to him, these seemingly clandestine musings materialized into clear, visible thought bubbles, vividly appearing before Fei Yan's eyes, who comprehended them entirely. Fei Yan gazed at the bubbles emerging above Lin Bai's head, a ripple of complex emotions surfacing in her cold eyes. What is this foolish disciple thinking? She felt both helpless and amused. It was clear to her that Lin Bai's actions were merely a desperate tactic, not a reflection of his true nature. Observing Lin Bai's strained attempt to maintain his weakened guise, her heart twitched slightly. This fool, who was as kind-hearted as a little rabbit, insisted on masquerading as a villain of the highest order. Meanwhile, Tang Shiqi, witnessing Lin Bai's solidified guilt, felt an overwhelming joy surge within him, as if he could already envision himself embracing the beauty and reaching the pinnacle of success in life. He promptly stepped forward, addressing Gu Beiwang with utmost respect, sect leader. Lin Bai's heinous deeds are nothing short of an affront to both gods and men, utterly intolerable. If this matter were to spread, it would not only tarnish senior sister Gu's reputation, but also severely impact the standing of both the Xianhan Qinggong and the Hude Xianmin sects. In my humble opinion, it would be prudent to decisively annul their engagement and draw a clear line. Tang Shiqi spoke with righteous fervor, appearing as if he was genuinely concerned for Gu Qinghan and the Xianhan Qinggong. Upon hearing this, Gu Beiwang nodded slightly. He had already entertained similar thoughts. Lin Bai's actions today had been utterly excessive, and were it not for Fei Yan's intercession, he would have long since shattered Lin Bai into 1,000 pieces. Now, with Tang Shiqi's proposal to annul the engagement, it aligned perfectly with his intentions. However, just as Gu Beiwang was about to acquiesce, Gu Qinghan suddenly interjected, "Father, wait." Gu Beiwang was taken aback and turned to Gu Qinghan, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "Qinghan, what is it you wish to say?" Gu Qinghan cast a deep, complex gaze at Lin Bai, her emotions a tumultuous blend of resentment, unwillingness, and an unrecognized hint of something else. She spoke slowly, her voice cold yet resolute. "Father, if this matter were to spread, would it not tarnish my reputation irreparably? How could I ever establish myself in the realm of cultivation thereafter? However, since Lin Bai has already apologized, I am willing to grant him an opportunity to prove himself. He must demonstrate sufficient sincerity to show me his determination, otherwise the engagement shall be dissolved." Upon her pronouncement, the room erupted in astonishment. Everyone was rendered speechless by Gu Qinghan's decision. Lin Bai had indeed committed such an act against her. How could she still be willing to forgive him? This was utterly inconceivable. Tang Shiqi was struck as if by lightning, completely bewildered. He never anticipated that Gu Qinghan would speak in Lin Bai's defense. What on earth was happening? Could it be that Gu Qinghan still harbored feelings for Lin Bai? No, that was impossible. Tang Shiqi fervently dismissed this absurd thought. Unwilling to believe that Gu Qinghan could possibly be enamored with Lin Bai, the frivolous wastrel who was utterly devoid of merit, Lin Bai, equally dazed, widened his eyes, staring at Gu Qinghan as a tempest of emotions surged within him. What the hell? Is this woman out of her mind? Such a splendid opportunity to break off the engagement, and she chooses not to take it. Could it be that she has genuinely developed feelings for me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She must be seeking revenge. Surely. Damn it. This woman is too cunning. Lin Bai's inner thoughts materialized as a series of bubbles, clearly visible to Gu Qinghan. Observing the bubbles that kept appearing above Lin Bai's head, a subtle smile played at the corners of Gu Qinghan's lips. "You wish to rid yourself of me? It shall not be so simple." She chuckled inwardly, maintaining an impassive facade. "Qinghan, what do you mean by sincerity?" Gu Beiwang inquired. Furrowing his brow, Gu Qinghan revealed a cryptic smile and replied slowly, "I have yet to decide, but to demonstrate sincerity, let us allow Lin Bai to reside in our Xiankang Qing Palace for the time being, so that I may attend to him." "What?" Both Tang Shiqi and Lin Bai exclaimed in unison. Tang Shiqi's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that Gu Qinghan would propose such a request. To permit Lin Bai to stay in Xiankang Qing Palace? Was this not akin to inviting a wolf into the fold? Absolutely not. Gu Beiwang's voice turned grave. "Qinghan, this is inappropriate. It cannot be done. Lin Bai is an outsider, and allowing him to reside in our Xiankangqing palace contradicts propriety. If word gets out, it may invite scandal. Nevertheless, Gu Qinghan remained steadfast, insisting, "Father, Lin Bai is my fiancé and thus somewhat connected to Xiankangqing palace. Moreover, he is currently gravely injured and requires care. As his fiancée, it was only natural for her to provide care. Who could possibly object?" Gu Bei Wang furrowed his brow, sensing that Gu Qinghan's behavior today was rather peculiar, imbued with an air of oddity. Yet upon reflection, he acknowledged that Gu Qinghan had a point. After all, Lin Bai was her betrothed and currently gravely injured. To cast him out would seem excessively heartless for the Xianhanqing palace. The crux of the matter was, Gu Bei Wang discreetly observed Fei Yan, who stood by, silently watching, while he weighed his options internally. Fei Yan's capabilities were unfathomable. Should he forcibly expel Lin Bai, it could lead to unforeseen complications detrimental to the Xianhanqing palace. Chapter 16. The turmoil of scarlet smoke deep within the exquisite chambers of the Su N H and Q Ing palace. A room adorned with utmost elegance awaited. Soft veils swayed like dreams, enveloped in a fragrant haze, while the air was imbued with a subtle hint of dragon's saliva, mingled with a whisper of herbal essence that was truly invigorating. Lin Bai reclined upon an astonishingly soft bed made of rosewood, yet his body lay rigid, akin to a stone. According to the original script, he was indeed meant to be here, for at that moment, he had suffered grievous injuries and faced the blow of a broken engagement. The dual shocks had rendered him unconscious on the spot. Although Scarlet Smoke was utterly disheartened by him, she could not bring herself to be unkind, insisting that the Su Nh Ing palace first tend to his wounds before discussing the matter of the engagement. Thus, he found himself in such a privileged state. However, now, everything was in disarray. That woman, Gu Qinghan, had audaciously volunteered to care for him. She even had the audacity to demand that he display sincerity. Lin Bai's mind raced with 1,000 tumultuous thoughts. Was this woman's intellect perhaps compromised? Could it be that she seeks to exact revenge upon me? The more he pondered, the more his heart raced with trepidation, especially considering his past actions towards Gu Qinghan. Any woman of sound mind would likely wish to see him suffer 1,000 tortures and be reduced to ashes. What scheme was Gu Qinghan truly devising? Alarm bells rang in Lin Bai's mind. Just as his thoughts spiraled into chaos, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. "Boss, all is well. The plot is proceeding flawlessly." Lin Bai's lips twitched uncontrollably. Was this system devoid of intelligence? Indeed, had he not been beaten and rejected? A vein throbbed on his forehead. How could this possibly be deemed problem-free? He massaged his throbbing temples, beginning to question whether the memories of his previous life were flawed. Nevertheless, since the system had assured him that all was well, he had no choice but to temporarily set aside his doubts and contemplate the unfolding narrative. Su Nh Palace, the academy before the mountains, the Chongqing sect seeks to unravel the ancient deity's seal. At that time, the master will suffer a fall in cultivation. At that juncture, Tang Shiqi would feign innocence and approach the master. Just then, the door creaked open gently. Scarlet Smoke glided in with light footsteps. Upon seeing Lin Bai lying on the bed, appearing utterly weak, a fleeting glimmer of compassion flickered in her cool gaze. However, when her eyes fell upon the bubbles emerging above Lin Bai's head, she froze, as if ensnared by an invisible spell. Hearing the sound of the door, Lin Bai promptly shut his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. After all, he was supposed to be gravely injured and in a state of oblivion. He could not afford to slip up and must continue the act. Yet, though his eyes were closed, his mind raced with thoughts. The most pressing matter is to alert the master, urging her to be wary of Tang Shiqi and those sects. How might I convey this warning to the master? The matter involves the remnants of the great emperor's soul, and it seems that my master may not be able to contend with it. Fian gazed at the incessantly appearing dialogue boxes above Lin Bai's head. Her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. She recalled the mysterious entity behind Tang Shiqi that Lin Bai had inadvertently mentioned before. This, astonishingly, intertwined with the covert events Lin Bai had previously alluded to. At this thought, a glint of coldness flickered in Fian's eyes as an icy killing intent enveloped her. Such a meticulously crafted series of lethal traps would have ensnared her, had she not been able to perceive Lin Bai's innermost thoughts. Fian elegantly glided to the bedside and gently sat beside Lin Bai. She regarded the sleeping figure with a complex gaze, a blend of tenderness, confusion, and an ineffable sentiment. Memories of Lin Bai's seemingly absurd actions surged within her, evoking a whirlwind of emotions and amalgamation of feelings. Her disciple, in his quest to protect her, had audaciously risked himself, donning the guise of a nefarious villain. A tremor coursed through Fian's heart as an unprecedented sensation quietly germinated within her. Observing Lin Bai's handsome visage, the moments they had shared flooded her mind like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Bai's mind, and he recalled a crucial piece of information. He remembered possessing a death replacement jade pendant, a precious artifact that could withstand a blow from the great emperor. How should I present this to my master? Lin Bai grappled with a torrent of conflicting thoughts, uncertain of how to convey the origin and purpose of the jade pendant to Fian, let alone how to broach the subject. Meanwhile, Fian, gazing at the dialogue boxes above Lin Bai's head, felt her heart already surging with overwhelming waves. That was a treasure regarded as invaluable even by immortal clans. It was known that the great emperor was the pinnacle of existence in this world. Possessing the ability to withstand a strike was tantamount to achieving immortality. Such a rare and precious life-saving talisman, and Lin Bai intended to gift it to her? Like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, it stirred ripples of emotion within Fian, akin to a volcanic eruption surging in her chest. Impulsively, she slowly leaned closer to Lin Bai. Just as her gentle breath was about to graze his tightly sealed lips, Fian abruptly awoke, straightening her posture as if emerging from a dream. In the next moment, the door creaked open, shattering the intimate yet tense atmosphere. Su Wanqing entered the room with a physician, her gaze briefly resting on Fian before she nodded slightly, her voice gentle. I have brought a physician to examine Lin Bai's injuries. Fian nodded softly, a captivating blush rising to her porcelain cheeks. She remained silent, quietly stepping aside to allow space for Su Wanqing and the physician. What had just transpired? She had nearly kissed him. Fian bit her crimson lip, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. Though their relationship was merely that of a master and disciple, she found herself developing feelings for Lin Bai that were entirely inappropriate, especially considering that he was the child of her close friend. As this thought crossed her mind, Fian felt her cheeks flush with an intensity that seemed as if they might ignite, her heart pounding like a drum, refusing to calm. Su Wanning observed Fian's unusual behavior, a flicker of curiosity passing through her mind. However, she chose not to probe further and instead instructed the physician to examine Lin Bai's health meticulously. Did I just feel someone about to kiss me? A large thought bubble suddenly appeared above Lin Bai's head, exposing his inner confusion without reservation. Su Wanning instinctively glanced at Fian, her eyes filled with a mix of inquiry and contemplation. Yet, Fian had already vanished like a wraith, leaving only a faint trace of delicate fragrance in the air, a testament to her recent presence. Su Wanning's gaze flickered, waves of intrigue surging within her. She sensed that there was an enigmatic secret hidden between Fian and Lin Bai, one that remained shrouded from the eyes of others. Chapter 17. Let me see your sincerity. The physician's fingers rested gently on Lin Bai's wrist, his brow furrowed in concentration. Strange, he murmured, stroking his beard. This young man's pulse is indeed peculiar. He lifted his gaze, confusion etched across his features. Madam, are you certain this young man has truly sustained injuries? Su Wanning was momentarily taken aback by his words. She turned her attention to the still unconscious Lin Bai, her heart brimming with uncertainty. Had he not been grievously injured? His appearance seemed far from feigned. Humph, what a jest. I am at the pinnacle of the great ascension, and you, a mere transformation adept, presumed to assess my injuries? Just admit, my act is convincingly realistic. Su Wanning's gaze settled on the bubble hovering above Lin Bai's head, her brows knitting in concern. How foolish of her to worry about his condition. It seemed her fears were entirely unfounded. Madam, the physician, noticing Su Wanning's prolonged silence, could not restrain himself from inquiring once more. Regaining her composure, Su Wanning forced a faint smile. Perhaps it is merely that the young man possesses a unique constitution, allowing for a swifter recovery. Though the physician remained puzzled, he thought to himself, In my years of medical practice, I have never encountered such an unusual pulse. After a moment's contemplation, he gravely continued, Madam, if I were to diagnose based on this young man's pulse, the outcome would suggest that he is with child. The physician awkwardly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. An immediate silence enveloped the room. Oh dear, I misinterpreted the pulse. Su Wanning stared at the bubble above Lin Bai's head, speechless. Are you serious? Well, now it seems I have erred. Seeing Lin Bai's unspoken thoughts, Su Wanning hesitated for a moment before quietly suggesting, Physician, perhaps you should examine him once more? As you command, madam, I shall take another look. The physician's expression was complex, yet he felt compelled to comply with her request. This pulse, so frail, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Clearly, he has been secretly plotted against, suffering grievous internal injuries. Furthermore, with the fire of anger consuming him, if not treated promptly, I fear for his very life. Ah, yes, now that makes sense. How exhausting this has been for me. I nearly created a blunder. Su Wanning gazed at the ever-emerging bubble above Lin Bai's head, her heart filled with disdainful laughter. Well done, Lin Bai, still putting on an act. Had I not been able to perceive your true thoughts, your abysmal performance might have genuinely deceived me. With that thought, she waved her hand dismissively. You may leave now. The physician hesitated. Madam, fear not. I possess the means to discern the situation. I have in my possession a sacred healing remedy. More than sufficient to treat his injuries, Su Wanning replied with an air of calm assurance. Seeing this, the physician could only bow respectfully and slowly exit the room. His mind still clouded with confusion and uncertainty. Su Wanning gazed at the speech bubble hovering above Lin Bai's head, letting out a gentle sigh. Her voice soft as if it could drip with water. Lin Bai, wake up, stop pretending. Lin Bai's heart jolted, yet he remained motionless, eyes tightly shut, feigning ignorance. Pretend. I shall continue to pretend. I refuse to believe she can do anything to me. Su Wanning observed the bubble above Lin Bai's head, a playful smile illuminating her eyes. Silently, she approached him, bending down to gently blow a breath of air near his ear, akin to a warm spring breeze brushing against him, eliciting a tingling sensation. What is this woman up to? Still unwilling to awaken. Su Wanning's voice echoed in Lin Bai's ear like a celestial melody, imbued with a hint of allure and mockery. If you do not wake up soon, I may have to take matters into my own hands. Lin Bai abruptly opened his eyes, akin to a startled rabbit, his gaze filled with shock and disbelief, as if witnessing something utterly astonishing. What is happening? Is my mother-in-law losing her mind? You're awake. Su Wanning settled beside Lin Bai's bed, amused. It's quite intriguing. You clearly bear no injuries yet feign such a state. Lin Bai, what exactly are you up to? Lin Bai sighed softly within. Damn it. Clearly, it was that mistaken pulse earlier that alerted my mother-in-law. How infuriating. This woman is infuriatingly clever. Andy, I didn't mean to. Embarrassment painted Lin Bai's face, a sheepish smile adorning his lips. How should I explain this? In the original plot, this is how it goes. I can't possibly say I'm seeking Gu Qinghan's sympathy, can I? That would be utterly despicable. Oh wait, I'm already being quite despicable myself. Su Wanning watched the speech bubble continually manifest above Lin Bai's head, amusement bubbling within her. You little rascal. You are aware your actions are wrong. However, as she pondered, she began to discern that Lin Bai might be under the influence of some mysterious force, compelled to act against his true will. Realizing this, Su Wanning instinctively spoke. Lin Bai, the bubble above your head. Yet, she suddenly found herself unable to articulate a word. Su Wanning's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, a tempest of shock surging within her. As a formidable being in the transformation realm, how could she be rendered mute by some enigmatic force? Could it be that the powerful entity behind Lin Bai had infiltrated the Xinhan Qing Palace? With this thought, Su Wanning abruptly rose, her gaze sharp. Lin Bai. Do you know what you're doing? Huh? Lin Bai, confused, responded, What am I doing? Oh. Perhaps I am referring to the actions I took regarding Gu Qinghan. I truly apologize, mother-in-law. I genuinely cannot speak on that. Su Wanning's eyes widened further. She could speak again? Suddenly enlightened, she realized that revealing her thoughts to Lin Bai would result in her voice being sealed. With this understanding, Su Ning's emotions settled, and she looked at Lin Bai, gradually comprehending his predicament. She could not help but reminisce about Lin Bai's obedient demeanor from the past. With this thought, she gently grasped Lin Bai's hands and sighed. Oh, poor child. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Mother, I came to see Lin Bai. Gu Qinghan's icy voice shattered the silence within the room. Lin Bai's heart tightened. He understood that the true test was only just beginning. Gu Qinghan entered, her face still adorned with an expression of cold indifference, as if nothing in the world could stir her emotions. Qinghan, you have arrived, Su Wanqing said, rising to offer her seat to Gu Qinghan. This woman is surely going to begin her special treatment towards me. The narrative is about to unravel. Gu Qinghan observed the thought bubble above Lin Bai's head, a barely perceptible smile tugging at her lips. She spoke slowly, her voice remaining frigid yet laced with an undeniable authority. Now that you are awake, let us discuss how you might prove your sincerity to me. Sincerity? Lin Bai appeared utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what Gu Qinghan was implying. What on earth is this woman scheming now? Gu Qinghan, noticing Lin Bai's confusion, silently scoffed. She leaned closer, whispering into Lin Bai's ear in a tone meant solely for their ears. Lin Bai, did you not claim you would apologize to me? Then let me see just how sincere you truly are. Her voice was soft and alluring, imbued with a certain enchantment that caused Lin Bai's heart to race involuntarily. Wait, can this path even be traversed? Chapter 18. This leg can amuse me for a year. What does he mean by that? Gu Qinghan regained her composure, acutely aware of the ambiguity in her previous words. The phrase how sincere in that particular context, could it not imply the size of that particular thing? It felt as if she were probing into Lin Bai's assets. At this thought, Gu Qinghan was filled with embarrassment and indignation. Su Wanqing, beside her, covered her mouth with her hand, desperately stifling her laughter. She had not anticipated that her usually frosty daughter would utter such explicit words to Lin Bai. Lin Bai, what chaotic thoughts are swirling in your mind? Gu Qinghan, overwhelmed by a mix of anger and shame, instinctively reached out her hand, intending to pinch Lin Bai's cheek as a reprimand. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact with his skin, she abruptly came to her senses. Her mother, Su Wanqing, was still watching from behind. Moreover, such an action would be excessively intimate. Realizing this, Gu Qinghan withdrew her hand as if shocked, crossing her arms over her chest in an attempt to conceal her inner turmoil and embarrassment. Enough of this. Let's get to the point. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qinghan forced herself to regain her composure. Did you not repeatedly express your desire to apologize and demonstrate your sincerity? It is quite simple from this moment forth. I require you to be my personal attendant, serving me day and night. Gu Qinghan's voice was cold and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Lin Bai's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. Gu Qinghan, noticing his reaction, felt a surge of triumph within. She surmised that Lin Bai, being a man of strong pride, would surely find such a humiliating condition intolerable. Thus, she could seize the opportunity to humiliate him thoroughly. However, just as Gu Qinghan was formulating her strategy to further undermine Lin Bai, the familiar thought bubble appeared above his head once more. Serve day and night? This Gu Qinghan, typically as cold as ice, exuding an air of aloofness, unexpectedly reveals such yearning in private. Yet, upon reflection, it does make sense. Her exquisite features and the demeanor of an ice queen seem somewhat incongruous, resembling more the gentle and graceful nature of her mother, Su Wanqing. If I recall correctly, her transformation into this frosty persona is a consequence of that old fool Gu Beiwang, who is perpetually engrossed in his cultivation, neglecting the two women entirely. To protect her mother, Su Wanqing, Gu Qinghan gradually suppressed her original temperament, donning a cold exterior to shield herself. Regrettably, this truth remains largely unknown, only to be revealed later when Tang Shiqi's affinity with her reaches its zenith, prompting her to confide her feelings in a serendipitous moment. Lin Bai's thoughts detonated like a series of heavy bombs within the hearts of Su Wanqing and Gu Qinghan. Initially, they wished to chastise Lin Bai for his sordid imagination, misinterpreting Gu Qinghan's request for a personal attendant as something so unspeakable. As Lin Bai's heartfelt words delved deeper, Su Wanqing's expression gradually grew intricate. She reminisced about the past, a surge of inexplicable guilt swelling within her. Gu Bei had neglected Gu Qinghan. Had she not done the same? Over the years, she had sat alone in the inner courtyard, wallowing in self-pity and lamenting the injustices of fate. Yet she had never truly done anything substantial for her daughter, Gu Qinghan. At this realization, Su Wanning felt as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped her heart, causing her pain so sharp that breathing became nearly impossible. However, before Su Wanning and Gu Qinghan could fully recover from their shock, Lin Bai's voice rang out once more. "Qinghan, your notion of serving seems rather ambiguous." Lin Bai remarked solemnly, his brow furrowed. "Could you be more specific? If, in a moment of whimsy, you asked me to fetch you a chamber pot, I would be at a significant loss. I have long since commenced fasting and am incapable of such bodily functions." Gu Qinghan seethed internally, wishing fervently to deliver a thorough thrashing to Lin Bai, whose mind was so besmirched with lewd thoughts. Noticing the tension, Su Wanning quickly intervened. "Qinghan, after all, Lin Bai is gravely injured. Please do not make it difficult for him," she gently urged. "Let him perform tasks within his capabilities." Upon hearing Su Wanning's words, Lin Bai's eyes widened once more, brimming with confusion and disbelief. "What the heck? What is going on with my mother-in-law? Has she realized that I'm feigning my injuries? Why is she defending me?" Sensing Lin Bai's bewilderment, Su Wanning cast him a reassuring glance, conveying a silent understanding. "No way, mother-in-law, your gaze. I truly cannot comprehend it." Lin Bai lamented inwardly, feeling increasingly lost in the unfolding situation. Although Gu Qinghan was still reluctant, she felt compelled to concede, given her mother's stance. "Fine, since mother has said so, I shall slightly lower my demands." She sighed softly. "You could start by massaging my shoulders and kneading my legs." As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Qinghan gently placed her exquisitely delicate foot, akin to jade, into Lin Bai's hands. A smirk played on her lips as she thought to herself, convinced that Lin Bai, this wayward youth, had never endured such humiliation. However, the next moment, she noticed the infuriating thought bubble above Lin Bai's head reappearing. "Well, I could indulge in this leg for an entire year." Gu Qinghan's body instantly stiffened like stone. If I recall correctly, Gu Qinghan seems to possess innate cold ice bloodline, combined with the supreme art of the Xian Hanqing Palace, the ice heart technique. It can unleash 100-fold power. Yet, this physique also harbors its fatal flaws. What could it be? Lin Bai's thoughts abruptly ceased. As if he were striving to recollect something, Gu Qinghan and Su Wanning shared a profound shock, scarcely believing their ears. This is undoubtedly the greatest secret of the Su Nh and Qing Palace. Lin Bai has casually revealed it. "Oh, right. I just remembered. Every time on a moonless day, the chill within Gu Qinghan's body condenses and lingers, rendering her as if trapped in an ice cavern, unable to move. Moreover, the higher her cultivation, the more intense this suffering becomes. Eventually, when Tang Shiqi was afflicted by fire poison, Gu Qinghan, in a bid to save him, absorbed the fire poison into her own body, barely achieving a balance of yin and yang. However, thereafter, her cultivation stagnated, forever trapped in the Guishu realm, unable to ascend further and claim the title of emperor." Lin Bai's thoughts struck Gu Qinghan's mind like a bolt from the blue. She actually sacrificed her chance to become an emperor for a man? Is she mad, or is the world itself insane? I recall having learned a set of palm techniques before. Perhaps they could aid Qinghan. Since she is currently at the Golden Core realm, I should be able to directly assist her in resolving this issue. With this, Gu Qinghan could smoothly break through to the Emperor realm, without having to rely on that insignificant power to kill me bit by bit as in the previous life. Bit by bit kill me? Su Wanning and Gu Qinghan's expressions instantly turned exceedingly complex. Their gazes towards Lin Bai were filled with shock, confusion, and heartache. What has Lin Bai endured? And at this moment, Lin Bai had already begun his actions. He gently grasped Gu Qinghan's delicate foot and started to massage it slowly. As Lin Bai moved, Gu Qinghan felt a warm current rising from her soles, swiftly spreading throughout her body. The previously stagnant spiritual energy began to flow smoothly once more. Chapter 19. It is quite normal to emit sounds during massage as her spiritual energy surged forth like a flood breaching its dam. Gu Qinghan's delicate frame quivered, and a muffled sigh escaped from her tightly clenched lips. Lin Bai continued his ministrations, yet his thoughts spiraled wildly like rampant weeds. Goodness, that sound is incredibly alluring. Who could possibly withstand it? No, if I were to become aroused at this moment, my career as a son-in-law would come to an abrupt end. Stay composed. Lin Bai. At this moment, Gu Qinghan felt her cheeks ablaze, a crimson hue spreading to her ears, as if steam were about to rise from her forehead. What on earth was this man saying? Instinctively, she attempted to kick Lin Bai away. However, her golden core strength was utterly insignificant against Lin Bai's great ascension prowess. Lin Bai's expression turned icy. Do not move. At that instant, not only was Gu Qinghan taken aback, but even Su Weining was astonished by the man's overwhelming masculinity. Honestly, this fire cloud palm is ever-changing, and combined with the frigid aura within you, stabilizing it is no easy feat. I have held back. So could you please refrain from causing trouble, you vexatious woman? Upon glimpsing Lin Bai's inner thoughts, Gu Qinghan realized that what appeared to be a simple massage was fraught with peril. In mere moments, the endless ice crystals had already traveled from her ankles deep into Lin Bai's arms. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Su Weining's eyes. She recognized Lin Bai's audacity in the face of danger. However, the potency of the ice crystals directly affected his very bones. And should he make even the slightest error in his technique, his own foundation could be shattered. Was this truly worth the risk? Su Weining understood her daughter was unparalleled in beauty, yet there were many stunning women in the world, such as Lin Bai's master, Fian, who surpassed Gu Qinghan in both strength and allure. Su Weining could not fathom why Lin Bai would take such a considerable gamble. According to his revealed thoughts, he merely needed to follow the plot quietly. This little fellow, so foolishly endearing. Why is this woman so docile today? Lin Bai, while massaging, discreetly observed Gu Qinghan's expressions. But this is quite pleasant, no longer having to face a glacial visage every day. A complex emotion stirred within Gu Qinghan, mingled with a hint of dissatisfaction towards Lin Bai. How could he be unhappy when she showed him kindness? All right. Now it's time for a slightly more vigorous approach. The moment Lin Bai's thoughts intensified, Gu Qinghan suddenly felt an even greater warmth emanating from his hands. In that instant, a powerful force surged from the acupuncture points beneath her feet into her very being. So hot, yet simultaneously, an indescribable sense of comfort enveloped her, akin to parched earth finally receiving the nourishing rain. Every cell within her rejoiced. Gu Qinghan could hardly contain herself, a sound akin to a purring cat escaping her lips. I'm afraid, Mother is still behind. She tightly covered her mouth. But unexpectedly, Lin Bai's actions grew increasingly forceful. She felt her stiff meridians rapidly expand under Lin Bai's strength, becoming supple and resilient with the influx of that spiritual energy. It was somewhat painful. Aunt, could you support her? I never anticipated that Gu Qinghan's body would be so rigid. Su Weining quickly nodded. Her face slightly flushed. After all, she was not an innocent girl, and she understood the potent allure of the sounds a daughter might emit during a massage, particularly to a man. She hurriedly supported Gu Qinghan, only to realize that within a brief span, Gu Qinghan was already drenched in fragrant sweat. Her entire body sticky. Lin Bai, please, be gentle. Gu Qinghan's voice had become intermittent, tinged with a hint of pleading. It cannot be slow. Lin Bai responded softly, his tone steadfast yet gentle, proceeding with measured caution. As he spoke, Lin Bai unleashed the full extent of his power. In that moment, Su Weining fully grasped that Lin Bai had not lied about his cultivation, though he contained his strength within, not allowing it to overflow, as she supported Gu Qinghan. How could she not feel the terrifying force Lin Bai was channeling into her? Even she could nearly sense that youthful, fervent warmth. All right, now comes the final step. I must focus. I cannot afford to err at this juncture. Gu Qinghan, you must endure, Lin Bai urged. Despite the pain causing her tears to flow, Gu Qinghan still made an effort to nod. In the next moment, a wave of intense agony struck. Gu Qinghan's body tensed up, but soon, she felt her body relax, the hidden injuries from her icy bloodline dissipating in that instant. With Lin Bai's movements, the excess energy rapidly gathered in her dantian, forming a warm force that enveloped her golden core tightly. Lin Bai nodded, manipulating his power to shape that spiritual energy. He only needed to complete the final step. And even if Gu Qinghan could not become a Yuanying, she would at least reach the threshold. However, bang! What was that sound? Lin Bai, you wouldn't be doing anything untoward to Qinghan, would you? Tang Shiqi leaped in from outside the door. His gaze pierced like a sword, instantly honing in on the intertwined figures on the bed, causing his pupils to constrict. His voice shifting in pitch. This interruption caused the power within Gu Qinghan to become chaotic. A tearing pain surged through her meridians, prompting a muffled groan to escape her lips, her complexion paling instantly. Noticing her daughter's condition, Su Waning's expression changed drastically. She turned to Tang Shiqi and shouted fiercely, "Who dares to intrude upon my daughter's chamber?" "Aunt, it's me." Upon recognizing Tang Shiqi's face, Su Waning's fury intensified. It was this scoundrel who prevented Gu Qinghan from achieving greatness. Initially, Su Wanning was skeptical, but witnessing his current state of disarray, coupled with Gu Qinghan's chaotic internal energy, she became utterly convinced. Rage surged within Su Wanning, almost compelling her to shred this hypocritical individual into pieces. Had it not been for her consideration of Lin Bai still tending to Gu Qinghan's injuries, she would have succumbed to her impulse to strike. Fortunately, Lin Bai possessed even greater strength. His expression remained unchanged. In that fleeting moment, he guided the tumultuous energy within Gu Qinghan into his own body, replenishing her desiccated meridians with his own vital essence. This sequence of actions transpired in the blink of an eye. Though Lin Bai had attained the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, the direct intrusion into the meridians prompted a low, muffled groan to escape his lips. Gu Qinghan had anticipated being severely injured, yet in the next instant, a wave of warm and potent energy surged within her. This energy cascaded over her parched meridians like a gentle spring rain, mending her long-standing afflictions. The intertwining sensations of excruciating pain and exquisite relief compelled her to emit a soft, melodious moan, reminiscent of a purring cat. To Tang Shiqi's ears, this sound struck like a thunderclap, shattering him completely. His complexion turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot, fixated on the two individuals on the bed, his heart brimming with disbelief and jealousy. "Aunt, how could you condone them, engaging in such acts?" Tang Shiqi's voice trembled, laced with despair and madness. Upon hearing this, Su Wanning's expression darkened. "What do you mean by such acts? Clarify yourself." Gu Qinghan, gasping for breath, her forehead slick with sweat, couldn't help but interject, "I merely asked Lin Bai to assist in healing my body. How has it transformed into something unspeakably sordid in your words?" Chapter 20. We are serious about massage. What are you thinking? Healing the body? Tang Shiqi fixed his gaze on Gu Qinghan, his eyes bloodshot. The soft moan pierced through his heart like a dagger, shattering the self-control he had prided himself on. He could hardly fathom that the goddess he adored could emit such enchanting sounds in the presence of another man. Unbeknownst to him, however, this very expression revealed his true nature to both Gu Qinghan and Su Wanqing. Lin Bai, upon hearing that sound, remained unfazed, diligently tending to Gu Qinghan's ailment, while Tang Shiqi's face betrayed an unmistakable possessiveness, scarcely concealed. Gu Qinghan took a deep breath, striving to calm her chaotic emotions, and coldly retorted, "Tang Shiqi, you are overstepping your bounds. My relationship with Lin Bai is entirely innocent, whereas your thoughts are insidiously vile, which is truly repugnant. Qinghan, I only have your best interests at heart." Tang Shiqi hastily defended himself. "I fear you may be deceived by that scoundrel Lin Bai. He is a villain of the utmost depravity. You must not let his honeyed words blind you." "For my sake?" Su Wanqing's voice was devoid of warmth. "I see in its delivery. You claim to act for Qinghan's benefit, yet look at your actions. You trespassed into her private quarters, spoke disrespectfully, slandered Lin Bai, and disrupted Qinghan's healing. Is this your notion of doing good for her? It seems rather that you harbor malicious intent and cannot bear to see her thrive. Tang Shiqi, I am profoundly disappointed in you." Gu Qinghan's voice was as frigid as ice. "From this moment forth, I wish to never see you again." Her words rang like a death sentence for Tang Shiqi. His body trembled violently, stumbling back several steps, his complexion as pale as parchment, his eyes filled with despair. Lin Bai stood by, observing the scene with a bemused expression, scratching his head in confusion. This plot is all wrong? System, come forth and explain this situation. Indeed, it's correct, boss, nothing amiss. Lin Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you telling me there's nothing wrong? The female lead is practically loathing Tang Shichi at this point, and you say there's no issue? To this, the system confidently asserted, Boss, trust me. You seem to have forgotten that in the original story, these two were always adversarial, yet affectionate. You missed the plot because you were unconscious. Of course I was unconscious and missed the plot. Lin Bai rolled his eyes inwardly. In my previous life, I had indeed chosen to shut off my senses to avoid interference, but that does not imply I was oblivious to the storyline. Are you certain the original narrative would unfold in such a dramatic and tension-inducing manner? In response to Lin Bai's skepticism, the system provided a reassuring reply. This is perfectly normal and entirely logical. In the original storyline, the antagonist Lin Bai initially presented himself as a charming young nobleman. However, due to various circumstances throughout his development, his character gradually twisted, evolving into a dark and ruthless persona. Thus, following the trajectory of the original narrative this evening, the protagonist Gu Qinghan shall indeed return to visit the antagonist Lin Bai, subsequently igniting a fierce quarrel with the abruptly intruding male lead Tang Shichi. They are, after all, the archetypal bickering lovers, a dynamic that thrives on constant tension and nonsensical exchanges, leading to arguments. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Bai's expression shifted to one of subtle intrigue. This does seem plausible. While such a storyline may cause readers' blood pressure to soar, inciting a desire to send the author a dagger, it undoubtedly serves as an excellent creative hook for the author, allowing for the effortless expansion of the narrative by tens of thousands of words. So, you were suggesting that within the original storyline, during the timeline of my absence, the male and female leads often quarreled over me, and now, it is merely because I neglected to deactivate my senses that I have inadvertently intruded upon the plot? Precisely, Meow. However, this narrative seems somewhat skewed. The system awkwardly responded. Although the plot has deviated slightly, it remains firmly within the realm of normalcy. Rest assured, my esteemed leader, trust me, Meow. Lin Bai scrutinized the system with suspicion, sensing that this little creature might be engaged in some clandestine mischief. Nevertheless, since the system assured him of its correctness, he was disinclined to revisit the matter. As long as the final determination could be passed, that was sufficient. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Suddenly, Lin Bai inhaled sharply. I have relaxed too much, aggravating the wound on my chest. As soon as Lin Bai's thoughts surfaced, the expressions of the two women shifted dramatically. It was all due to Tang Shichi that Lin Bai had been injured, particularly for Su Wanqing, who knew that Lin Bai had previously been unscathed and possessed a high level of cultivation. Now, to be injured by Gu Qinghan, who was merely at the golden core stage, the peril involved was undoubtedly beyond description. With this in mind, her gaze towards Tang Shichi grew increasingly frigid. Why are you still here? Do we need to ask you to leave? Gu Qinghan echoed with an icy tone. Tang Shichi, do not forget, Lin Bai's injuries were inflicted by you. Fine. I shall depart. However, do not regret it. With that, he turned and fled the room as if escaping. Lin Bai lay on the bed, observing the continually twisting plot before him, a flicker of astonishment and amusement crossing his eyes. Goodness, how did I not realize the author's emotional manipulation was so masterful while reading before? Regrettably, this individual is too treacherous, resorting to lethal measures at the slightest provocation, and when faced with adversaries, he annihilates entire families without a word of explanation. Otherwise, one might as well hear the saying, do not underestimate the youth's poverty. Speaking of which, why did this person join the Xiankan Qigong? Oh, I recall now. He came guided by the remnants of the great emperor's soul within the ring, specifically to obtain the precious temporal sword intent located within the Xiankan Qigong. What? Su Wanqing noticed the thoughts emanating from Lin Bai's mind, her eyes flashing with a chilling intensity. Tang Shichi has already gained considerable fame among the younger generation. Even though Su Wanqing seldom engages in sect affairs, she often hears various rumors about this prodigious young man from others. At merely 18 years of age, he has already attained the golden core stage of cultivation, a talent that can only be described as extraordinary. Initially, Su Wanqing presumed that Tang Shichi chose to join the Xiankan Qigong merely because, as a loose cultivator, he required resources for cultivation and the protection of his sect. Previously, she even naively believed that his decision to forego joining more powerful immortal sects in favor of the Xiankhan, Qinggong, stemmed from gratitude for Gu Beiwan's recognition of his abilities. However, upon reflection, it appears he is coveting the sect's internal mastery of the temporal sword intent. Chapter 21. Gu Qinghan was taken aback. The massage was indeed effective. A chill enveloped her visage, for she had previously held a degree of admiration for Tang Shiqi, considering him a person of ambition, unyielding to the powerful. Yet now, in retrospect, that demeanor seemed but a fade, concealing a mind full of schemes. All right, Lin Bai has just assisted you with a massage and must be weary. Let's allow him some respite, Su Wanqing gently reminded Gu Qinghan. The latter paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Lin Bai, you should rest. I will be staying in the guest room tonight. With those words, Gu Qinghan retrieved a vial of healing elixir from her storage pouch and placed it delicately before Lin Bai, her eyes glistening with unshed tears before she turned to leave. Observing the retreating figures of the two women, Lin Bai instinctively scratched his head. This according to the original storyline. Shouldn't they harbor a considerable aversion towards me at this moment? That recent expression was undeniably peculiar, wasn't it? Confounded. Lin Bai pressed a hand to his injury caused by the clash of spiritual energy and gradually reclined. Meanwhile, within the Xiananqing Palace, Su Mei encountered the brooding Tang Shiqi. Upon seeing her beloved, she hastened forward. Brother Tang Shiqi. Hearing her voice, Tang Shiqi's already dark expression deepened further. He turned to Su Mei, furrowing his brow. What are you doing here? Su Mei was momentarily taken aback. Although Tang Shiqi had previously exhibited a similar demeanor, she had always assumed it was simply part of his character. However, this encounter triggered an instinctive recollection of Lin Bai's earlier sentiments in her heart. Does Brother Tang Shiqi truly despise me? A fleeting thought crossed her mind, yet she swiftly shook her head, suppressing this strange notion. Summoning her courage, she stepped closer. Smiling as she explained to Tang Shiqi, Brother Tang Shiqi, I have successfully become Lin Bai's maid. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiqi's expression softened slightly. He regarded Su Mei and nodded. Well done. However, his brow furrowed once more, his tone tinged with caution. Now that you have infiltrated the Lin family, I advise you to refrain from contacting me unless necessary. It would be for the best for both of us. Su Mei's countenance instantly stiffened, feeling as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over her. A wave of bitterness washed over her heart. Truth be told, she recognized the validity of Tang Shiqi's words, yet she was merely assisting him. Why could he not comprehend her feelings? Enough of this idle chatter. Once you have grasped the secrets of the Lin family, come find me. Tang Shiqi huffed coldly and strode toward his quarters. Su Mei stood rooted to the spot, gazing vacantly at the retreating figure of Tang Shiqi. After a long while, crystalline tears could no longer be contained and cascaded down her cheeks. It seems that Su Mei indeed harbors ulterior motives, Fei Yin observed from a distance, her gaze icy. However, her attention instinctively shifted towards the direction of Lin Bai. Had it been any other time, she might have acted swiftly to eliminate Su Mei. Yet, since her disciple already possessed a strategy, she deemed it unnecessary to intervene excessively. The pressing concern now was to uncover the schemes being secretly orchestrated by the Xiananqing Palace, the Eternal Life Sect, and the Mountain Front Academy. As she pondered deeply, the jade pendant at Fian's waist trembled gently. She picked up the pendant, and the voice of the head of the Mountain Front Academy reached her. Fian, I apologize for the interruption. It seems we have made progress in our research on the seal of that divine artifact. I wonder when the fairy might have some time. Fian frowned slightly. Had she not perceived Lin Bai's heartfelt thoughts, she might have readily acquiesced. But now, she recalled how Lin Bai had persistently sought opportunities to present her with the jade pendant. Moreover, if she could glean various pieces of information from the other party regarding this matter, perhaps she could seize the initiative in this endeavor. With that thought, a subtle smile graced Fian's lips as she replied to the head of the academy, Director Yi, my disciple has recently encountered a few matters that require my attention. I sincerely apologize for the delay. Not at all. This matter is not urgent. After securing the pendant, Fian turned to see Gu Qinghan emerging from the room. Although Gu Qinghan walked out alongside Su Waning, Fian keenly observed a faint blush lingering on Gu Qinghan's cheeks. That expression seemed to bear the afterglow of some joyous experience. A tightness gripped Fian's heart. In that moment, it felt as if an invisible hand had clutched her heart fiercely. An indescribable emotion quietly took root within her. Almost instinctively, she hurried to follow the two figures. Deep within the depths of the Xiankongqing Palace, in an elegantly furnished cultivation room suffused with spiritual energy, Su Weining entered, supporting Gu Qinghan. "Master." Hearing Gu Qinghan's voice, Luo Ningxuang, seated upon a cushion, opened her eyes. Upon seeing Su Weining, her expression shifted to one of surprise. "Madam, what brings you here?" Su Weining assisted Gu Qinghan to Luo Ningxuang's side, saying it was Lin Bai who helped her. At these words, Luo Ningxuang's countenance suddenly turned cold, her aura shifting sharply, as a powerful pressure from her peak nirvana realm enveloped the room. Did that Lin Bai bully Qihan again? That wretched fellow? No, no, no. The two hastily shook their heads. It is not like that. Su Weining quickly recounted how Lin Bai had been helping Gu Qinghan with her massage, although she could not convey the nuances of the heartfelt thoughts. Her description enabled Luo Ningxuang to grasp the general circumstances. Lin Bai possesses such abilities? Luo Ningxuang swiftly moved to Gu Qinghan's side, and a strand of spiritual energy entered Gu Qinghan's body. Instantly, her beautiful eyes widened, filled with disbelief. To her astonishment, the icy spiritual energy within Gu Qinghan no longer ravaged her meridians as before. Instead, it flowed gently like a docile lamb, allowing Luo Ningxuang's spiritual force to guide it smoothly through her channels. Most importantly, it was said that due to Tang Shiqi's intrusion, Gu Qinghan had previously experienced a momentary disturbance in her spiritual energy. With this in mind, Luo Ningxuang's expression grew complex. The only possibility I can conceive is that, in that instant, their energies were exchanged. However, this requires a cultivation level of at least the Great Ascension stage, and the energy must be able to encompass all without clashing with that of the practitioner being replaced. Upon hearing these words, Su Wanning and Gu Qinghan instantly realized that Lin Bai had been injured due to this incident. In that moment, their feelings for Lin Bai were a blend of admiration and sympathy. The specifics of the situation elude me. However, Gu Qinghan's cultivation is genuine. She has now perfected her physique and only needs to refine the lingering fierce fire within her in order to balance the deficiencies of her martial arts. In the eyes of Luo Ningxuang, envy shone brightly as she remarked, "My dear disciple, the path of the emperor lies before you, unimpeded." Her voice resonated like thunder within the training chamber, stirring Gu Qinghan's soul. Her exquisitely beautiful face could no longer maintain its usual coldness and indifference. Joy, excitement, and disbelief intertwined, transforming into two streams of tears that cascaded down her fair cheeks. For countless years, she had been tormented by the chilling bloodline, enduring unbearable pain. How many times in the dead of night had she struggled in despair? Yet now, the affliction that had plagued her for so long was effortlessly resolved by Lin Bai? This young lad truly is remarkable. The concealed Yin, overhearing this, couldn't help but shake her head in astonishment. Chapter 22. Woman, what is your status? Lin Bai was unaware of how deeply Gu Qinghan was moved. He only felt that Su Mei, the maid, was exceedingly thoughtless. In the early morning, after once again being drawn into the pain of his wounds, Lin Bai halted Su Mei's attempts to assist him in undressing. "Su Mei, do you have a purpose for this? Are you trying to cause me even more pain?" Lin Bai winced, his features contorted in agony. Su Mei, startled by his words, ceased her thoughts of Tang Shiqi and abruptly returned to reality, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. She hurriedly bowed her head in apology, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry, young master. I didn't mean to." Goodness, has this woman been reading too many domineering CEO novels? Does she think a clumsy character is endearing? But I am not a domineering CEO, nor do I appreciate clumsiness. As Su Mei caught sight of Lin Bai's inner thoughts manifesting above his head, her complexion drained of color, her body trembling slightly. It was over. She had been preoccupied with thoughts of Tang Shiqi. Would she be dismissed? The consequences of such a dismissal sent shivers through her, though Lin Bai had been inwardly complaining. Witnessing Su Mei's near tearful expression stirred a sense of compassion within him. Honestly, am I some kind of tyrant? Oh, I am. Instinctively, Su Mei took a step back, regarding Lin Bai with suspicion. Had he finally succumbed to his predatory instincts and decided to turn against her? However, in the next moment, Lin Bai stood up, grumbling and cursing. What a useless person, unable to handle such a simple task. With a snap of his fingers, Moe and Mou appeared in the room, disrobing him until he was left with only his undergarments. Ladies, allow this maid to witness how you serve me in dressing. Su Mei's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. Rumor had it that the maids of the immortal family shared ambiguous relationships with their masters. Could it be that Moe and Mou were no different? Her thoughts tangled like a mess of threads. Su Mei's gaze fixated on Moe and Mou, afraid to miss any detail. All right, Miss Su Mei, pay close attention. The two presented Lin Bai's everyday garments, and under Su Mei's earnest gaze, they tossed them onto Lin Bai's head. Do you see that? Lin Bai exclaimed, removing the clothing from his head as he began to put it on. Is this what you do all day? Engage in such nonsense? Moments later, Lin Bai was fully dressed and commenced his morning routine using magic. Su Mei stared blankly at Moe and Mou, her eyes filled with confusion. She softly inquired, Is this correct? Moe nodded. Indeed, if a young master from an immortal family cannot dress himself, he would face severe consequences. Mou then handed Su Mei a hefty tome. This is the maid's code of conduct for the Lin family. I forgot to give it to you before. Please study it diligently. As Su Mei glanced down, her eyes widened at the title, 1,000,000 Days and Nights of My Love for Young Master Lin. Mou's expression remained unchanged as he tucked away the notebook and retrieved the correct book. I apologize, I mistakenly took the wrong one. Su Mei fell silent, momentarily uncertain whether the problem lay with this world or with Lin Bai. Humph, little rascal, surely you must feel utterly humiliated. Indeed, it is that vacant gaze. You must be yearning for revenge, wishing to obliterate me. Maintain that feeling. Observing Lin Bai's inner thoughts, Su Mei offered a wry smile, sensing that Lin Bai's mind was genuinely troubled. Then, a thought flickered through her mind. Could the family that nurtured such a peculiar character as Lin Bai truly regard human life as trivial, as Brother Tang Shichi claimed? Ready to annihilate entire families on a whim? Furthermore, Su Mei placed her hand over her heart, acutely aware that she was a demon, a member of a race scorned by humanity. No. Su Mei shook her head. The situation was unclear, and she needed to gather more evidence. Lin Bai, are you awake? Gu Qinghan knocked on the door and, moments later, entered the room. Upon seeing Su Mei, her expression darkened. Who is this woman? Gu Qinghan's voice carried an edge of inquiry, her gaze piercing like a blade directed at Su Mei. She is a maid I acquired a few days ago. Isn't she adorable? Su Mei replied. Gu Qinghan scoffed coldly, her eyes brimming with derision. How intriguing. You abduct me and then go on to acquire a maid. Do you deem this appropriate? I only took her in because I felt sorry for her. Lin Bai's voice trailed off, lacking conviction. Naturally, that was merely what he said aloud. His true thoughts floated above him. What is inappropriate about this? Abducting you is part of the plot. And acquiring Su Mei is also part of the plot. If I do not take in Su Mei, how can I ensure you see her with Tang Shichi? Leading to your jealousy and thus maintaining the tension in the narrative? Gu Qinghan glanced at his inner thoughts, feeling as though she had swallowed a fly. How could she, the esteemed saintess of the Xianhan Qing Palace and future empress, ever feel jealousy over a hypocritical person like Tang Shichi? It was utterly absurd. Su Mei, too, was taken aback, staring vacantly at the thought bubble above Lin Bai's head, then glancing at Gu Qinghan's stunning yet frigid visage. Suddenly, a revelation struck her. Was Tang Shichi so anxious to rid himself of her yesterday because of this woman before her? Impossible. Su Mei's heart ached. She distinctly recalled Tang Shichi proclaiming in their youth that he loved only her, that even with her half-demon lineage, he would always cherish her. No. What are your credentials compared to mine? Lin Bai suddenly realized. He was the villain, the debauched heir of an immortal family. Logically, he should embody the persona of a domineering scion. With this in mind, Lin Bai proudly raised his chin. Woman, I owe you no explanation. Observing Lin Bai's demeanor, Gu Qinghan felt no stirrings of emotion, even finding it amusing. She had come to understand Lin Bai's temperament. Whenever he adopted the airs of a spoiled rich boy, he was merely playing a part. Oh, why isn't this woman angry? Is normal development not characterized by exasperation, and a frenzied humiliation directed at me? In this manner, I can naturally adopt the demeanor of, had it not been for the sake of Aunt Su Wan Ning. Do you truly believe I would have treated you with such tenderness and care as I did yesterday, thereby significantly diminishing my favorability? At this juncture, Tang Shichi can emerge, justifying his actions as an outing for leisure, and take Gu Qinghan to the site of the ancient deity seal for a trial. Upon witnessing the ancient deity seal, Gu Qinghan's expression shifted dramatically. According to Lin Bai's previous sentiments, this event portends a cataclysm that could annihilate the entire Xianhan Qing Palace. Speaking of which, Gu Qinghan's master, Luo Ningxuang, indeed faced a tragic fate. In her efforts to safeguard Gu Qinghan, she was drained of her cultivation by the ancient deity and nearly lost her purity. Had it not been for Fian's intervention, she would have been deprived even of the opportunity to end her own life. Who could have anticipated that the cultivation force extracted by the ancient deity would ultimately be bestowed upon the remnant soul of the emperor contained within Tang Shichi's ring? The revelation that her master nearly lost her purity left Gu Qinghan in utter shock, her composure shattered in an instant. Chapter 23. Eavesdropping on Heartfelt Voices. They all wept. Gu Qinghan's delicate hand suddenly tightened around Lin Bai's collar. Her silver teeth clenched as she almost forced out a few words through gritted teeth. Ancient God Seal. How much do you truly know? However, the words lodged in her throat, unable to escape no matter how hard she tried. An invisible force gripped her like a shackle, firmly imprisoning her. Any secret touching upon Lin Bai's innermost thoughts remained sealed. Yes, 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 that judgmental look at the rubbish. When is Tang Shichi coming? Upon witnessing the thoughts, Gu Qinghan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, though she gradually regained her composure. After a moment of contemplation, she grasped Lin Bai's arm, pondering within herself, ultimately opting for a line more suited to the current situation. Lin Bai, have you forgotten something? Lin Bai was taken aback. Blinking in confusion, forgotten what? You are now my servant. Surely you do not think that a mere massage last night can settle the debt. Ah, indeed. Although I alleviated her cold ailment, she remains oblivious. She probably just thinks the massage felt delightful. Wait, could this girl be falling for my skills? No. If this continues, I may not be able to resist. As Gu Qinghan perceived Lin Bai's inner musings, her charming face flushed red. She had to admit that the sounds from last night were somewhat unrestrained, even considered indulgent. Yet, it was merely a bodily instinct, not something she could fully control. Enough of this nonsense. Gu Qinghan forcefully suppressed her embarrassment and coldly commanded, now, at once, come with me. Lin Bai shrugged helplessly, yet maintained a nonchalant expression. However, the performance must go on. He deliberately raised his voice and exclaimed fiercely, "Wretched woman, how dare you humiliate me so? Once you enter the gates of the Lin family, I shall make you repay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. But by then, I imagine I would already be reduced to pulp." Sigh. Reduced to pulp. Sume gazed at the speech bubble, her face filled with astonishment. Where are we headed? Lin Bai feigned impatience. Don't expect me to cater to your whims. Gu Qinghan's fists tightened slightly. Although aware this was all an act, it still irked her greatly. She grit her teeth and retorted, I will take you to see my master. She has certain inquiries for you. Is this segment present in the original work? Yes. The system interjected, however, according to the original plot, you are in a severely injured state, and Luo Ningxuang will come to you, immediately planting the ice seal upon you. Ah, I recall now. Gu Qinghan's master sought to help me recover from my injuries due to my failed abduction and drugging attempt. But instead, she implanted the ice seal within me, which directly affects my very essence. Even if I were to reach the Emperor realm, and despite Luo Ningxuang having passed away for many years, she would never be able to lift it, resulting in unbearable pain every night. However, readers would surely revel in the villain receiving such a fate. Sume followed behind Lin Bai, staring blankly at the spoilers floating above his head. Why does Master Lin, fully aware of his impending fate, choose not to flee but rather to seek death willingly? Her beautiful eyes brimmed with confusion and incomprehension, utterly unable to grasp Lin Bai's reasoning. At last, Gu Qinghan pushed open the door to the training chamber, and a chilling aura rushed forth. Upon lifting his gaze, Lin Bai beheld a mature woman clad in a flowing blue gown, seated gracefully upon a meditation mat, her sharp eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe. Indeed, no matter how many times one gazes upon Gu Qinghan, she remains breathtakingly beautiful, possessing an ancient bloodline that intertwines with that of the primordial gods, capable of birthing progeny that transcends the boundaries of this realm. Originally, according to Tang Shiqi's design, he intended to employ secret techniques to control that offspring and seize their innate talents. Alas, due to Fian's self-destructive outburst of divine essence, which briefly elevated her to the status of an emperor, Luo Ningxuang was granted the opportunity to take her own life. As Gu Qinghan observed the thoughts manifesting above Lin Bai's head, a chill coursed through her, ascending from her feet to the crown of her head, as if her very blood were on the verge of freezing. Cursed Tang Shiqi, how dare he plot against my master? Within the training chamber, Luo Ningxuang gazed at the apparition hovering above Lin Bai's head, her mind momentarily adrift. What is that phenomenon? Furthermore, she possesses an ancient bloodline? How was I unaware of this? However, Luo Ningxuang, being exceptionally astute, cast a glance at Gu Qinghan. At that moment, Gu Qinghan appeared as pale as a ghost. Her fist clenched, knuckles white, radiating an aura of barely contained rage. So that is the case. Luo Ningxuang's understanding deepened. Previously, she had been perplexed by Gu Qinghan's utter disdain for Lin Bai prior to the kidnapping incident, which even bordered on loathing. Yet, following that event, Gu Qinghan inexplicably developed a profound interest in Lin Bai, to the point of excessive scrutiny. It seems she must have glimpsed that bubble frame. Realizing this, Luo Ningxuang's expression turned grave. It is better to believe in the existence of such matters than to dismiss them. Moreover, she had encountered the so-called Tang Shiqi before. Recalling Tang Shiqi's initial apprenticeship and reflecting on why she had rejected this prodigy, thereby allowing Gu Bei Wang to become his mentor, she realized that the lad was not a virtuous soul. She had once warned Gu Bei Wang of this, and it appeared that this stagnant old man could no longer suppress his ambitions. Master? My apologies, I was momentarily distracted. Luo Ningxuang turned her gaze toward Lin Bai, a smirk gracing her lips. Young man, you dare to bully our Qinghan? Though your master Fian is indeed formidable, even I could never match her, yet. Should you not provide me with an explanation? Here it comes, here it comes. I knew this woman would use the pretext of healing me to impose the frost mark. Luo Ningxuang chuckled softly, feeling as though she had discovered an intriguing plaything. However, before she could speak, a voice echoed from outside the door. Does my disciple need to justify his actions to anyone else? The figure of Fian gradually emerged, her presence embodying the realm of Guaishu, enveloping the surroundings without reservation. What is happening in this narrative? How could my master appear here? Buheo, the plot is falling apart. Oh no, I have to start over again. Upon hearing these thoughts, Fian's momentum momentarily faltered. Start over. She keenly seized upon those two words, instantly comprehending the predicament Lin Bai faced. It turned out that if the storyline deviated from its predetermined course, one would be compelled to restart. Then, Fian recalled Lin Bai's earlier casual mention of being killed by various entities. How many times had Lin Bai experienced death to become so neurotic? Who could truly fathom the suffering and despair he endured? Contemplating this, Fian felt a wave of suffocation, her heart twisted in agony. Chapter 24. Eavesdropping on Thoughts. Defying fate at the moment she perceived his thoughts, the formidable aura emanating from Fian, capable of altering the very fabric of reality, diminished significantly. She glided gracefully to Lin Bai's side, her beautiful eyes flickering like blazing torches, meticulously scrutinizing him, as if seeking to penetrate every inch of his skin. Only after confirming that he bore no evident wounds did her anxious heart find a semblance of relief, and her taut nerves began to ease. Is this segment present in the original work? Lin Bai inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Indeed, it is. The system promptly replied, its tone laced with a hint of pride. Look, my master, I have just retrieved the original text. It paused momentarily before adopting a more enigmatic tone. Although Fian was profoundly disappointed in Lin Bai, she could not idly stand by as Luo Ningxuang took action against him. However, Luo Ningxuang's rationale was equally compelling. She declared to Fian, I am merely healing your disciple. Do not leap to unfounded conclusions while secretly planting an ice seal within Lin Bai's body. Lin Bai pondered. recalling that in his previous life he had actively sealed his senses at this juncture to transcend the limits of his body, rendering him somewhat oblivious to this part of the narrative. Well, since this is part of the storyline, it is of little concern. As the two exchanged murmurs, Luo Ningxuang addressed Fian. Fian, my friend, you jest. I merely noticed that Lin Gongzi possesses exceptional talent and wish to extend my concern due to some misunderstandings with Qinghan. Instinctively, Fian yearned to refute her, yet the words caught in her throat, swallowed back forcefully. Lin Bai's thoughts reverberated in her mind like a series of thunderclaps. Rebirth. Poisoning. The plot is amiss. These words struck her like a barrage of sharp blades, ruthlessly unveiling the complexity and peril of Lin Bai's predicament, far more intricate and dangerous than she had anticipated. Biting her lip, Fian inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within her, and reached a difficult decision in her heart. Very well, she spoke softly. Since Master Luo is so gracious, I shall trouble you with this. A subtle smirk graced Luo Ningxuang's lips, her eyes glinting with a barely perceptible cunning. Fian, you are overly courteous. She stepped lightly before Lin Bai, her voice soothing. Lin Gongzi, please relax. I shall now examine your injuries. Lin Bai stood rigidly, excitement coursing through him. Oh dear, I am about to be insidiously marked. Why does that sound so peculiar? It feels rather off. In any case, I will be shivering in the cold every night from now on. Alas, such is the plight of a villain. Otherwise, how could the readers find joy in the tale? Fian fixed her gaze on the thoughts manifesting above Lin Bai's head, her heart pierced as if by countless steel needles, rendering her nearly breathless. Time and again, she contemplated intervening, yet the thought of hastily acting led Lin Bai back into that endless cycle of suffering, causing the surging power within her to dissipate like air from a punctured balloon. Meanwhile, Luo Ningxuang delicately extended her slender jade-like fingers, gently placing them upon Lin Bai's wrist. A chilling, bone-piercing aura slithered from the tips of her fingers, akin to a sinister serpent, slowly infiltrating Lin Bai's body. He felt an immediate surge of coldness enveloping him, as if he had plunged into an eternal ice cavern. The frigid sensation coursed through his limbs and bones, penetrating to the very marrow, sending tremors through his very soul. He could not suppress a shiver, his handsome visage turning as pale as parchment, devoid of color. How cold! Is this the power of the ice mark? Truly excruciating, he mused. Yet, why does it feel somewhat different? This chill seems rather eerie. A faint, ethereal blue light flickered at Luo Ningxuang's fingertips as a mysterious and unpredictable force silently merged into Lin Bai's meridians. Though she feigned a serious demeanor, she was secretly scrutinizing Lin Bai's reactions. When she perceived the thoughts manifesting above his head, a subtle smile graced her lips, hinting at a deeper meaning. Indeed, what she infused this time was not merely the ice mark, but the nine nether mark. This mark was not purely an embodiment of icy power. It contained a trace of the sinister energy from the nine nether realm. The initial symptoms upon its manifestation bore striking resemblance to the ice mark, equally inducing of bone-chilling agony. However, the potency of the nine nether mark far surpassed that of the ice mark, proving to be considerably more challenging to control. Of course, should one endure the might of the nine nether mark, their innate potential would undergo a qualitative leap, possibly transcending the constraints of heaven and earth. This was something she had comprehended since birth, and previously she had pondered why she possessed such extraordinary techniques. Now, upon witnessing Lin Bai's thoughts, she realized it might stem from an ancient memory embedded within her primordial bloodline. Furthermore, given her expertise in various ancient arts, she began to understand why the offspring of the ancient gods could shatter the confines of existence. It was likely that they sought to transfer the torment of the nine nether mark onto the maternal body, while the enhancement of innate roots would impact the progeny. Thus, she would not only be drained of all essence by the offspring of the ancient gods, but would also give rise to a terrifying entity capable of annihilating the very fabric of reality. As these thoughts surged within her, the murderous intent in Luo Ningxuang's heart became nearly uncontrollable. After a moment, she gradually quelled her emotions and gazed at Lin Bai, her mind swirling with complex sentiments. Lin Bai, I bestow upon you this fortuity. I hope you can seize it. Luo Ningxuang slowly retracted her fingers, and by then, Lin Bai's face was already shrouded in a layer of frost. However, that frost soon began to dissipate, and the injuries within Lin Bai gradually healed. I must admit, Luo Ningxuang's skills are indeed formidable. This injury has been effectively treated, Lin Bai remarked, moving his body with composure. With the protection of the system, he harbored no concern that Luo Ningxuang would perceive his true cultivation level. At that moment, Fian, witnessing Lin Bai's progression according to the predetermined narrative, could no longer suppress her anxiety. In an instant, she appeared by Lin Bai's side, her expression filled with concern. "Disciple, how do you feel? Are you experiencing any discomfort?" Lin Bai stared, somewhat taken aback, at the sudden appearance of Fei Yin before him. A delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, captivating and refreshing, leaving him momentarily entranced. "My master is truly wonderful. Despite her deep disappointment in me, she still shows concern. Alas, what a misfortune. I recall that although my master is currently disenchanted with me, we have not yet reached the point of enmity. What happens next in the story? Yes. I had just begun to heal from my injuries when my master came to visit, and I, in a fit of audacity, couldn't resist the temptation to secretly drug her. How ridiculous. My master, a formidable being of the ruins, how could she possibly be incapacitated by mere poison? Despite being somewhat affected, she swiftly rendered me unconscious with a single strike. The outcome was a complete revelation of my treacherous nature. Indeed, during this segment of the narrative, I should discreetly slip the jade pin into her. Chapter 25, The Ancient Fragmented Sword, a classic narrative now that young Master Lin has fully recovered. I kindly ask you not to disturb my training any further. Please take your leave, said Luo Ningxuang, gently waving her hand. Fian inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Ningxuang. Ultimately, she suppressed the tumultuous anger rising within her and turned away with Lin Bai. She vowed to remember this grievance. Gu Qihan remained rooted in place, her thoughts swirling chaotically, akin to a tangled mess. She was uncertain how to broach the subject of Lin Bai's feelings with her master, Luo Ningxuang, nor did she know how to elucidate the bewildering circumstances surrounding them. After much contemplation, Gu Qinghan resolved to approach the matter through Lin Bai first, attempting to extract further information regarding the ancient god seal from him. As the group had scarcely taken a few steps out of the training room, they encountered Tang Shiqi. He ambled forward, cradling a damaged longsword, his expression tinged with melancholy and reluctance. Around them, several disciples of the Xinkongqing Palace were whispering amongst themselves, their words dripping with mockery and disdain for Tang Shiqi. What a foolish wretch! Who knows what possessed him to squander 500 top-tier spirit stones on that broken sword? Does he truly believe it harbors some ancient sword intent? How laughable! If it were that simple to obtain ancient sword intent, it wouldn't fall to him. Tang Shiqi remained oblivious to their taunts, his eyes cast downward as he walked silently. A barely perceptible cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and a glimmer of malice flickered in the depths of his gaze. A swarm of ants, so short-sighted, how could they fathom the monumental secret concealed within this fragmented sword? Tang Shiqi scoffed inwardly, finding no merit in engaging in debate with these mundane beings. The ancient god seal had already begun to weaken, and a great calamity was imminent. Even the remnant soul of the emperor within his ring was uncertain of its ability to suppress the ancient god. These oblivious individuals would likely be reduced to ashes the moment the ancient god broke free, becoming mere dust in the world. He would not stoop to quarreling with the dead. That sword. Lin Bai gazed at the fragmented sword in Tang Shiqi's arms, recalling the unfolding narrative. I remember now, that sword is named Hengzhan, once wielded by the Time and Space Emperor. It cleaved through the river of time and obliterated countless ancient gods within the ruins of history. Regrettably, during the subsequent Dark Age, it was broken by an unknown entity and fell into the mortal realm. It is, in essence, the sword of the Time and Space Emperor, capable of sensing the position of the sword intent within Xinkongqing Palace and gradually absorbing it into the fragmented sword, refining it into Tang Shiqi's own power. Moreover, this fragmented sword is the ancient god's nemesis. It was through the power of this sword, combined with the burning of the emperor's remnant soul, that he successfully slayed the ancient god, transforming his entire cultivation into a holy elixir to restore the emperor's remnant soul, paving the way for Tang Shichi's invincible ascension. Fian and Gu Qinghan shuddered upon hearing Lin Bai's thoughts. Fian's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance as they fixated on the fragmented sword in Tang Shichi's grasp. Her mind racing with thoughts. A mere remnant soul of an emperor. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, Fian might regard it with some caution. However, if it were merely a matter of seizing a fragmented sword, would it not be an effortless endeavor? Should she take action? Gu Qinghan was in a state of turmoil. That broken sword was originally an item of the Xiananqing Palace, merely purchased by Tang Shichi. Should she plead with her master, Luo Ningxuang, to retrieve the sword? What expression does Gu Qinghan wear? Oh, I understand. After all, she still harbors feelings for Tang Shichi. Seeing him spend a fortune on a worthless item must surely be unbearable for her. Unbearable. Gu Qinghan gazed at the thought bubble hovering above Lin Bai's head, nearly grinding her silver teeth in frustration, feeling an absurdity deep within her heart. However, that fellow Tang Shichi is no simple character. In the original storyline, Gu Qinghan could not stand idly by. She felt compelled to remind Tang Shichi and even solicited a Taoist artifact from her master, Luo Ningxuang, to gift him. And what was the outcome? Tang Shichi not only accepted it all, but also feigned an air of profound mystery, riddling Gu Qinghan with vexation. The two had a fierce argument, their relationship plummeting to an icy abyss. Later, in a bid to salvage Gu Qinghan's popularity, the author forced her to take a fatal blow from the ancient deity meant for Tang Shichi, barely appeasing the public's outrage. However, in such narratives, readers possess a god's perspective, naturally empathizing with Tang Shichi and his unspeakable burdens. What a pity for Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan's mind was a whirlwind of questions. What affliction had led her to such actions? Even Fian's expression was peculiar. She knew Gu Qinghan's character all too well, cool, proud, and resolute. Certainly not the type to be ensnared by emotions. Yet the thought of such an extraordinary girl developing feelings for a hypocrite like Tang Shichi, even to the point of self-sacrifice, sent chills down Fian's spine, leaving her utterly uncomfortable. As the group pondered their thoughts, Tang Shichi had already approached them. He lingered his gaze on Gu Qinghan for a moment, his expression complex, revealing hints of hesitation and reluctance. Tang Shichi could not deny that Gu Qinghan's beauty was indeed rare in the world, capable of stirring any man's heart. Alas, despite her lack of discernment, he decided to be magnanimous, forgiving her previous rudeness for the sake of her exquisite appearance. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped forward. Qinghan, I was at fault last night. I come to offer my apologies. His voice trailed off as his gaze shifted to Fian beside Gu Qinghan, his eyes suddenly alight with a hint of astonishment. The woman before him, so strikingly different from Gu Qinghan's cool demeanor, exuded a mature charm, akin to a ripe peach, irresistibly enticing. Who is this? Tang Shichi's throat tightened, his gaze fixated on Fian, his voice trembling slightly. Fian and Gu Qinghan exchanged glances at Tang Shichi's reaction, their expressions darkening, a wave of disgust washing over them. Here it comes. I remember now, in the original plot, Fian was utterly disillusioned, drinking in the mountains when she happened upon Tang Shichi, who had just quarreled with Gu Qinghan. They briefly became drinking companions, laying the groundwork for future developments. That's not right. If I was supposed to meet them while drinking, then who am I, and why am I here? Lin Bai's expression darkened. System, is this correct? Indeed, indeed. The system's tone was subtle. The so-called drinking buddy narrative was actually orchestrated in secrecy by Tang Shichi. It simply wasn't presented in the formal storyline. If you pay close attention to their conversation after they vanquish the ancient deity, you will discern the truth. Lin Bai scratched his head, momentarily unable to recall the precise wording of the plot. Yet, he could grasp the allure of such a gratifying narrative. Typically, it involves a mature woman feeling somewhat insecure in the presence of a younger man, lamenting that she is, in fact, an old aunt. The young protagonist, eager to comfort her, hastily asserts, "No. In truth, I have admired you from the very beginning. You are not old at all. Rather, you possess an undeniable charm." Upon this realization, Lin Bai suddenly understood. Was it here that the fateful connection between the two truly began? Chapter 26. One of the three great illusions of life is that she likes me lost in thought. Lin Bai had already stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Tang Shiqi, his chin tilted upward. "Ha, you little brat." Lin Bai's lips curled into a mocking smile. His voice not loud, yet clear enough for everyone present to hear. "You dare to provoke women with that piece of scrap metal? Have you no sense of your own worth? What gives you the audacity? Wow, what a thrill. Finally, I have the chance to speak my mind." This feeling is akin to a perfect release at just the right moment. "What on earth are you talking about, Lin Bai?" Gu Qinghan and Fian instinctively covered their mouths and noses, feeling as if their eyes had been sullied. With Lin Bai's taunt, Tang Shiqi finally noticed that this bothersome fellow. Lin Bai stood beside Gu Qinghan and Fian. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes, nearly compelling him to strike. Yet, upon hearing Lin Bai's ridicule aimed at his longsword, the corners of Tang Shiqi's mouth curled upward slightly, revealing a hint of disdain and amusement. Simultaneously, the remnant soul residing within Tang Shiqi's ring emitted a series of eerie chuckles, its voice hoarse and ancient. "What an ignorant fool." Unaware of the origins of this broken sword, "Boy, do not let this clown disturb your state of mind." Naturally, Tang Shiqi inhaled deeply, though his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Fian. Her alluring figure seemed to ensnare his attention like a magnet, rendering him unable to look away. He forcefully quelled the stirrings within him and replied with an unperturbed tone, "Regardless of how powerful a weapon may be, it remains an inanimate object. What truly matters is the wielder. Individuals like you, who rely solely on their family's influence, will never grasp this truth. You clever boy. Had I not known the sword's circumstances, I might have been deceived by you." Observing Lin Bai's thoughts, both Fian and Gu Qinghan found Tang Shiqi's double standards intolerable. Here he was, wielding a divine weapon, yet he insisted that strength lay with the wielder. How hypocritical. Lin Bai, disinterested in arguing with Tang Shiqi, discreetly summoned the system. "System, what transitional plot lies ahead?" "Yes, boss, there is indeed a subplot. According to the original narrative, upon awakening, you will find Tang Shiqi preparing to invite Gu Qinghan out, prompting you to publicly challenge him for an explanation, only to be ruthlessly beaten." Recalling the system's words, Lin Bai nodded. "Ah, yes, this segment. I heard that Gu Qinghan and Tang Shiqi were about to embark on a date, which compelled me to challenge him and subsequently get beaten up." Though Tang Shiqi had yet to invite Gu Qinghan, Lin Bai pondered for a moment and resolved to facilitate this plot. Thus, feigning anger, he exclaimed, "Tang Shiqi, you scoundrel, your intentions are as clear as day. Are you planning to whisk my woman away for a night of debauchery?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan's expression immediately turned peculiar. What exactly did he mean by my woman? Beside her, Fian's fist clenched tightly, but soon she fell into self-deprecation. What was happening to her? After all, she had no real connection to Lin Bai. She was merely the disciple of his master. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Tang Shiqi recalled something and quickly addressed Gu Qinghan. "I almost forgot, Qinghan. I took on a mission down the mountain. Would you like to join me? The rewards are quite bountiful." Gu Qinghan felt exasperated at this statement. As the saintess of the Xianan Qigong and the daughter of Gu Bei Wang, she hardly needed any contributions. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that had she not heard Lin Bai's inner thoughts, given her previous ambition to carve out a place for herself through strength, coupled with a slight fondness for Tang Shiqi, she might indeed have accepted his invitation. However, now she felt rather repulsed. Just as she was about to decline, she suddenly noticed a thought bubble emerging above Lin Bai's head. "I remember now, during this storyline, I was brutally beaten after challenging Tang Shiqi. So I sought help from the Lin family as strong. While Tang Shiqi was out gathering materials for forging, I pursued him, only to find Gu Qinghan present. Thus, Gu Qinghan finally learned of my dreadful true nature and harbored a deep-seated grudge against me. Simultaneously, she revealed the trump card of the Xianhan Qigong and fled with him to the legendary Starfall Forbidden Land. Unbeknownst to anyone, within the Starfall Forbidden Land lay the ruins of an ancient immortal sect, coinciding perfectly with the time of reincarnation, resulting in Tang Shiqi and Gu Qinghan unexpectedly being among the first to enter the secret realm. Once the secret realm appeared, even the Lin family became envious, dispatching numerous individuals to explore it, and as the antagonist, I naturally followed suit. In order to protect me, my master suppressed his cultivation to the golden core stage, only to become separated from me, eventually encountering Tang Shichi, unbeknownst to him that the enemy he sought to confront was a drinking companion. During their skirmish, they triggered a mechanism, leading them into a cave, where, after experiencing life and death, their feelings gradually deepened. Fian's expression abruptly changed upon reaching this point. Her initial intent to observe with detached amusement vanished entirely. She never anticipated that this unfolding narrative would implicate her in the end. The mere thought of betraying her disciple sent ripples of turmoil through her heart. Instinctively, she glanced at Lin Bai, but he remained oblivious to the situation. Stepping forward instead, "Hey, kid, you dare to ignore me? Do you wish for death?" At Lin Bai's words, Tang Shichi finally displayed a look of impatience. Turning to face him, "What do you want?" Lin Bai pointed at Tang Shichi, his face contorting into a villainous grimace. "Your previous ambush doesn't count. Now that I have fully recovered, let us challenge one another on the life and death platform." At this proclamation, gasps filled the air as those around drew in their breaths. The crowd looked at Tang Shichi with eyes full of sympathy. After all, he stood before them as the heir of the illustrious Lin family, a figure of noble status and formidable power. And Tang Shichi? Merely an orphan without any support, how could he possibly contend with Lin Bai? However, they did not anticipate that Tang Shichi would readily agree. "Very well, but since we are ascending the life and death platform, I believe there should be some stakes. How about this? If I lose, you may do as you please, but if I emerge victorious, you shall no longer pursue Qinghan." He added, "In fact, I could even annul my engagement with her." Upon hearing these words, Gu Qinghan's expression shifted and ripples of emotion stirred within her. It dawned on her that after absorbing the myriad sentiments she had perceived, she had developed a certain attachment to Lin Bai. Now, as she heard Lin Bai's candid and resolute declaration, she felt a faint twinge of sorrow in her heart. How could this be? I am the antagonist, and antagonists are not bound by promises. Even if I acquiesce now, I shall still pursue Gu Qinghan later. Ha ha ha. Lin Bai's thoughts resurfaced. Gu Qinghan, upon catching wind of this inner monologue, was initially taken aback, but then she could not help but burst into laughter. This laughter was akin to the thawing of ice and snow, heralding the arrival of spring, a breathtaking beauty that left onlookers spellbound. The crowd gazed at Gu Qinghan's enchanting smile. Entranced, a glimmer of ecstatic joy flickered in Tang Shichi's eyes. It seemed that Gu Qinghan still harbored feelings for me. Otherwise, she would not be so elated upon hearing of the engagement annulment. Chapter 27, a classic plot of the arena observing Gu Qinghan's buoyant spirits. Tang Shichi resolved to seize the moment. He stepped forward, gazing at Gu Qinghan with ardent eyes, declaring, "Rest assured, Qinghan, I shall undoubtedly avenge you." Gu Qinghan, who had been smiling, felt her expression freeze upon hearing Tang Shichi's words. Ah, such a cheesy line. If I were Gu Qinghan, I'd feel nauseated. These two individuals. Gu Qinghan clenched her silver teeth in frustration. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries," Lin Bai interjected, positioning himself protectively before Gu Qinghan, exuding an air of authority over his woman. At this, Tang Shichi let out a cold scoff, a flicker of malice subtly gleaming in his eyes. He had resolved that although he could not kill the heir of the Lin family, he could, with the remnants of the great emperor's soul, quietly cripple Lin Bai's foundation. The thought caused a smirk to involuntarily grace Tang Shichi's lips. Before long, news of their impending duel spread throughout the Xianhanqing Palace. By the time Lin Bai reached the arena, the area surrounding the stage was thronged with eager spectators. Fian approached the stands, where Gu Beiwei and Su Wanqing awaited. A look of confusion adorned Su Wanqing's face. How is it that after a mere morning out, they are already set to clash? To this, Gu Beiwei replied with a disdainful huff. In this world, strength reigns supreme. What does it matter that Lin Bai is the heir of an immortal family? Ultimately, he must face everything alone one day. Su Wanqing's expression turned contemplative, her thoughts trailing off. Did Lin Bai, a cultivator at the great ascension stage, truly require her concern? It was Tang Shichi who should be contemplating whether he could survive this encounter with Lin Bai. As she pondered, Su Wanqing noticed a speech bubble materializing above Lin Bai's head. All right, I must devise a plan to ensure the protagonist appears impeccable while flaunting his prowess. Though he won't sustain any injuries from being struck, I must allow anyone to see through my exquisite performance. Staring at the thoughts, Su Wanqing froze momentarily. What did this mean? Was Lin Bai planning to lose the match? Before she could dwell on it further, the two combatants stood before the stage. With deliberate steps, Tang Shiqi ascended the arena, each footfall steady and assured. Lin Bai, however, lightly tapped the ground with his toes and soared upward like an arrow released from its bow, gracefully landing upon the stage like a wisp of cloud. This display, ethereal and captivating, drew gasps of admiration from many female disciples in the crowd. That movement deserves full marks. I truly admire myself for contrasting my flamboyant skills against the protagonist's simplicity, ensuring the audience scorns him, while only those who discern the protagonist's strength will silently plant the seeds of his eventual victory. Su Wanqing felt her lips twitch slightly, suspecting Lin Bai might be quite ill. Did he really need to go through such convoluted measures just to lose a match? As she contemplated, Gu Beiwei suddenly interjected, Such ostentation. To flaunt such mediocre lightness of foot is laughable. Lin Bai is destined to fail this battle. Fian and Su Wanqing exchanged subtle glances, taken aback. Incredible. Had Lin Bai truly foreseen this? What are you looking at? Is there something wrong with what I said? Gu Beiwang said in a deep voice. Lin Bai's foundation is evidently unstable, and merely being at the foundation establishment stage, how can he possibly contend with Tang Shiqi's golden core cultivation? I know, protagonist. Your next line will be, I want to bully you. Feel free to use your treasures. Tang Shiqi stepped onto the life and death platform, smiling at Lin Bai, and added, Just don't say later that I took advantage of my cultivation level to bully you. Fian covered her mouth and chuckled, her gaze towards Lin Bai softening. How could she not realize that her disciple had such an endearing side? She truly wished to hold him close and cherish him. On the life and death platform, Lin Bai had been awaiting Tang Shiqi's words. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth, forming a charming curve. This is what you said. Since you are so eager to witness, today I shall let you see what the essence of an illustrious family truly entails. With that, he waved his sleeve, and a streak of light flashed by. An ancient token shot up into the sky with astonishing speed, hovering in midair. The token radiated mysterious brilliance, emanating an aura that sent chills down the spine. That was the Xiantian Yuling token. Legend has it that this token contains 9 layers of space, each inhabited by countless powerful spirit beasts. It is said that prior to the cataclysmic battle a millennium ago, this token could even summon divine beasts of emperor caliber. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd below as they gazed at the token with expressions of shock and reverence. Lin Bai laughed heartily, his voice brimming with pride and arrogance. Indeed, although I am merely at the foundation establishment stage, the true power of the Xiantian Yuling token lies in my ability to transcend levels and summon spirit beasts far beyond my own capabilities. In the next moment, the Xiantian Yuling token glowed brilliantly, and a colossal figure began to materialize from the token, descending upon the life and death platform. Its wings spanned 30 zhang, its joints entwined with solidified chains of weak water, and its tail feathers were formed by 99 reincarnation ancient stars, exuding a mysterious and potent aura. Someone immediately recognized the spirit beast and exclaimed, The 9 Abyssming Phoenix. The spectators collectively inhaled sharply. That was a legendary divine beast. Upon reaching maturity, it could attain the Guishu realm, though the one before them was merely in its juvenile form, possessing only the strength of the nascent soul stage. Even so, it was not something an ordinary golden core cultivator could contend with. Gu Beiwang shot up from his seat, eyes wide with fury, and admonished Lin Bai sternly. Lin Bai, do you not have any shame left? Master Gu, what do you mean by that? Lin Bai looked at Gu Beiwang with disdain, his tone filled with provocation. It was Tang Shiqi who expressly permitted me to use my family as treasures. Master Gu. Fian softly interjected, her voice gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. The rules of the life and death platform have always been determined by the combatants themselves. Are you intending to show favoritism towards Tang Shiqi by interfering? As the conversation unfolded, a terrifying aura, belonging to a formidable being of the returning ruins realm, surged forth like an unstoppable tide, enveloping the surroundings. Even Gu Beiwang found himself on the brink of instability beneath the weight of this overwhelming pressure. his bones creaking ominously as if they might shatter at any moment. I do not. Gubei Wang gritted his teeth. However, is not the supreme statement also biased? Just as tensions reached their zenith, Tang Shiqi unexpectedly interjected. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Indeed, I did grant you permission to employ the secret treasure, Tang Shiqi remarked, stepping forward with a calm and composed demeanor. There is no issue with that. Moreover, do you truly believe that a mere spirit beast of the nascent soul stage can safeguard your life? With each step he took, his aura intensified. In just that single stride, he transcended from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage. Chapter 28. How can the protagonist of this exhilarating narrative be so inept? What? Wasn't he just at the golden core stage? How did he suddenly ascend to the nascent soul stage? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as their expressions shifted to admiration for Tang Shiqi. An 18-year-old nascent soul cultivator is a rarity across the entire continent. Even the most venerable of families would never underestimate the potential of such a genius. Some disciples exhibited expressions of sudden enlightenment. Realizing why Tang Shiqi dared to accept Lin Bai's life and death challenge, he possessed such formidable confidence. As expected of the protagonist, this must have been part of his scheme. After all, if I do not employ treasures, he cannot utilize the power of that emperor's remnant soul. Now, this maneuver makes me, a foundation establishment cultivator, appear to be the one bullying him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Observing Lin Bai's thoughts, Fian's eyes glimmered with a cold light. She had to admit that Tang Shiqi's actions were exceedingly subtle. Even she could not discern the clues without prior hints. Fortunately, with Lin Bai's mental nudges, she finally had a lead. In an instant, Fian quietly extended her spiritual sense toward Tang Shiqi. Soon, she noticed an ancient and obscure power continuously flowing into Tang Shiqi from his storage ring. Upon witnessing this irrefutable evidence, Fian understood, casting a sympathetic glance at Lin Bai. Her disciples' thoughts were indeed truthful. Meanwhile, despite an inner torrent of complaints, Lin Bai had to showcase his acting prowess. He exaggeratedly stepped back. Mouth agape, how is this possible? How could you have entered the nascent soul stage? Tang Shiqi advanced with measured steps, his expression dripping with disdain. Humph. Merely a minor advancement. Only someone as frivolous as you would find it astonishing. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai could hardly contain his applause. As expected of the protagonist, he never faltered in the art of boasting. However, Lin Bai's gaze drifted to Tang Shiqi's form, his eyelids twitching slightly. Does Tang Shiqi realize how perilous his situation is despite his grandiloquence? As this thought crossed her mind, Fian was momentarily taken aback. Then she too perceived that the power within Tang Shiqi, while immensely potent, was as unstable as a leaf adrift on water. To harness the strength of that remnant soul, one must open their mind and place complete trust in the other. Alas, Tang Shiqi's inherently suspicious nature leads him to doubt the emperor's remnant soul within him. Yet this skepticism is somewhat justified, after all. That remnant soul siphoned off a decade of Tang Shiqi's cultivation, subjecting him to mockery for 10 years. Now that they have begun to cooperate, how could he fully trust the other? Speaking of that remnant soul, it too has suffered. I recall that in the later stages, it was ultimately devoured by Tang Shiqi. Good heavens! Fian's eyelids twitched as she regarded the remnant soul with a touch of sympathy. What was its goal? The revival of the ancient gods, the devastation of the Xiankong Palace, nearly tarnishing Luo Ningxuang's reputation, and causing her own cultivation to plummet, only for it to benefit Tang Shiqi in the end. How dare it be distracted while facing me? On the platform of life and death, Tang Shiqi roared fiercely, and in an instant, he had already approached Lin Bai's side. His fist shot forth like a dragon, carrying an overwhelming force akin to mountains collapsing and earth shattering, aimed directly at Lin Bai's face. This punch encapsulated all of Tang Shiqi's hatred and determination. Vowing to utterly obliterate Lin Bai, faced with this sudden strike, Lin Bai appeared to be unfazed, as if he had anticipated it. Behind him, the ethereal figure of the Nine Abyss Dark Phoenix suddenly opened its eyes, its black pupils shimmering with an otherworldly light. Its immense wings unfurled slowly, shrouding the heavens and the earth, as if to envelop the entire platform of life and death. A piercing cry of the phoenix resonated through the skies, and the presence of the Nine Abyss Dark Phoenix instantly permeated the air. In that fleeting moment, a formless domain quietly unfurled around Linbai. Within this domain, the air grew viscous, and the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to swiftly transform into a strange, eerie deathly aura. This deathly aura, cold and piercing, contained a chilling essence of mortality, as if it could devour all vitality. Tang Shichi's originally unstoppable punch, upon entering this domain, felt as though it had been ensnared in a quagmire, its speed drastically reduced. He felt a sinking sensation throughout his body, and the flow of spiritual energy within him became muddled, as if shackled by an invisible force. What is this monstrous phenomenon? Tang Shichi's heart raced in terror. He had never encountered such a bizarre domain. This is the Nine Underworld Dark Domain. At that moment, the voice of the enigmatic entity within Tang Shichi's ring resonated once more, its tone laden with gravity. The Nine Underworld Dark Domain? What is that? Tang Shichi struggled desperately while frantically inquiring within his mind. This is the innate divine ability of the Nine Abyss Dark Phoenix. Once invoked, the spiritual energy within the domain will transmogrify into a deathly aura, embodying a fragment of the laws of mortality, extremely terrifying. The voice within the ring explained solemnly. You must escape this domain quickly, or the consequences will be dire. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Tang Shichi felt an even greater sense of urgency. He desperately urged the spiritual energy within his body, attempting to break free from this binding force, yet he discovered that his strength was severely diminished within this domain, rendering him unable to unleash his full potential. What the hell, protagonist? Are you serious? As Lin Bai's thoughts echoed, Tang Shichi let out a furious roar, his internal energy surging wildly, even igniting his vital blood to forcibly elevate his strength. I knew it. This brat can do nothing but show off. Lin Bai lamented inwardly. Though he could hardly recall the finer details, the situation from his previous life had been somewhat similar. He merely made a slight move, and Tang Shichi was already ensnared in a bitter struggle. This time, he hadn't even utilized any stronger artifacts. He had merely summoned a spirit beast to fight. And yet this fellow had to resort to burning his blood essence. Is this reasonable? Observing the thought bubbles emerging above Lin Bai's head, the expressions of the three women varied. Gu Qihan couldn't help but chuckle, recalling a similar predicament Lin Bai faced when he had been kidnapped. Now, it seemed history was repeating itself. Well, never mind, let's wrap this up quickly. What a disgraceful display. I had meticulously laid the groundwork. First, I would eliminate the spirit beast, then unleash a more formidable treasure to strike, only to return empty-handed, and finally reveal my ultimate trump card, leading to a dismal defeat. The emotional tension was palpable, and the audience remarked on the brilliance of the performance. Yet, you faltered at the very first move. How infuriating. Furthermore, you are burning your essence. Do you not realize that in your current state, further sacrifice could lead to your own destruction? My heart is truly heavy with concern. In a moment of contemplation, Lin Bai decisively commanded the Nine Abyss Dark Phoenix to retract its domain. Tang Shichi, gathering his strength, was on the verge of igniting his essence, bellowing, "Break for me." Just as he was about to ignite his life force for an attack, Lin Bai was propelled backward, spewing blood from the spirit beast's overwhelming pressure. To think that such a feat could be accomplished merely through intimidation. Who are you really? Tang Shichi stared in disbelief at Lin Bai, who lay sprawled on the ground, utterly stunned. He had yet to make a move. At this moment, Lin Bai was in a vulnerable position, his head swaying like a rattle, blood gushing from his mouth as if it were water. Witnessing this scene, Gu Bei looked on with a cold sneer. Humph, I knew it. This caliber of opponent is no match for Tang Shichi. Su Wanning's expression was rigid, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin her critique. Chapter 29. Such a fierce attack, Beneath the arena of life and death, the disciples watching were in an uproar. What was happening? Just moments ago, Tang Shichi had been suppressed by the Jiuyuan Ming Wang summoned by Lin Bai, seemingly on the verge of defeat. How could it be that in the blink of an eye? Lin Bai was like a kite severed from its string, spitting blood as he was sent flying. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated someone's mind as they gazed at the arena, their expression turning grave. I understand. It must be that at the critical moment, Tang Shichi unleashed some unknown secret technique, directly bypassing the defenses of the Jiuyuan Ming Wang to strike Lin Bai down in an instant. What? As this revelation spread, A chorus of gasps filled the air. It must be noted that the Jiuyuan Ming Wang summoned by Lin Bai was a divine beast with a lineage tracing back to ancient times. Its innate ability, the 9 Nether Ming domain, could transform an entire realm into a ghostly death zone, one that ordinary cultivators could scarcely withstand. Yet, Tang Shiqi had managed to slay Lin Bai within the confines of the 9 Nether Ming domain. Such prowess was utterly terrifying. In no time, exclamations and discussions erupted, causing a fervor to sweep across the entire arena. Even Gu Bei Wang, who had maintained a stern demeanor, now regarded Tang Shiqi with softened eyes. A faint smile gracing his lips as he thought, truly worthy of being my chosen disciple, displaying a hint of imperial demeanor. Su Wanning cast a silent glance at the bloodied Lin Bai before turning her gaze to her husband, who felt almost like a stranger. She had always prided herself on being a professional, capable of maintaining her composure in the image of a gentle and virtuous lady, no matter how absurd the situation. Yet now, she found it increasingly difficult to hold her composure. Lin Bai's performance was so exaggerated. How could they not see through it? Was there something amiss with their judgment? She yearned to unleash her frustrations in a loud outburst, but setting aside the potential collapse of her gentle persona. She feared that if the plot were to unravel, Lin Bai would have to start anew. Su Wanning believed her feelings for Lin Bai were minimal. Yet he had assisted Gu Qinghan in overcoming her internal affliction. Such a significant favor could not be repaid with ingratitude. With this thought, she swallowed her grievances, suppressing the biting remarks that threatened to escape her lips. At that moment, standing atop the arena, Tang Shiqi gazed at Lin Bai, a myriad of thoughts flashing through his mind. Ultimately, however, under the counsel of his residual spirit, he resisted the urge to strike Lin Bai down outright. He took a step forward, disdain evident in his tone. With such meager strength, do you not feel you have tarnished the reputation of the Lin family? You may have misunderstood our Lin family. My father, in his youth, once felled the enlightenment tree while my grandfather was in meditation, leading to a bout of madness where he developed a fondness for cross-dressing, nearly becoming the sect leader of the Heroine sect. And this is not even the most embarrassing part. At the moment the thought crossed their minds, the 3 women felt their lips twitching involuntarily, their bodies trembling with suppressed laughter. What a desperate situation, where one could not laugh despite the absurdity. Among them, Fei Yin trembled the most dramatically, for she was fully aware of this incident. In the past, when Lin Bai's mother shared anecdotes about the Lin family with her, she recounted various mischievous tales of the family patriarch, Lin Jinan, during his childhood, of which she was fully aware in both detail and humor. Look, Qinghan thinks you are utterly worthless. Tang Shiqi forcibly turned Lin Bai's face to face Gu Qinghan. At that moment, Gu Qinghan trembled, her delicate face taut, with glistening tears welling in the corners of her eyes. She appeared to be overwhelmed by deep emotional turmoil, unable to rein in her feelings. Lin Bai felt a jolt. My goodness, seeing me defeated has stirred such excitement in her. It is evident that this woman has come to loathe me. Indeed, although she doesn't voice it, she must harbor a significant disdain after I toyed with that jade-like foot yesterday. Oh joy, when she finally decides to end my life. She will surely do so with great vigor and satisfaction. Ha ha ha. The sudden surge of thoughts caused the expressions of the 3 women to turn peculiar. Gu Qinghan, who had once laughed to the point of tears, now found her own tears flowing uncontrollably. Lin Bai, what kind of anguish have you endured to wish for death so fervently? The realization that much of Lin Bai's tragic fate in his past life could be attributed to her actions filled Gu Qinghan with an overwhelming sense of guilt. I truly deserve this anguish. Witnessing Gu Qinghan's tears, Tang Shiqi reveled in delight, mockingly telling Lin Bai, see, even Gu Qinghan is crying tears of joy. You are nothing but trash, a failure. Lin Bai scratched his rear, glancing at Tang Shiqi, his lips twitching slightly. What a steadfast man. A girl is in tears, and he finds joy in that. He is quite likely to diminish his appeal. However, it is expected. After all, this is a tale of triumph, where the antagonist is relentlessly humiliated and we delight in their envious expressions. Hee hee. Oh, what am I saying? I am the one being humiliated. So that's of no concern. Tang Shiqi. Fian could no longer contain her ire. Cease this at once. Tang Shiqi turned, presenting what she deemed a composed demeanor, and said with a bow, esteemed elder, Your words are misguided. If I were the one lying on the ground, would you still care about my disgrace? Beside them, Gu Beiwang also rose, addressing Fian. Indeed, Fian, I hold you in high regard as a supreme being, but do not forget, we are in the Xianshanqing Palace. Do you truly believe we are without allies here? Indeed, you are without allies. Your ancestor is on the verge of being drained by the ancient gods. And you still stir the pot. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing and Gu Qinghan's expressions changed dramatically. Fian, too, contemplated briefly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. In the next moment, the overwhelming pressure of a powerful being from the Return to Void realm was unabashedly unleashed, instantly solidifying the atmosphere around the life and death arena, making the air feel unbearably heavy. The disciples of lesser cultivation felt as though they were struggling to breathe, with a colossal weight pressing upon their chests. Gu Palace Master, are you threatening me? Gu Beiwang's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated Fian's uncompromising stance, entirely disregarding his authority as the palace master. Yet, he stood behind the Xianshanqing Palace, and no matter how formidable Fian was, she remained but one individual. He suppressed the dread within him and, mustering his courage, spoke. Your Excellency, you exaggerate. I merely state the facts. In the contest of the life and death platform, each relies on their own abilities. If Lin Bai is outmatched, must we not permit others to speak of it? Outmatched? A mocking smile curled at the corner of Fei Yan's lips. Very well, since you, Master Gu, have said so. With a delicate finger, as slender as jade, she slowly gestured towards the Xianqing Palace. This seemingly casual gesture concealed the power to obliterate the heavens and annihilate the earth. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted, and the world fell silent. The once clear sky above the Xianqing Palace was abruptly shrouded by rolling dark clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The protective Grand Formation sensed an unprecedented threat, emitting piercing, shrill whines, its brilliance flickering wildly, as if desperately resisting something. The shrill sounds caused the hearts of all present to race. Those of lesser cultivation turned pale, their vital energy surging within, nearly causing them to spit blood. They widened their eyes, fixated on Fei Yin, their expressions filled with fear and reverence. Was this the might of a transcendent being from the Guishu realm? With but a single gesture, she could summon heavenly phenomena, causing the entire sect to tremble. This was the existence that stood atop the world. With a mere flick of her hand, she could effortlessly obliterate a sect that had endured for millennia. Fei Yan's tone was frigid. You see, Master Gu, with just a single gesture, your sect is on the brink of destruction. May I then assert that you, too, are outmatched? Gu Bei trembled uncontrollably, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, and collapsed to his knees. However, this strike ultimately did not descend. Fei Yin merely blew gently, and that terrifying power dissipated in an instant. Yet, the expressions of Gu Qinghan and Su Wanqing had turned incredibly grim. Fei Yin had been serious just moments ago, however. As Lin Bai's heart lamented, the ancestor of the Xianqing Palace showed no signs of reaction. Chapter 30. A toast to the disgraced, it was merely a trial. Yet Fian had already discerned the true nature of the Xianqing Palace. A pang of sorrow, akin to the grief of a rabbit for a fallen fox, stirred within her heart as she finally comprehended why the Xianqing Palace would be so effortlessly vanquished in the future that Lin Bai had foretold. Nevertheless, the performance must continue. With a wave of her hand, Lin Bai felt a gentle force restraining his body. Let us depart, Fian stated coolly, casting a fleeting glance at Gu Beiwang. With a flick of her sleeve, she vanished with Lin Bai. Gu Beiwang's countenance darkened, almost as if ink were to drip from it. Yet he could do nothing but watch helplessly as they disappeared from sight. Upon returning to his chamber, the familiar mechanical voice of the system reverberated within Lin Bai's mind, laced with unmistakable excitement. Congratulations, boss. You have successfully completed the apology plot, incited the Son of Fortune, and received a resounding slap in the face. The completion rate of the plot stands at an impressive 98%. Reward, the Imperial Banner. Your cultivation will surge by 100 years. With a mere thought, Lin Bai peered into the ring and beheld a pitch-black Imperial Banner, entwined with wisps of dark smoke, slowly revolving and emanating a disquieting aura. Is this thing legitimate? Goodness. The reward is actually the Imperial banner? Fian pondered momentarily before she noticed Lin Bai's incessant thoughts surfacing. Oh, I recall. In the latter part of the plot, I will become envious of Tang Shichi and use this Imperial banner to unleash the offering of the common people. Then, I shall be slapped in the face by Tang Shichi, who will seize the Imperial banner. However, during the seizure, spiritual energy will run rampant, and ultimately, that emperor will be compelled to sacrifice himself to assist Tang Shichi in stabilizing the Imperial banner. The outcome will be that both the remnants of the soul and countless beings will become nourishment for Tang Shichi, who will weep as he consumes it. Vowing to tear me to shreds, a chill shot from her feet to the crown of her head. Fian had always believed that Tang Shichi's moral threshold had sunk to an appalling low, yet she had never anticipated that she had still overestimated him. Enough of such thoughts. Where does the plot currently stand? Oh, right. I need to pour wine for my master. With this realization, Lin Bai decisively produced an onion, vigorously rubbing it against his eyes until tears streamed forth, as if he had suffered an immense injustice. He raised his gaze to his master, his eyes filled with a fierce defiance. Master, I refuse to accept this. Fian observed the thoughts manifesting above Lin Bai's head, her heart softening as if turned to mush. Yet, recalling Lin Bai's predetermined fate, she understood that the plot must advance for liberation to be achieved. Thus, she forced herself to adopt a tone of near indifference as she questioned, if your skills are lacking, what right have you to feel aggrieved? Goodness. My master's tone is so rigid, she must be utterly disappointed in me and has no desire to entangle herself further. Though filled with sorrow, there was nothing to be done. The narrative unfolded as such. Lin Bai's face was momentarily etched with astonishment and anguish, feigning a countenance of suppressed agony as he trembled forward, grasping tightly onto Fei Yin's right hand, his voice tinged with despair. Master, what are you saying? Did you not proclaim that you cherish me above all else? Why must you treat me in this manner? Fei Yin remained silent, at a loss for how to respond to Lin Bai. No matter how she endeavored to convince herself, those heartless words remained lodged in her throat, as if an invisible blade pressed against her vocal cords. As she hesitated, Lin Bai's inner thoughts began to resonate. Master's acting is truly remarkable. This numbing pain is so profoundly rendered. I cannot afford to lag behind. With such thoughts, Lin Bai allowed a pained expression to surface, one deeply pierced by Fei Yin's actions. He lowered his gaze, his voice low and hoarse. I understand, Master. You too must have a fondness for that fellow, Tang Shichi. Don't you? You all favor him. Fei Yin's heart jolted painfully, as if gripped tightly by an unseen hand, rendering her breathless, her eyes betraying her unmasked suffering. Oh, the anguish of my master. It pains my heart to witness. Alas, it was destined that I could not be with my master. I hope that the sacrificial jade pendant can assist her in finding a suitable partner. Sigh. It was futile, utterly futile. Lin Bai's countenance paled to that of parchment, a self-deprecating smile curling at his lips. I comprehended all, after all. You all adore someone as extraordinary as Tang Shichi, while I am merely a worthless failure. Yet, Master, we share a bond as teacher and disciple. In my current melancholy, might you indulge me in a drink? As he spoke, Lin Bai retrieved a jar of wine from his storage ring. Though it may be laced with a secret potion, how could a powerful figure from the abyss be subdued by such a concoction? He mused. According to the original plot, Fei Yin is testing me one last time, thus I must portray an exceedingly lecherous demeanor. After a moment of hesitation, Fei Yin managed a bitter smile. Very well. I shall drink with you. With that, the pair approached the table, Lin Bai separating two bowls and pouring the wine within. I shall drink first as a gesture of respect. Lin Bai raised his bowl high, tilting his head back to drain it in a single bold gulp. An act imbued with a touch of determination. Fei Yin was momentarily taken aback, before slowly lifting her bowl to her lips. However, before she could swallow the liquid, she noticed Lin Bai's form beginning to sway, as if he might topple at any moment. What? Her beautiful eyes reflected confusion, unable to decipher Lin Bai's intentions. Hiccup. Lin Bai's cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth. Even the thoughts swirling above Lin Bai's head transformed into an incomprehensible array of characters. Forget that I cannot handle alcohol. Smack. In the astonished gaze of Fei Yin, Lin Bai collapsed onto the table with a dull thud. Instinctively, Fei Yin reached out to check his pulse, and after a moment, she slowly withdrew her hand, her expression a complex blend of emotions that defied description. As indicated by his pulse, Lin Bai was indeed inebriated at that moment. Did this little fellow truly remain oblivious to the fact that he could not handle even a single drink? Amused and exasperated, Fei Yin carefully lifted Lin Bai onto the bed and tucked him in, preparing to turn away when she suddenly felt a faint force gently grasp her hand. Looking down, she discovered a smooth jade pendant adorning her wrist, radiating a soft glow. Master, I am so sorry. I did not mean to upset you. Please, you must survive. Don't. It hurts so much. My heart, it aches. Master, just end my suffering, please. A warm droplet fell onto the back of her hand, jolting Fei Yin into realization as she noticed her eyes had unknowingly filled with tears, which cascaded down silently. Chapter 31. Why are you crying over my broken engagement? The aftermath of a drunken night is always excruciating. Lin Bai groggily awakened, his head throbbing painfully, and a heaviness settled upon his chest as though someone had clung to him throughout the night. He scratched his head, struggling to recall the events of the previous day. System, was the plot accurate? I remember intending to ply my master with wine. Indeed, your master was indeed brought to tears by you. The system chimed in with excitement, confirming the flawless unfolding of the narrative, rewarding him with the Starfall sword and a century's worth of cultivation. Brought her to tears? What on earth did I do to make a powerful being from the void realm weep? Lin Bai pondered, stroking his chin, yet he found it impossible to remember. However, since Fian had been so emotionally affected, it was likely that he had committed numerous audacious acts. I truly am a villain of great infamy. Yet, the fleeting memory of Fian's exquisite visage stirred a ripple of sentiment within him, although he held little affection for the other heroines. Fian had devoted over a decade to caring for him, and to claim he felt no emotion would be sheer self-deception. But we are not from the same world. It is best not to dwell on it. As these thoughts meandered through his mind, Lin Bai began to inspect his storage ring. Upon discovering that the life-saving jade pendant was missing, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, even inebriated, he had managed to send that pendant away. He could actively control the timing of its activation, and with proper handling, he could ensure that Fian retained a portion of her strength, thus preventing her from being completely powerless during future tribulations. This was the utmost he could do for her. While he contemplated this, Sume silently appeared at the door, respectfully announcing, "Young master, it is time to rise. Miss Gu has arrived." Gu Qinghan? Lin Bai blinked in surprise, sitting up in bed and squinting toward the doorway. Gu Qinghan stood there, clad in an ice blue gown that accentuated her ethereal poise, though her brows were furrowed with evident agitation. What brings her here? According to the plot, she should be out training with Tang Shichi at this moment. A flurry of thoughts bubbled in Lin Bai's mind, clearly reflected in Gu Qinghan's eyes. Her delicate brows knitted in worry, her heart aflame with anxiety. Last night, she had engaged in a lengthy conversation with her mother, Su Waning, repeatedly confirming that the ancestor of the Xianhan Qing Palace had indeed fallen out of contact. She had also subtly probed Gu Beiwei, yet that old fox always evaded the truth, offering only vague responses. With the sect in turmoil, she could hardly afford to accompany Tang Shichi on an outing. Fortunately, Lin Bai did not disappoint her. Tang Shichi has ventured out in search of materials for forging, intending to repair that broken sword himself. However, Tang Shichi's forging skills are woefully inadequate. He believes himself to have been a disciple of the Tang sect in his past life, confident in his unparalleled techniques. Yet he not only failed to mend the sword but nearly destroyed it entirely. At last, it was Gu Qinghan who provided a secluded refuge of a master craftsman, allowing Tang Shichi's battered sword to once again see the light of day. However, this woman, instead of seeking Tang Shichi, had come to find me. What a disruption to the narrative. Suddenly, a spark of brilliance flickered in Gu Qinghan's eyes as she conceived an ingenious idea, one that could reclaim the broken sword from Tang Shichi, and perhaps even claim it as her own. Taking a deep breath to quell her excitement, she restored her icy demeanor. Since Lin Bai had assisted her so many times, she was determined not to let his story unravel this time. With this thought, she gazed at Lin Bai, her tone dripping with unabashed disdain and mockery. "Lin Bai, is this what you call serving? How utterly disappointing. You would be better off returning to the Lin family and playing your role as a dandy young master. Lin Bai felt a surge of elation, struggling to suppress the smile that threatened to spread across his face. Indeed, truly. The heroine's disdain is as magnificent as witnessing a farce. Nevertheless, to propel the plot forward, Lin Bai resolved to fan the flames further. He struggled to rise from the bed, his body swaying precariously as if he might collapse at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze on Gu Qinghan. His voice hoarse and trembling. Gu Qinghan, are you so eager to send me away because you wish to frolic with that scoundrel Tang Shiqi? At these words, Gu Qinghan's already frigid expression became even more frosty. Even though she could hear Lin Bai's inner thoughts, she could not suppress the fury welling within her. What did you say? Lin Bai, sensing her reaction, reveled in his satisfaction but did not relent. Instead, he escalated his accusations. His visage contorted as if he had been deeply provoked. Am I mistaken? Your father's steadfast support of Tang Shiqi yesterday surely indicates something profound, does it not? Gu Qinghan, you are but a puppet obeying your father's commands. Surely, your initial engagement to me was nothing more than a mere scheme between you. In the midst of his tirade, Lin Bai stumbled and fell from the bed, landing in a most undignified manner. Ah, my acting is truly unparalleled. Sume, witnessing this, hurried to assist Lin Bai, her gaze flickering with a hint of helplessness as she caught sight of Gu Qinghan's increasingly frigid expression. In a lowered voice, she cautioned, Young master, your words may be a tad excessive. Indeed, somewhat excessive, but alas. I recall that the original narrative included a moment of awakening for Gu Qinghan. I must remind her of that. Gu Qinghan, initially seething with rage, found her emotions miraculously tempered upon hearing Lin Bai's thoughts. She regarded him with a complex gaze, and after a brief hesitation, all her feelings coalesced into a soft sigh. Indeed, Lin Bai had aided her countless times. She could not repay kindness with enmity. With this realization, Gu Qinghan inhaled deeply, forcing herself to adhere to her established persona. Her expression shifting to one of indifference as she spoke coolly, Oh, is this the most malicious remark you could conjure? Lin Bai, you have truly disappointed me. Goodness, such words from this woman are deeply hurtful. If I were the antagonist, I would surely be driven to madness. Hooray! This plot will undoubtedly remain on course. Splendid! Observing Lin Bai's inner jubilation, Gu Qinghan felt a whirlwind of emotions as she silently vowed to rescue him from that accursed storyline. Her delicately crafted hands, akin to polished jade, gradually formed a fist within her sleeves. Yet, for the sake of the narrative, she maintained an indifferent tone. Leave, return to your Lin family. As she spoke, she retrieved a marriage certificate from her storage ring. Gu Qinghan's gaze lingered on the document one last time. The gilded letters that once symbolized her countless attempts to escape now tormented her soul. After a brief moment, she relinquished her grip. The marriage certificate fluttered down to rest at Lin Bai's feet. A look of astonishment graced Lin Bai's face, perfectly reflecting his shock. You foolish woman. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? A flicker of anguish passed through Gu Qinghan's eyes. Yet she ultimately allowed a calm smile to grace her lips as she addressed Lin Bai. Isn't this what you said? If you lose the duel, you shall annul the marriage. Chapter 32. And, please do not reveal this secret to my father. The horses neighed as they pulled the carriage, soaring through the sky towards the Lin family. After several hours, the carriage gradually slowed its pace. Sume cautiously peered out, greeted by an endless expanse of floating islands that seemed to stretch infinitely. Below, resplendent palaces stood in a splendid array, carpeting the ground. Above, countless islands hung in the air, adorned with intricate patterns that wove and shifted, emanating a majestic aura that radiated outward in all directions. Just a glance invoked a sense of awe, compelling one to bow in reverence. Sume gasped, her throat dry. Despite having envisioned the grandeur and might of the Lin family countless times in her mind, the breathtaking scene before her far surpassed her imagination. Did she truly possess the capability to annihilate such a colossal entity and avenge her parents? The thought took root, proliferating in her heart like wild grass, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Surprisingly, the carriage did not head towards the most grandiose and conspicuous island. Instead, it gently descended upon an unassuming, ordinary island. Sume was perplexed. Given Lin Bai's character, shouldn't they have proceeded to the most magnificent island? Sensing her confusion, the Shadow Guard MOE explained. The master has no fondness for such ostentatious displays. Those superficial trappings merely serve to signify the status of an immortal family, driving away bothersome flies. Realization dawned upon Sume. She recalled that the head of the Lin family was a powerful figure of emperor-level strength, with the family boasting more than a dozen emperors. In comparison to those extravagant formations, the unparalleled might of these beings, capable of obliterating countless realms in the blink of an eye, constituted the Lin family's true foundation, the very capital that allowed them to look down upon others. As the saying goes, the greatest principles are the simplest. Return to the essence. Those emperors, possessing earth-shattering powers, had no need for flamboyant displays to validate their strength. Amidst her swirling thoughts, the carriage had come to a smooth halt in front of an ancient courtyard. Lin Bai dismounted and inhaled deeply, the familiar spiritual energy permeating his senses, allowing the tension within him to ease somewhat. "Young master, you have returned." An elderly man in a green robe had been waiting there, upon seeing Lin Bai. He hurried forward and bowed respectfully. "Uncle Fu, where is my father? The family head awaits you in the study. It seems he is somewhat displeased." A heaviness settled in Lin Bai's heart as he inwardly lamented. Steeling himself, he followed Uncle Fu through several courtyards until they reached the study. Before entering, a furious voice thundered, "Wretched spawn! How dare you return?" Lin Bai's body trembled. He recognized the voice of his father, Lin Zhennan, without a doubt. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Inside the study, the furnishings were simple, yet an air of authority permeated the space. Lin Zhennan sat behind the desk, his expression as cold as water, eyes like lightning, fixed intently on Lin Bai. "Father, kneel." Lin Zhennan slammed his hand on the desk, causing the teacups to rattle. Lin Bai dared not defy him and fell to his knees with a thud. "Do you know your mistakes?" Lin Zhennan's voice resonated like a thunderclap within the study. Lin Bai was about to defend himself when he was abruptly interrupted by Lin Zhennan. "In our Lin family, why must we explain ourselves to others?" Lin Zhennan's tone brimmed with authority. "What relevance does the relationship between Gu Qing Han and Tang Shiqi hold for you? The crux is, you must not tarnish the Lin family's reputation. How dare a mere Xian Han Qing palace cause you distress? You have truly disgraced me." As Lin Zhennan's anger mounted, he approached Lin Bai, raising his hand as if to strike. Lin Bai felt a wave of despair wash over him. He shut his eyes, bracing himself for the impending paternal reprimand. However, the anticipated pain never came. A hand firmly grasped Lin Zhennan's wrist. "Zhennan, what are you doing?" A gentle voice interjected, laced with a hint of reproach. Lin Bai opened his eyes to see a beautifully dressed woman standing beside Lin Zhennan. Her expression one of displeasure. "Aunt," Lin Bai exclaimed with surprise. The newcomer was none other than Lin Bai's aunt, Lin Songyun, the sister of Lin Zhennan and one of the revered matriarchs of the Lin family. "Sister, what brings you here?" Lin Zhennan's demeanor softened upon seeing Lin Songyun. "If I did not come, would you truly strike this child?" Lin Songyun shot Lin Zhennan a disapproving look, her tone imbued with tenderness. She turned her gaze to Lin Bai, a loving smile gracing her face. "Little Bai, please tell your aunt what has transpired." "Aunt, Lin Bai began, yet found himself at a loss for words. He certainly could not confess that he was merely acting to fulfill the narrative. Just then, a series of dialogue boxes unexpectedly appeared before Lin Songyun. "Indeed, Aunt truly believes in me." In the original storyline, she struggled to uphold the Lin family, only to be ambushed by the remnants of the Emperor's spirit, ultimately entrusting her innocence to Tang Shiqi, witnessing the Lin family's decline, and tragically taking her own life, leaving countless readers in sorrow. Lin Songyun's smile faltered. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at Lin Bai, her heart tumultuous with dismay. How can this be? What is this information?" Quietly, she spread her divine awareness throughout the room, yet found no anomalies. "Sister, what is the matter?" Lin Zhennan inquired, noticing Lin Songyun's unusual demeanor. Lin Songyun opened her mouth, yet found herself unable to articulate a single word. Her expression shifted subtly. How could her formidable divine prowess be sealed by an unknown force? Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure. Though this revelation was astonishing, it might ultimately benefit the Lin family. "I'm fine," she managed to suppress her shock, forcing a smile. "Zhennan, Please step outside. I need to speak privately with Little Bai. Though puzzled, Lin Jinnan complied, leaving the study. Within the confines of the room remained only Lin Bai and Lin Songyun. Lin Songyun regarded Lin Bai with a complex expression. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her voice. Little Bai, what were you just contemplating? Lin Bai wore a perplexed expression, and I haven't thought of anything. How strange. Why is Aunt asking me this all of a sudden? Before Lin Songyun. The thought bubble re-emerged. She finally confirmed that she could indeed perceive Lin Bai's innermost thoughts. Little Bai, be honest with your aunt. Do you harbor any secrets from us? Secrets? Lin Bai's heart jolted. Could it be that aunt knows something? Upon hearing this thought, Lin Songyun's countenance brightened with joy. However, she then heard Lin Bai cautiously reply, I have taken in a maid. You are already aware of this matter, aren't you? Chapter 33, Frantic Spoilers. Tears of the aunt Lin Songyun took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling, feeling as though this child was on the verge of driving her to madness. At such a critical moment, she was still preoccupied with frivolous matters of romance. However, upon a moment's reflection, Lin Songyun forced herself to regain her composure. Since this was Lin Bai's heartfelt expression, coupled with the mysterious force that could seal the mouth of an esteemed emperor like herself, it was evident that its origin was extraordinary, far from ordinary. Perhaps Lin Bai harbored some unspeakable secret, unable to reveal it directly. With this thought in mind, she couldn't help but gently stroke Lin Bai's head, her tone as gentle as possible. Little Bai, please do not act recklessly in the future. Matters such as taking in a maid must be considered with utmost caution. Do you understand? Seeing that Lin Songyun did not press further, Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief, a flurry of thoughts swirling in his mind. That scared me. I thought my aunt could hear my thoughts. This is not something to be taken lightly. If she hears my thoughts, the plot will collapse, then I would have to start all over again. These musings materialized as thought bubbles. Lin Songyun observed them, her expression growing increasingly intricate, confirming her suspicions. This child indeed had unspoken burdens. She sighed softly, gazing at Lin Bai with affection. Well, since you have taken her in, treat her well. Just remember, don't let it interfere with your training. By the way, let her come in. I wish to see her. Lin Bai nodded vigorously. Aunt, rest assured. I am well aware. He called out toward the door. Sume, please come in. The door opened, and Sume entered with measured steps. Clad in a pale green dress, her delicate features bore a hint of timidity, rendering her quite pitiable. With a mere glance, Lin Songyun discerned Sume's constitution, a half-demon physique, and innate allure. A stirring of intrigue flickered within her heart, though her expression remained impassive. She inquired curiously of Lin Bai, Little Bai, what prompts you to take in such a maid? Lin Bai's thoughts raced, his inner voice transforming into thought bubbles that began to reveal spoilers. According to the original storyline, it is natural to wish for some scandalous encounters with the maid. Yet, as a gentleman, how could I indulge in such behavior? Nevertheless, the original plot is rather absurd. Sume's meager disguise is utterly inconsequential before an emperor. Though Aunt is aware that she is acting, she chooses to keep her around, considering the girl's innocence. Unbeknownst to Sume, she has been gathering intelligence for Tang Shiqi, including various defenses of the Lin family and the number of emperors, providing substantial information for Tang Shiqi's later assault on the Lin family. Upon perceiving this information, Lin Songyun's mood shifted to one of profound complexity. Sume was, in fact, a spy sent by Tang Shiqi. Moreover, she would bring catastrophic consequences to the Lin family in the future. The look in Lin Songyun's eyes turned icy and sharp, akin to two unsheathed swords radiating a chilling aura. This maid could not be allowed to remain. Sume was equally astonished by Lin Bai's inner thoughts, suddenly realizing that he spoke nothing but the truth. Given the strength of the Lin family, how could she, merely at the foundation building stage, conceal herself before the emperor? She had always believed her disguise to be flawless. Yet little did she know that in the eyes of the Lin family, she had long become a mere specter, her every pretense rendered futile. This realization deepened her suspicions regarding Tang Shiqi's character. He was fully aware of the Lin family's formidable power. Yet he still sent her to her doom. What could possibly be the reason? Did he truly care nothing for her life, viewing her merely as a pawn? Lin Songyun turned to Sume and asked solemnly, Sume, Confess honestly. What is your true origin? Startled, Sume immediately knelt before him. Ancestor. I am but an orphan, without support. It is by the grace of the young master that I am able to survive. Lin Songyin scoffed. An orphan? The demonic aura surrounding you is not typical of one. Sume's complexion paled, and her body trembled more violently. She understood that her identity could no longer be concealed. Observing this, Lin Bai stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Sume. I am aware of Sume's background. She is also a victim of circumstances. I implore you to show mercy. Lin Songyun regarded Lin Bai with a complex expression, recognizing his intent to defend Sume. This child was still too kind-hearted. With a sigh, her tone softened somewhat. Little Bai, do you know what consequences may arise from her remaining in the Lin family? Lin Bai responded resolutely, I understand. Yet I believe Sume would never act against the interests of the Lin family. Lin Songyun's expression grew even more intricate. She looked at Lin Bai. Her gaze a mixture of helplessness, affection, and an ineffable sense of worry and pain. Seeing Lin Songyun's complex emotions, Lin Bai felt a surge of joy. Thinking himself quite clever. How astute of me. With my words, it must surely misconstrue my intentions, assuming I am merely a young man, disheartened by Gu Qinghan. Seeking solace through the companionship of a maid, embarking on some clandestine nurturing endeavor. Sensing Lin Bai's inner thoughts, Lin Songyun felt a stir within her. Although she recognized that Lin Bai did not intend it, Sume's unclear origins and the demonic aura she bore posed a hidden threat if left by Lin Bai's side. Thus, Lin Songyun spoke, Little Bai, this girl has a pitiable background. Keeping her with you may hinder your progress. Why not let her accompany me? I shall provide her with proper guidance. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai's heart soared with joy, nearly bursting into laughter. Aunt is formidable. She instinctively knows the next step in the narrative without my prompting. In contrast, that fool Tang Shichi truly is exasperating. This is splendid. The plot advances seamlessly. Sume will remain under Aunt's tutelage, swiftly growing into a potent asset against the Lin family. Sume, observing this silent exchange, was flooded with a myriad of complex emotions. This was a powerful emperor. To be personally instructed by such a figure was a privilege beyond the imagination of countless others. Yet here she was, prepared to betray the Lin family for that scoundrel Tang Shichi, committing an act of ingratitude. In a fleeting moment, a surge of guilt, regret, and confusion enveloped Sume, rendering her countenance pale. Lin Songyun perceived Lin Bai's inner thoughts, and her disdain and hatred for Tang Shichi reached a crescendo. Simultaneously, she instinctively sought to retract her proposal. Sume could not be permitted to remain by their side. Yet, at that very instant, Lin Bai's voice echoed once more in her mind. This is for the best, although Sume may bring about the ruin of the Lin family. After the demise of my aunt, she will awaken to a new understanding, leaving behind an alternate realm that shelters the ordinary members of the Lin family. While I cannot alter the course of events, I still wish for those who have shown me kindness to survive. Lin Songyun's body trembled violently. She abruptly lifted her gaze to meet Lin Bai's, her eyes brimming with disbelief, shock, and sorrow, the corners moistening with unshed tears. This child, he actually. Lin Songyun inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within her, endeavoring to maintain a semblance of calm in her voice. Chapter 34. Sume was taken aback. The emperor was actually willing to take her as a disciple. Rest assured, Xiao Bai, your aunt will take good care of this girl, Lin Songyun softly declared. Her tone imbued with a subtle yet resolute determination. She had resolved to keep Sume by her side and mentor her personally. Firstly, this would prevent Sume from continuing to relay information to Tang Shichi, thereby endangering the Lin family. Secondly, she hoped to alter Sume's fate, liberating her from becoming a mere pawn in Tang Shichi's game. Most importantly, Lin Songyun aspired to glean more information regarding Tang Shichi through Sume, enabling her to better protect Lin Bai and the Lin family. Lin Bai felt a surge of joy upon hearing Lin Songyun's agreement to take in Sume. This is splendid. Aunt truly has a soft heart. With this, Sume can develop according to the original storyline, transforming into a sharp blade in Tang Shichi's grasp. Ultimately, his thoughts abruptly ceased, as he did not wish to dwell on those painful conclusions. There is also something else. Aunt, you have no idea how terribly I fared on the life and death platform. that Tang Shiqi is utterly despicable. Lin Bai began to embellish his recounting of the ordeal on the platform, portraying Tang Shiqi as a vile and treacherous scoundrel. He resorted to such underhanded tactics to severely injure me and humiliated me before a multitude. It was simply intolerable. My acting skills are certainly worthy of an award. However, that scoundrel Tang Shiqi is indeed no virtuous character, so I do not feel unjust in my portrayal of him. Lin Songyun listened quietly to Lin Bai's accusations, her stunning visage perpetually adorned with a gentle and affectionate smile. Fear not, Stao Bai, your aunt will certainly avenge you. Aunt, what are your plans? Lin Bai pondered. According to the storyline, Aunt would typically send someone to discipline Tang Shiqi, but that rascal is the child of fortune. Those cultivators sent by the Lin family might suffer significant losses. Lin Songyun suddenly felt a jolt of realization. She had never anticipated that Tang Shiqi would prove to be such a formidable adversary. No, I cannot let the Lin family's cultivators walk into a trap. I must devise a way to prevent my aunt from acting recklessly. Just as Lin Bai racked his brain for a solution to dissuade Lin Songyun, she spoke up, Xiao Bai. There is no need for concern. Your aunt knows her limits. With a commanding wave of her hand, her tone exuded authority. A mere Tang Shiqi will not stir up much trouble. I shall dispatch a Great Ascension cultivator to deal with him. Lin Bai was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Lin Songyun's decision to send a Great Ascension cultivator. Great Ascension? This seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? However, given that Tang Shiqi is accompanied by the remnants of an emperor's soul, even a Great Ascension cultivator may struggle against him. Lin Bai felt a slight relief. This way, the plot could advance while ensuring the safety of the Lin family as cultivators. Lin Songyun gazed at Lin Bai, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. This child, while outwardly presenting himself as a reckless young master, harbored a profound concern for the Lin family deep within. She retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into it, causing the pendant to emit a dazzling radiance. Convey my orders and dispatch 10 Nirvana Realm cultivators to seek out Tang Shiqi. Upon locating him, exert your utmost efforts without resorting to lethal force. As for the method, I trust you comprehend the implications. Lin Songyun intensified her resolve. Yearning to make Tang Shiqi experience a torment worse than death, Lin Bai remained oblivious to Lin Songyun's true intentions. Believing she merely intended to send high-level cultivators to discipline Tang Shiqi, feeling a sense of relief within himself. A cultivator of the Great Ascension stage should suffice to handle Tang Shiqi. This way, the plot advances while minimizing the risk of injury to the Lin family cultivators, truly a double-edged sword. Lin Bai mused contentedly, convinced of his own brilliance. A radiant smile illuminated his face as he addressed Lin Songyun. Thank you, Auntie. You were truly wonderful. With that, Lin Bai departed the study in high spirits. Watching Lin Bai's retreating figure, Lin Songyun's eyes flickered with a mix of helplessness and affection. This child remains exceedingly naive. Shaking her head, she turned her gaze to the kneeling Su Mei. Su Mei, you may rise, Lin Songyun stated with a calm demeanor. Su Mei slowly stood, her head bowed, unable to meet Lin Songyun's eyes. From this day forth, you shall accompany me, Lin Songyun declared with an undeniable authority in her tone. I shall personally instruct you, and I hope you will not disappoint me. Follow me. With her head still lowered, Su Mei respectfully replied, Yes. The two traversed the courtyard, reaching a secluded corner. With a wave of her hand, Lin Songyun conjured a shimmering barrier that enveloped them both. Inside the barrier, the scenery transformed dramatically. The once ancient courtyard vanished, replaced by an expansive world. The sky was a striking azure, with wispy clouds drifting lazily, and distant mountains rose in majestic layers, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm. This is the miniature world of a mighty sovereign? Su Mei's voice brimmed with astonishment and reverence. Lin Songyun offered no reply, merely stating, Produce the 9-heart blue lotus. Recapturing her focus, Su Mei hastily retrieved an exquisite jade box from her storage ring. Upon opening it, a delicate blue lotus lay within, radiating a faint glow and a refreshing fragrance. The 9-heart blue lotus, a rare spiritual treasure, possessed miraculous effects capable of refining one's marrow and transforming one's very essence. Lin Songyun regarded the 9-heart blue lotus, a complex emotion flickering in her gaze. She was acutely aware that Lin Bai had generously offered it for Su Mei's sake. Contemplating this, Lin Songyun felt a surge of tenderness for Lin Bai. Taking a deep breath to quell her thoughts, she gestured lightly, and the 9-heart blue lotus soared from the jade box, hovering in midair. Lin Songyun formed intricate seals with her hands, and mysterious runes emanated from her fingertips. Merging into the 9-heart blue lotus, the lotus began to tremble violently, emanating a blinding radiance. The light intensified, ultimately enveloping Su Mei entirely. She felt a warm force coursing through her body, cleansing her limbs and bones, reshaping her meridians and skeletal structure. The malignant energy within her swiftly dissipated under the influence of this newfound power, replaced instead by a pure and gentle aura reminiscent of the azure lotus. Su Mei's body underwent a remarkable transformation. Her skin became increasingly fair and delicate, her features more ethereal and transcendent, and her demeanor exuded an otherworldly grace. The half-demon form she once possessed vanished entirely, supplanted by the flawless physique of the azure lotus, while she retained her innate allure. Su Mei now wielded complete control over her body, no longer swayed by its beguiling nature. Time seemed to flow unheeded until the radiant light faded, and Su Mei slowly opened her eyes. She felt the surging power within her, her heart brimming with gratitude and astonishment. "Thank you, ancestor, for your benevolence." Su Mei knelt on the ground, bowing deeply in gratitude to Lin Songyun. Observing the transformed Su Mei, Lin Songyun's face broke into a satisfied smile. She extended her hand to assist Su Mei to her feet, softly declaring, "From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Su Mei. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations." Su Mei bowed once more in thanks, affirming, "Disciples shall earnestly adhere to the teachings of the master, striving to fulfill your high hopes." Contemplating Tang Shiqi's attitude, her understanding deepened even further. Chapter 35. Su Mei's awakening. As the night descended and the stars twinkled in the sky, Su Mei sat cross-legged upon her bed. Instead of immersing herself in tranquil meditation, her mind was plagued with turmoil, making it difficult for her to concentrate. Echoes of Lin Bai's heartfelt words from the day, along with Lin Songyun's earnest guidance, reverberated in her thoughts. Being a hybrid of the demon and human races, Su Mei had endured discrimination and bullying throughout her childhood. It was Tang Shiqi who had rescued her from the depths of despair, offering her hope and purpose. In gratitude for Tang Shiqi's kindness, she willingly played the role of a pawn, infiltrating the Lin family to gather intelligence for him. However, during her time with the Lin family, she experienced an unprecedented warmth and care. Though Lin Bai appeared aloof on the surface, he consistently protected her, even going so far as to gift her the precious 9-heart blue lotus to aid her transformation. Lin Songyun had taken her under his wing as a personal disciple, teaching her the art of cultivation and placing great expectations upon her. These acts of kindness weighed heavily upon Su Mei's heart, leaving her feeling suffocated. "If I do not act against the Lin family, the narrative will unravel." The echoes of Lin Bai's sentiments resurfaced in her mind. She understood that the narrative he referred to was her predetermined fate. According to the original storyline, she was destined to become a sharp blade in Tang Shiqi's hands, playing a significant role in the destruction of the Lin family. What should I do? Su Mei felt utterly lost. She did not wish to betray the Lin family or let down Lin Bai and Lin Songyun. Yet she also did not want to disrupt the narrative and place Lin Bai in jeopardy. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in her eyes. I can feign an attack on the Lin family while ensuring that no real harm comes to them. This way, I can maintain the narrative's course while safeguarding the Lin family." Su Mei contemplated this as a mutually beneficial solution. Slowly, she rose, adjusted her attire, and made her way toward Lin Songyun's chamber. "Master, your disciple Su Mei seeks an audience," she softly spoke outside the door. "Come in," came Lin Songyun's voice from within, tinged with a hint of fatigue. Su Mei entered to find Lin Songyun seated at his desk, perusing an ancient tome. "Master, I wish to see the young master," Su Mei said, her head bowed, her voice a mixture of shyness and anxiety. Upon hearing this, Lin Songyun furrowed his brow. She understood that Su Mei's true intention was not merely to visit Lin Bai, but rather to extract secrets from the Lin family. According to the original narrative, Su Mei would exploit Lin Bai's trust to gather substantial intelligence about the Lin family, facilitating Tang Shiqi's future assault. However, Lin Songyun did not wish for such events to unfold. She did not want Su Mei to continue serving Tang Shiqi, nor did she want Lin Bai to come to harm. Yet, if she prevented Su Mei from approaching Lin Bai and extracting secrets, it could lead to complications on Lin Bai's side. A tumult of conflicting thoughts swirled within Lin Songyun. She wished neither to allow Su Mei to continue down the wrong path, nor to let Lin Bai's story unravel. Alas, after a gentle sigh, Lin Songyun ultimately made a concession. Go, and return swiftly. With a wave of her hand, she signaled Su Mei to take her leave. A surge of joy filled Su Mei's heart as she quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, master. She turned and exited Lin Songyun's chamber, heading towards Lin Bai's residence. However, unbeknownst to Su Mei, Lin Songyun's divine sense had quietly enveloped her. Although she had acquiesced to Su Mei's request, she did not fully trust her. She intended to observe Su Mei closely, to see what she would do. As night deepened, Lin Bai's room was brightly lit. Su Mei pushed the door open and immediately beheld Lin Bai, who had just emerged from his bath. He was wrapped in a towel around his waist, revealing a robust upper body, droplets of water glistening in the light as they cascaded from his hair. Su Mei's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, and she hastily lowered her gaze, too shy to meet Lin Bai's gaze. Initially taken aback, Lin Bai soon realized that Su Mei had come to gather intelligence. This woman has chosen the most inopportune moment to appear. He felt a wave of helplessness. He had intended to relax during his bath, but did not expect Su Mei's untimely entrance. Well, since the plot demands it, let her proceed. With a silent sigh, he resolved to play along with her actions. He slowly turned, making his way to the bed to dress. However, Su Mei suddenly spoke. Young master, may I help you with your back? Lin Bai halted in his tracks, turning to look at Su Mei, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. What is this woman up to? If she's here for intelligence, why offer to help me bathe? He internally scoffed. Su Mei's face was flushed. She took a deep breath, suppressing her embarrassment as she walked slowly behind Lin Bai. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Su Mei's foot slipped, causing her to lose her balance and lunge towards Lin Bai. Ah, she exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to grasp him. As fate would have it, her hand landed squarely on his waist. Lin Bai felt a sudden tightness in his waist, followed immediately by a chill. The towel, already precariously draped, slipped away entirely. Su Mei's eyes widened in shock, her mind blank as she stood frozen in place. She had not anticipated such a turn of events. In her fluster, her body tilted forward uncontrollably. Quick as lightning, Lin Bai caught her by the shoulder. The warmth of his touch jolted Su Mei back to reality, and she became acutely aware of the suffocating proximity between them. Meanwhile, Lin Bai was equally. Su Mei's gaze involuntarily rose, leading her to witness a scene she would never forget. Ah! Su Mei let out a soft gasp, her voice imbued with shyness and fluster. She felt a surge of warmth rush to her head, as if her entire being were ablaze. Her body seemed to lose all strength, collapsing languidly into Lin Bai's embrace. Lin Bai, too, wore an expression of embarrassment and helplessness. Did the original work contain such a scene? A question stirred within him. Boss. This kind of plot is certainly not penned by the author, yet given that Su Mei is an undercover agent, such misunderstandings are not uncommon. The system's voice echoed in Lin Bai's mind, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Lin Bai's lips twitched slightly. That makes sense. Or rather, it's absurd. He mentally grumbled, yet understood that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Gently, he helped Su Mei regain her composure, swiftly retrieving the towel from the floor to rewrap it around his waist. Throughout the process, he endeavored to maintain an air of calm, suppressing any emotional upheaval. Young master. I. Su Mei's voice was barely a whisper, her head bowed so low it nearly nestled against her chest. All she wished was to find a crack in the ground to hide herself away from the world. Please step outside. Lin Bai's voice revealed no trace of turmoil. He turned his back to Su Mei, deliberately avoiding her flushed visage. Feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, Su Mei hurriedly bowed and said, Yes, young master, this servant takes her leave. With that, she fled from Lin Bai's chamber as if escaping a tempest. Leaning against the door, she gasped for breath, her heart still racing alarmingly. The scene replayed in her mind, refusing to fade. I actually. Sume covered her burning cheeks, recalling the moment of impact. The intense heat felt as if it would scorch her face. Chapter 36. Sume's Gratitude. Lin Songyun's consciousness. Akin to invisible threads, tightly entwined around Linbai and Sume. Every sound within the room vividly echoed in her mind. She witnessed Sume's flustered demeanor and Linbai's helplessness and embarrassment. Upon glimpsing a scene she ought not to have seen, Lin Songyun could not help but feel her cheeks flush. Truly, what an indecorous situation, she muttered under her breath, gently fanning her face in an attempt to dispel the heat rising within. It was undeniable that Linbai possessed a commendable physique. Even she found herself momentarily captivated. Lin Songyun, oh Lin Songyun, is it merely the absence of a man that leads one to gaze upon such youthful innocence? She chastised herself inwardly, striving to redirect her thoughts. Fortunately, no further developments transpired between the two. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss on how to proceed. Should she immediately withdraw her consciousness or continue to feign ignorance? As Lin Songyun's mind wandered, Linbai had already donned his attire and stepped through the door. His gaze fell upon Sume, who stood outside like a steam maiden, her cheeks flushed and radiating warmth, clearly still embarrassed by recent events. You. Why are you still here? Linbai feigned ignorance, a hint of puzzlement in his tone. This woman certainly takes her time. Is it necessary to become so flustered over merely gathering intelligence? Linbai's unfiltered thoughts manifested before Sume's eyes. As she observed the thought bubbles, her cheeks grew even warmer. Embarrassment surged within her like a volcano ready to erupt. That insufferable Linbai dared to mock her. However, Sume quickly regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. No, she could not allow Linbai to look down upon her. After all, she was a professional undercover agent. How could she falter over such trivial matters? Determined to showcase her true abilities and leave Linbai in awe, she lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with allure, and cast a captivating glance in his direction. Young master, I have come to express my sincere apologies. Sume's voice dripped with charm, laced with an enticing undertone. She glided closer to Linbai, intending to employ the seductive skills she had mastered. Yet, before Sume could fully unleash her charm, Linbai firmly pressed her head down. Enough already, stop this nonsense. Linbai regarded Sume with exasperation, his tone tinged with disdain. This does not suit you. This girl is truly perplexing. Her natural innocence is far more appealing. Why must she resort to such trivial displays? What a futile attempt to emulate the unrefined. Linbai's thoughts were once again laid bare before Sume. She stood frozen, her alluring smile faltering. As she processed the thought bubbles, it was as if a sudden revelation struck her. She comprehended Linbai's meaning. It dawned on her that she had been mistaken all along. She believed that men were enamored with enchanting and alluring women, which led her to deliberately mimic those beguiling arts. Little did she expect that Linbai would find her innocent demeanor far more beautiful. Sume's cheeks flushed once more, this time not from embarrassment, but from shame. She felt akin to a jester, displaying her clumsy performance in front of Linbai. Suppressing her seductive charm, her gaze transformed into one of sincerity and clarity. Young master, I genuinely wish to express my gratitude to you. Her voice regained its original clarity, tinged with a hint of youthful bashfulness. Thank you for your assistance during the events of the day. I have learned some massage techniques that can help you alleviate fatigue and unblock your meridians. Sume lowered her head, unable to meet Linbai's eyes, feeling as if she were a prisoner awaiting judgment, filled with trepidation. Linbai, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Massage? Unblocking meridians? This could serve as a rather convenient pretext. A plan swiftly formed in his mind. He could feign acceptance of Sume's massage and then pretend to drift into a comfortable slumber. This would grant Sume the opportunity to stealthily infiltrate his chamber and pilfer the Lin family's defense schematics. Very well. Linbai feigned modesty, nodding slightly, and spoke in an unassuming tone. Since you are so earnest, do come in. Upon hearing this, Sume's heart leapt with joy, and she quickly lifted her head, casting a grateful glance at Linbai. Thank you, young master. The two returned to the room, where Sume promptly instructed the servants to prepare essential oils and cushions. Linbai shed his outer garments, donning only a towel, as he reclined upon the bed. The room filled with a delicate aroma of essential oils. Kneeling at the bedside, Sume cautiously poured the oil into her palms, warming it gently. She then extended her slender fingers, commencing the massage on Lin Bai's back. Her fingers, soft and almost boneless, moved with a warm caress across Lin Bai's muscles. Although her techniques were somewhat unrefined, she approached the task with utmost seriousness, kneading his muscles with just the right amount of pressure. Lin Bai closed his eyes, relishing the comforting sensations coursing through his back, internally chuckling at the girl's earnestness. She certainly played her part convincingly. However, he remained vigilant, ensuring to monitor Su Mei's every movement to guarantee the plan's success. As the massage progressed, Su Mei's heartbeat quickened. The contours of Lin Bai's muscular back exuded strength, and through the thin towel, she could feel the warmth of his skin. Her cheeks flushed anew, her gaze irresistibly drawn to his physique. The firm back, broad shoulders, and well-defined waist radiated an undeniable allure. Su Mei found her breath growing increasingly rapid. She had never been so close to a man before, let alone one so exceptional, so handsome. Her heart raced like a startled deer, pounding wildly in her chest. She endeavored to restrain her emotions, seeking to concentrate solely on the massage. However, Lin Bai's physique resembled a colossal magnet, irresistibly drawing her gaze. Su Mei felt as though she was on the verge of losing control. She feared that she might engage in some untimely act that could jeopardize the mission at hand. "Young master, how do you find the pressure?" Su Mei's voice trembled slightly, tinged with an almost imperceptible anxiety. She attempted to divert her attention through conversation, masking the tumult within her heart. "Very well, the pressure of the massage is now sufficient. How might I effortlessly drift into slumber?" Lin Bai pondered, when suddenly he felt a weight upon him. A sweep of his consciousness revealed Su Mei, her vitality waning, her body trembling uncontrollably. For some inexplicable reason, she was drenched in perspiration, her garments becoming rather clingy. Chapter 37. The plot's turmoil. A soft murmur escaped Su Mei's lips, reminiscent of delicate orchids and musk, tinged with a slight tremor. Lin Bai felt an unusual sensation coursing through his entire being. Startled, he glanced down to find Su Mei languishing against him. Her breath quickened, and her dampened attire clung to her form, accentuating her exquisite contours. Instinctively, Lin Bai steadied her by the shoulders, the slick warmth of her skin causing his heart to skip a beat, leaving him momentarily rigid. He suppressed his unease, channeling his spiritual energy into her body. The instant his energy entered her, he sensed a tumultuous surge of her blood qi. It appeared to border on madness. Yet, the Qing Lian physique inherently possessed the ability to calm the heart and purify evil. Such a state should not arise unless her mental state was unstable. Could it be that Su Mei harbored feelings for him? Preposterous. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bai suddenly realized the truth. Su Mei had deep affections for Tang Shiqi, and upon seeing his body, coupled with the coercion of massage, she likely felt sullied, inciting her indignation and turmoil. What a troublesome girl. Lin Bai sighed inwardly, thinking how complicated it was just to steal a secret. However, if he failed to resolve Su Mei's predicament now, the plot would stagnate. After a deep sigh, Lin Bai decisively activated his secret technique. In an instant, the power of the Great Ascension stage surged rapidly into Su Mei's being. The Qianlong secret? Lin Songyun's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at Lin Bai, his face etched with disbelief. That was the secret of Qianlong Valley, reputed to transfer one's cultivation to a junior without harm. Thus, the number of emperors from Qianlong Valley had seen little change over the years. But how had Lin Bai learned it? And why had he not been detected by her, this emperor, despite possessing such cultivation? While pondering, Lin Bai completed his maneuver. Su Mei felt waves of heat surging within her, as though they might dissolve her entirely. Her consciousness began to blur, and her body grew increasingly unmanageable. Boom. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from within Su Mei. A powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated outward from her center, expanding in all directions. Truly the heroine. Her ascent is akin to riding a rocket. Oh, it seems I played a part in this. Then all is well. However, now is not the time for such musings. A brilliant idea struck Lin Bai. Su Mei's breakthrough, fueled by the golden core power, was beyond what he, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, could easily withstand. Why not seize the opportunity? This way, Su Mei would have ample time and space to pilfer the Lin family's defense blueprints. Lin Bai felt a surge of pride, deeming himself exceedingly clever. He took a deep breath, letting out an exaggerated wail as he soared dramatically before crashing against the wall. Then, he feigned weakness, collapsing onto the ground, eyes closed, portraying the semblance of one rendered unconscious. Sume slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still somewhat dazed, imbued with the lingering resonance of a bloodline awakening. She felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her body, a strength she had never experienced before. She realized she had made a breakthrough. She had finally ascended to the Golden Core realm. A wave of excitement surged within her. But soon she noticed Lin Bai sprawled on the ground. "Young master!" Sume exclaimed, rushing forward to check on him. She extended her hand, gently shaking Lin Bai's body. Her voice tinged with urgency. "Young master, wake up. What's wrong?" Yet Lin Bai remained motionless, his eyes firmly shut, unresponsive to her calls. A sense of dread filled Sume's heart. Could it be that she had inadvertently harmed Lin Bai during her breakthrough? Quickly, she placed her fingers on Lin Bai's pulse, carefully sensing for any anomalies. His pulse was steady and strong, showing no signs of distress. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. She gazed at Lin Bai's flawless, handsome visage, her heart awash with mixed emotions. She understood that Lin Bai had put himself in this state to assist her. Her gaze drifted down to his waist, where the towel hung loosely, revealing. In an instant, Sume's cheeks flushed crimson. Her heart raced once more, pounding as though it might leap from her chest. She hastily averted her eyes, unwilling to look further, yet the previous scenes flashed vividly in her mind, forming increasingly clear images. Trembling, her hands moved almost uncontrollably towards the towel. "I was merely helping you wrap the towel. I certainly didn't intend for anything else." Though she uttered these words, the towel's position was undeniably delicate. Any incidental contact was merely human nature, was it not? As Sume's fingers inched closer, she could almost feel an overwhelming heat emanating, tantalizingly irresistible. At that moment, Lin Bai's inner thoughts suddenly materialized before her eyes. What perfect timing to faint. Now Sume should be able to acquire the Lin family secrets without hindrance, right? Hee, I'm truly clever. But why does my stomach feel a bit cold? Each of these thought bubbles clearly appeared before Sume. Stunned, she comprehended Lin Bai's intentions in an instant. He had feigned unconsciousness deliberately. His aim was to create an opportunity for her to infiltrate the Lin family secrets. A complex surge of emotions welled within her heart. She felt both touched and ashamed. Touched by Lin Bai's immense trust in her, willing to sacrifice his own well-being to aid her mission. Ashamed for having misjudged him all along, thinking him a cold-hearted individual who merely sought to exploit her. "Lin Bai, you foolish boy," Sume silently chastised him, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She felt utterly shameless for having considered taking advantage of Lin Bai while he was incapacitated. "Sume, you truly lack any sense of shame." Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. She could not betray Lin Bai's expectations. She had to accomplish the task and obtain the Lin family secrets. However, Sume did not adhere to the original plan of stealing the true defense blueprints of the Lin family. She understood that the genuine defense schematics were undoubtedly concealed in a highly secretive location, one that she, with her current capabilities, could not hope to discover. Moreover, she did not wish to truly betray the Lin family or harm Lin Bai. As Sume paced around the room, her gaze eventually settled upon a table. Upon it lay several books and drawings. Approaching, she casually picked up a sheet of paper and scrutinized it carefully. It was a blueprint of the Lin family's outer defenses. Although not the most critical secret, it still held considerable value. Sume tucked the blueprint away and turned to leave Lin Bai's chamber. She recognized that she could not linger, for should Lin Bai awaken and realize that she had taken something other than the authentic defense plans, he would undoubtedly grow suspicious. With a swift pace, she returned to her quarters. She concealed the blueprint and then lay upon her bed, struggling to find slumber. Her mind incessantly replayed the events of the evening, Lin Bai's trust, his assistance, and the echoes of his title, Young Master, reverberating through the lonely night. Chapter 38. The Qianyuan Dynasty, Princess Yun Jin. These two little rascals truly a source of concern. Lin Songyin observed the interaction between Lin Bai and Sume through her spiritual senses, a blush involuntarily creeping onto her cheeks, her heart racing slightly. She hastily retracted her senses, gently caressing her chest in an attempt to calm the inexplicable heat within her. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. Elder sister. Lin Sungyun was startled, her body shuddering slightly, irritation flaring as she exclaimed, "What is it? At your age, why must you be so boisterous?" Lin Jinan, taken aback by his sister's reprimand, momentarily lost his train of thought. He awkwardly rubbed his nose, standing sheepishly at the door. Seeing this, Lin Songyun took a deep breath, striving to suppress the blush on her face and feigned calmness as she said, "Come in." Only then did Lin Jinan cautiously step into the room. Opening his mouth to speak, "Elder sister, regarding Lin Bai, we have received news from the Xian Hanqing Palace." Lin Songyun nodded. Fian had already communicated with her in advance, and she had gathered much information about the life and death platform through special channels. Lin Jinan continued, "Gu Qinghan is resolute in his desire to annul the engagement. Gu Beiwang even stated he would come in person and annulment is fine." Lin Songyun replied with a calm tone. Previously, she might have worried about Lin Bai's reputation, but now she had come to see the truth of the matter. Lin Bai had been compelled to follow the narrative. The Gu family's decision to annul the engagement could perhaps be a form of liberation for him. Reflecting on how Lin Bai had to endure for the sake of the family and to prevent the story from unraveling, Lin Songyun felt a deeper compassion for her nephew. After a moment of contemplation, she said to Lin Jinan, "The Lin family has become a target, and various factions are watching us closely. As the sole heir, every action of Lin Bai is under scrutiny. To protect him and to provide a satisfactory explanation to the outside world, I propose sending him to the Qianyuan dynasty." The Qianyuan dynasty? Lin Jinan pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his sister's words. The Qianyuan dynasty is remote and desolate, with scarce spiritual energy. Indeed, a harsh environment for cultivators. Sending Lin Bai there would not only serve as a public explanation but also offer him clandestine protection, a dual advantage. Moreover, Lin Jinan added, "The Qianyuan dynasty is currently besieged by beast tides, and they require assistance from our Lin family. Sending Lin Bai would also serve as a valuable experience for him." Lin Songyun nodded slightly, appreciating Lin Jinan's thorough consideration. Seeing his sister's approval, Lin Jinan took his leave to arrange subsequent matters, including soothing the Gu family and publicly announcing Lin Bai's assignment, ensuring the impact of the situation was minimized. The following day, Lin Jinan forcefully placed a mission commission on the table before Lin Bai. "Read it," he commanded sternly, though his eyes betrayed a hint of concern. Lin Bai picked up the commission, noting it detailed assistance with the beast tide in the Qianyuan dynasty. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Detected side quest, journey to the Qianyuan dynasty. A side quest? Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. The timeline of his demise felt distant, and many details had faded from his memory. Upon receiving a reminder from the system, he recalled the narrative of the Qianyuan dynasty and the crucial female protagonist, Yunjin. To advance the plot and ensure Yunjin follows her destined path, a journey to the Qianyuan dynasty was imperative. "I shall accept the mission," Lin Bai declared decisively, his tone resolute. Hearing that Lin Bai was leaving the Lin family, Sumei felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively wished to accompany him. However, Lin Songyun halted her, his gaze gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Sumei, you shall remain. I will personally instruct you." Understanding Lin Songyun's intention, Sumei recognized her current weakness and knew that following Lin Bai would only render her a burden. She silently nodded, watching Lin Bai's retreating figure, vowing to become stronger as soon as possible. Before long, Lin Bai arrived in the royal palace of the Qianyuan dynasty, riding a magnificent bronze steed. The horse neighed, its grandeur attracting the attention of many within the palace. The emperor of the Qianyuan dynasty personally led a group of princes and princesses to greet him, their expressions a mix of respect and apprehension. Lin Bai's gaze swept across the crowd, noting the varied emotions among the princes: curiosity, fear, flattery. Yet it was the young princess, Yunjin, standing in the corner, who captivated his attention. "Ah, this Yunjin, though still young, is already a beauty," he mused. "According to the plot, I should be smitten at first sight and suggest to the emperor that he send her to my chamber tonight." Although his aunt would undoubtedly arrange for shadow guards to thwart his reckless pursuits, the emperor, eager to curry favor with the Lin family, would likely resort to underhanded means to ensure Yunjin's presence. How outrageous it is for the emperor to lay hands on such a young girl. Oh, that scoundrel Tang Shichi has done similar deeds, albeit without much interaction, yet he included little Yunjin in his harem. While he mentally criticized, a roguish smile characteristic of a young dandy spread across Lin Bai's face as he addressed the emperor. I have heard that the Qianyuan dynasty's music and dance are delightful. Recently, my spirits have been low. I wonder if my esteemed brother has any charming dancers who might accompany me to lighten my mood? The emperor, understanding the implication, nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. I shall arrange it at once, ensuring your satisfaction. Though he did not voice it outright. The emperor's keen observation could not miss Lin Bai's undue attention toward Yunjin. Amidst the crowd, Yunjin noticed the bubbles of thought appearing above Lin Bai's head. Initially perplexed, her expression turned ashen when she understood his insinuation for women, combined with her father's gaze. She could hardly believe her father would treat her in such a manner, yet Lin Bai's unspoken intentions compelled her to remain alert. The banquet soon commenced, and Yunjin discreetly observed the dishes and wines on the table, quickly discerning the hidden anomalies within the sumptuous feast. Her complexion drained of color as she hastily sought an excuse to flee the table. Seizing the moment, she quietly expelled the tainted drink. However, being but a frail maiden devoid of any cultivation, she heard a maid's voice behind her as soon as she had done so. Your Highness, do accept your fate. The maid urged softly. We cannot afford to provoke the Lin family. Even if you are awake, we cannot prevent what young Master Lin intends to do. Yunjin's expression was one of despair as she desperately pleaded with the maids to spare her. Ultimately, however, she was meticulously adorned and presented like a gift into Lin Bai's chamber. After the banquet, Lin Bai entered the room and, upon seeing the unconscious Yunjin on the bed, could not help but scratch his head in resignation. I'm sorry, sister, I never truly wished to treat you this way. Regrettably, this heartfelt confession was lost on Yunjin, whose eyes were closed in slumber. And soon she heard Lin Bai emit a laugh that was rather fitting for his character. Startled awake by the lewd chuckle, Yunjin instinctively recoiled, pressing her body tightly against the headboard, yet Lin Bai swiftly seized her ankle. Her heart raced, ascending to her throat, as she feared the impending horrors that might unfold. At that moment, Lin Bai's inner thoughts resurfaced. This young girl, I recall, is said to possess the legendary innate chaotic sacred body. On the surface, she appears devoid of any root, yet she possesses the ability to devour the cultivation of others. According to the original narrative, she would only awaken her devouring technique after succumbing to darkness, yet due to her disturbed mindset, she merely grazed the threshold of supreme power. Unable to eliminate me directly, she can only torment me bit by bit with her meager strength. Did you think I would allow such a thing to transpire? Pale with fear, Yunjin realized that if this was Lin Bai's inner voice, it meant he could foresee the future. Was Lin Bai truly intent on killing her here? Just as terror gripped her, a warm and potent energy surged from Lin Bai's hand, which clasped her ankle, flowing into her body. Chapter 39. She must hate me to death. The force enveloped her like a gentle spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Akin to the warm sun melting away the snow, slowly flowing into Yunjin's limbs and bones, reminiscent of a mother's warm embrace, wrapping her tightly. The once terrified and anxious heart of Yunjin gradually calmed under the soothing warmth. She stared blankly at Lin Bai, whose face, once appearing frivolous and lewd in her eyes, now seemed oddly softened, blurring the lines between illusion and reality. This little girl, her expression truly tugs at the heartstrings. Who would have thought that after succumbing to darkness, this delicate little white flower would transform into Nyo Galu Yunjin? Oh, right, I must maintain my persona. I cannot let her see through me. Lin Bai's inner thoughts rippled invisibly before Yunjin. Meanwhile, a classically charming smile emerged on his face. He deliberately elongated his tone, his tongue exaggeratedly sweeping across his lips, producing a series of water-like sounds. He, little sister, no matter how loud you scream, no one will come to rescue you. I can only imagine the impression I must leave on Yunjin with this persona. Even in death, they will surely want to tear me apart. As he spoke, Lin Bai's hands roamed around Yunjin's body. She let out a delicate whimper, akin to that of a frightened kitten, her slender form trembling uncontrollably. Yet soon, she keenly sensed that although Lin Bai's hands seemed to wander over her, they never ventured into any inappropriate territory. Instead, his hands exuded a warm and pure spiritual energy, flowing through her body with an ethereal finesse, as if unblocking something within her. Yunjin's pale complexion gradually revealed a hint of astonishment. To her surprise, she discovered that her body could actually sense the spiritual energy in the world. Although in the spiritually barren Qianyuan dynasty this sensation remained faint, Yunjin recalled her mother mentioning that if one could feel spiritual energy in such a desolate place, upon entering a realm rich in spiritual essence, they would undoubtedly become an extraordinary talent among countless others. Yunjin, astute as she was, quickly grasped that after Lin Bai's actions, her body had undergone a monumental transformation. A surge of indescribable emotions welled up within her. Why was this older brother, who feigned a lewd demeanor, treating her with such tenderness? After all, she was merely an unloved princess, navigating the treacherous waters of the palace alone after her mother's passing. Her siblings regarded her with cold indifference, and even her father paid her no mind. Were it not for her royal status, which served as a bargaining chip to maintain relationships, she would have undoubtedly been devoured by the wolves surrounding her long ago. Yes, the meridians have been temporarily unblocked. With this girl's talent, it would only take a few days for her to embark on the invincible path of devouring others' cultivation, with the throne of emperor within reach. At that time, she would effortlessly annihilate me, ensuring I experienced no pain. Lin Bai's thoughts crystallized clearly before Yunjin once more. No, how could this be possible? Yunjin's heart suddenly quivered. She was utterly unaware of who Tang Shiqi was, let alone why she would wish to harm the seemingly frivolous, yet genuinely gentle older brother before her. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a portrait of incredulity. Lin Bai, pleased with Yunjin's reaction, allowed a self-satisfied smirk to grace his lips. Indeed, this is the expression I yearn to witness. The visage filled with hatred. Cry out to your heart's content. Despise me as you will. As he spoke, scenes from the original narrative featuring Yunjin flickered through Lin Bai's mind. According to the protagonist's backstory, I was on the verge of success when I suddenly noticed the token of my great-aunt, Lin Songyun, upon her. With a mere thought, Lin Bai's consciousness swept across Yunjin's entire being, and indeed, upon her delicate wrist, he discovered a jade pendant engraved with Lin Songyun's distinctive mark. He swiftly unleashed his spiritual energy. In response to the assault, a shadowy figure materialized before Lin Bai, none other than Lin Songyun herself. Lin Bai, taken aback, exaggeratedly leaped backward, his face a canvas of bewilderment, as though genuinely startled. Lin Songyun, equally perplexed, directed her gaze towards Yunjin, her expression transforming into one of sudden realization. Great aunt, how do you know this young girl? Lin Bai's voice trembled slightly as he pointed at Yunjin, stammering, I merely intended to wipe her sweat. What a pitiful excuse indeed. Lin Songyun silently scoffed inwardly had she not already discerned Lin Bai's true intentions. She might have been deceived by his insincere demeanor and would likely have chastised him severely. However, now that she understood Lin Bai's predicament, she could hardly harbor any disdain for him. Moreover, her spiritual perception had already scanned Yunjin's form, revealing that this little girl, once incapable of cultivation, now possessed a faint stream of spiritual energy flowing within her. It was evident that this was Lin Bai's doing. Noticing Lin Songyun's silence, Lin Bai inwardly rejoiced. Truly, my great-aunt's acting skills are unparalleled. Merely standing there, she has so vividly conveyed disappointment and exasperation towards an individual. Surely, she must be rendered speechless by my audacious manipulation of Yunjin. Indeed, Lin Songyun remained silent, but her astonishment was not directed towards Lin Bai's misdeeds. Rather, it was elicited by the absurdity of his thought processes. What on earth is this child concocting in the mind of his? Upon seeing Lin Songyun's appearance, Yunjin was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly realized that this could very well be the backup plan left for her by her mother. Recalling Lin Bai's earlier thoughts, Yunjin understood all too well that everything he had uttered was likely true. Could it be that she would indeed kill this older brother in the future? Her complexion turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of any color. Heavens, this little girl looks so deathly pale. She must loathe me beyond measure. Lin Songyun gazed at Yunjin's expression of sheer terror, momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she felt compelled to defend Lin Bai, saying, Little Yunjin, you may not know me yet, but The person before you did not intend any harm. I understand. Yunjin's voice trembled, and tears could no longer be restrained, cascading down her cheeks. What a predicament. It seems she will undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated resentment towards me in the future. Perhaps even wishing for my demise. I would never. Yunjin wished to retort vehemently, yet the words caught in her throat, leaving her to weep helplessly as tears flowed like pearls from a broken string. Enough, enough. Lin Songyun observed the chaotic scene before her, feeling a throb of headache. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved an ancient tome of martial arts from her storage ring and gently sent it forth, allowing it to land steadily in Yunjin's hands. In a soft voice, Lin Songyun said, "Little Yunjin, you have suffered. This tome shall serve as my apology on behalf of Little Bai. Can you find it in your heart to forgive this brother?" Chapter 40. The foundation building Beast Tide and Lin Bai's background plan. Yunjin gently shook her head. She was no fool. The tenderness in Lin Bai's gaze, his cautious touch, and the warm spiritual energy that continually flowed into her being clearly indicated that this seemingly frivolous elder brother did not genuinely wish to harm her. Yet, the remnants of tears lingered in her dark eyes, resembling a frightened fawn, as she tightly clutched the ancient tome of techniques in her grasp, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. This instinctive action, however, was perceived by Lin Songyun in an entirely different light. Lin Songyun sighed softly to herself. This little girl must harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Xiaobai. Indeed, anyone who endured such an ordeal would find it difficult to let go. Observing Yunjin struggle to suppress her grievances, Lin Songyun felt a tumult of emotions stirring within her. At that moment, Lin Bai was concealed behind a screen, stealthily watching the two through a gap. Steady, steady. He rejoiced inwardly, for this little girl had accepted the Emperor's techniques yet still resisted him so vehemently. It appeared she truly despised him to the core. However, there were matters of greater importance at hand. Lin Bai suppressed his pride and, feigning composure, cleared his throat before saying, "Ahem, dear aunt, I suddenly recalled an urgent matter, so I shall take my leave now." With that, he dashed out of the room before Lin Songyun could respond, his hurried exit resembling that of one fleeing from an impending catastrophe. Yunjin barely had time to call out and plead for him to stay before his figure vanished beyond the threshold. She stood there, bewildered, gazing at the door swaying gently in the breeze, her heart enveloped in confusion. The words older brother lingered unspoken on her lips, transforming into a choked sob. She yearned to chase after him but felt uncertain of how to confront him. Instead, she weakly leaned against the doorframe, allowing her tears to fall silently. A whirlwind of emotions, hurt, gratitude, confusion, and concern intertwined within her, like a tangled mass pressing against her chest, making it hard to breathe. Time passed unnoticed until her legs grew numb, gradually bringing her back to reality as she looked at Lin Songyun with her swollen, tear-streaked eyes. She raised her head, her voice hoarse and laced with nasal tones as she intermittently uttered, I do not blame, brother." Lin Songyun, seeing Yunjin's state, became more convinced that the child was merely compelled to utter such insincere words due to the Lin family's influence. She sighed gently, reaching out to tenderly stroke Yunjin's head, softly comforting her. "Good child, I understand your distress. Rest assured, your aunt will stand up for you. In the future, should you require anything, you can contact me through this jade pendant. No matter when or where, your aunt will always be on your side." Yunjin, still dazed, nodded and accepted the jade pendant Lin Songyun offered, gripping it tightly in her palm. The pendant felt warm to the touch, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. After Lin Songyun departed, Yunjin sat alone by the bedside, staring blankly at the jade pendant in her hand. She reminisced about the myriad moments during her mother's lifetime, recalling the neglect and bullying she endured within the palace walls, as well as Lin Bai's seemingly frivolous yet inherently gentle gestures. A profound realization gradually blossomed within her heart. The fact that Lin Songyun had left her a token upon her wrist indicated that her relationship with her mother had not been entirely unfavorable. Yet, even in her final moments, her mother did not seek Lin Songyun's assistance, and it was only today that Lin Songyun truly comprehended her plight. This suggested that what may seem like an eternity to mortals could merely be a fleeting instant for cultivators. That night, Yunjin did not retire early. Instead, she sat before a bronze mirror, gazing vacantly at her somewhat immature visage, her eyes, however, radiating an unusual resolve. She caressed the jade pendant in her hand, feeling the immense power it contained, as an unprecedented yearning surged within her. She desired to grow stronger, strong enough to protect herself, strong enough to stand beside that seemingly frivolous yet genuinely gentle older brother, fighting side by side with him. Moreover, she sought to understand why she was unable to protect him and instead was compelled to harm him. The following day, Yunjin arrived at the court early. She stood in a corner, quietly observing her surroundings. Yunjin, you performed admirably yesterday. You must continue to strive. Her father's voice resonated within the court, his tone neutral yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Yunjin lowered her head and respectfully responded, "Yes, father." Stealthily, she scrutinized the reactions of her brothers. Some exhibited disdain. Others had flickering eyes, while a few appeared to be deep in thought. As she gazed at the jade pendant in her hand, memories of her mother's final admonitions flooded her mind, alongside recollections of the formidable Lin Bai and Aunt Lin. In stark contrast to her father's and brother's power struggles, a sudden notion flickered through her mind. It dawned upon her that the things her brothers had been vying for were, in the face of true strength, mere illusions, like flowers in water or the moon reflected in a mirror, ephemeral and unattainable. The machinations of mortals seemed utterly laughable. However, her contemplations were swiftly interrupted by urgent news from the front lines. Report: the beast tide has breached the defenses and is advancing towards the capital. The messenger's voice was sharp and frantic, echoing through the vast hall, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. At that moment, Lin Bai's inner voice illuminated Yunjin's thoughts. I recall this sequence. That foolish second Prince Yunqi had clandestinely hidden a golden core-level beast egg, inadvertently summoning the beast tide, resulting in untold devastation. And here I am, a mere foundational cultivator, naively believing it was merely the beast tide of the mortal realm. Easily manageable, only to be thoroughly overwhelmed and nearly perish. Fortunately, my past life has endowed me with the wisdom to navigate such crises. Upon witnessing this thought bubble, Yunjin felt a surge of bewilderment. She could not fathom why the most promising candidate for the throne, her second elder brother, would act against the Qianyuan dynasty. Yet, there was no time for reflection as she saw Lin Bai standing ahead, a smile gracing his lips. This trivial beast tide I can dispel with a mere snap of my fingers. This is a falsehood. This is a place where spiritual energy is scarce. According to the setting, I am at the foundation establishment stage, and simultaneously, I am unable to utilize any treasures. In this battle, I am destined to fail. Yunjin stared wide-eyed. Would her elder brother truly be defeated? Would he be harmed? She instinctively opened her mouth. Yet the words of concern had not escaped before Lin Bai let out a hearty laugh and soared into the sky. His figure plunged into the midst of the beast tide, and in an instant, the entire tide of beasts surged backward like a flowing river. With only a few wicked beasts attempting to take advantage of the chaos being slain by Lin Bai. Although he appeared to be at the foundation establishment stage, Lin Bai's true power, akin to that of the great ascension stage, swept through the entire horde of beasts. However, Lin Bai understood that these beasts were merely a turbulent facade concealing the truth. Chapter 41, The Golden Core Beast. I have never felt so aggrieved in all these years. Lin Songyun's imperial consciousness enveloped the entire territory of the Qianyuan dynasty like an invisible celestial net, with particular focus on the location of Lin Bai. When she once again detected the bubbles of Lin Bai's thoughts, the semi-transparent box revealed the seemingly frivolous, yet profoundly meaningful musings of the youth. A subtle smile graced Lin Songyun's lips, reflecting her satisfaction. She was certain she had not misjudged Lin Bai. This boy, although outwardly playing the role of a debauched antagonist, was, at his core, quietly seeking ways to safeguard all living beings. At this moment, within the scene illuminated by her consciousness, Lin Bai's aura surged dramatically, unleashing the full extent of his great ascension cultivation. With a mere casual gesture, a terrifying force reminiscent of cataclysmic might erupted forth, warping the very fabric of space. The cultivators hidden within the beast tide, who had previously harbored sinister smiles at the prospect of their scheme succeeding, found themselves frozen in place upon sensing this sudden, overwhelming pressure. They were unable even to utter a cry of alarm before Lin Bai's explosive power obliterated them into nothingness. The Tang clan cultivators truly do not know the meaning of peril. Lin Songyun's expression shifted slightly. The Tang clan, an immortal family on par with the Lin clan, possessed profound heritage and terrifying strength. Logically, the two families had been coexisting peacefully. Why would they suddenly target the Lin family? Could it be related to Tang Shiqi? At this moment, Lin Bai had plunged into the midst of the beast tide. After swiftly dispatching the Tang clan cultivators, there was little substance left behind. The crux of this narrative revolves primarily around the Tang clan cultivators. The second prince secretly colluded with the Tang clan, attempting to transcend the mortal realm and become a cultivator. Even if he cannot attain the longevity of an immortal family, he at least seeks to rule for a century. What he does not realize is that the Tang clan regards mortal-level dynasties as little more than ants. Do people negotiate with ants? They merely observe these ants, sensing that they might be able to strike against the Lin family and set a sweet trap. In truth, their true interest lies in Yunjin. She wields Lin Songyun's token but is persecuted by the antagonist Lin Bai from the original narrative. In the later stages, when she finally reveals herself, the forces that once trusted the Lin family will turn against them, and despite the multitude of emperors within the Lin family, they cannot withstand the collapse of their walls when the crowd pushes against them. Reflecting on this, Lin Bai chuckled self-deprecatingly. He did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. His actions had initially been motivated solely by the desire to return to his homeland, Blue Star, and continue indulging in his longed-for idle life. Yet, upon witnessing and even partaking in the exploitation of a fragile young girl by various factions like mere pawns, an indescribable sense of compassion welled up within him. Lin Bai scratched his head, a spark of realization illuminating his mind. Wait a moment, system. Earlier, you mentioned that someone in my past life saw through my disguise. It couldn't possibly be Yunjin, could it? Goodness. Will my journey through the narrative encounter any obstacles this time? I am oblivious to the events of my previous life. The system's tone was subtly ambiguous. Yet it reassured, in the current narrative, there are no indications that Yunjin has seen through your facade. The progress of the plot remains within a deviation of 97. At this moment, far in the distant sky, Lin Songyun's heart was tumultuously stirred, unable to find tranquility. She had envisioned countless possibilities for the Lin family's downfall. Yet she never anticipated that the pivotal moment would manifest here. Lin Songyun's complexion paled slightly, having ascended to the status of emperor for many years. Her overwhelming power had dulled her perception of mortals. It was only upon being reminded by Lin Bai's inner thoughts that she recalled. Yunjin is the daughter of an old friend. Despite their time together spanning a mere 20 years, in the grand scheme of a human life, those 2 decades represented a third of existence. She gazed at Yunjin, a pang of sympathy flickering in her heart. With this thought, Lin Songyun's mind shifted, and the immense power of the emperor cascaded down from the heavens. Yet, under her masterful control, this cataclysmic force did not unleash any detectable energy fluctuations. Instead, it enveloped Yunjin in a formidable and impervious defensive barrier, akin to the gentle caress of spring rain, silently safeguarding her. Having completed this act, Lin Songyun redirected her focus to Lin Bai, who stood amidst the tumultuous tide of beasts. At that moment, Lin Bai appeared disheveled, seemingly overwhelmed by the surging wave of monstrous creatures. Despite possessing formidable cultivation, he presented the image of being toppled by a golden core-level beast. His face contorted in the classic expression of a pampered youth, twisted in fear after sustaining injury. Is that a golden core beast? How terrifying! Lin Bai's voice trembled, laced with exaggerated terror, as if he were truly facing a life-threatening crisis. Before him, a massive golden core-level beast bore a distinctly human-like expression of confusion. Its eyes filled with large question marks. What is happening here? Wasn't this human cultivator just demonstrating terrifying prowess at the ascendant stage? With a mere flick of his hand, he dispatched the Yuan-ing cultivator who had provoked it as effortlessly as swatting a fly. Now you claim you cannot contend with me, and your performance is far too theatrical. It is an insult to our intelligence as beasts. The golden core beast seethed with indignation, unwilling to engage with this lunatic. However, as it attempted to turn away, it was met with an overwhelming and terrifying pressure emanating from Lin Bai. Hey, If you leave, my narrative will collapse, you scoundrel. Lin Bai's voice echoed ominously. The immense body of the golden core beast froze in place, rendered utterly dumbfounded. Isn't this a joke? Can a mere human articulate such words? The golden core beast was on the verge of collapse, yearning to weep, yet unable to shed tears. It struggled to survive amidst the terrifying pressures that surrounded it. Ultimately, in a moment of profound humiliation, it turned to Lin Bai and launched a symbolic yet fierce attack. To its astonishment, it witnessed this formidable being, possessing the cultivation of the greatest sentient stage, behaving like a true wastrel, emitting a series of shameful howls while fleeing in utter panic towards the defenses of the Qianyuan dynasty. In its frantic escape, the creature did not hesitate to seize a nearby soldier of the Qianyuan dynasty, hurling him towards the golden core beast like a discarded sack. Desperately attempting to use the life of this innocent soldier as a means to gain a fleeting chance of survival, acting as a pitiful shield. The golden core beast instinctively yearned to tear apart the soldiers, yet when it prepared to act, it inexplicably felt two overwhelming pressures descending upon it. One emanated from the frightened and deranged greatest sentient cultivator, while the other was an indescribable force from a realm it had never encountered. Cold sweat dripped down its massive form, trembling in fear. Under the weight of these two formidable presences, it was compelled to lower its proud head in utter defeat, submissively extending its tongue to gently lick the soldier thrown by Lin Bai, before cautiously nudging the soldier back towards the edge of the Qianyuan dynasty's defenses. Simultaneously, other beasts sensed the terrifying pressure. In an instant, their crimson eyes cleared. They instinctively began to retreat, only to suddenly realize that a powerful will commanded them to destroy the Qianyuan dynasty, yet forbade them from harming anyone. The beasts collectively scratched their heads, their expressions filled with confusion and helplessness, pondering whether such a complex and challenging operation was too demanding for creatures like themselves. Though they entertained thoughts of protest, they lacked the ability to refuse and could only march forward towards the Qianyuan dynasty with despondent faces. Chapter 42. The Great Sacrificial Array Cough. Lin Bai clutched his chest. Although he was perfectly fine, he exaggeratedly coughed a few times, allowing a trickle of crimson blood to escape the corner of his mouth. His complexion as pale as death. After a moment of brewing tension, his voice trembled uncontrollably. Monsters. Too many. We simply cannot hold them back. This display of feigned bravado starkly contrasted with his earlier boast, proclaiming that the beast tide was nothing he could not vanquish with a mere snap of his fingers. The soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, clenched their fists involuntarily. They recalled how Lin Bai had sacrificed his comrades to the gaping maw of the beasts in a desperate bid for survival. Though they could not fathom the reason for the beast's inexplicable restraint, the scene ignited a simmering rage within them. In the imperial city, the second prince, Yun Qi, observed Lin Bai's disheveled state with unrestrained glee, a smug smile creeping onto his lips. I once thought the Lin family envoy was formidable, but it appears they are merely pretenders. He sneered, his voice low yet clear enough for those around to hear. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, paled in an instant, his complexion devoid of color. If even the Lin family's envoy cannot manage the beast tide, the Qianyuan dynasty was facing a dire crisis. Before the emperor could ponder further, a deafening explosion echoed in the distance as Lin Bai barely managed to ascend the city wall, scarcely catching his breath. The palace officials rushed to the front of the grand hall, and before their eyes, a cloud of dust billowed from the edge of the imperial city. Countless massive fragments of the city walls fell like shooting stars, howling through the air as they crashed into the imperial city, shattering the opulent palaces into ruins. Debris flying in every direction. Yun Jin's gaze fell upon Yun Qi, noting that amidst this national peril, he exhibited no signs of distress. Rather, his face was alight with excitement. Standing at the back of the crowd, he appeared like a small man reveling in his newfound power. Observing her brother's expression, Yun Jin increasingly felt that the bubble of prophecy hovering above Lin Bai's head was indeed a true omen. What would her brother do next? Yun Jin's small hands trembled slightly. With Lin Bai absent, she had to rely on her own wits to decipher the unfolding situation. In this moment, she mentally stepped into Yun Qi's shoes, pondering how she might benefit from the beast tide. As this thought took root, she silently mused, "Brother, your next line 1TB, Father, I have a way to resolve the beast tide. Will it?" Just then, she witnessed her brother approach their father, solemnly declaring, "Father, I have a way to resolve the beast tide." Her delicate lips parted in shock, her bright eyes wide with disbelief, taking in the chaotic scene around her. She glanced at the disheveled Lin Bai in the distance. A bold and peculiar notion, like a tender sprout breaking through the soil, quietly blossomed in her mind. Could it be that her elder brother's absence and deliberate display of vulnerability were meant to cultivate her own fortitude? After all, according to the words of the elder brother in that speech bubble, she would eventually become a formidable strategist, aiding the so-called Tang Shiqi. Although she does not know this Tang Shiqi at present, the elder brother's assertion that she would grow wise in the future must hold true. Realizing this, a warm sensation blossomed within Yunjin's heart. The elder brother is truly gentle. However, this is not the time for sentimentality. Yunjin's thoughts raced. If Yunqi indeed possessed the ability to counter the beast tide, the most prudent course of action would not be to allow the beast tide to infiltrate the depths of the city, causing immense destruction within the imperial capital. After all, Yunqi is the most formidable contender for the throne. While some casualties may be necessary to demonstrate his prowess in resisting the beast tide, there is no need to choose the imperial city as the battlefield, which would only incur unnecessary losses. Unless, of course, the location of the battlefield was not one that Yunqi could choose himself. A sudden realization flashed through Yunjin's mind, her delicate face shifting slightly as she hastily contacted Lin Songyun. And I suspect that other cultivators are targeting the Qianyuan dynasty, and specifically the elder brother. Oh, in the void, Lin Songyun, who had been closely monitoring the situation in the Qianyuan dynasty, displayed a hint of surprise upon receiving Yunjin's message. It is important to note that Yunjin was currently in a perilous situation and could not possibly possess any intelligence regarding the Tang family's deployments. How did you come to this conclusion? Upon hearing Lin Songyun's inquiry, Yunjin dared not delay for even a moment and promptly articulated her deductions to Lin Songyun. Lin Songyun listened intently as Yunjin presented her clear and logical analysis, feeling astonished by Yunjin's keen intellect. At such a tender age, without any supporting intelligence, she was able to discern the conspiracy lurking behind the beast tide through meticulous observation and rigorous logical reasoning. No wonder she would become a right-hand ally to a figure like Tang Shiqi in the future. However, Lin Songyun hesitated. If she intervened, it would undoubtedly disrupt Lin Bai's narrative, leading to a reset. Yet, if she chose to stand idly by and disregard Yunjin's call for help, it would seem disingenuous and contradict her previous promise to Yunjin. Fortunately, just as she was mulling over this dilemma, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Surely, those explosive fragments of the city walls must have revealed Yunqi's plans? Lin Songyun gazed in astonishment at the inner sanctum of the imperial city, only to discover countless tendrils of dark energy emanating from the spots where the walls had collapsed due to Lin Bai's detonation. That is, the Great Mass Sacrifice Formation. Lin Songyun's pupils constricted. Such a concealed and malevolent formation, its spiritual energy fluctuations suppressed to the utmost degree, were so faint as to be nearly imperceptible. Even she, a supreme emperor with unparalleled cultivation, had failed to notice the intricate patterns of the formation hidden in the shadows. With this thought, a chill crept into Lin Songyun's heart. Just how many schemes had the Tang family devised to quietly place these terrifying constructs within the Lin family's sphere of influence? As she pondered, shadows emerged from the dark energy. They appeared emaciated, resembling mere corpses, yet amidst them stood a figure that struck a profound chord. It was Yunqi's long-lost wife. At this moment, she had long since lost her former allure. Her once delicate skin had become withered and wrinkled, akin to the weathered bark of an ancient tree. Her frail frame resembled a brittle twig, poised to snap at any moment under the force of a tempest. Upon her return to the light, she momentarily froze, then unleashed a heart-wrenching cry. "Yunqi, you heartless wretch! How dare you contemplate sacrificing the entirety of the Qianyuan dynasty to further your path in cultivation?" What? This exclamation resonated like a thunderclap, instantly anchoring the gaze of all upon Yunqi. His expression abruptly stiffened, the fade of calm he had maintained now cracking at the edges. Yet, Yunqi was no stranger to the intrigues of power. His reaction was as swift as lightning. He suddenly raised his arm, pointing at the woman, and proclaimed loudly, "I know not from whence this spectre has emerged, clad in my wife's garments. Do you presume to tarnish my character?" At these words, the woman's already pallid visage drained of the last vestiges of color. She had thought she had sufficiently underestimated Yunqi's moral fiber, only to be astounded that, even in such dire circumstances, he could turn the tables upon her. With great effort, she raised her trembling arm to accuse Yunqi, her entire being quaking with fury. She opened her mouth, striving to vociferate his transgressions. But her throat felt as though it were obstructed by an invisible boulder, producing only fragmented, wheezing sounds reminiscent of a deflated bellows, having been drained of all vitality. Her current shattered form was but a flickering candle in the wind, struggling for survival. The more she yearned to express her anguish, the less control she had over her body, as if it were on the verge of collapsing entirely. Observing her pitiful state, Yunqi's heart felt as though it were ensnared by an invisible hand, nearly choking him with despair. Chapter 43. The mere thought of a famous scene sends a thrill through the iron duck. Bring forth these peculiar beings and interrogate them thoroughly, Yunqi commanded with authority. For this was no time for trivialities. The beast tide was the pressing concern. Hearing such grandiloquent words from Yunqi, some ministers, though still harboring doubts, were nonetheless swayed and nodded in agreement. A cold glint flashed in Yunjin's eyes, her heart tumultuous with a torrent of thoughts. She recalled not long ago, when she too had been treated as a mere plaything, forcibly escorted by those palace maids to Lin Bai's chamber. Had it not been for Lin Bai's gentleness, her fate might have been dire. Lost in contemplation, a frail, white-haired elder suddenly burst forth from the crowd. Though his steps were unsteady, his resolve was unwavering as he forcefully pushed aside the soldiers tasked with apprehending him. Upon closer inspection, the onlookers were astounded to recognize the elder as Lu Tianjin, the long-missing chancellor of the Qian Yuan dynasty. Yunqi instinctively commanded his soldiers to stop him, but Yunjin whispered, "Do me a favor. Fear not." "Dear niece, I understand," came the reply. The emperor's power enveloped the scene silently, rendering even the mightiest of beings powerless, let alone these ordinary mortals. The soldiers felt their bodies ensnared by an unseen terror, immobile. In mere moments, the chancellor stood before the woman, exclaiming, "Daughter." The crowd collectively gasped. They were all keen ministers of the Qian Yuan dynasty, fully aware that Lu Tianjin's daughter, Lu Yun, was none other than the betrothed of the second prince, Yunqi. With this revelation, it became evident that the disappearances of Lu Tianjin and Lu Yun were orchestrated by Yunqi himself. Even the emperor stared in shock at his own child, his fingers trembling. "Yunqi, what have you done?" "This is the sacrifice array of the common people," a voice echoed in Yunjin's ear, her aunt's warning. A chill ran down her spine as she realized, and she coldly admonished the assembly, "He employs the sacrifice array of the common people, capable of offering the lives of an entire dynasty to enhance his prowess." A collective gasp arose from the crowd. This Yunqi was no longer human. Preposterous. Yunqi thundered, "Do you dare to condemn me based solely on your hearsay? It is simple to ascertain whether you have indeed utilized it." Yunjin spoke softly. "Our people of the Qian Yuan dynasty possess no cultivation." Before she could finish, Lin Songyan, with a flick of his mental energy, summoned a surge of spiritual essence from the heavens. Yunqi barely had time to react before the essence struck him. The next moment, gasps filled the air. A thick black mist enveloped Yunqi, and to everyone's astonishment, his cultivation level had soared to the third tier of qi refinement. The evidence was irrefutable. The truth spoke louder than words. Yunqi's countenance darkened to the point of resembling rain, as he cast a menacing glance at Yunjin. "Very well. I was unaware that my dear little sister has also become a cultivator," he sneered. Yunjin remained composed. She understood that in moments like these, words were futile. Only by demonstrating absolute strength could she instill awe in the assembly. Resolutely, she raised her hand, tightly clutching the jade pendant. In an instant, the pendant erupted in a dazzling brilliance, radiant as the sun, and a suffocating aura of terrifying pressure descended upon the scene like a cataclysm. Yunqi's previously arrogant demeanor froze in an instant, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. His legs could no longer bear the weight of his body. And with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his knee striking the hard surface with a thundering impact, instantly fracturing it into a web of cracks. He was bent over like a shrimp, immobilized beneath the overwhelming force. Very well. Though kneeling, Yunqi's expression bore no trace of fear. Instead, it was filled with an unusual exhilaration. Who would have thought, Yunjin, that you possess such formidable backing? However, do you believe this will secure your victory? How naive. I, Yunqi, have labored tirelessly for years, sacrificing countless things for this day. Do you truly think your meager trump card can rival my genuine power? You underestimate me gravely. The ripples of dark energy spread silently, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, yet the atmosphere was thick with an eerie silence. The anticipated reinforcements of nascent soul cultivators had yet to appear. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time seemed to stand still, with no sign of movement around them. Minutes passed, and apart from the whispering wind, nothing transpired. Yunjin shook her head gently, her tone calm yet tinged with pity. Brother, what are you waiting for? Are you expecting those nascent soul cultivators you take pride in? Alas, they shall not come. The excitement and malice on Yunqi's face instantly froze, replaced by disbelief and panic. He shrieked hoarsely, impossible. This cannot be. They promised me. They said they would come. Why? Why is this happening? He struggled to accept this harsh reality. His meticulously prepared trump card had proven utterly ineffective. Yunjin shook her head in resignation, gaining a deeper understanding of the chasm between the world of cultivation and that of mortals. Her brother had toiled for years, obedient to those nascent soul powerhouses, perhaps never considering that there existed beings even more formidable beyond them, not to mention the emperor-level strength of Lin Songyan. Even her brother Lin Bai could effortlessly annihilate those nascent soul cultivators. No, I still have my trump card. Yunqi pressed against his heart, and the next moment, the heavens shifted. Just as Yunqi sank into despair and madness, a brilliant streak of light descended like lightning cleaving through the night sky. The speed of this luminous arc was so swift it was nearly imperceptible, and in an instant, it struck Yunqi's body with unerring precision. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no deafening roar. Everything transpired in silence, as if time itself had come to a halt. In the next moment, the onlookers were horrified to discover that Yunqi, who had been kneeling on the ground, had vanished as if the scorching sun had instantly evaporated the ice and snow. No, more accurately, he had been utterly obliterated into nothingness, leaving not even a trace of dust behind, as if he had never existed at all. Only a faint burnt aroma lingered in the air, attesting that the events that had just transpired were no mere illusion. Subsequently, a vibrant green light descended from the heavens, gently cascading like spring rain, instantly enveloping the withered bodies that had been rendered frail by sacrifice. A miraculous scene unfolded. Those who had resembled desiccated corpses, barely clinging to life, began to rejuvenate at a visibly astonishing rate under the embrace of the verdant glow. Their shriveled skin regained its plumpness and rosy hue. Their gray hair gradually regained its luster, and their once weak breaths grew strong and vigorous once more. Lu Yun was the first to experience this transformation, bathing in the richest essence of vitality. Her formerly aged visage astonishingly morphed into youthfulness at an incredible pace. Wrinkles vanished, her skin became smooth and delicate, and she radiated the brilliance of renewed youth as if time had rewound by decades. In disbelief, she caressed her rejuvenated face, feeling the vitality surging within her. Her eyes filled with astonishment and joy as she murmured, my body? What is happening? Am I truly restored? However, their expression soon shifted to one of terror, for the sky was fracturing. After all, the plot must progress. The Qianyuan dynasty cannot remain unscathed. Moreover, a significant scene awaits in the later stages of this narrative, where I, as the antagonist, will provoke Yunjin with reckless abandon. Miss Yunjin, why? Despite lacking the innate talent, can you become a formidable cultivator? Why are you able to absorb the cultivation of others? Why do you have no recollection of the destruction of the Qianyuan dynasty? There is but one answer. That is, Miss Yunjin, you are the rarest innate chaos sacred body. When you went berserk, you devoured all living beings of the Qianyuan dynasty as your sustenance. Haha. Upon hearing Lin Bai's thoughts, Lin Songyan and Yunjin were struck as if by a thunderbolt, standing frozen in place, their minds blank. They widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at the speech bubble as if they had witnessed the most inconceivable revelation, their shock and horror reaching unprecedented heights. Yunjin's complexion turned as pale as paper, her her delicate form trembling uncontrollably like a leaf caught in a tempest, her legs weak and nearly unable to support her. She bit her lip fiercely, striving to quell the fear and panic within, her eyes filled with confusion, helplessness, and profound self-doubt. The innate chaos sacred body? Devouring everyone? If Brother Linbai had not appeared, if everything had unfolded according to the original plot as he envisioned, then would I truly become a monster that devours all? I shall personally obliterate the Qianyuan dynasty, devouring my father and all the innocent citizens, will I? This thought clung to her heart like an inescapable shadow, enveloping her in unprecedented fear and despair. The poor girl, encountering a villain such as myself, has spiraled into madness, severing her path to imperial greatness. Yet, who could have imagined that I had already rescued the people of the Qianyuan dynasty? Truly, what a naive little fool. Linbai traversed the void, his gaze fixed upon the imperial city. Hasten your ascent to power when the time comes. Let my demise be a painful one, as a form of your gratitude. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and an endless darkness swiftly descended. The faces of the crowd turned pale, yet only Yun-jin understood that this was not a calamity, but rather a form of bestowal. Although uncertain of what would transpire next, I know, Brother Linbai, you would never harm me. With such thoughts, Yun-jin and all the living beings of the Qianyuan dynasty fell into a deep slumber. In the next moment, Linbai closed his palm, and the entire dynasty coalesced into a black cube, resting in his grasp. Chapter 44. There is no saving it. Perhaps it's best to cut it off and call it a day. Linbai clapped his hands, his heart brimming with elation. Congratulations to the boss for completing the narrative. The reward, the complete sword intent of the temporal realm, a century of cultivation. Linbai's robust figure trembled with excitement. Having previously received numerous rewards from the system, he now experienced an amalgamation of these gifts, enabling him to directly transcend into the Nirvana realm. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. Ominous thunderclouds surged forth from the unknown, heavily pressing against the sky, as if heralding an impending cataclysmic tribulation. Lin Songyun's consciousness, akin to an invisible net, enveloped Linbai's every movement. Upon sensing the sudden outburst of formidable energy, she was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. This lad had merely taken a casual stroll, yet his cultivation had once again advanced, truly unfathomable. However, before she could fully express her astonishment, the once menacing thunderclouds in the sky underwent an inexplicable transformation. Linbai casually lifted his hand and waved towards the clouds, remarkably. The previously tempestuous formations appeared to recognize an acquaintance, instantly becoming docile and even somewhat accommodating, slowly drifting away. Lin Songyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Her lips slightly parted, her exquisitely beautiful face etched with astonishment and confusion. Is this reasonable? When she herself had broken through, she had faced the harrowing trials of the 9 heavens, each ascent fraught with struggles on the precipice of life and death, enduring countless cycles of torment to barely transcend. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Could anyone truly ascend without weathering the tribulation? Unless he is the favored child of the heavenly Tao. Lin Songyun muttered to herself, attempting to convince her mind, yet the shock in her eyes remained undiminished. Having achieved nirvana, Linbai now possessed a multitude of capabilities. Feeling the power surging within him, he recognized that in this realm, every level yields different effects, yet a qualitative shift occurs upon reaching the transformation of spirit stage. Prior to this, one's consciousness merely served as a means of detection, impotent against foes. After this transformation, one's spirit solidifies, allowing actions to carry the same harm as one's physical form. Upon reaching the great ascendancy, one masters the laws, wielding the vast powers of the universe at will. Upon achieving nirvana, the strength attained is of an unparalleled caliber. A formidable being at this level possesses an almost flawless essence within, vibrant and overwhelmingly powerful, capable of returning from the brink of death with even a single drop of blood. As a pivotal element connecting all significant events, it is only fitting that he transforms into an indomitable force. With a comfortable stretch, Linbai then turned his attention to the small cube in his hand, various plot lines flashing through his mind. According to the narrative, Tang Shiqi should soon resolve the matter of the remnants of the sword, having been pursued to the Starfall Forbidden Zone by the Lin family cultivators. The young girl held in his grasp, according to the background lore, should have reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment by devouring all living beings of the Qianyuan dynasty. Preparing to step onto the teleportation array and enter the Starfall Forbidden Zone, joining the fray of the unfolding narrative. Upon this realization, Lin Bai ceased his hesitation. With a decisive thought, he gently extracted Yunjin from the enigmatic small square, cradling her tenderly in his arms. He then slowly placed his palm atop her delicate head. Hidden Dragon Technique. In an instant, boundless power surged from Lin Bai's being into Yunjin, elevating her strength to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment with utmost safety. Having accomplished this, Lin Bai produced a 9th-grade designated teleportation talisman and, without a hint of regret, pressed it against Yunjin. The next time they would meet, they would be adversaries. With a soft sigh, he sent Yunjin's figure into the void. The warmth in his embrace abruptly vanished. Yunjin's long lashes fluttered slightly, as if on the verge of awakening from slumber. A hint of confusion and bewilderment graced her rosy visage, yet before she could comprehend the unfamiliar scene before her, her form transformed into a dazzling streak of light, vanishing in an instant. Big brother, is it just my illusion? Or did I just feel Lin Bai's power flash by? At the edge of the Starfall Forbidden Land, Gu Qinghan instinctively lifted her head, a look of puzzlement on her face. However, before she could ponder further, a heavy and hurried gasp abruptly pierced her ears, disrupting her thoughts. Tang Shiqi's condition was quite pitiful. Not a single part of him was unscathed, and even his clothing appeared tattered. He felt utterly numbed. Having initially believed this was merely a routine descent to gather materials for refining, in hopes of mending the broken sword. Yet, what followed was a series of unfortunate events. The first attempt at repairing the sword had ended in failure, and in the second, he had solicited Gu Qinghan's assistance, investing over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones to commission the repair, only to be met with a horde of Nirvana cultivators aggressively seeking trouble before he could even await the sword's restoration. It was evident that this was the handiwork of the Lin family. Fortunately, despite their brutal methods, having even shattered one of his, the situation was dire. Thanks to the presence of the Emperor's remnant soul within his ring, Tang Shiqi managed to carve a bloody path through, leveraging the deterrence of the Starfall Forbidden Land to secure a safe area. All right, Qinghan, we are safe now. Tang Shiqi gasped for breath, turning to smile at the unscathed Gu Qinghan, attempting to present a facade of ease despite his dire state. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan's lips twitched slightly. She silently glanced at her dress, devoid of even a speck of dust, then looked back at Tang Shiqi, who resembled a stray dog in his disheveled state. Pondering that it was evident the Lin family cultivators were clearly targeting him, not her, consequently, she had no reason to fear any trouble. Just as Gu Qinghan was internally critiquing Tang Shiqi's self-importance, she suddenly heard him speak again, his tone tinged with embarrassment. Gu Qinghan, could you do me a favor? Gu Qinghan nodded slightly in agreement, recognizing the necessity of maintaining her own persona. On one hand, she aimed to remain close to Tang Shiqi, waiting for the opportune moment to assist Lin Bai in executing his plan. On the other hand, deep within her heart lay a more significant objective, to seek an opportunity to intervene in the ancient divine seal narrative that pertained to her mentor, Luo Ningxuang's life and death. Regardless of the cost, she was determined to exert every effort to extricate her mentor from that predetermined fate and ensure her survival. Reflecting on this, Gu Qinghan suppressed the revulsion bubbling within her and inquired, as calmly as possible, "Do you need my assistance with your injuries?" "Indeed. There is a spot I cannot reach. I require your help," Tang Shiqi replied. Gu Qinghan nodded slightly, acknowledging that it was indeed challenging for one to tend to injuries on their own, particularly in the case of a back wound. However, just as she contemplated this, she suddenly witnessed Tang Shiqi struggling to untangle his tattered pants, which resembled those of a beggar, using his severed fingers. "Wait, what do you mean?" Gu Qinghan questioned, her expression turning icy upon hearing Tang Shiqi's shameless words. "You have the audacity to make such a request," she retorted with a cold laugh. "There is no need for medication, just cut it off." Tang Shiqi's expression shifted, anger flaring within him. "Is it merely applying some ointment? Do you think I am targeted by the Lin family for no reason? It is all for you. One thing is separate from another," Gu Qinghan remarked. glancing at the injury, which had turned gangrenous. Leaving it untreated would only lead to further inflammation. Tang Shiqi, exasperated, suddenly heard a voice emanating from the ring. To be honest, the girl is not entirely wrong. Tang Shiqi's countenance changed dramatically. Teacher, are you serious? What is there to fear? Once you undergo your rebirth, all of this will return. Hearing this, Tang Shiqi's expression fluctuated as he glanced down, wavering in his resolve. Chapter 45. Is darkness and chaos approaching? The fall of the Qianyuan dynasty was as silent as dust settling, failing to stir even the slightest ripple within the vast realm of cultivation. As an immortal family, the Lin clan's domain was dotted with sects as numerous as the stars. There were more than 5 first-grade sects alone, with countless lesser sects beyond count. Not to mention the mortal dynasties that scarcely even made it onto a statistical list. The Lin clan would only dispatch someone to address matters relating to causality when they occasionally appeared on the Heavenly Tao Monument. Thus, upon seeing Lin Bai return, Lin Jinan promptly produced the binding immortal rope. You scoundrel! Why have you returned when you couldn't manage that dynasty? Upon hearing this, Lin Bai's face promptly manifested a perfectly timed expression of grievance and fear, his voice rising an octave. Father, this is unjust. The Qianyuan dynasty is no more. It has been reduced to rubble. If I hadn't fled, would I still be standing here speaking with you? Lin Jinan was momentarily taken aback before tossing a scroll of scriptures into the air. As the scroll unfurled, the final scene of the Qianyuan dynasty materialized before them. They beheld a dark aura rising from the sky, accompanied by the agonized screams of countless souls. The mass sacrifice array. Lin Jinan's pupils suddenly contracted. This mass sacrifice array was an exceedingly malevolent sorcery within the realm of cultivation. Once activated, it would devour the essence and souls of all living beings within its sacrificial range, indiscriminate of friend or foe, rendering it utterly terrifying. Should a high-ranking cultivator activate this array, its destructive power could obliterate the heavens and the earth. Given Lin Bai's mere foundation establishment cultivation, he would likely possess no capacity for resistance, being instantaneously consumed without even the chance to scream. Contemplating this, Lin Jinan couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Had Lin Bai truly been ensnared within the mass sacrifice array, he would have long since turned to dust. What transpired? I don't understand. Although he had arranged matters prudently, he recognized that he needed to project the persona of a wayward youth. Thus, he shook his head repeatedly, his face a portrait of trepidation. The beast tide arrived. So I fled. I never expected to escape this calamity. You little scoundrel. Lin Jinan's expression darkened. He had never encountered a Lin clan disciple so disgraceful. What did he mean by fleeing when the beast tide arrived? Did this rascal possess no dignity as a cultivator? He intended to chastise him loudly, but recalling that his only child had emerged unscathed, his words lodged in his throat. After a moment, he spoke to Lin Bai with a complex expression. Stay here and do not move. I shall confer with the others. With that, he abruptly turned, pushed open the door, and unleashed a terrifying aura of imperial might. The overwhelming power instantly tore through the spatial barriers, and in a flash, Lin Jinan vanished from sight, stepping into the boundless void. After traversing countless spatial seals, Lin Jinan arrived before the Heavenly Tao Monument, where Lin Songyan and several other emperors without defensive duties had been waiting for some time. Sister? Lin Jinan's expression was slightly stiff. Are you aware of the situation concerning the Qianyuan dynasty? As soon as the words escaped Lin Jinnan's lips, he realized he had uttered a futile statement. Lin Songyun's consciousness was incessantly attuned to the movements within the Lin family's territory, particularly fixated on the location of Lin Bai, which was the epicenter of her attention. How could Lin Songyun remain oblivious to such earth-shattering events unfolding in the Qianyuan dynasty? She raised her hand to signal Lin Jinnan to remain calm, her gaze unwavering from the Heavenly Tao steel. Upon the steel, multiple dense black dots were ascending rapidly, ultimately obstructing the white star that represented the Lin family, forming a terrifying vortex. This was a catastrophic omen. Lin Jinnan's eyes widened in shock. Our Lin family, as an immortal clan, has suppressed several epochs. Even in the most arduous times, we have never witnessed such a scene. Could it be that the dark turmoil is upon us? The other Lin family emperors shook their heads in unison, their expressions grave. The spectacle before them was too horrifying, even with their cultivation and experience. They could not fathom the underlying mysteries, let alone predict the future trajectory. Only Lin Songyun wore a nuanced expression. Had she not glimpsed Lin Bai's thoughts earlier, she might have been equally perplexed. However, now, armed with partial truths, she gazed once more at the anomalies upon the heavenly Tao steel, her mind swirling with conjectures. Upon calculation, she discerned that 2 of the black dots originated from the directions of the Xianhan Qing Palace in the Qian Yuan dynasty. This indicated that events would indeed unfold as Lin Bai had articulated. Gu Qinghan and that girl Yunjin would become allies of Tang Shiqi, participating in the annihilation of the Lin family. Moreover, based on the celestial trajectories observed on the heavenly Tao steel, the likelihood of their plan's success was alarmingly high, potentially inflicting irrevocable damage upon the Lin family. This aligned perfectly with Lin Bai's insights. To thoroughly unravel the origins of this calamity, it was imperative to ascertain the true identities of these black stars. A solemn voice from one of the emperors shattered the heavy silence. Jinan, your hasty arrival? Have you perhaps already grasped some clues? Upon hearing this, Lin Jinan regained his composure and promptly retrieved a scripture, projecting the scene of the Qian Yuan dynasty's devastation. He pointed at one of the black stars and declared, I suspect that individual has succeeded. He has begun to devour the souls of the Qian Yuan dynasty and is embarking on an invincible path of cultivation. At this juncture, Lin Jinnan's expression turned somewhat awkward. As for the Qian Yuan dynasty, that is where my unfilial son has recently ventured to hone his skills. Has Xiaobai ventured to such perilous grounds? One emperor exclaimed in astonishment. If he remains unscathed, it is fortunate. Otherwise, Jinnan, you would be heartbroken again. Ling Yin Quan would not wish to see you in such sorrow. At the mention of this name, Lin Jinnan's countenance paled instantly, observing his ashen face. Lin Songyun understood he had touched upon a painful memory and quickly spoke in a soothing tone. All right, everyone, we comprehend Jinnan's sentiments. The most pressing concern is the situation in the Qian Yuan dynasty, which remains unclear. It is prudent to observe developments and deliberate carefully. Indeed, a great emperor gazed at the dark stars, observing their trajectories, which seemed to converge at the starfall forbidden zone. It would be prudent to pay attention to that location. Upon hearing this, Lin Songyun was momentarily taken aback, but then the image of Yunjin flashed through her mind, along with the various transformations she had undergone. Although Lin Bai appeared frivolous and reckless, she knew deep down that her nephew was, in essence, a remarkably kind-hearted individual. He had been quietly assisting Yunjin, striving to alter her predetermined fate. Did this imply that he was also aiding other fated individuals in reshaping their destinies? Contemplating this, Lin Songyun was suddenly overwhelmed by a strong premonition. Perhaps the Starfall Forbidden Zone held the key to unraveling this impending catastrophe. With unwavering resolve, she stepped forward and volunteered, stating, the matter of the Starfall Forbidden Zone is of utmost importance. I shall personally oversee it. The other emperors, fully confident in Lin Songyun's abilities, nodded in agreement. Only Lin Jinan bore a subtle expression. After departing from the Heavenly Path Monument, he approached Lin Songyun and whispered, Sister, Lin Bai's sworn enemy is currently at the Starfall Forbidden Zone, isn't he? Those dark stars. Lin Songyun paused momentarily, turned to face Lin Jinan. Her gaze calm and steady, her tone resolute and full of conviction. Jinan, there is no need for alarm. Trust me, I have matters well in hand. Everything is under control. Chapter 46, it is time to begin the true performance. Unbeknownst to Lin Bai, the heavenly Tao steel was undergoing a remarkable transformation. He sat cross-legged in the quiet room, his brow slightly furrowed, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table as a whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind. By the reckoning of time, it was likely that Tang Shiqi had nearly arrived at the Starfall Forbidden Zone. At that moment, a familiar and warm presence enveloped the entire room. Without needing to glance up, Lin Bai instinctively knew who had arrived. Xiaobai, you have returned. The gentle voice was like a spring breeze caressing willow branches, imbued with endless affection and concern. Lin Songyun glided in gracefully, her breathtaking beauty illuminated by a captivating smile. She opened her arms and enveloped Lin Bai in a grand embrace, holding him tightly against her. The sudden warmth of this embrace momentarily startled Lin Bai. Yet a surge of warmth blossomed within him. He could feel Lin Songyun's heartfelt concern. This bond of kinship was so genuine, so moving. Though my esteemed aunt has ascended to the rank of emperor and has endured the trials of time, her allure remains utterly irresistible. Gently leaning against Lin Songyun, Lin Bai savored the long-awaited warmth and security. The subtle fragrance that emanated from her was like a refreshing spring, soothing his heart and granting him inexplicable peace and relaxation. Alas, reflecting on my past life, I cannot help but feel a pang of guilt. Another thought bubble surfaced in Lin Bai's mind, carrying deeper reflections. Thus, with the tacit approval of the system, I took the risk of activating the temporal sword intent. This sword intent would, after my fall, forcibly intervene in the past, skillfully evading the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao. Utilizing this defiant method, I successfully altered my aunt's originally tragic fate. Regrettably, in order to sustain that temporal sword intent, I could not invoke it a second time, leaving me vulnerable to the protagonist's counterattack. Nevertheless, as I was destined to tread the path of the antagonist, being confronted by the protagonist is of little consequence. Could it be that this is the reason you, Xiaobai, are compelled to start a new time and again? A tumult of emotions surged within Lin Songyun, and her heart ached, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She held Lin Bai tightly, wishing to pour all her strength and love into him, to shield him from any further suffering and hardship. Xiaobai, how much have you endured over the years? Lin Songyun's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of choked emotion. Almost breathless from the embrace, Lin Bai struggled to speak. Aunt, I'm about to be suffocated. Only then did Lin Songyun come to her senses, hastily releasing her hold, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, rendering her somewhat bashful and embarrassed. She gently adjusted her attire, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. Xiaobai, are you all right? Lin Songyun inquired with concern, her eyes filled with worry. Lin Bai took a deep breath and smiled, saying, It's all right. Dear aunt, your enthusiasm is overwhelming. I can hardly bear it. He paused momentarily in faint nonchalance, inquiring, By the way, aunt, how's the situation over there? Have they captured that scoundrel Tang Shichi? Lin Songyun observed Lin Bai's affected demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She was aware that Lin Bai was deliberately teasing her and was delighted to play along with his act. Memories of the images sent by her subordinates flooded her mind, depicting the disheveled Tang Shichi being pursued by the Lin clan's cultivators. Those cultivators were ruthless, even going so far as to crush one of Tang Shichi's more sensitive parts. If Lin Songyun hadn't previously warned them to spare Tang Shichi's life, he would likely have met his end by now. With this thought, a playful smile crept onto Lin Songyun's lips. However, for the sake of their performance, she cleared her throat lightly and donned a look of feigned resignation. The elders at home have done their utmost, but alas, Lin Songyun sighed softly. Tang Shichi's strength is indeed formidable. He managed to escape with Gu Qinghan and has now fled into the Starfall Forbidden Land. Lin Bai nodded inwardly, recognizing this as entirely predictable. The child of destiny, after all, cannot be so easily captured. If he were, what kind of child of destiny would he be? Not only Tang Shichi but also his companions are exceptional children of destiny. Observing Lin Bai's knowing expression, Lin Songyun felt a stir of curiosity within her. She noted his mention of multiple children of destiny, which brought to mind the black stars on the tablet of Heaven's will. Could it be those black stars represent the children of destiny Lin Bai spoke of? A glimmer of doubt arose in Lin Songyun's heart, sensing that the situation was becoming increasingly intricate. However, Lin Bai did not allow her time for further contemplation. He suddenly stood up, his face contorted with rage, exclaiming, That bastard Tang Shichi! How dare he flee to the Starfall Forbidden Land? It infuriates me. As he raged, Lin Bai retrieved an ancient bronze horse from his storage ring. He tossed the bronze horse into the air, and it spun gracefully, rapidly expanding until it transformed into a magnificent golden carriage, resplendent and imposing. Flames engulfed the carriage, casting a radiant glow that illuminated the entire room. I am going to the Starfall Forbidden Land to personally capture that scoundrel Tang Shichi, Lin Bai declared, his voice brimming with fury and determination. At that moment, Lin Jinan appeared at the doorway, having just dealt with the aftermath of the Tablet of Heaven's Will. He returned intending to check on Lin Bai, only to be met with this spectacle upon entering. Lin Jinan's expression darkened instantly as he beheld Lin Bai's brazen demeanor, a surge of anger igniting within him. You wretched child! What do you intend to do now? Lin Jinan bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the entire room to tremble, his imposing aura nearly enveloping Lin Bai. However, in the very next moment, Lin Songyan effortlessly subdued Lin Jinan with a mere hand. Lin Jinan's face was etched with confusion and bewilderment. He could not comprehend how, despite Lin Songyun's indulgence towards Lin Bai, she could possibly disregard the gravity of such a significant matter. Yet, before he could voice his inquiries, the resplendent golden carriage of Lin Bai erupted with a deafening roar, transforming into a dazzling streak of light that soared into the sky. Racing towards the direction of the Starfall Forbidden Zone, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Lin Jinan's pupils constricted. That place, was it not? A chilling thought suddenly gripped his mind, and he swallowed hard before asking Lin Songyun, "Sister, could it be that this unfilial son is the catalyst for our Lin family's destruction? If I were to say yes, what would you do?" Chapter 47. The Comforting Lin Father. Lin Jinan felt a sudden buzzing in his mind, and darkness enveloped his vision. His body stumbled backward uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. In an instant, his complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, his lips quivering yet unable to utter a single sound. That was his only son, the flesh and blood he shared with Ling Yin, the person dearest to him in this world. Ling Yin. How would she confront this cruel truth if she were still alive? He recalled Ling Yan's last words, her gentle yet resolute gaze, and the reluctance and hope in her eyes when she entrusted Lin Bai's little hand to his care. She had entrusted Lin Bai to him, hoping he would nurture this child, allowing him to grow up safe and happy. Yet now, the ominous portent of the heavenly pathstone ruthlessly indicated that Lin Bai would become the harbinger of the Lin family's destruction, a being that would bring chaos to the world. How could he accept this? How could he endure the heart-wrenching pain? The immortal family, seemingly basking in glory, towering above all, actually bore a heavy burden. They must adhere to the heavenly mandate, suppress all upheaval, and maintain the stability of the era. This was their duty, their destiny. To protect this realm and the countless beings within it, they could sacrifice everything, including their kin, even their own lives. This was the awareness of those born into an immortal family, a responsibility they could not evade. However, how could he wield the slaughtering blade against his own flesh and blood? That was his progeny, the continuation of his life, his sole hope in this world. Lin Jinan's heart bled. He felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and despair. He wished to resist, to fight, to protect Lin Bai fiercely and shield him from any harm. Yet he could not. He could not disregard the entirety of the Lin family and the world for the sake of Lin Bai alone. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers, falling to the ground and blooming into shocking crimson flowers. Yet he remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on Lin Songyun, filled with struggle, anguish, and unwillingness. "Sister." Lin Jinan's voice was hoarse and trembling, as if forced out from the depths of his throat. You must tell me this isn't true. It cannot be true, can it?" His voice resonated with desperation. How he wished Lin Songyun could refute it all, assuring him that this was merely a misunderstanding, that Lin Bai was still that mischievous yet kind-hearted child. Lin Songyun gently pressed her hand on Lin Jinnan's trembling shoulder, her palm warm and strong, as though she sought to impart her strength to him, granting him the courage to persevere. She gazed into Lin Jinnan's bloodshot eyes, filled with despair, and her heart ached for him. She understood that Lin Jinnan's suffering at this moment surpassed her own. "Jinnan, please remain calm." Lin Songyun's voice was soft yet resolute, imbued with a soothing power that suggested the circumstances had not yet reached their direst state. There remained a chance, a flicker of hope. "Trust in Lin Bai, will you?" Lin Jinnan's body quivered slightly as he lifted his gaze towards Lin Songyun, confusion and bewilderment flickering in his eyes. How could he trust Lin Bai? The ominous portents of the heavenly Tao steel were already glaringly evident. Lin Bai was the very harbinger of calamity for the Lin family. Could he still harbor belief in him? "Sister, how can you expect me to trust him?" Lin Jinnan's voice was laced with helplessness and uncertainty. The heavenly Tao steel. It could not be mistaken. A multitude of questions swirled within him, and almost instinctively, he felt compelled to acquiesce to Lin Songyun's suggestion. He yearned to believe in Lin Songyun and Lin Bai, in their capacity to discover a remedy for their plight, and in the Lin family's ability to navigate this crisis. Yet, As the head of the Lin family, he bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding their lives. He could not afford to be swayed by emotion, nor gamble the fate of the entire family. He must remain clear-headed and make the most judicious decision. He grappled with his thoughts, seeking an answer from Lin Songyin, an answer that would bring him solace. "Sister, please tell me, why do you say this? Are you concealing something from me?" Lin Jinnan's voice brimmed with urgency and longing, as he hoped Lin Songyun could offer him a rationale to trust Lin Bai. Lin Songyun gazed into Lin Jinnan's expectant eyes, a gentle sigh escaping her lips. She stepped forward and enveloped him in a tender embrace, reminiscent of their childhood, softly stroking his hair. Her touch was gentle and warm, exuding a mystical aura that gradually calmed Lin Jinnan's restless heart. "Jinnan, do you remember when you were little? How you always loved to follow me around, calling me sister?" Lin Songyun's voice was soft and ethereal, tinged with nostalgia. "Back then, you were so endearing, so reliant on me." Lin Jinnan's body stiffened slightly, as if his thoughts were drawn back to a distant past, to the carefree days of his childhood. He recalled how, in those halcyon days, his greatest joy was to trail behind Lin Songyun, listening to her tales, watching her practice swordplay, and inhaling the faint fragrance that clung to her. Lin Songyun was not only his sister, but also his most trusted confidant. In her presence, he could shed all pretenses and revert to his most authentic self. "Sister." Lin Jinnan's voice caught in his throat, tears escaping his control, trickling down his cheeks. It had been ages since he had wept so freely. Ever since he assumed the mantle of the Lin family's head, he had been compelled to maintain an air of authority and composure, never allowing anyone to witness his vulnerability. Yet, before Lin Songyun, he was able to lower all defenses and fully express his emotions. "Jinnan, you have grown, becoming the head of the Lin family, shouldering the noble duty of safeguarding our clan." Lin Songyun's voice resonated with pride and admiration. "You have done remarkably well. Your sister is proud of you. But have you ever contemplated how long it has been since you truly rested? How long has it been since you laughed joyfully like you did in your childhood?" Lin Songyun's voice carried a hint of compassion. "You always bear the weight of every responsibility upon your shoulders, and you were utterly exhausted." Lin Jinnan's body trembled slightly. He remained silent, tightly embracing Lin Songyun, savoring the warmth radiating from her. He understood that Lin Songyun was right. He was indeed weary, having long ago forsaken the carefree existence of his youth. "Jinnan, there are certain matters I cannot disclose to you, for they pertain to the secrets of the heavenly way." Lin Songyun's tone suddenly grew serious. "However, I can tell you that there is a foolish little fellow who is silently protecting the Lin family, safeguarding us with his own strength." Lin Jinnan froze momentarily, abruptly lifting his head to gaze at Lin Songyun, his eyes brimming with shock and confusion. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Songyun gently silenced him with a finger upon his lips. "Shoo." She signaled for him to remain quiet. As Lin Jinnan looked into Lin Songyun's clear and resolute eyes, he comprehended that this matter was undoubtedly connected to the heavenly way, and that Lin Songyun could divulge little more. He simply needed to trust Lin Songyun and have faith in Lin Bai. A warm current surged within him, and he felt an unprecedented sense of relief and liberation. "Ah, that insufferable little rascal." Chapter 48. Lin Bai. "I sense that someone is plotting against me." In the royal carriage, Lin Bai instinctively scratched his rear. For some unknown reason, he was plagued by an unsettling feeling that someone was conspiring against him. He subconsciously called upon the system to confirm the storyline. Today, the system was exceptionally cheerful, declaring, "Boss, the plot remains entirely on course." Despite the system's assurance, Lin Bai sensed something amiss. He reflected on the previous events. As for the endeavor to save the Qianyuan dynasty, Lin Bai had been certified by the system. There were no discrepancies. Furthermore, Yanjin's state could not possibly be aware of his actions. Suddenly, an ache throbbed in his head as fragmented memories flickered through his mind like a lantern's glow. He envisioned himself standing amidst ruins, surrounded by crumbling walls, with a battlefield shrouded in smoke in the distance. He saw himself wielding a longsword, unleashing formidable sword energies that felled powerful foes. He beheld a blood-soaked woman in his embrace, his eyes filled with concern and trepidation. These images were strikingly vivid yet profoundly alien. Why did he exhibit such proficiency in these actions? Surely, he had only lived one life, hadn't he? He scratched his head. After all, Having traversed hundreds of years of narrative, such scenes were not uncommon. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. What a jest! He was an extraordinary genius. What was amiss with completing the game on the first try? Ah, but this was his second life. Yet, was that truly the issue? It was that woman who inexplicably fell in love with him, the antagonist. Lin Bai felt a surge of frustration, gritting his teeth, praying fervently that he would never discover who it was that dared to love him post-storyline, leading to this rebirth. As he pondered, the royal carriage approached the vicinity of the Starfall Forbidden Ground. A panoramic view revealed mountains encircling ancient trees towering into the sky, and a colossal rift in space lay stretched across the heavens, resembling a ghastly scar that tore the sky asunder. Within the rift, chaotic energies roiled, revealing glimpses of dilapidated palaces that exuded an aura of antiquity and desolation. Surrounding the spatial rift was a faint luminescent veil, upon which runes flickered and shimmered, clearly a manifestation of some formidable barrier. Beyond this restriction lay a vast plain, which, despite being marked as a forbidden area, was teeming with a throng of cultivators gathered from all directions. These cultivators donned splendid robes, some riding swords with an air of grandeur, while others clad in sturdy attire bore long blades, their gazes sharp and penetrating. They congregated in small groups, some engaged in hushed conversations, others in meditation, and some eagerly preparing for action. All eyes were fixated on the rift, brimming with greed and yearning. A sense of desolation, antiquity, and weight enveloped the entire plain. This atmosphere seemed to transcend the passage of time, originating from the distant primordial era, imbued with a disquieting pressure. Here lay the remnants of ancient sects within the Starfall Forbidden Ground. Lin Bai withdrew his gaze. According to the narrative, Gu Qinghan and Tang Shiqi should already be inside. Only when they trigger the mechanisms can those outside shatter the restrictions. Very well, I shall now enter the plot. However, before that, Lin Bai needed to contact Fian. After all, as the story unfolds, despite Fian's profound disappointment in him, she would still come to his aid for the sake of his late mother. Just as he took out the jade pendant and was about to channel his spiritual energy, a cool, ethereal figure appeared before him. Fian, clad in garments as pure as snow, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her skin as flawless as jade, and her features exquisitely captivating, drew all eyes to her the moment she appeared. Did Fian arrive this swiftly in the original plot? A bubble of curiosity floated in Lin Bai's mind. Upon noticing this mental bubble, Fian felt a rush of shyness, though her expression remained impassive. She would not disclose to Lin Bai that she had been monitoring his movements to protect him. The moment he left the Lin family, she had followed him. Yet, she would not admit this, as it would portray her as a lovesick maiden, tarnishing her image as a supreme powerhouse. With this thought, she landed gracefully before Lin Bai, nodding without a hint of emotion. A chorus of sighs erupted from the onlookers, lamenting how such a stunning beauty was already taken. Hearing their murmurs, Lin Bai felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What do these people see? How could my master have such disdainful eyes towards me? Fian, initially pleased, felt her temper flare at his thoughts, but quickly her expression turned bittersweet. After all, Lin Bai had to adhere to the storyline and could not display his feelings too overtly. Master, what troubles you? She inquired. Oh, just recalling some vexing matters. Vexing matters? I understand. You find it disgusting to be seen with me, right? The plot is secure. Upon reading these thoughts, Fian felt a moment of suffocation, her complexion paling slightly. After a brief hesitation, she stepped forward and, amidst Lin Bai's astonished expression, took his hand. This is to prevent you from being ambushed. Do not misconstrue it. Oh, I see. Lin Bai mused inwardly, momentarily bewildered by Fian's intentions. The two walked side by side toward the crowd. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. The crowd looked up to witness a colossal warship slicing through the void, slowly approaching. The vessel, forged entirely from black mysterious iron, extended hundreds of feet in length and dozens of feet in width, resembling a moving mountain, casting a shadow that instilled a profound sense of oppression. Flags fluttered atop the warship, snapping in the wind. A massive banner billowed, emblazoned with a golden character for Tang, executed with vigorous strokes, radiating an aura of formidable dominance. It was the people of the Tang family. The Tang family had also arrived. Clearly, this expedition to the Starfall Forbidden Zone was destined to be anything but tranquil. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. The Tang family, like the Lin family, was an immortal clan with deep roots and formidable strength. The arrival of the Tang family undoubtedly introduced a plethora of uncertainties to this expedition into the Starfall Forbidden Zone. The golden warship gradually descended upon the plain, stirring up clouds of dust. Upon the deck stood a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe, accompanied by hundreds of Tang family cultivators, who strode down the gangway with purposeful strides. They maintained a steadfast gaze, directly advancing toward the spatial rift as those in their path hastily made way, too apprehensive to obstruct their passage. A glimmer of insight flickered in Lin Bai's eyes. The Tang family, an immortal lineage, the ancestral home of Tang Shiqi. Fian's eyes widened in astonishment. What do you mean Tang Shiqi is a member of the Tang family? Isn't he an orphan? In earlier years, the previous head of the Tang family fell in love with the spirit herb. In his fervor to unite with it, he audaciously pilfered the Tang family's secret treasure, the purifying heaven vessel, elevating the spirit herb from its nascent form to the realm of the Guishu. Regrettably, the ascension of that spirit herb necessitated an abundance of life essence, which the head of the Tang family could not provide. Consequently, he resorted to plundering mortal dynasties, resulting in the massacre of nearly 3,000 kingdoms. This ultimately incited the wrath of the heavenly Tao, which descended in retribution. In a bid for redemption and to safeguard Tang Shiqi, the head of the Tang family voluntarily transcended, merging with the essence of the 3,000 pathways, thereby suppressing the life forms of the Forbidden Zone. Of course, in accordance with the conventions of such narratives, how could the protagonist not rescue his father? Hence, in the later stages, after the protagonist ascended to the rank of emperor, he shattered the heavenly Tao, sacrificing countless lives to resurrect his mother and father, leading an army to obliterate all immortal clans that had oppressed his parents. What you have lost is mere life, whereas my parents have lost their love. Lin Bai reminisced about this plot, unable to suppress an urge to applaud. It was profoundly moving, such is the essence of our tales. Yet, that was during his tenure as a reader. Now, as a villain, he found himself feeling increasingly beleaguered by the unfolding events. Calculating the time, it is nearly upon us. Chapter 49. The legendary treasure capable of severing the celestial path. As Lin Bai's thoughts resonated, the ancient aura-laden fissure in space erupted with a dazzling radiance. Visible ripples of space spread outward like waves upon water, distorting the void in their wake, accompanied by ominous cracking sounds, as if it were on the verge of collapse. The overwhelming surge of power sent waves of trepidation through all present cultivators. Those of lesser cultivation found themselves gasping for breath, their faces as pale as parchment, while some collapsed to the ground, shivering uncontrollably. What is happening? Such a terrifying fluctuation. Could it be that a treasure of immense significance is about to emerge? No. This is not merely a sign of a treasuress appearance. This power transcends the realm of ordinary artifacts. Could it be the fabled imperial artifact? Among the crowd, gasps of astonishment erupted, eyes widened in fervent anticipation, greed and desire glimmering within. Yet, beneath it all, a profound sense of dread prevailed. After all, such formidable power was far beyond the reach of these ordinary cultivators. A moment's carelessness could lead to their utter annihilation. The voice of Lin Bai echoed in Fian's mind. The heavenly transformation sacred sect, the ancient and immortal sect, they have placed the rift here to seal the supreme treasure they forged. A flicker of intrigue passed through Fian's beautiful eyes. Supreme treasures? These are entities that surpass imperial artifacts, each possessing the devastating power to obliterate worlds, enough to drive any faction into a frenzy. That sect is adept in the laws of time. They have concealed that supreme treasure within 99 fragments of space-time. Only those who grasp the laws of time can locate the precise entrance. Otherwise, they will be lost within the fragments. Lin Bai's thoughts continued. Fian's heart quaked. The laws of time are among the most enigmatic and unfathomable. Even she has only brushed the surface and cannot claim mastery over them. It appears that acquiring that supreme treasure will be no simple feat, of course, due to the nature of space-time laws. Even if the treasures here are taken, they will regenerate with each cycle, including the highly coveted imperial artifacts that captivate the masses. What? At this revelation, Fian could no longer maintain her composure. She abruptly turned to Lin Bai, her eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. Each cycle regenerates the treasures, even the top-tier Imperial artifacts. How could this be possible? Imperial artifacts are exceedingly rare, each capable of inciting bloodshed and chaos. And here, they continuously manifest. This is nothing short of an inexhaustible treasure trove. If this information were to leak, the entire realm of cultivators would tremble, with countless powerful beings converging to seize the treasures within. There are 3 Imperial artifacts here. One is the map of mountains and rivers. Another is the golden money of falling treasures. And the last is the mirror of the vast heavens, each one immensely powerful, destined to be divided among the children of fortune. The breath of Fian quickened. The names of the 3 Imperial artifacts, Shanhatu, Luo Bao Jinxian, and Hao Yanjing, were well known to her, each possessing a formidable reputation and coveted by countless cultivators. So they originated from here? As for the supreme treasure known as the Jie Mie Di Shao Jian, its might exceeded even that of the heavenly tribulation, rendering the heavenly Tao powerless. The moment it appeared, the heavenly Tao was filled with envy and struck against Tang Shichi with a heavenly calamity. However, the remnant soul of the great emperor concealed its true nature, transforming it into an ordinary longsword, gradually revealing its immense power as Tang Shichi matured. What is this? It is astonishing that it could overpower even the heavenly Tao. Fian could scarcely contain her voice. The heavenly Tao, an entity of utmost supremacy, embodies the rules and governs all existence. To think that this supreme treasure could rival the heavenly Tao is utterly revolutionary to her understanding. No wonder Tang Shichi was able to annihilate the Lin family later on. It was due to such a treasure-esque blessing. At the same time, Fian finally comprehended why Lin Bai sought to secretly enhance Gu Qinghan's power. If Tang Shichi could already sever the heavenly Tao, then Lin Bai, still a formidable adversary, must have attained an astonishing level of strength. Yet, this formidable Lin Bai was destined to meet his end at the hands of Gu Qinghan for the sake of the narrative. It was akin to a foundational cultivator attempting to slay a reborn realm cultivator. Even if the reborn cultivator could not resist for the foundational one, it would be akin to a blunt knife slicing flesh, a slow and torturous demise. Fian could hardly fathom the torment Lin Bai must have endured in his past life. As they pondered, the disturbances in the sky grew increasingly intense. With the spatial rifts widening, the cultivators surrounding the Starfall Forbidden Ground became increasingly restless. Everyone understood that this signified the imminent opening of the ruins, heralding a contest rife with both opportunity and peril. However, just as the crowd prepared to enter the ruins, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Tang family cultivators who emerged from the warship did not immediately enter the spatial rift. Instead, they swiftly spread out, surrounding the area around the rift. Each of them bore a cold demeanor, their gazes sharp, exuding powerful auras like impregnable walls, keeping all who sought to approach the rift at bay. The leader, a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe, emanated an overwhelming presence. He surveyed the surroundings with piercing eyes and a voice that resonated with authority. By the command of the Tang family head, the entrance to the Starfall Forbidden Ground is sealed. Unauthorized personnel are strictly forbidden from approaching. Violators will be dealt with ruthlessly. His voice, like thunder, reverberated across the plain, instilling fear in every attendee. This sudden turn of events left the gathered cultivators stunned. They had not anticipated the Tang family would act so tyrannically, outright sealing the entrance and barring their entry. After a brief silence, discontent erupted among the crowd. How can this be? The Tang family is far too domineering. Indeed, the Starfall Forbidden Land does not belong solely to the Tang family. By what right do they deny us entry? Although the Tang family is an immortal lineage, they cannot act with such impunity. Do they intend to monopolize the treasures within? Various voices of doubt, grievance, and indignation rose in a cacophony. However, in the face of the crowd's discontent, the cultivators of the Tang family remained utterly unperturbed. Their expressions were devoid of emotion as they coldly regarded the throng around them. A middle-aged man clad in a golden robe sneered contemptuously, his eyes glinting with disdain. The power of an immortal lineage is beyond the comprehension of mere ants like you. Why should the Tang family explain our actions to you? If you are dissatisfied, come forth and fight. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded the hundreds of Tang cultivators behind him to step forward, emanating an overwhelming aura that bore down upon the crowd like a mountain. Feeling the weight of this formidable pressure, the previously agitated cultivators fell silent. Though discontent simmered within them, they dared not confront the Tank family. After all, the might of an immortal lineage was a force they could not contend with. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the plain. Amidst the crowd stood Linbai, observing the scene with a series of cold, mocking thoughts. The Tank family? What an arrogant display. Is it merely because they belong to an immortal lineage that they feel entitled to oppress the weak? They claim that the strength of an immortal lineage is beyond the grasp of mere ants? The previous head of the Tang family slaughtered over 3,000 dynasties for a single spirit herb, sacrificing countless lives. How dare they flaunt such deeds? Linbai's inner sentiments were laid bare in Fian's mind. Hearing these thoughts, Fian felt a wave of emotion. She understood that while Linbai appeared to be irreverent, he held firm principles and a moral compass within. He despised the tyranny of the Tang family and empathized with the oppressed cultivators. Considering that Linbai needed to navigate the narrative while feigning a foundation-building stage, Fian could not help but wonder how this little rascal would act. Chapter 50. How could I not confront the Son of Destiny? As Fian pondered how Linbai would respond to the tyrannical actions of the Tang family, she observed Linbai confidently striding forward. Hey, this call, infused with the youthful exuberance and defiance characteristic of a young man, instantly captured the attention of everyone present, particularly the members of the Tang family, who collectively directed their gaze towards the source of the voice. Initially, some were curious about the audacity of this individual who dared to openly provoke the Tang family. After all, the Tang family was a venerable lineage. Steeped in heritage and formidable in strength, any ordinary cultivator would typically retreat in deference and awe. However, upon recognizing the prominent insignia of the Lin family emblazoned on Linbai's attire, their initial astonishment gave way to understanding. So, it was a member of the Lin family. No wonder. Both are immortal families, thus, he possesses the right to challenge. It is merely a conflict between two families. What concern is it of us solitary cultivators? Indeed, it is akin to dogs fighting amongst themselves. We shall merely observe the spectacle. Amidst the crowd, whispers rose and fell like the tide. Some were astonished by the appearance of the Lin family, while others adopted a detached attitude, content to watch the unfolding drama. A few even lamented silently why they were not born into a prestigious immortal family. Although these murmurs were soft, they did not escape Fian's keen ears. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a wave of irritation surged within her. She understood the mindset of these cultivators, merely envy and jealousy. After all, the resources possessed by immortal families were beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Yet, this did not imply that Linbai stood in opposition to them. She instinctively wished to defend Linbai, but the words faltered on her lips, leaving her uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, Linbai's inner voice materialized as a series of bubbles in Fian's mind. I need these individuals to restrain Tang Shichi's movements, but if I let them in directly, it would contradict my persona. However, I am a wayward son. I am not concerned with the consequences. I can only lose to Tang Shichi due to the plot, while the Son of Destiny can effortlessly overpower his foes. You lot are nothing to me. Upon reading these thoughts, the corners of Fian's mouth twitched slightly. This young man truly is. Linbai strode boldly to the forefront of the crowd, his face adorned with the unmistakable pride and disdain of a pampered heir. With his chin slightly raised, he addressed the members of the Tang family in a condescending tone. Hey, you lot, if you know what is good for you, step aside and don't block my path. His tone and demeanor embodied that of a spoiled scion. The middle-aged man leading the Tang family flashed a wary glimmer in his eyes. He recognized Linbai and was aware of his status as the young master of the Lin family. However, he also understood that Linbai was merely an arrogant youth lacking any real skill, not worthy of concern. Thus, he scoffed derisively. Linbai, what are you? How dare you act so brazenly before the Tang family? This is the Starfall Forbidden Zone, not the backyard of your Lin family. If you know what is good for you, hurry back and avoid embarrassing yourselves here. Upon hearing this, Linbai remained unfazed, growing more arrogant as he retorted, What are you, Tang family? Behind me stands the Emperor. Dare you lay a finger on me? The leader of the Tang family laughed heartily at his words. The Emperor? As if we in the Tang family are without one. Would we fear you? Just as tensions escalated and the atmosphere thickened with hostility, a powerful wave of aura suddenly surged from the sky. Everyone looked up to see Lin Sungyun's figure appearing high above, alongside another elder of equal strength. Between them, sparks of energy flickered, a clash of divine consciousness between two emperors. Though it was merely a collision of wills, the overwhelming pressure sent shivers down the spines of all present. After a brief exchange, the two seemed to reach a silent understanding, retracting their divine consciousness. The Tang family emperor appeared somewhat at a disadvantage, his expression darkening. Yet, Lin Songyun understood that should a battle ensue, while she was not afraid, she could not swiftly overpower her opponent. Thus, she proclaimed, "Brother Tang, how about we make an agreement? Let our elders refrain from intervening and allow the younger generation to resolve their own matters, shall we?" The Tang family emperor's eyes gleamed with interest upon hearing her proposal. He perceived it as advantageous for himself, considering Lin Bai was merely a reckless heir while his side boasted hundreds of elite Tang cultivators. Without hesitation, he acquiesced. "Very well. It shall be as you say." Fairy Lin. Upon hearing the agreement between the two emperors, the leader of the Tang family felt a surge of pride. He turned to Lin Bai with a mocking smile. "Lin Bai, did you hear? Your family's emperor has spoken, allowing the younger generation to settle this. You were so arrogant. Let us see how you maintain that demeanor now." Lin Bai, however, retained a look of disdain. Producing a token from his robe, he toyed with it nonchalantly, saying, "Oh, is that so? You best observe closely what this is." As the token emerged, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. A potent spiritual pressure emanated from it, causing a wave of trepidation among all present. "This is the Xiantian spirit command." The leader of the Tang family's expression changed, exclaiming in shock. The Xiantian spirit command is a treasured artifact of the Lin family, possessing 9 layers of space, each teeming with countless spirit beasts. This treasure can summon formidable spirit beasts to serve its wielder. Initially unperturbed, the Tang leader had thought Lin Bai's cultivation base, appearing only at the foundation establishment stage, would limit him to summoning spirit beasts at most at the golden core stage. However, he could never have anticipated Lin Bai's audacity. Before the astonished crowd, Lin Bai began pulling various rare spiritual herbs from his storage pouch, consuming them like candy. As the potency of the herbs coursed through him, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Bai. Immediately, the Xiantian Yuling Ling radiated a brilliant light. Beams of luminescence shot forth from the talisman, cascading onto the ground and transforming into colossal halos. Within these halos, a myriad of spirit beasts emerged, roaring and bellowing as they surged forth in eager haste. There were massive bears, soaring eagles, fire-breathing pythons, and thunderous cheilants. Each of these spirit beasts exuded a formidable aura, the weakest among them at the nascent soul stage, with one even reaching the divine transformation stage. Such an array of powerful spirit beasts instantaneously left the Tang family in a state of shock. Above Lin Bai's head, a bubble appeared once again. "Fool! I cannot utilize spiritual medicine against the Son of Destiny. Do I need to conserve my strength against you?" Upon seeing this bubble, Fian's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. This little one truly defies all logic. The cultivators, who had initially approached the situation with a spectator's mindset, were now utterly taken aback. They had never anticipated Lin Bai to be so formidable, capable of summoning such a multitude of spirit beasts. After a brief moment of astonishment, some astute cultivators quickly regained their composure. Seizing the opportunity while the Tang family was besieged by the army of spirit beasts, they hastily rushed towards the entrance of the ruins. "Quick! Now is the time to charge in. Opportunities like this are fleeting. The treasure shall be mine." In an instant, the entire plain descended into chaos. Lin Bai surveyed the tumultuous scene before him, a slight smile of triumph curling at the corners of his mouth. "Humph! You think you can compete with me? You are still too inexperienced." Chapter 51. The grand performance begins deep within the Starfall Forbidden Zone. The spatial rift that had been surrounded by the Tang clan's cultivators now resembled an awakening ancient behemoth, emanating a dazzling radiance. Visible ripples of space spread outwards like waves, distorting the void and producing ominous cracking sounds, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, an ancient and melodious chime resonated from the void, echoing across the entire plain. Boom! The resonant bell toll seemed to traverse endless epochs, imbued with an ineffable sense of antiquity and majesty. Following this, an invisible force surged forth from the spatial rift, enveloping the entire Starfall Forbidden Zone like a colossal unseen hand. In the face of this formidable power, all cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level or position, felt their bodies grow heavy, as if they were burdened by an invisible mountain. Thud, thud. Those with lesser cultivation were immediately pressed to the ground by this overwhelming force. Rendered immobile, their faces as pale as parchment, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Even those with profound cultivation felt their spiritual energy stagnate, their full strength inexplicably suppressed to the golden core stage. What is happening? My cultivation, why has it been suppressed? The golden core stage, I've been reduced to the golden core stage. Amidst the crowd, exclamations and wails rose and fell, as everyone was astounded by this sudden turn of events. They had never anticipated encountering such a bizarre occurrence before entering the relic. Humph, a bunch of naive fools. The Tang Clan's emperor hovered high above, observing the chaos below with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Yet, his expression was even graver than that of the suppressed cultivators, for he realized that even as a formidable emperor, he could not entirely withstand this overwhelming force. Although his cultivation was not reduced to the golden core stage, nearly 30% of his strength had been diminished. How is this possible? The Tang Clan's emperor could scarcely believe it. This relic's level is astonishingly high. This is no ordinary relic. Its grade exceeds all expectations. No. I must immediately notify the clan. I must summon all the emperors to seal this place. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. He raged internally, desperate to escape and relay this message to his family. However, Lin Songyun made her move, though puzzled as to why the pressure had no effect on her. She saw an opportunity given that the Tang Clan's emperor had lost 30% of his power. In prison, the Tang Clan's emperor found himself seemingly nailed in midair, forced to watch the unfolding situation without the ability to intervene. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He cursed frantically within, yet it proved futile. In his helplessness, he could only place his hopes on the cultivators of the Tang clan. You all. He inhaled deeply, summoning every ounce of strength, and bellowed at the Tang clan's cultivators. You must immediately enter the relic. Remember, at all costs, bring out every single treasure within. Moreover, he seemed to wish to say more, but the chasm between realms, with a threefold difference, was akin to a divide between heaven and earth. Humph. Do they still aspire to let the younger generation vie for treasures? Lin Songyun's figure had, unbeknownst to him, already materialized before the Tang clan's emperor. She regarded the emperor's terrified and despondent expression, a flicker of derision flashing in her eyes. Isn't your Tang clan renowned as an everlasting family, boasting profound heritage and formidable strength? How is it that you cannot even handle a mere relic? Must you send the younger generation to their demise? Her voice was cool and composed, yet carried an ineffable authority. Upon hearing her words, the Tang clan's emperor's face shifted between shades of green and white, unable to retort. He recognized that Lin Songyun spoke the truth. The level of this relic had surpassed their imagination. Even they, as emperor-level powerhouses, could not fully command it. Forcing their way in could spell disaster. Yet, he was loath to concede defeat so easily. After all, this relic likely concealed astonishing treasures. Acquiring these treasures could elevate the Tang clan's power to new heights. Lin Songyun, do not spout such condescension. He gritted through clenched teeth. Has your Lin clan not sent anyone either? Do you truly intend to relinquish the treasures within our Tang clan? Lin Songyun responded with a faint smile, saying, Our Lin clan would never so easily concede our treasures. However, we have always valued our own strength, disdainful of relying on external possessions. Moreover, she paused, her gaze settling on Lin Bai, a glimmer of tenderness and expectation in her eyes. Our Lin clan has young Bai. He alone suffices. Her voice, though soft, resonated with confidence and pride. The Tang clan's emperor, taken aback at first, soon burst into hearty laughter. Lin Songyun, have you lost your wits? Lin Bai? That good-for-nothing scion. You actually expect him to contend with our entire Tang clan? He laughed uproariously, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Yet, Lin Songyun remained unfazed, maintaining her calm demeanor. Whether it is a dream or reality will soon be revealed, she stated coolly. Young Bai, go forth. Let these Tang clan members witness the might of our Lin family. Her voice, though gentle, bore an undeniable authority. Lin Bai stood amidst the crowd, feeling utterly speechless at the scene unfolding before him. Aunt, do you hold me in such high regard? I am but a mere foundation-building cultivator. Are you leaving me to face the entire Tang family alone? Is this not a matter of life and death for me? His inner voice manifested as a series of bubble-like thoughts floating within Fian's mind. She gazed at these bubbles, covering her mouth with a soft laugh. This little fellow. How can I believe you? Yet, she understood that Lin Bai was intentionally feigning weakness. After all, he was meant to navigate the unfolding narrative. Should he exhibit excessive strength? It might arouse the Tang family's suspicions, jeopardizing the progression of the story. Master, let us depart, Lin Bai said, retracting the Xiantian Yuling order. His voice, though calm, carried a subtle hint of tension. He was about to enter an unknown relic, one of considerable peril. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster. The prospect of death did not frighten him. Rather, he feared the collapse of the narrative, necessitating a restart. Fian nodded gently, following closely behind Lin Bai. The two walked side by side toward the rift in space. Lin Bai instinctively grasped Fian's hand, his palms slightly damp with perspiration. Fian keenly sensed the subtle tremor emanating from Lin Bai's grasp, and a gentle ripple of warmth blossomed within her beautiful eyes. Could it be that this little fellow is concerned for me? An indescribable sweetness unfurled in her heart, akin to flowers blooming in the spring. She did not pull away, allowing Lin Bai's slightly sweaty palm to hold her delicate hand firmly. Thus, hand in hand, they stepped into the rift of space. Chapter 52. Master, do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? A sudden whirlwind ensued, as if time and space had been tangled into a chaotic mess. When solid ground returned beneath their feet, the two found themselves in a narrow, dimly lit passage. The stone walls on either side were rough and frigid, exuding an aura both ancient and enigmatic. However, it appeared that a deviation had occurred during the teleportation process. Lin Bai felt his body lighten and, without control, he stumbled forward. In a moment of panic, he instinctively reached out, hoping to grasp something to steady himself. In the next instant, he felt a soft yet resilient sensation in his palm. Looking down, Lin Bai's expression stiffened with shock. He had inadvertently pressed Fian against the wall, his hand encircling her as if he were holding on to a grand mountain range, causing the peaks to sway with each movement. For a fleeting moment, Lin Bai noticed a faint blush blooming on Fian's delicate face, reminiscent of a subtle rouge diffusing under the cool light of the moon. A flicker of unease crossed her usually tranquil eyes, as if a gentle breeze had stirred the calm surface of a lake, creating ripples of disturbance. Quick, let go. Fian's voice emerged, nearly squeezed out between clenched teeth, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. The unusual sensation from the contact sent her into a flurry of confusion. Upon hearing her words, Lin Bai seemed to awaken from a dream, quickly retracting his hand and stepping back in haste, creating distance between them. Simultaneously, he silently exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, I thought the plot was about to unravel. I never anticipated Master would be so furious, unable to articulate her anger fully. She must surely harbor a deep-seated resentment towards me. You little rascal. Fian bit her silver teeth, her cheeks still flushed. But a wave of embarrassment surged within her heart. The earlier confusion mingled with a faint, unnoticeable delight was now entirely eclipsed by this sudden irritation. She shot Lin Bai a fierce glare, but said nothing, merely turning away and striding ahead, leaving him with her silent back. Lin Bai scratched his head and promptly followed suit. The two continued along the narrow passage, one trailing the other. It seemed endless. Yet Lin Bai already anticipated what awaited them. Upon emerging from the passage, they were met with a grand revelation. Before them lay an expansive circular hall, at the center of which stood a towering altar. A myriad of treasures adorned the altar, radiating dazzling brilliance. However, Lin Bai's gaze did not linger on the treasures. Instead, it was fixated on the far end of the hall, where two figures stood. One was Gu Qinghan, clad in a flowing white dress, exuding an aura of icy elegance. The other was Tang Shiqi, donning a sleek black outfit, his eyes sharp and penetrating. At that moment, Tang Shiqi's face was alight with an unmistakable joy and pride. The reason was simple. As one of the first to enter, he had, under the guidance of the remnants of the Emperor's soul within the ring, already acquired a wealth of precious materials for refining weapons and potions, and even uncovered clues to the legendary Supreme Treasure. However, upon seeing Lin Bai and Fian's arrival, Tang Shichi's expression darkened instantly. Lin Bai, how did you end up here? Has the rival scene arrived so swiftly? With that thought, a typical air of arrogance and dominance unique to a wealthy scion materialized on Lin Bai's face. He pointed a finger at Gu Qinghan and bellowed, Gu Qinghan, as my fiancé, how dare you associate with this scoundrel? His voice resonated with fury and resentment, as though he had suffered a profound humiliation. Tang Shichi, overhearing, allowed a flicker of derision to pass through his eyes. Lin Bai, have you forgotten? On the life and death platform, you were already bested by me. Gu Qinghan is no longer your fiancé. Lin Bai's expression darkened further. Nonsense. What belongs to me, Lin Bai, cannot be touched by others. Indeed, I lost on the life and death platform, but I am the villain. Villains do not adhere to logic. Gu Qinghan is mine. Fian observed the thought bubble emerging from Lin Bai's head, her lips twitching slightly. This little fellow truly remains as naive as ever. Gu Qinghan gazed at Lin Bai, her heart quivering slightly. His declaration sent ripples through her previously tranquil soul. At that moment, a group of Tang clan cultivators entered the hall, their eyes immediately fixating on the treasures atop the altar, filled with greed and longing. The treasures, they are all mine. Whoever dares to snatch them from me shall meet their demise. The Tang clan cultivators pounced on the altar like ravenous wolves. Yet, upon seeing Lin Bai standing nearby, their expressions turned grim. Lin Bai, what a fateful encounter. Tang Shichi's countenance shifted. His ties with the Tang clan were fraught with tension. If they discovered he possessed various precious materials, it would spell trouble for him. However, since Lin Bai bore a grudge against the Tang clan, it would be prudent to watch from the sidelines, allowing Lin Bai and the Tang clan cultivators to engage in mutual destruction, thus enabling him to reap the benefits. Resolute in his decision, Tang Shichi instinctively took a step back, hiding behind Gu Qinghan. Observing Tang Shichi's actions, both Fian and Gu Qinghan felt a twinge of disdain. Lin Bai faced the charging Tang clan cultivators with no sign of fear. Humph, a bunch of oblivious fools. He sneered. Today, I shall demonstrate what true power entails. He inhaled deeply, channeling the spiritual energy within him. Although his current cultivation was merely at the foundation establishment stage, he possessed combat skills that transcended even the Emperor realm. Dealing with these golden core Tang clan cultivators would be effortless. Moreover, since this would not interfere with the plot, he could unleash his full strength and vent his frustrations. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Bai plunged into the throng. His movements were as swift as lightning, weaving through the crowd like a specter. His fists and feet descended like a torrential storm, each strike imbued with formidable strength. The Tang clan cultivators stood no chance against Lin Bai's onslaught. Each one sent reeling backward, spitting blood and howling in agony. This left all present in a state of utter astonishment. How could this be possible? Was Lin Bai not a mere scion of privilege? How could he possess such formidable prowess? Had he been concealing his true strength all along? Gu Qinghan's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, she had assumed that Lin Bai's lack of fear towards Tang Shichi stemmed from his possession of immense power at the pinnacle of the ascension stage. However, witnessing him effortlessly wielding only the strength of the foundation establishment stage to vanquish those golden core cultivators left her utterly shocked. Even more striking to Gu Qinghan was the fact that amidst the fierce battle, Lin Bai was able to divert his attention to intercept the attacks directed at Fian. Had Fian not been present, it seemed Lin Bai might not have sustained any injuries at all. As she surveyed the chaotic scene before her, an inexplicable twinge of jealousy began to stir within Gu Qinghan's heart. Chapter 53. The Enraged Lin Bai. Just as Gu Qinghan was lost in tumultuous thoughts, the battlefield before her had already settled into an eerie calm. The once mighty cultivators of the Tang family now appeared tattered and trembling, their eyes fixed on Lin Bai with a gaze akin to that reserved for a monster. A foundation stage cultivator effortlessly besting those in the golden core stage. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Even the legendary prodigies chronicled in ancient texts would find it hard to achieve such astonishing feats at the foundation level. However, despite Lin Bai's formidable strength, The Tang family cultivators noted that he could only wield the power of the foundation stage and could not swiftly eliminate them. Furthermore, they observed that Lin Bai instinctively diverted some of his energy to protect Fei Yin during the battle. A malicious thought began to take root in their minds. This could very well be Lin Bai's vulnerability. A lecherous grin spread across the face of one Tang family cultivator as he suppressed the excruciating pain coursing through his body. He spat a mouthful of blood towards Fei Yan's direction, his voice hoarse as he taunted, "Little girl, you certainly have a charming appearance. Once we brothers deal with this brat, we shall savor your delights. Ha ha ha, with so many of us, we will make you wish for death." Upon hearing this, an icy glint flickered in Fei Yan's cool gaze. These individuals truly did not know the meaning of danger. Even though she was currently suppressed to the Golden Core stage, she was still a powerful being of the returning ruins realm, possessing an understanding of the Tao and mastery over power far beyond these Golden Core cultivators. Even without resorting to any secret techniques, she was confident in her ability to annihilate these ignorant fools. Gu Qinghan stepped forward. Her delicate face clouded with frost as she coldly rebuked, "You of the Tang family, despite being an illustrious lineage, how can you produce such despicable and shameless individuals? As cultivators, you should strive for progress rather than indulge in verbal cruelty and bully the weak. You bring disgrace upon the name of your immortal family." Though she still bore a grudge over Lin Bai's annulment of their engagement, she could not stand idly by while these Tang family cultivators perpetrated their vile deeds. Tang Shiqi, standing behind Gu Qinghan, quickly whispered, "Qinghan, do not be the one to attract attention. Be careful not to bring calamity upon yourself." At these words, Gu Qinghan and Fei Yan's disdain for Tang Shiqi reached new heights. This man was not only weak in strength but also cowardly and devoid of responsibility. He epitomized cowardice. Fei Yin stepped forward, her spiritual energy surging within her, as a devastating force began to coalesce at her fingertips. Yet, before she could act, Lin Bai, who had remained silent until now, erupted like an arrow loosed from its bow. His eyes burned crimson, and a tide of murderous intent surged forth from his being, as if a primordial demon had descended upon the world from ancient times. The violent aura enveloped the entire hall, leaving everyone gasping for breath. He did not even employ any secret techniques. He merely relied on his foundational cultivation. Yet even so, the cultivators of the Tang family were utterly unable to thwart Lin Bai's assault. In a fleeting moment, a streak of light flashed by, followed by a profusion of blood splattering in all directions. Bang! A Tang family cultivator was struck in the chest by Lin Bai's fist, causing his entire ribcage to cave in instantly. Blood gushed violently from his mouth as his body flew backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Lifeless. Crack. Another cultivator from the Tang family met a similar fate when Lin Bai's kick landed on his neck, snapping the vertebrae in an instant. His head twisted at an unnatural angle, eyes wide open in eternal shock. Splatter. Yet another cultivator was met with Lin Bai's palm, which struck his crown, causing his head to explode like a watermelon, gore spraying everywhere, painting the scene in gruesome crimson. In merely a few breaths, those who had previously boasted of tearing Lin Bai to shreds and playing with Fian at their whim now lay lifeless in pools of their own blood. Only one Tang family cultivator remained, barely standing. His legs trembled as if laden with lead, his face as pale as parchment. He could scarcely fathom Lin Bai's overwhelming strength, a force so formidable that it extinguished any desire to resist. "Why you? You are merely a wastrel. How could you be so strong?" His voice quivered, fragmented, as if he could not believe the scene unfolding before him. Without any forewarning, two crimson flashes darted through the darkness, and in the next instant, a hand seized the Tang cultivator's head, lifting him effortlessly. Crack! With a slight exertion, Lin Bai snapped the cultivator's neck. After accomplishing this, the bloodlust in Lin Bai's eyes receded like a tide, and he flung the lifeless body aside, instinctively turning to glance at Fian. Upon seeing her unscathed, he exhaled slowly, relief washing over him. However, in the next moment, Lin Bai's body suddenly stiffened. Both Fian and Gu Qinghan's expressions changed dramatically. Could it be that Lin Bai's forcible use of secret techniques had resulted in a backlash? Just as they instinctively rushed towards him, they were taken aback to see a text box appear above Lin Bai's head. "Oh no. Although I can effortlessly slay these cultivators, According to my character setting, I must rely on treasures to do so. Both paused in their tracks, their lips quivering in disbelief, caught between laughter and tears. Then, they witnessed Lin Bai crouching on the ground, cradling his head and letting out a low wail. It's over, my character has collapsed. I have to start over. But, Lin Bai instinctively glanced at Fian, a whirlwind of complex thoughts flashing through his mind. A bittersweet smile curling his lips. For some reason, he felt an uncanny familiarity with this scene, yet he harbored no regrets. Fian was momentarily stunned, sensing that she was finally beginning to discern the genuine emotions reflected in Lin Bai's eyes. In those deep, clear orbs, there was an unmistakable sense of reluctance, intertwined with an inexpressible tumult. Gu Qinghan observed that gaze, then turned to Fian, her steps abruptly halting. A sudden sense of suffocation enveloped her, as though she were an outsider. No, Fian instinctively cried out. What is Master doing? Thoughts raced through Fian's mind like lightning, and she summoned all her strength to regain control of her expression. It transformed into one of profound disdain, accompanied by a statement filled with immense disappointment. Lin Bai, how could you practice demonic arts? You have truly let me down. Upon uttering these words, Fian felt nearly drained, her form swaying slightly as she leaned against a nearby stone pillar for support, preventing herself from collapsing. Lin Bai's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. Can this really be salvaged? Gu Qinghan stood by, her face reflecting astonishment, thinking Fian truly lacked discernment. As she contemplated, her gaze shifted to Lin Bai, and a wave of sympathy surged within her. Yet simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction emerged. Very well, let Fian continue to misunderstand Lin Bai. At that moment, I shall seize Lin Bai from your grasp. Chapter 54 Pain. Excruciating pain. Lin Bai trembled, and the despondent posture of crouching with his head cradled in his arms vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of utmost grievance. He lifted his gaze. His eyes slightly reddened, looking at Fian with a quivering voice. Master, I acted for your sake. Those people, they disrespected you. And I merely wished to protect you. Why must you blame me? Gu Qinghan, standing nearby, felt as if an invisible hand were tightly constricting her throat, although she was already aware of Lin Bai's heartfelt sentiments. Witnessing such a scene still tugged painfully at her heartstrings. Fian, as if struck by lightning, trembled violently, her pallid complexion now devoid of any trace of color. Upon seeing his master in such a state, Lin Bai was filled with sorrow. The sense of devastation emanating from my master is overwhelming, compelling one to embrace her and offer comfort. Alas, I am the villain. Sigh, the persona of a spoiled scion is indeed troublesome. I only wish to do good, and yet am met with misunderstanding. However, as long as I can rectify this, at least I need not endure that heart-wrenching agony again. Fian gazed intently at Lin Bai, and upon witnessing his genuine concern, her heart felt as though it were being mercilessly sliced by countless sharp blades, rendering her nearly breathless. She was on the verge of losing control of her emotions, ready to rush forward and embrace him tightly, to reassure him that she believed in him and bore him no ill will. Yet, the remnants of her rationality forcefully suppressed the intense impulse within her. She understood deeply that should she act on her instincts, all of Lin Bai's previous efforts would be in vain, and he would be compelled to relive this cruel ordeal. She could not afford to be so selfish. Fian took a deep breath, striving to don a more severe expression, exerting control over her powers until her lips turned pale, before slowly uttering, Lin Bai, you have disappointed me greatly. She paused, her eyes reflecting profound sorrow and disillusionment. Leave. I no longer wish to see you. As her words fell, Fian felt as though all strength had been drained from her body. She trembled slightly, nearly losing her balance. She struggled to rein in her emotions, fighting back tears. She knew she had to harden her heart to allow Lin Bai to continue along the predetermined path. This was the only thing she could do for him. Even if the cost was a heart-wrenching despair that felt unbearable, Lin Bai stood there in a daze, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. His eyes were filled with confusion and hurt, resembling a forsaken creature gazing helplessly at Fian. This is bad. My master's emotions have affected me, and why does it hurt so much? Tang Shichi, observing this scene from the side, felt a sudden surge of joy in his heart. He suppressed a smile, feigning a heartbroken expression as he pointed at Linbai and said, "Linbai, oh Linbai, the fairy of scarlet smoke has treated you with such kindness. Yet you still choose to cultivate demonic arts. Truly, you possess a heart as cruel as a wolf's and as ungrateful as a dog's." He then turned to Fei Yin, his tone laced with a hint of flattery. "Fairy Fei Yin, do not let this wretched creature deceive you. He is nothing but a thorough villain. You must punish him severely to set an example." Tang Shiqi's words struck Fei Yin's heart like a sharp blade. Damn it! Fei Yin, already in a foul mood, felt her anger surge upon hearing Tang Shiqi's embellished remarks. She abruptly turned her head, her icy gaze piercing like a sword aimed at Tang Shiqi. "Who do you think you are to meddle in the affairs of our earthly immortal sect?" With a resounding slap, she struck Tang Shiqi's face without hesitation. This blow, infused with her rage and true essence, carried immense force. Tang Shiqi had no time to react before he was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall. Boom! A thunderous noise reverberated as the wall was breached, leaving a gaping hole with Tang Shiqi embedded within, his fate uncertain. Fei Yin's strike not only stunned Tang Shiqi, but also left Gu Qinghan and Linbai in shock. Gu Qinghan gazed at Tang Shiqi, now stuck in the wall like a dead dog, a flicker of unabashed disdain flashing in her eyes. This Tang Shiqi was truly a foolish clown, unworthy of pity. Yet, witnessing Fei Yin's fury brought an inexplicable sense of satisfaction to Gu Qinghan. The more Fei Yin misunderstood Linbai, the greater her opportunity to draw closer to him. She believed that as long as she persevered, she would eventually replace Fei Yin and become the most important person in Linbai's heart. Just as Gu Qinghan reveled in her thoughts, she suddenly felt the ground beneath her tremble violently. Rumble. The entire ruins began to shake, as if something was about to burst forth from the earth. Linbai sensed a shift, and a thought bubble appeared above him. This must be Yunjin triggering a mechanism. In the original story, this girl successfully entered a fragment of time, shielding the masses from a demonic tide and thus receiving a monetary reward. Speaking of which, I still have a plotline during this segment. Master, I must take my leave for now. I shall return for the next chapter of the story. As Linbai recalled the events from the original narrative, he pondered deeply. At that moment, a sudden wave of energy rippled through the space. Fei Yan's expression changed, and instinctively she reached out to grasp Linbai. However, before her hand could touch him, a powerful force instantaneously transported them away. "Linbai," Fei Yan exclaimed, helplessly watching his figure vanish before her eyes. In that instant, she could no longer contain her anguish and despair. Two streams of crystal-clear tears cascaded down her exquisite cheeks, like pearls slipping from a broken string. Fiery smoke gritted her teeth, silently vowing, "Disciple, wait for me. Master will undoubtedly find you and rescue you from this endless suffering." Linbai landed from the teleportation array, instinctively glancing back towards the direction he came from. Was it merely an illusion, or did it seem as though Master was reluctant to see him go? He scratched his backside and then forced a bitter smile. "Linbai, you truly think too highly of yourself." Clearly, the narrative had already set itself on the right course. Despite his efforts to assist Fiery Smoke, she continued to misunderstand him, perceiving him as a villain practicing dark arts, harboring a deep-seated hatred for him, driven by preconceived notions. This plotline was undeniably secure. Yet, oh system. Boss, what's wrong, meow? Why did I suddenly feel a twinge of heartache? Perhaps it is merely the arrival of Aunt Flo, meow. You've got to be kidding me. The corners of Linbai's mouth twitched, followed by a wave of self-mockery. How could he find himself lamenting with this absurd system? Truly a ridiculous situation. He quickly composed himself and directed his gaze toward the distant city. There, the demonic aura soared into the sky. Chapter 55, the proper use of the innate chaotic sacred body. The demonic energy, thick as ink, roiled and roared, enveloping the entire city in a suffocating darkness. The city walls had long since collapsed, and amidst the ruins, distorted figures could be faintly seen struggling, transformed into demonic entities by the corrosive miasma. Emitting chilling howls of despair, the sky appeared to be shrouded by an enormous black hand, obscuring any trace of sunlight. An oppressive atmosphere of despair and death permeated every inch of space. Linbai stood outside the city, gazing at the hellish scene before him, his brow furrowed. He took a deep breath, suppressing the discomfort within. Though merely a remnant of the past, it felt cruel no matter how many times he witnessed it. Lin Bai murmured to himself, and as soon as he spoke, he was taken aback. Huh? Why did I say that? He scratched his head in confusion. I clearly should only have come here twice, right? He racked his brain, yet could not comprehend why those words had escaped his lips. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze towards the city. If memory served him correctly, this was part of the Yun-Jin storyline. Moreover, Tang Shichi would be teleported here, only to strike him down in various outrageous ways. This absurd plot. Lin Bai couldn't help but curse inwardly, and with a swift movement, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the city. At the heart of the city, a massive vortex of demonic energy swirled slowly, emanating a pulse that sent shivers through the soul. Within the vortex's center, a vague silhouette could be discerned, struggling against the miasma. Tang Shichi stood at the edge of the vortex, his eyes glinting with avarice. There must be a treasure. He licked his lips, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together. Teacher, you were right. There must be earth-shattering treasures hidden within this demonic vortex. A voice, aged and wise, echoed from Tang Shichi's storage ring. Indeed, while this demonic energy is formidable, the treasures contained within are extraordinary. Should you acquire them, your strength will soar to new heights. Of course. Tang Shichi chuckled with pride. Once I obtain the treasure, everyone, Lin Bai, Gu Qinghan, shall bow at my feet. At that moment, a weak voice, tinged with desperation, reached Tang Shichi's ears. Hello, are you a cultivator? Can you save them? Turning his gaze, Tang Shichi beheld Yun-Jin, valiantly resisting the encroaching miasma. Surrounding her within 100-meter radius were countless terrified, ordinary people. Her complexion was pale, her breath shallow. She was clearly on the brink of collapse. Save them? Tang Shichi scoffed. These are merely remnants. What good is it to save the dead? Yun-Jin's eyes widened in shock. Remnants? But they... Enough of the buts. Tang Shichi interrupted impatiently. You ought to prioritize your own safety. Once I secure the treasure, then I shall consider whether to save you. Having said that, he disregarded Yun-Jin and turned towards the swirling vortex of demonic energy. Yun-Jin gazed at Tang Shichi's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with disappointment, followed by a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, in this world, all cultivators defy the heavens. Apart from Lin Bai, who would willingly assist others. At this thought, she found herself missing Lin Bai. Ever since awakening, she had been alone in this place. Although she was aware that this was Lin Bai's arrangement for her, an undeniable sense of loneliness began to envelop her. Dear brother, I miss you. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a bubble frame illuminating in the distance. I am utterly speechless. How can the protagonist be so oblivious? Such a splendid opportunity to garner affection, and he fails to seize it? Yun-Jin was momentarily taken aback, her face instantly blossoming into a radiant smile akin to that of a flower. It was her dear brother. He had been by her side all along. Well, considering the unfolding of the original plot, Tang Shichi's encounter with Yun-Jin was indeed unpleasant. In her quest to save the residents, Yun-Jin would suffer grievous injuries, leading to her utter disillusionment with humanity. This is a hook employed by the original author to elicit emotion. Upon reading this, Yun-Jin's heart jolted. So, I will indeed suffer severe injuries and lose all hope in humanity. She surveyed her surroundings, the faces of the common folk appearing so genuine. Would they harm me? Yun-Jin struggled against the overwhelming fatigue. Her body was nearing its limit. If the townsfolk were to turn against her at this moment, it would be the proverbial last straw that breaks the camel's back. Suddenly, a monstrous creature lunged forward, swinging its claws. In that instant, Yun-Jin could no longer hold on, and the barrier she had erected shattered. The creature surged in, launching an attack upon her. Ah! Yun-Jin cried out, expecting to be torn to shreds by the beast, only to be taken aback as a peculiar force surged from within the creature into her body. This force, both malevolent and potent, clashed violently with the spiritual energy within her. Yun-Jin moaned in agony, feeling as though her very being were on the verge of being torn apart. Yet, a miraculous transformation occurred. The once rampant dark energy began to truly merge with her spiritual power, transmuting into her own strength. Yun Jin's cultivation soared rapidly, ascending from the foundational stage all the way to the peak of the golden core stage. She felt her body brimming with an unprecedented vigor. A glimmer of understanding flickered in her eyes. She finally grasped Lin Bai's intention. This is the innate chaos sacred body. Indeed, being rooted in chaos, she could assimilate both righteous and sinister energies. This meant that the demonic creatures before her were not adversaries, but rather sacred herbs for her growth. Yun Jin widened her eyes in astonishment. Could this be part of her brother's grand design? A plan to expedite her growth? Overwhelmed with emotion, she subtly nodded in acknowledgement of Lin Bai, who lurked in the shadows. Then she began to proactively assault the demonic creatures. With each one she devoured, her power grew stronger. Before long, she had consumed every last one of the beasts surrounding her. Lin Bai observed from a distance, his heart brimming with admiration. Not bad. Little girl, you have swiftly grasped the essence of the primordial chaos sacred body. It seems I have not misjudged you. Upon seeing Lin Bai's thoughts manifest as bubbles, Yun Jin felt a warm current surge within her. Big brother, thank you. She smiled radiantly in Lin Bai's direction. Yet she understood that his reluctance to approach signified that this was not the right moment for their meeting. Taking a deep breath, she turned to assist the ordinary people nearby in erecting a colossal barrier with a diameter of 200 meters. Then she pivoted and ventured deeper into the city. She knew that there, more monstrous beings awaited her to devour. She was determined to grow stronger, powerful enough to protect herself and those she cherished. Simultaneously, she sought to confront the cultivator who had just mocked her. Even if it's merely an echo, I will prove myself to you. Yun Jin clenched her fists tightly. Do not underestimate the path that my big brother has taught me. Chapter 56. At this moment, Lin Bai remained oblivious to the lurking schemer. Excellent. Witnessing Yun Jin devour the demonic creatures, Lin Bai could hardly suppress his applause. This young girl has indeed exceeded my expectations. Having endured the fall of the dynasty and faced the onslaught of monsters alone, she has now fully embraced her dark transformation. Henceforth, you shall be known as Nuclear Yun Jin. By consuming these demonic entities, she is sure to bestow upon me a grand surprise once the narrative concludes. Lin Bai exhaled deeply, his excitement palpable. Recently, while traversing the storyline with Gu Qinghan and his master, although the system indicated no deviations in the plot, he felt an unsettling dissonance. However, Yun Jin, being no kin of his, remained unforgiving even when Lin Songyan intervened. Her resentment was evident, bordering on a desire for vengeance. Splendid, splendid. The narrative is stable. After reveling in his amusement for a moment, Lin Bai turned his gaze towards another direction. It was time to proceed to the next scene. He navigated his way to a concealed artifact refining chamber. This chamber was unlike any ordinary one. It lacked the roaring flames and the clanging of hammers, instead exuding an air of antiquity and mystery. The walls were adorned with intricate and profound runes, faintly shimmering with a spiritual light, as if they encapsulated the very essence of cosmic truths. At the center of the chamber floated a palm-sized copper coin, its surface pitted and unremarkable, yet it emanated an indescribable aura, seemingly connected to boundless dimensions of time and space. Meanwhile, Tang Shiqi approached the entrance. Could this possibly be the artifact refining chamber of the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Sect? Within his storage ring, an ancient voice resonated, trembling with urgency. Quickly, step inside. I sense the fluctuations of the Luobao coin. Luobao coin? What is that? Tang Shiqi pondered with confusion. It is a precious artifact capable of extracting refining materials from the shattered timelines of the past. The voice grew increasingly insistent. With it, you shall possess an inexhaustible supply of materials. Strictly speaking, the Luobao coin is merely a tool used by the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Sect to produce refining materials. Yet, even this is formidable. Hurry, enter quickly. Do not let others seize it first. Tang Shiqi's heart raced with excitement, and he could not help but exclaim, the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Sect indeed lives up to its reputation as an immortal sect, possessing such miraculous treasures. I wonder what it is that compels this powerful sect to conceal itself within the fissures of time. What he desperately needed were materials for crafting hidden weapons. Possessing this would enable him to create an endless supply. As he spoke, he pushed open the door and beheld Lin Bai standing in the hall. Lin Bai? How dare you appear before me? Tang Shichi's eyes reddened upon seeing Lin Bai, his teeth gritted, filled with a desire to rend him asunder. Lin Bai crossed his arms, nostrils flaring, adopting an excessively arrogant demeanor. Tang Shichi, you defeated foe, a lingering specter of the past. I traverse wherever I please, and you follow in my wake. Is the lesson I imparted last time insufficient? Tang Shichi gazed at Lin Bai's infuriating expression, a cold smile curling upon his lips. Lin Bai, you merely rely on your privileged background and a modicum of resources. Do you truly believe yourself to be remarkable? Tang Shichi's tone was unremarkable, yet laced with disdain. In my eyes, you are not but a mere jester, insignificant and unworthy of attention. As he spoke, he discreetly observed the floating treasure known as the falling treasure coin. That is the falling treasure coin the teacher spoke of. It must be seized. Lin Bai also noticed Tang Shichi's gaze, and a smirk crept upon his lips. This treasure cannot be bestowed upon you. It belongs to Yunjin. Enraged by this thought, Lin Bai seethed. Tang Shichi, how dare you disregard me? Very well. Today I shall make you understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. With a fierce gesture, he revealed a token in his palm, the Xiantian Yuling Order. 9 Nether Phoenix. Manifest. At Lin Bai's command, the Xiantian Yuling Order radiated an intense light, akin to a black sun rising abruptly. A colossal shadow of a black phoenix emerged, enveloped in raging black flames, appearing in the refining chamber, its wings spread wide, obscuring the sky. The 9 Nether Phoenix let out a resounding cry that reverberated across the land, its piercing screech seemingly capable of shattering eardrums, striking deep into the soul. A terrifying pressure descended like a mountain, engulfing the entire refining chamber, rendering the air stagnant, as if to crush everything within. Tang Shichi's expression shifted slightly. He sensed the apocalyptic might of the 9 Nether Phoenix. However, having encountered this entity before, he felt no fear. Instead, a fervent battle spirit surged within him. Humph. Mere parlor tricks. Tang Shichi scoffed, a derisive smile curling on his lips. A ball of flame ignited in his chest, flickering like ghostly fire. This flame exhibited an eerie azure hue, emanating a chilling aura, as if capable of freezing everything. Go. Tang Shichi pointed towards Lin Bai, flicking his fingertip. The strange fire seemed to come alive, morphing into countless azure whips that lashed out towards the 9 Nether Phoenix, imbued with a frigid chill. The whips sliced through the air with a sound akin to venomous serpents dancing aloft, evoking an unsettling dread. The 9 Nether Phoenix flapped its wings, summoning a torrent of black flames to collide fiercely with the azure whips. In that instant, black flames and blue light intertwined, erupting in a deafening roar, causing the entire refining chamber to tremble violently as if on the brink of collapse. Lin Bai stepped back, maintaining a safe distance while scrutinizing the battlefield. This Tang Shichi's strange fire, though not particularly potent, managed to impede the 9 Nether Phoenix's assault. At last, the narrative could continue. Lin Bai, you worthless fool. Do you only know how to rely on external forces? Tang Shichi, emboldened by the sight of the 9 Nether Phoenix, ensnared by his strange fire, taunted Lin Bai in an attempt to provoke him. If you possess any valor, face me in combat. Upon hearing this, a glint of mockery flickered in Lin Bai's eyes. Provocation? Useless against me. He scoffed internally while feigning anger on his face. Tang Shichi, you seek your own demise. Lin Bai bellowed, his eyes aflame with rage, resembling a frenzied beast. As Lin Bai and Tang Shichi engaged in a fierce battle, none noticed a concealed stone door quietly opening in another corner of the artifact forging chamber. The figure of Yunjin emerged from behind the stone door. She had been tracking a demonic creature and, quite by accident, stumbled upon a secret chamber. This chamber was filled with an array of jade stones, each emanating a soft glow that illuminated the entire space. Curiously, Yunjin approached and picked up a piece of jade, examining it closely. Suddenly, the jade in her hand projected a luminous screen, revealing an astonishing scene of Lin Bai and Tang Shichi locked in combat. Big brother, Yunjin exclaimed. Instantly recognizing Lin Bai, she soon caught sight of Tang Shichi. This person, was he the fated son mentioned in Big Brother's thoughts? Yunjin's gaze fell upon the flickering thought bubble above Lin Bai's head. A realization struck her. Lin Bai had once spoken of a future filled with certain narratives. With this in mind, she also recalled that the merciless cultivator from earlier was none other than Tang Shichi. Reflecting on Lin Bai's words about the narrative, She understood that in that so-called future, she would fall in love with Tang Shichi and would turn against Lin Bai, ultimately leading to the destruction of the Lin family and his death. Could I truly kill Big Brother for such a person? Impossible. A wave of revulsion flashed through Yoon Jin's eyes as she surveyed the secret chamber, quickly discovering hidden mechanisms within. This resembled the ancient texts her mother had stored in the palace. A look of delight crossed Yoon Jin's face as she infused her spiritual energy into the grooves of the room, causing the handles of the mechanisms to glow with a pale blue light. Silently, she manipulated the mechanisms, targeting Tang Shichi, who was currently battling the 9 Nether Phoenix. Chapter 57. Tang Shichi surprisingly is. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several faint sounds of piercing air, almost imperceptible amidst the roaring of the 9 Nether Phoenix and the strange fire. Yet, Tang Shichi, the self-proclaimed master of hidden weapons and a descendant of the Tang sect, sensed the impending danger at the very first moment. However, it was too late. Those fine needles, moving with astonishing speed and at the most treacherous angles, were utterly unavoidable. Puff, puff, puff. With a series of soft sounds, the needles struck Tang Shichi's backside with pinpoint accuracy. A cry of agony escaped Tang Shichi's lips, not solely filled with pain, but also imbued with a profound terror of losing control over his spiritual energy. Within him, it felt as though a volcano had erupted, unleashing searing flames that engulfed him in an instant. Master, save me, Tang Shichi shouted in panic. From within his storage ring, an elderly voice rang out urgently, steady your mind. Use your strange fire to guide this surge of power. Enduring the excruciating burn, Tang Shichi desperately summoned his strange fire. The ethereal blue flames entwined with the explosive fire within him, consuming each other in a fierce struggle. Gradually, the uncontrollable spiritual energy was finally subdued. As the flames extinguished, Tang Shichi stood there in disarray, his garments reduced to tatters, leaving him almost entirely bare. Lin Bai, how dare you ambush me with hidden weapons? Tang Shichi roared, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared intensely at Lin Bai. He never imagined that he would fall victim to such stealthy tactics. After all, he was a descendant of the Tang sect, where hidden weapons should have been his forte. Lin Bai scratched his head innocently. I didn't use hidden weapons. But then again, this is the refining room of the Tianyin Holy Sect, so it's only natural for there to be some mechanisms in place, right? As long as the plot doesn't deviate. He cleared his throat, adopting a boastful demeanor. Tang Shichi, you pitiful loser, unable to evade hidden weapons. How embarrassing. Tang Shichi trembled with rage. Fine, fine, fine. He laughed bitterly in his fury. Since you say so, I shall show you what true hidden weapons are. With a low shout, Tang Shichi unleashed the rain of pear blossom needles, transforming them into a torrential downpour aimed at Lin Bai. The ethereal blue flames clung to each needle, amplifying the already formidable power of the rain of pear blossom needles to terrifying heights. The 9 Nether Phoenix flapped its wings, summoning a torrent of black flames to clash violently with the needle storm. The sounds of thunderous roars and explosions echoed incessantly. Lin Bai fought and retreated, witnessing Tang Shichi finally display a modicum of skill, filling his heart with a paternal pride. This lad has finally stepped up. Does anyone understand? I was merely pretending to be at a disadvantage, almost obliterating this kid in an instant. Yoon Jin, observing Lin Bai's inner thoughts, couldn't he help but chuckle softly. Earlier, she had worried that Tang Shichi might injure Lin Bai, but now it seemed Lin Bai was merely playing along with Tang Shichi for the sake of the narrative. She then turned her gaze back to Tang Shichi. Despite Lin Bai's words, she could not allow Tang Shichi to take action against him. By a fortunate turn of events, Tang Shichi stood atop a mechanism, striving to control the otherworldly flames. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Yoon Jin's eyes as her lips curled into a slight smirk. She suddenly yanked down a lever. A resounding thud reverberated from beneath Tang Shichi. A stick, seemingly emerging from nowhere, struck him with brutal force in a most sensitive area. A piercing scream escaped Tang Shichi's lips, a cry far more harrowing than when he had been pierced by needles before. Clutching his lower body in agony, he collapsed onto the ground, curling up like a boiled shrimp. Lin Bai stood in stunned silence, instinctively squeezing his legs together, feeling phantom pains. This is too ruthless. Yoon-jin felt a flush rise to her cheeks, momentarily embracing the role of a mischievous child. Yet, her resolve was unwavering. For the sake of her elder brother, she would not relent against Tang Shichi. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes as she began frantically manipulating various levers around her. Consequently, numerous mechanisms sprang to life within the room. Unleashing a barrage aimed at Tang Shichi, Lin Bai gaped at the chaotic scene unfolding before him, observing Tang Shichi's harrowing wails, his lips twitching slightly. This Tang Shichi is truly unfortunate. I recall these mechanisms trigger a chain reaction. Stepping on one activates a multitude of traps unless one manages to escape beforehand. However, given this fellow's caliber, it seems unlikely he can achieve that. Wait, what is that? Lin Bai suddenly noticed a mosaic-like substance that had fallen in the areas where Tang Shichi had previously moved. He looked up sharply at Tang Shichi, who now appeared in tattered clothing, occasionally exposing himself while dodging the traps. Seizing those moments, Lin Bai quickly discerned that this fellow had lost his manhood. Goodness! Lin Bai's body jolted in shock, hastily summoning the system. Marilla, system, the male protagonist has been rendered impotent. The system emerged, grumbling. Is this really necessary, boss? I want to sleep. Can you refrain from summoning me unless it's urgent? Is this fitting for a male protagonist in a power fantasy? Lin Bai pressed. That belongs to an old era. We are in a new age now. We originally aimed for a pure narrative. If the male protagonist were not impotent, how could he lack reaction towards the female lead? The system patiently clarified. You see, under the watchful eye of the great river crab, such depictions are forbidden. So we generally summarize these situations. In truth, the male protagonist is incapable of taking action against the female lead. Lin Bai scratched his head, pondering the system's explanation. Upon reflection, he realized the system's argument held merit. In his previous life, aside from the pure-hearted female lead, he had never encountered a scenario where he could test the male protagonist's abilities in such matters. So, did the plot remain unchanged? Boss, you've inquired about this many times already. The system appears to be somewhat agitated. Regardless, when you eventually surpass the realm of the Emperor, even we shall be unable to interfere with your actions. At that point, if we were to express dissatisfaction with the narrative, you could simply shatter the void, correct? Indeed. Wait a moment. Lin Bai tugged at the system's face and inquired, why did you not inform me in my previous life? Does this mean I could have returned long ago? The system suddenly felt guilty, stammering. This was all to ensure you could fulfill the storyline and save this world. Very well, then, Lin Bai smirked. If this is how you wish to play, I shall take action against the female protagonists, transforming them into my possessions while ensuring the essential elements of the plot remain intact. Such a feat is effortlessly within my capabilities. Is that truly the case? They all. Oh, no. I meant to say, Chief. If you deviate from the storyline, you will forfeit the cultivation you previously attained. Have I been outmaneuvered? My apologies. However, in this lifetime, we can offer you compensation. The system raised its paw and declared, upon reaching the realm of the Emperor, we can assist you in reclaiming your past cultivation and augmenting it to your current form. Chapter 58, The Emergence of the Lost Soul. Enough, I shan't press you further. Lin Bai cast aside the system, weary of engaging with this unreliable entity. He turned his gaze towards Tang Shichi, a sly smirk dancing upon his lips. In that moment, the once-spirited Tang Shichi bore no trace of his former exuberance. His garments were tattered, mere rags barely concealing his form, and his exposed skin bore an array of bruises and charred patches, as if struck by lightning. Most pitiful was his visage, swollen and battered, with traces of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, his hair a chaotic mess, resembling a beggar who had just emerged from a refuse heap. All of this was the handiwork of the relentless traps he had encountered. A surge of satisfaction coursed through Lin Bai's heart, dispelling the gloom that had previously plagued him. Wait, why do I revel in his misfortune? Surely, the pressures of late have driven me to this? Moreover, Tang Shichi is no virtuous soul. In the original narrative, he caused great suffering to Yoon-jin. Perhaps I am merely enacting celestial justice? If surpassing the Emperor allows me to return home, then why must I adhere so rigidly to the plot? Perhaps I could elucidate matters to my master, alleviating her sorrow. Or grant Yoon-jin a more conventional path to cultivation. Enough of these musings. I should confront the matters at hand. I wonder what Tang Shichi's next move will be. Through the projections within the secret chamber, Yin Jin absorbed Lin Bai's innermost thoughts. She gazed at the flickering bubble above Lin Bai's head, an inexplicable emotion swelling within her. Previously, she had surmised from his thoughts that Lin Bai might have undergone multiple reincarnations. Each time, he sacrificed himself for the sake of the so-called narrative, enduring endless torment. For days, Yin Jin pondered how she might aid Lin Bai in breaking free from these chains of fate. She had explored numerous avenues, all to no avail. She even contemplated surrendering, allowing Lin Bai to follow the script, believing that at least this way he would suffer no more. But now, a glimmer of hope illuminated her path. If she could assist her elder brother in surpassing the emperor, he would be able to return home. Determination sparkled in Yun Jin's eyes as she clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, yet she remained blissfully unaware. He has been so kind to me. I shall not let him down. She reflected on all that Lin Bai had done for her, her heart swelling with gratitude. He had not only saved her life but had also taught her to wield the innate chaotic sacred body, even risking his own safety to orchestrate everything for her benefit. Elder brother, fear not. I shall certainly aid you. In her heart, Yin Jin silently vowed to grow stronger, powerful enough to protect Lin Bai and liberate him from his cursed fate. The two shared an unspoken connection, simultaneously directing their attention towards Tang Shichi. At that moment, Tang Shichi had long abandoned his previous arrogance. He was now desperately evading the traps, his spiritual energy in disarray, clearly nearing his limit. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Tang Shichi roared within. Never had he felt so utterly defeated. Teacher, save me. He could no longer concern himself with anything else and sought the aid of the ancient soul within his storage ring. The aged voice, laced with a hint of resignation, responded, You rascal, truly, very well, I shall assist you this once. However, you must remember, in my current state, forceful use of power could easily attract heavenly retribution. Tang Shichi gritted his teeth and declared, Master, I cannot afford to ponder such matters any longer. If this continues, I shall surely perish under the torment of these mechanisms. I must obtain the falling treasure. The ancient soul sighed deeply. In its current state, it resembled what was known in ancient times as a ghostly practitioner. A ghostly practitioner, as the name suggests, cultivates through the essence of the soul. This method of cultivation runs contrary to the righteous path of heaven and earth and is deemed heretical, thus rejected by the heavenly order. Consequently, ghostly practitioners are often classified as demonic entities and subjected to heavenly tribulations that lead to their annihilation. The reason for its survival to this day lies in its past as a mighty emperor, endowed with formidable strength and secret arts that temporarily obscure the heavenly mechanisms, allowing it to evade the sensing of tribulations. Yet, this concealment is not infallible. Should it wield power beyond a certain threshold, its aura would be exposed, inviting divine punishment. Although the artifact room of the Tian Tian sacred sect lay in ruins, the power of the laws contained within remained formidable. The ancient soul contemplated that by harnessing this power, it might temporarily obscure its presence from the heavenly gaze. Furthermore, the falling treasure, a supreme treasure of the Tian Tian sacred sect, contained a fragment of the law of time. If it could obtain this treasure, perhaps it could unravel the mysteries of time, thus discovering a way to completely escape the heavenly tribulations. Resolute, the ancient soul made up its mind. Very well, let us take a gamble. Taking a deep breath, a surge of powerful spiritual consciousness erupted from the storage ring, instantly enveloping Tang Shichi. Tang Shichi felt a tremendous strength coursing through his limbs and body. His previously frail form was suddenly invigorated with power. Aha, Lin Bai. I wonder how you will be so arrogant this time. Tang Shichi roared to the heavens, his voice brimming with pride. Lin Bai noticed the transformation of spiritual energy within Tang Shichi and furrowed his brow slightly. The ancient soul is about to take action, which aligns with the storyline. But Tang Shichi likely remains unaware that the phantoms within the city resonate with the ancient soul, thus being classified as demonic entities, leading to an impending change. Indeed, as that power surged forth, the entire city began to tremble. The falling treasure seemed to sense something, suddenly radiating a brilliant golden light, piercing through the roof of the artifact room and soaring into the sky before Tang Shichi's astonished gaze. merely a trivial skill. The ancient soul manipulated Tang Shichi's body, which, despite being at the golden core stage, unleashed countless laws of the transforming into myriad streams of light that surrounded him as he pursued the falling treasure into the sky. However, it soon became apparent that the falling treasure was not merely attempting to flee. It suddenly emitted a burst of golden light. In an instant, the silhouette of a colossal figure coalesced within the city, raising an endless cloud of dust. It became evident that, as an imperial artifact, it could exist as a formation, harnessing the laws of time to summon heroic spirits from the annals of the past. The lingering souls marveled at this phenomenon, yet lamented that after the cataclysmic battle, the cycle of reincarnation was shattered, and even the river of time had been severed. What could be summoned now was merely a hollow semblance of its former glory. With a resounding rumble, the ground quaked. Yun-Jin stared in astonishment at the battle above, her eyes filled with shock. Until now, she had believed that her cultivation in the Golden Core stage would suffice. Facing Tang Shichi, she thought that, even without combat proficiency, she could hold her ground. Yet, she now realized that in the face of the comprehension of laws, her cultivation was utterly inadequate. No wonder. No wonder her elder brother had come to intervene in the unfolding drama. Her delicate face paled as she struggled to maintain her footing amidst the tremors. Laboriously making her way to the surface, turning her head, she beheld those she had just protected huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. As the residual waves from above cascaded down rapidly, Yun-Jin's expression shifted dramatically. What to do? If she allowed the giant to continue unchecked, Lin Bai might be harmed. But she could not forsake the lives of those around her. Chapter 59. How can you, the protagonist, seem more like the villain than I do? In the distance, a dialogue box suddenly appeared, bringing a glimmer of hope to Yun-Jin, who was anxiously watching as the aftermath of the battle threatened the crowd. Lin Bai drew the Starfall sword, a reward from the system, from his storage ring. The sword trembled, radiating countless beams of light. Old friend. It has been a long time. The Starfall sword, one of the supreme treasures, was unfortunately limited by the system. It could only unleash power equivalent to Lin Bai's current strength until he transcended the Emperor level. Now, restricted to the Golden Core stage. The sword's inherent power was diminished to a mere fraction. However, that was inconsequential. The true essence of a supreme treasure lies not only in its numerical value, but also in its inherent mechanisms. Mountain and River Guardian, while manifesting heaven and earth. Lin Bai's right hand glided over the sword. In an instant, the Starfall sword blazed with brilliance, enveloping Lin Bai completely. Yun-Jin widened her eyes in astonishment as Lin Bai's figure began to swell within the radiant light, transforming into an imposing giant in the blink of an eye. Countless divine lights surrounded the giant, akin to a deity descending, exuding both sanctity and majesty. The giant extended a colossal hand, effortlessly blocking the cascading remnants of the battle from above. Yes, I've managed to stop it without being detected by Yun-Jin. I am truly remarkable. Lin Bai's inner thoughts manifested in the dialogue box, tinged with pride and relief, standing at the forefront of the crowd. Yun-Jin gazed up at the towering figure bathed in divine light, her heart swelling with an indescribable emotion. Big brother, she murmured, her eyes slightly misty. She understood that Lin Bai was quietly protecting her and safeguarding these innocent lives. In that moment, her admiration and gratitude for him surged to unprecedented heights. Yet simultaneously, she became acutely aware of her own inadequacy. In the face of such a battle, she could barely ensure her own safety, let alone protect others. I must grow stronger. Yun-Jin clenched her fists tightly, silently vowing within herself. She could no longer rely solely on Lin Bai's protection. She yearned to become someone who could fight alongside him. With this thought, her gaze gradually shifted from the giant to the swirling vortex of demonic energy in the distance. The innate chaos sacred body could devour all forms of power. Lin Bai's words echoed in her mind. It was an extraordinarily potent physique. Yet it came with immense risks. The more power one consumed, the easier it was to lose one's true self and ultimately fall into the path of evil. However, Yun-Jin found herself devoid of any other choice. She must hasten her ascent in strength to protect herself and those who relied on her. If I cannot endure even this modicum of risk, how can I ever live up to Big Brother's expectations? A flicker of determination ignited within her heart. She recalled all that Lin Bai had done for her, filling her with courage. Big Brother would go to any lengths for her, even enduring the torment of reincarnation time and again. In contrast, what did her small gamble truly signify? Rest assured, my dear brother, I shall not let you down. Yunjin silently vowed to Lin Bai in her heart. She took a deep breath and turned to face the terrified crowd behind her. They were but fleeting shadows of the past, yet the fear etched upon their faces felt all too real. A surge of fierce protectiveness welled up within Yunjin. She was determined to shield them, regardless of the cost. This, indeed, is our righteous path. I am sorry, everyone. Her voice trembled slightly. I must undertake a perilous endeavor. I may become terrifying, even dreadful. But please, trust me, I will protect you. I will never harm you. Never. With that, she hesitated no longer, turning resolutely towards the swirling vortex of demonic energy. Her figure, though diminutive against the backdrop of the ominous aura, radiated unwavering determination. Unbeknownst to her, amidst the so-called shadows, a tattered-clad artifact master suddenly glimmered with insight. Initially bewildered by the distant battle, he then glanced at Yunjin, a smile creeping onto his lips. After countless reincarnations, he had finally found. On the other side, Lin Bai, transformed into a giant, was locked in fierce combat with Tang Shiqi and the summoned heroic giant. With a mighty punch, he sent Tang Shiqi flying. Tang Shiqi tumbled through the air several times before barely stabilizing himself, his face a mask of horror. Lin Bai turned his gaze towards the heroic giant, recalling the narrative. According to the original tale, he was supposed to reach for the floating treasure, only to be repelled by the golden light it emitted. Mimicking the script, Lin Bai extended his colossal hand towards the treasure. However, to his astonishment, the treasure offered no resistance, obediently settling into his palm. Lin Bai was taken aback. Wait, is this how the story goes? He pondered, bewildered by the treasure's compliance. Could it be that his transformation into a giant had intimidated it? Confounded, Lin Bai could only temporarily stow the treasure and address the immediate situation. At that moment, the flung Tang Shiqi charged back, his aura thickening with a tumult of demonic energy, almost enveloping him entirely. He let out a chilling cackle. Lin Bai, do you truly believe that becoming a giant will grant you victory over me? Such naivety. Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. With a ferocious roar, a torrent of demonic energy surged from outside the city, converging upon him. This energy intertwined with the within him, forging an even more formidable force. Tang Shiqi's momentum soared, seemingly breaking the confines of the ruins, reaching the threshold of a half-step into the Yuaning realm. Lin Bai looked at the tempestuous Tang Shiqi, unable to suppress a sardonic remark. Goodness, this protagonist is more villainous than I. Boom. Tang Shiqi struck once more, intertwining demonic energy with, transforming into a colossal black flame that surged towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai, not daring to be complacent, swiftly summoned the spiritual energy within him to counter the encroaching black inferno. The collision of these two formidable forces erupted into a deafening roar, causing the entire city to tremble under the violent impact. Concurrently, Yunjin, engulfed by the vortex of demonic energy, began her metamorphosis. As the malevolent essence poured into her, her form underwent a transformation. Her skin became increasingly fair, resembling the delicate sheen of mutton fat jade, exuding a subtle radiance. Her hair darkened and shone with a lustrous brilliance, cascading down like a waterfall. Her eyes deepened, as if capable of devouring all light. Her aura intensified, growing ever more formidable and terrifying. Yet, at the same time, her consciousness began to be influenced by the encroaching demonic energy. Chapter 60. The Awakening of Yunjin's Memories, a Deep and Tormented Love Across Lifetimes. As the demonic energy surged, Yunjin's consciousness gradually faded. Countless fragments of unfamiliar memories inundated her mind like a relentless tide, thrusting her into a bizarre and fantastical realm. Pain, despair, and unwillingness intertwined, nearly consuming her entirely. In this moment, she truly comprehended the terrifying nature of her innate chaotic sacred body. She possessed the ability to devour the cultivation of others, yet simultaneously absorb their memories. The demons that had been obliterated were mere fodder for her use. However, the demonic energy before her was imbued with deep-seated grievances, housing existences that had endured countless cycles of reincarnation. An overwhelming flood of memories assaulted her mind, laden with national grievances, familial hatred, and the unwillingness of those who faced death. They were like razor-sharp blades, mercilessly slicing through her heart, tearing her once pure spirit into countless shreds. Suddenly, a vision pierced the endless darkness like a lightning bolt. It revealed a burning wasteland amidst an infinite sea of stars. Littered with shattered starships and corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood and char, inducing nausea. Within this desolation, she beheld a familiar figure, Lin Bai. Yet, the Lin Bai of this moment was a stark contrast to the spirited youth she remembered. His body was battered, one arm had vanished entirely, and a gaping wound in his chest continually spilled forth blood. His complexion was pallid, and his breath faint, yet he steadfastly shielded her behind him, valiantly resisting the onslaught of attacks with his remaining hand. Yunjin, quickly, devour it. Lin Bai's voice, fragmented and weak, bore an undeniable resolve. Devour this power that surpasses the Emperor, then no one will ever bully you again. He struggled to turn his head to her, his eyes filled with tenderness and reluctance. He seemed to wish to convey something, but ultimately, he merely managed a feeble smile. Then, Yunjin perceived Lin Bai subtly guiding her arm, urging her to consume that power. No, she yearned to resist, to fight back, yet her body lay entirely beyond her control. She could only watch helplessly as her hand reached toward that force. Boom! A tremendous power surged into her being in an instant. Once again, her consciousness was engulfed by an abyss of darkness. Tears had long obscured her vision. "Big brother," she murmured, her voice choked with emotion. The pain was unbearable. She instinctively recalled the Qin Yuan dynasty, had it not been for Lin Bai's aid. She too might have faced a similar fate, experiencing the dynasty's downfall and the tragic consumption of her family amidst the disdain of the onlookers. But soon, a beam of light emerged in her mind. Yunjin was momentarily taken aback, then her face blossomed with joy as she recognized that the light contained Lin Bai's encouragement. "Big brother." A glimmer of clarity sparkled in Yunjin's eyes. She recalled Lin Bai, the kindness he had shown her, and all that he had done for her. "I cannot betray the expectations of my elder brother. I cannot fall." In Yunjin's heart, hope rekindled. She began to fiercely resist the encroaching demonic energy, striving to reclaim her true self. Lin Bai gazed at the swirling clouds of darkness, sensing the aura of destruction within them, momentarily taken aback. "Hand over the falling treasure," commanded Tang Shichi, manipulating the demonic energy skyward. Observing this spectacle, Lin Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. Such abundant demonic energy, it would be a waste not to give it to Yunjin. Contemplating the rightful owner of the falling treasure from the original narrative, he suddenly hurled the treasure towards the demonic clouds just before the celestial realm concluded. The golden light transformed into a shooting star, plunging into the abyss of darkness. "Little Yunjin, cherish your treasure." Yunjin's delicate body trembled. She swiftly waved her hand and grasped the falling treasure. As the golden light flickered, in that instant, she witnessed countless moments flowing by. Fragments of the past revealing numerous cultivators who, on the brutal battlefield, had severed their hands to feed the furnace with streams of golden light. As a hammer adorned with divine radiance descended, a coin rapidly ascended. That was the falling treasure. "Oh, are you the master of this coin?" A gentle voice emanated from within the treasure, and Yunjin felt as if countless hands were patting her shoulder, witnessing myriad figures pass by her. "Accept it. This is our final ripple. The remaining matters are entrusted to you." Thus, amidst the demonic clouds, a light shone brightly, akin to the morning star. A ripple spread across the sky. The residents were momentarily stunned, then their faces broke into relieved smiles. Soon after, countless points of light ascended swiftly from the city. The shabby-clad artifact smith laughed heartily, his laughter imbued with both joy and bitterness. "Master, after so many years, we have finally awaited it. The legendary innate chaotic sacred body. Nourished by love and oriented towards the light. This was indeed a monumental feat, for the innate chaotic sacred body's power defied the heavens. Yet its side effects rendered its fortune intolerable to the heavenly path, leading to tragedy, resulting in a loathing of all, and becoming a scavenger of the heavenly path. But now, someone had finally achieved this. How could he not be elated? He abruptly raised his gaze towards Lin Bai in the distance. His eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. He understood that all of this was due to that man. Boom. At that moment, a massive black flame descended from the heavens, hurtling towards Yunjin. It was Tang Shiqi. He had been completely consumed by demonic energy, with nothing but frenzied killing intent remaining in his eyes. Die! Tang Shiqi roared, intent on utterly annihilating Yunjin, the woman he perceived as a threat. Waves of light surged like a river of stars, resolutely pouring into the tumultuous black demonic clouds. Deep within the clouds, the originally petite Yunjin had now transformed into an unparalleled beauty. She possessed a graceful figure, her curves exquisite, enveloped by an aura of dark enchantment that coalesced into a sinister black evening gown, making her appear as a queen of the night. Yet, this beauty, shrouded in darkness, was swiftly consumed by light. The malevolent energy dissipated, replaced by a grand pattern of the yin-yang fish, slowly rotating behind the brocade. Her attire transformed in tandem, a harmonious interplay of black and white, reminiscent of the duality embodied by the yin-yang fish, mysterious and regal. Yunjin regarded Tang Shiqi with a cold gaze, her lips curling into a disdainful smirk. She slowly raised a hand, her delicate fingers seemingly imbued with boundless power. This singular gesture provoked an unprecedented sense of threat in the remnant soul of the emperor, inhabiting Tang Shiqi's body. This is dire. That is the innate chaotic sacred body. The voice of the remnant soul roared frantically in Tang Shiqi's mind, urging him to flee. He desperately warned Tang Shiqi, his tone laced with despair. They were both constrained at the golden course stage, though Yunjin might not surpass him in terms of the laws at this level. The innate chaotic sacred body would not heed any trivial regulations in devouring such a remnant soul. This was an absolute suppression amidst the heavens and the earth. Master, I am being controlled, Tang Shiqi screamed, realizing that his body had already been ensnared by Yunjin. Chapter 61. The Fracture of Rebirth, Devouring the Past. Teacher, save me. Tang Shiqi's voice trembled with a hint of despair. The remnant soul of the emperor silently cursed the boy for his weakness, yet in this moment, he could afford no more distractions. He understood all too well that given the power Yunjin was currently exhibiting, Tang Shiqi stood no chance at all. The innate chaos sacred body naturally countered soul bodies, making it their nemesis. Endure it, young one. The remnant soul urged sharply. Tang Shiqi felt a surge of heat within him, as if his blood were boiling, and a formidable force instantaneously filled his being. He howled in agony, his face contorted. Yet his eyes sparkled with a frenzied light. Blood-burning secret art. This was the remnant soul's ultimate technique, sacrificing vital essence to temporarily amplify one's strength. However, this method placed immense strain on the body, and a moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable damage, or worse, death. Next, several dimly glowing artifacts flew out of Tang Shiqi's storage ring, exploding violently in midair. These artifacts were remnants collected by the remnant soul over the years, though broken. The power of the laws within them remained formidable. The explosive shockwave twisted the surrounding space. Yunjin staggered slightly under the impact of this force. Now's my chance. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Tang Shiqi's eyes. Seizing the moment while Yunjin was momentarily stunned by the explosion, he transformed into a streak of light and fled into the distance. Lin Bai watched with a slight smile as Tang Shiqi fled in disarray. Truly the child of fortune, managing to escape in such dire straits. Nevertheless, this is fortuitous. There are other plots that he must navigate. Yunjin was poised to pursue. But upon noticing the thought bubble above Lin Bai's head, she abruptly halted. Taking a deep breath, she quelled the murderous intent within her and shifted her gaze to the swirling demonic energy around her. This demonic energy was originally intended by Tang Shiqi to combat Lin Bai, yet now it became the finest sustenance, too precious to waste. She activated her innate chaos sacred body, beginning to ravenously consume the demonic energy. As the demonic energy flowed into her, Yunjin's aura began to rise at an astonishing rate. She felt her inner strength swelling endlessly, as if there were no limits. The surrounding spiritual energy of the world was also drawn towards her, converging upon her being. Her body resembled an insatiable abyss, greedily absorbing all available power. Yunjin realized that had it not been for the restrictions of the laws of this relic, She might have already transcended to the Yuanying stage. Turning her gaze towards Lin Bai, her eyes brimmed with gratitude and tenderness. She knew that all of this was orchestrated by him. Big brother. Yunjin silently whispered Lin Bai's name in her heart, yearning to approach him and express her gratitude and longing. However, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. The entire space began to tremble violently, fissures appearing in the void. As if on the verge of collapse, Lin Bai's figure started to grow indistinct under the influence of this spatial turbulence. Big brother, Yunjin gasped, attempting to grasp Lin Bai, only to find her hand passing through his ethereal form. Lin Bai's silhouette grew increasingly faint, ultimately vanishing before her eyes. Big brother. Yunjin's voice trembled with a hint of sorrow. She could not comprehend the unfolding events. As she turned to survey her surroundings, she noticed a tattered armorer standing before her. Upon sighting him, a surge of fury welled up within Yunjin. She had been on the verge of reminiscing with Lin Bai when this abrupt disruption occurred. It is you. Yunjin's voice was icy and piercing as she advanced towards the armorer, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Why have you done this? Where have you taken Big brother? The armorer, confronted by the intensity of her gaze, trembled in fear. Goodness, this is indeed a rare, innate, chaotic, holy body aligned with light. If he succumbs to darkness, there may not be another chance. Hastily, he raised his hands in a placating gesture. Fair maiden, please quell your wrath. This was not my doing. This relic is the foundry of the ancient Tianyin sacred sect, infused with powerful temporal laws. The recent spatial disturbance was not of human origin. It is a self-protective mechanism of this site. That young man has likely been transported to another location. Not you? Yunjin's murderous intent slightly abetted at his words. Yet skepticism lingered. Then explain to me, what exactly transpired? Seeing Yunjin regain her composure, the armorer exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he began to elucidate. You may not be aware, but the Tianyin sacred sect is no ordinary sect. Long ago, this continent was ravaged by a cataclysmic war, one that nearly obliterated everything, shattering even the great Tao. The Tianyin sacred sect was not spared, ultimately succumbing to destruction. To ensure the survival of civilization, the ancestors of the sect harnessed the laws of time, concealing vital treasures within the rifts of time and space, awaiting future generations to uncover them. The treasure in your possession, the falling treasure coin, is one such artifact. Pointing at the falling treasure coin in Yunjin's hand, he continued, this coin can manipulate the laws of time and space, allowing its bearer to extract various treasures from the rifts of time. If an innate chaotic holy body were to wield this coin, it would grant a formidable ability, the power to devour the cultivation of past existences. This is one of the legacies left by the Tianyin sacred sect. Devouring the cultivation of past existences? Yunjin gasped in shock. Does that not imply that those individuals will cease to exist? They would be unable to reincarnate, destined to vanish forever from this realm? The armorer nodded, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. You speak the truth, fair maiden. However, it is important to note that since that great battle, the cycle of reincarnation has been shattered. The possibility of rebirth has long since vanished from this world. Rather than allowing the cultivation of those predecessors to dissipate eternally within the annals of time and space, it would be far more meaningful to enable future generations to inherit their power, thus ensuring the continuity of civilization. Upon hearing this, Yunjin was profoundly shaken. She had never anticipated that the falling treasure coin possessed such an extraordinary function, nor could she have imagined the harsh truth concealed behind it. The cycle of reincarnation had shattered, rendering rebirth impossible. This signified that those who had perished would vanish forever, devoid of any hope. A wave of sorrow washed over Yunjin as she envisioned countless souls wailing in the crevices of time, eternally unable to find release. Do not grieve, celestial maiden. The artifact master seemed to discern Yunjin's thoughts and spoke softly. This may be the most favorable outcome. At the very least, their strength can continue in another form. Perhaps, one day in the future, someone will be able to reconstruct the cycle of reincarnation and restore order to all. What must I do? Yunjin inhaled deeply, pondering how she could grant peace to the noble spirits of the past. The artifact master gestured towards the falling treasure coin, saying, "This is a key. Once the other two imperial artifacts are also claimed by someone, you shall acquire the unparalleled treasure capable of defying fate. As for what follows, I am unable to disclose due to certain reasons." Upon hearing this, Yunjin stroked her chin in contemplation. After a moment, she pointed towards the sky. The artifact master was initially taken aback, but then solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, I see," Yunjin remarked. "It appears that you and my elder brother are of the same ilk." At this juncture, Yunjin turned her gaze towards the artifact master, asking, "So, you are the spirit of this falling treasure coin?" The artifact master nodded. "Indeed, celestial maiden, you are exceedingly astute. I am indeed the spirit of the falling treasure coin. You may call me Xiaojin. Is that so? My apologies for my earlier attitude." Yunjin's cheeks flushed slightly. "What should I do?" "Well, you currently lack an understanding of the laws of time, making it impossible for you to utilize it. However, do not be alarmed. I can activate the laws of time on your behalf." With that, the artifact master snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. Chapter 62. Treasures Transcending Time. A gaze, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving the night sky, descended with a cataclysmic force capable of annihilating all. The spirit of the artifact, Xiaojin, was struck with profound alarm. As a disciple entrusted by the heavenly transformation sacred sect to guard the fallen treasures, his comprehension of the laws of time had reached an extraordinary level. Yet, under the weight of this terrifying scrutiny, he felt his dominion over time rendered feeble and vulnerable. Soon after, a black cube emerged from the void, exuding an indescribable heaviness and enigma. Terrified, Xiaojin realized he seemed to have been stripped of his authority over time, left only to witness the black cube rotate slowly, revealing its disquieting power. Even more astonishingly, following the cube's appearance, the previously devoured specks of light, representing departed souls, began to coalesce within the cube, transforming into vivid human forms. "What sorcery is this?" Xiaojin's voice trembled, bewildered by the unfolding events. "It is known that even the revered patriarch of yore, that prodigious emperor who nearly reached the pinnacle of the cultivation realm, could not resurrect those severed from the flow of time. Once the river of time is disrupted, it cannot be reversed. This is a fundamental truth of the cosmos, an immutable rule. Yet, this diminutive black cube defied such ironclad laws, resurrecting souls long lost to the annals of time and returning them to the realm of the living. It was nothing short of a miracle." Yunjin, too, was taken aback by the spectacle before her. She gazed at the black cube, her heart tumultuous with emotion. However, she soon discerned familiar structures gradually materializing within the cube. It was the Qianyuan dynasty. Memories flooded back to her, akin to a surging tide. She recalled a vision she had witnessed prior to her unconsciousness. In that image, Linbai held a similar black cube, beneath which lay only emptiness where the Qianyuan dynasty once flourished. At that moment, Yunjin had felt an inexplicable familiarity with that black cube, yet its true nature eluded her understanding. Now, clarity dawned upon her. The black cube was an independent space conjured by Linbai through the laws of space, a realm isolated from the external world. In this Qianyuan dynasty, Yunjin's gaze gradually ascended. She beheld a dark silhouette spanning the entire starry river above, quietly observing her. Its eyes were profound and intricate, imbued with a hint of sorrow and a whisper of hope. Then, extending a delicate finger, it gently beckoned towards Yunjin. The black cube, as if responding to an unspoken summons, began to glide slowly in her direction. It gracefully traced an arc through the air, ultimately merging with the falling treasure money held by Yunjin, transforming into a stream of light that embedded itself into her forehead, leaving behind a sacred mark that shimmered with a soft glow. Simultaneously, a colossal wave of information surged into Yunjin's mind, imparting knowledge about the newfound powers that emerged from the fusion of the falling treasure money and the black cube. She quickly grasped the application of this combination. After eons of transformation under the laws of time, the people of the Qianyuan dynasty, along with the reborn disciples of the Tianyin sacred sect, were granted an opportunity to cultivate anew. No longer mere ephemeral shadows, they now possessed tangible lives, capable of training, growing, and pursuing their dreams like any ordinary human. If she could become a monarch who satisfied her people, a beloved leader, then these subjects might willingly sacrifice their strength, offering their cultivation for Yunjin's use. Yunjin gasped in astonishment. This was nothing short of a miraculous ability. The citizens of a dynasty could continuously provide her with power. What a terrifying concept. This signified that Yunjin would possess an inexhaustible source of strength, rendering her immensely powerful, strong enough to contend with any adversary. Master. Within the cube, Xiao Jin dashed toward a palace nestled within the black cube, where an elderly man with graying hair stood, momentarily stunned. He lifted his gaze, bewildered by this world. Did we not perish? I. Tears streamed down Xiao Jin's face. He knew he should explain, yet words eluded him. It is Xiao Yunjin. In the Qin Yuan dynasty, the Chancellor's daughter, Lu Yun, looked up in surprise. Although Yunjin's physique had rapidly matured, Lu Yun instantly recognized the little girl who once begged her for sweets. Yunjin was taken aback for a moment before approaching Lu Yun, her face beaming with joy. Sister Lu, I missed you so much. Above in the starry sky, a massive silhouette revealed a bittersweet smile before swiftly dissipating. Please, another me. Yunjin slightly raised her head, but that figure had vanished as if it had never existed. Elsewhere, with a splash, Lin Bai fell into a lotus pond. What the hell is this? Lin Bai emerged from the pond, shaking his head and surveying his surroundings. In the distance, mountains rose in layers, shrouded in mist. While the spiritual energy here was almost palpable, not far off, a group of cultivators engaged in a fierce battle over something. The dazzling lights of spells intertwined in the air, and the thunderous roars reverberated throughout this space. Lin Bai leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the focal point of the cultivators' contention, 12 ancient meditation cushions. These cushions emanated a faint halo, with runes faintly swirling upon them. Is this the insight cushion? Lin Bai's heart stirred, and memories of this secret realm flooded his mind. This is another secret realm left behind by the Celestial Sacred Sect, where these meditation mats serve as treasures to enhance the disciples' enlightenment. Each mat is imbued with the supreme secret arts of the Celestial Sacred Sect. Simply sitting upon one can significantly elevate one's comprehension, facilitating the grasp of martial techniques. According to the original narrative, Tang Shiqi, having lost his fortune to Yunjin in a previous secret realm, has been transported here. He will manage to seize a mat, but will consequently face an assault from other cultivators. Subsequently, he will encounter Fian, who has also acquired a mat but is troubled for reasons unknown. Amidst the throng, a statuesque woman with graceful curves navigates through the crowd. Suddenly, she lifts her head sharply, her eyes glimmering with a flicker of delight. Disciple. Fian's heart quivers, joy swelling within her like the gentle flow of spring water. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, a fierce gust of wind strikes her unexpectedly. Unable to evade, she is violently hit, her delicate form plummeting like a severed kite. Cough. Fian expels a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling instantaneously. Master. In the crowd, Lin Bai, who had been seeking a chance to reunite with Fian, feels a sudden tightening in his chest upon witnessing the scene. He deftly propels himself forward, his form darting like a specter, plunging into the chaos of battle in the blink of an eye, secretly invoking a hidden technique. Lin Bai's appearance subtly transforms into that of a stern-faced youth. With fingers poised like swords, he slashes through the air, unleashing a barrage of piercing sword energy that forces back the assailants surrounding Fian. Get away, Lin Bai commands, his voice cold and authoritative, resonating with an undeniable authority. The attackers, intimidated by his aura, involuntarily retreat several steps. Chapter 63. Today, I shall take her away. Who dares to obstruct me? Master, Lin Bai instinctively uttered. But suddenly realizing the gravity of his words, he quickly corrected himself. Esteemed fairy, are you unwell? As he spoke, he gently waved his sleeve, and what appeared to be a casual gesture concealed an overwhelming force. The gust of his palm swept through, sending those originally fierce cultivators, who intended to launch another attack, hurtling backward like leaves caught in a tempest, each one spitting blood and bearing expressions of sheer horror. It is essential to note that these individuals were not mere commoners. They were the elite disciples of various sects, typically formidable beings at the Transformation and Great Ascension realms. However, Under the peculiar laws of this secret realm, all their powers had been suppressed to the golden core stage. Nevertheless, a reduction in their cultivation did not imply a diminishment in their understanding and application of power. They still possessed combat experience and skills far surpassing that of ordinary golden core practitioners. Yet, before Lin Bai, they were as fragile as clay chickens, utterly defenseless. How could they not be astonished? What manner of being was this suddenly appearing youth? Lin Bai paid no heed to their terror. He carefully lifted Fei Yin. Feeling her warmth in his arms, her faint, sweet fragrance wafting to his nose, causing his heart to flutter slightly. What is happening? Where is the protagonist? Lin Bai pondered, for according to the original narrative, at this moment, Tang Shiqi should have been lightly injured. Alerted by the remnants of a soul to the preciousness of these wisdom cushions, each of the 12 cushions contained the pinnacle of the Tian'an sacred sect secret techniques, capable of significantly enhancing a cultivator's comprehension and proving extraordinarily effective in understanding martial arts. Such extraordinary treasures would naturally incite fierce competition among many. Tang Shiqi would disguise his visage, mingling with the crowd, waiting for the opportune moment to seize one. When he witnessed Fei Yin under siege, he would decisively intervene, helping her to secure a wisdom cushion before escaping together. Because Tang Shiqi concealed his identity, Fei Yin would not recognize him. After enduring this trial together, she would develop a faint admiration for the mysterious figure who aided her. This was a crucial turning point in the plot, marking the beginning of the relationship between Fei Yin and Tang Shiqi. But where was Tang Shiqi now? Boss. Because Yun Jin acted with overwhelming ferocity, Tang Shiqi has sustained severe injuries and cannot arrive here in time. Just as Lin Bai was engulfed in confusion, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Lin Bai was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Good heavens, isn't the plot about to collapse? Without Tang Shiqi, what will happen to Fei Yan's favorability? This was a pivotal element that influenced a series of subsequent events. Boss, do not panic. As long as a masked man assists Fei Yan, the plot can still unfold. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps it was not entirely unfeasible. Yet, could such a hasty decision truly be without consequence? Boss, if you do not intervene, we will have to start over. How exasperating. Do I really have to start over if I don't play the role of Tang Shiqi? This is quite amusing. Lin Bai's inner thoughts materialized into a series of thought bubbles floating above his head. Hui Yin, who had been weakly leaning against Lin Bai, suddenly caught sight of these bubbles and was momentarily taken aback. She understood that Lin Bai was navigating through the narrative, contemplating how to seamlessly transition her and Tang Shiqi's storyline without leaving a trace. However, she did not anticipate these unexpected developments. Although, according to Lin Bai's revelations about the plot, nothing significant would occur between her and Tang Shiqi. The mere thought of being in the same space as such a person made Hui Yin feel nauseous. Now, she could actually be with her disciple. A faint blush crept onto Hui Yan's cheeks as her heart swelled with a mix of shyness and delight. She had long awaited this moment. Ever since Lin Bai entered the cycle of reincarnation, she had been burdened with guilt, yearning to make amends and assist him in enhancing his cultivation to honor the spirit of an old friend. Yet, Lin Bai had been so engrossed in the storyline that she could never find a suitable opportunity. At last, the moment had arrived. Hui Yin resolved to seize this chance and grow closer to her disciple. However, at that very moment, the surrounding cultivators, who had initially been intimidated by Lin Bai, grew restless. We are all at the golden core stage. Why should you monopolize 2 cushions? Moreover, one of them is such a breathtaking beauty. Release that woman and yield the cushions. Let's join forces. I refuse to believe that he can defeat all of us alone. They clamored, encircling Lin Bai once more, their eyes gleaming with avarice, evidently blinded by treasure and beauty. Lin Bai, observing the scene, wore a disdainful expression. He had allowed these individuals to enter with the intention of restraining Tang Shiqi, ensuring the plot unfolded smoothly. However, that did not mean he would be constrained by them. If you seek your demise, then do not blame me. Lin Bai scoffed, and a terrifying aura erupted from within him. He refrained from employing any elaborate techniques, merely delivering a straightforward punch. Boom. As the force of his punch surged through the air, the space trembled, and an invisible wave radiated outward in all directions. The once menacing cultivators were swept away like leaves caught in a tempest, each one hurtling back, spewing blood, and sustaining severe injuries. In a single punch, he had vanquished them all. Such power was utterly astonishing. How is this possible? Is he truly at the Golden Core stage? A monster. This fellow is undoubtedly a monster. The crowd lay on the ground, struggling to rise, yet they discovered that their spiritual energy was ensnared by an invisible force, rendering them utterly immobile. Their eyes brimmed with terror, the previous arrogance completely extinguished. Lin Bai paid no heed to the wails of the onlookers as he slowly approached the 12 cushions, sweeping his hand to gather 2 of them into his possession. He then turned to gaze at the enchanting Fian in his arms, a flicker of tenderness crossing his gaze. "My dear fairy, let us depart," Lin Bai murmured, cradling Fian in a princess hold. Her body tensed momentarily before she quickly relaxed, allowing him to carry her. Her cheeks flushed a deeper hue, her heart racing like a startled fawn. "Today, I shall take her away. Let anyone dare to obstruct me," Lin Bai declared, surveying the surroundings with a voice as frigid as ice, imbued with an undeniable authority. His eyes, sharp as blades, swept over each face in the crowd. The previously defiant cultivators, upon meeting Lin Bai's gaze, instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to confront him. Chapter 64. The slippery scarlet smoke. We shall depart. Lin Bai held on to scarlet smoke, his form darting like lightning, disappearing from the crowd as sight in mere moments. Moving away from the cacophony, Lin Bai discovered a secluded cave, its entrance obscured by thick vines, making it nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. With utmost caution, Lin Bai cradled scarlet smoke as he entered the cave, ensuring that the surroundings posed no threat. He then waved his hand to establish several arrays to conceal their presence. These formations were skills he had acquired during his cycles of reincarnation, conveniently applicable in this moment. Once he completed these preparations, he gently placed scarlet smoke onto a flat stone platform. She gazed at him quietly, her eyes soft yet profound, as if she could penetrate through all of Lin Bai's pretenses. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her gaze, Lin Bai scratched his head. What should I do next? What was the plot of the original story? Lin Bai furrowed his brow, striving to recall the narrative. This is troubling. It has been hundreds of years, and I have nearly forgotten the details. I only remember that Tang Shichi would prepare grilled meat for scarlet smoke. Grilled meat. Yes, grilled meat. Suddenly, Lin Bai slapped his forehead as if seizing upon a lifeline. Though I lack the specifics, as long as I proceed in this direction, I should be fine. Esteemed fairy, I am Qi Shitang, merely an ordinary cultivator passing through, he said, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head. He understood that his current identity must remain concealed, for he still had to play the role of Tang Shichi and fulfill the ensuing plot. Upon hearing this, Scarlet Smoke's lips curled into a subtle, playful smile. What ordinary cultivator possesses such formidable strength? With a single punch, he had rendered those Golden Core prodigies powerless. Amused internally, Scarlet Smoke chose not to expose Lin Bai. She recognized that he was following the storyline, and she was more than willing to play along. I am Yin Fei, Scarlet Smoke said softly, her voice enchanting, tinged with a hint of allure. She too, according to convention, provided a false name. Thus, the two began their brief acquaintance under the identities of Qi Shitang and Yin Fei. Fairy Yin, you were grievously injured. Please take this bottle of healing elixir. Lin Bai retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring and handed it to Scarlet Smoke. This was a subtle gesture of concern, as he could not afford to act too recklessly. Scarlet Smoke accepted the vial and uncorked it, a rich medicinal fragrance wafting towards her. However, upon inspecting the contents, her expression shifted slightly. This is not an ordinary healing elixir. This is divine drunkenness. Scarlet Smoke's gaze turned peculiar as she looked up at Lin Bai, only to find him gazing back at her with a bemused expression, seemingly unaware of his mistake in selecting the elixir. Wait, did I grab the wrong one? Lin Bai's inner thoughts materialized as bubbles above his head. This is divine drunkenness? How did I end up with this? No. This is Qing Shui 1. I must not act carelessly. As Fian beheld these dialogue bubbles, she instantly comprehended the situation. Indeed, Lin Bai had mistakenly taken the wrong item. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, accompanied by a bemused smile. This disciple of hers was undeniably as heedless as ever. Young Master Qi, this elixir of yours, Fian remarked, a hint of playful mockery in her tone. It seems rather ill-suited for healing. Does it not? Ah, my apologies, my apologies. I have taken the wrong one. Lin Bai hastily retracted the divine elixir and retrieved another jade vial, presenting it to Fian. Fair Lady Yen, this is the actual healing potion. As he spoke, his face flushed crimson, nearly as if it could bleed. He wished to find a crevice in the earth to hide away. How could he commit such a blunder in front of his master? Observing Lin Bai's embarrassment, Fian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She accepted the elixir and consumed it. A warm sensation swiftly enveloped her entire being, and her previous injuries began to mend gradually. Thank you, young Master Qi, Fian said softly, her voice laced with gratitude. Fair Lady Yin, you were too kind. Lin Bai quickly waved his hands. Unable to meet her gaze. Is there a source of water nearby? Fian inquired suddenly. A source of water? Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback, but then recollected. Yes. I shall lead you there. He remembered there was indeed a spiritual pond in the vicinity, although this segment was not in the plot outline. Given the vastness of the secret realm, it was reasonable to take a wrong turn. Lin Bai reassured himself inwardly. He guided Fian to the spiritual pond, where the water was crystal clear, the spiritual energy palpable, indicating it was no ordinary sight. Fair Lady Yin, you may heal here, and I shall guard you, Lin Bai proclaimed. Fian nodded and approached the pond, softly saying, Young Master Qi, please, do not peek. Ah? Lin Bai was taken aback by her words. He scratched his head, somewhat perplexed by Fian's meaning. What is happening? Was this part of the plot? Lin Bai mused, yet he nodded in agreement. Assuring, Fair Lady Yin, you need not worry, I shall not steal a glance. Upon hearing this, Fian slowly shed her garments and stepped into the pond. The water rose to her delicate shoulders, accentuating her alluring form. Closing her eyes, she began to cultivate her healing. Time passed, each second stretching into eternity. Lin Bai stood at the pond's edge, idly awaiting her. He dared not gaze upon Fian, diverting his attention elsewhere. However, after a considerable wait, Lin Bai made no move to steal a glance. A faint sense of disappointment welled up within Fian. Why would I entertain such thoughts? Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, feeling a wave of shame wash over her. Had she genuinely wished for Lin Bai to steal a glance at her? How utterly absurd. Just then, a dialogue bubble from Lin Bai unexpectedly materialized outside. As I reminisce about my childhood, I recall how my master often accompanied me during baths. That physique. No, I mustn't dwell on such thoughts. I am no longer a child. Upon seeing these thought bubbles, Shiyan was momentarily taken aback. She never anticipated that Lin Bai would remember events from their youth. Moreover, he seemed to have thoughts about her physique. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Stealing a glance at Lin Bai, she found him standing there, a hint of nostalgia gracing his expression as if lost in memories. Her gaze inadvertently landed on a rather delicate area. How large? She hastily averted her eyes, her heart racing like a startled deer. However, at that very moment, her foot slipped, and she teetered backward. Ah! Shurian cried out as she plunged into the water, incapacitated by her injuries and unable to summon her spiritual power. In a moment of panic, she felt as though she were drowning. Just then, a figure dashed forward like lightning. It was Lin Bai. He swiftly pulled Shurian from the water, holding her tightly in his embrace. "In Fairy, are you all right?" Lin Bai inquired with concern. Shurian's body pressed against Lin Bai's chest, and she could distinctly feel the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Her cheeks were aflame. I'm fine." Shurian's voice was barely a whisper. Lin Bai initially sighed in relief, but his gaze soon drifted downward, locking onto Shurian. He was instantly struck dumb. The sight before him stirred his very blood, causing an uncontrollable nosebleed. This. Lin Bai opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He quickly turned his head, unable to gaze at Shurian any longer. "In Fairy, you should put on your clothes first." Lin Bai's voice trembled slightly. Shurian, coming to her senses, swiftly extricated herself from Lin Bai's embrace and hurriedly donned her attire. "Young Master Qi, thank you for earlier," Shurian murmured, her head bowed, a hint of shyness in her tone. It's nothing," Lin Bai stammered. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, leaving both unsure of what to say next. Chapter 65. Clearly, I arrived first. Crackle, crackle. The campfire burned, emitting a series of faint pops. The flickering flames illuminated the cavern, casting light upon everything within. A spirit beast, meticulously skinned and prepared, was suspended over the fire, roasting to a golden sheen. Fat dripped into the flames, producing a sizzling sound, while an enticing aroma wafted through the air, making one's mouth water. From time to time, he sprinkled some secret seasoning, his movements fluid and pleasing to the eye. Yet beneath this calm exterior, Lin Bai's thoughts surged tumultuously. Though I just ventured out to seek spirit beasts, attempting to forget the scene I had just witnessed, the image of my master's body still lingers. No, I must not dwell on that. Focus on the meat. Focus on the meat. Lin Bai's inner voice manifested as bubbles floating above his head. He struggled to banish the enchanting images from his mind, but the more he tried, the clearer they became. Fei Yin sat quietly on a stone platform, observing Lin Bai's busy figure. She understood that he was making a concerted effort to restrain himself, wishing to forget everything that had just transpired. Yet, was she any different? The breathtaking scene replayed in her mind, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Both of them, illuminated by the dancing flames, concealed their crimson faces. A silence spread between them. At last, Lin Bai broke the quietude. That, Fairy Yin, regarding what just happened. Master Qi. About what just occurred. They both spoke simultaneously, their words overlapping. They paused, then could not help but chuckle softly. Uffed. Hee. Their laughter was bright and clear, akin to a mountain spring, dispelling the previous awkwardness. Fairy Yin, you go first, Lin Bai said, his tone tinged with gentleness. Fei Yin nodded, speaking softly. Master Qi, what just happened was merely an accident. You need not take it to heart. I understand, Lin Bai replied, though a sense of disappointment lingered within him. Fei Yin sighed inwardly, aware that Lin Bai had misunderstood her intentions. Master Qi, actually, I have a friend. Fei Yin hesitated for a moment before continuing. She has a very special feeling for someone. A special feeling? Lin Bai inquired, bewildered. Fei Yin nodded, uncertain if it could be classified as love, merely stating, when she sees that person, her heart aches. She wishes to protect him from any harm. She rejoices in his happiness and mourns his sorrow. She unconsciously pays attention to his every move, wanting to know everything about him. She even feels jealousy when he is close to other women, wishing to keep him by her side forever. Fei Yin's voice grew softer, nearly inaudible by the end. Lin Bai listened to her recounting, his brow slightly furrowed. Isn't this a description of love? However, why did my master choose to express it through the words I have a friend? Could it be that the person she harbors feelings for is someone whose identity must remain concealed? Lin Bai's inner thoughts resurfaced once more. Upon seeing these speech bubbles, Qi Yin could not help but smile wryly, as if swallowing a bitter gourd, the taste too acrid to articulate. Could this foolish disciple truly be so oblivious? Young Master Qi, do you believe my friend's feelings for that person are indeed love? Qi Yin inquired softly, her tone laced with a hint of hope. Lin Bai pondered briefly before responding, I believe. It must be so. Nevertheless, this emotion seems to have blossomed rather swiftly. Too swiftly? Qi Yin murmured to herself, lost in contemplation. Indeed, was it truly too swift? Yet, had her feelings for Lin Bai truly emerged out of the blue? Qi Yin's thoughts drifted back to a distant past. Those fragments of memories surged forth like a tide, stirring ripples within her heart, until a small figure stood before her. Master, may I marry you in the future? In that fleeting moment, Qi Yin was taken aback, faint echoes of her past reaction coming to mind. At that time, she had smiled and gently ruffled Lin Bai's hair, saying, very well. If in 10 years you have not changed your mind, then I shall agree. However, a decade later, Lin Bai never broached the subject again. Instead, he had become engaged to Gu Qinghan. Qi Yin could not comprehend why. Upon hearing this news, an inexplicable sense of loss enveloped her heart. She even felt a tinge of jealousy towards Gu Qinghan. I was the one who arrived first. Qi Yin had always believed that her feelings for Lin Bai were merely those of a master and disciple. It was only at this moment that she had a sudden epiphany. I have always felt something for my disciple. Too swift? Qi Yin repeated. her gaze drifting into the distance, as if attempting to penetrate the thick walls of the cave to glimpse the past buried by time. Lin Bai observed Qi Yin's dazed expression, his heart filled with further confusion. Could it be that the person she loves has passed away? Or have they experienced some irrevocable fallout? Speech bubbles materialized above Lin Bai's head, abruptly pulling Qi Yin back from her reverie. She looked at Lin Bai, her heart a tumult of emotions. Young Master Qi, my friend, she has actually known that person for a very long time. Qi Yan's voice was soft, akin to recounting a distant tale, one so far back that she could no longer recall when her feelings for that individual had begun to diverge from the ordinary. Perhaps it began the first time he clumsily bandaged her wounds, or perhaps it was when he recklessly placed himself in harm's way to protect her. As Qi Yin spoke, a gentle smile graced her lips, revealing the sweetness of memories intertwined with the helplessness of reality. Lin Bai was moved by Qi Yan's emotions. He could sense the profound feelings in her words, an unspoken love that transcended mere expression. For an eternity, Lin Bai pondered. Could it be that the words of the esteemed master referred to an old acquaintance of hers? Is there a segment in the narrative that addresses this? Suddenly, Fei Yin inquired, her gaze imbued with a hint of confusion and helplessness. What should I do about my friend, Sir Qi? Lin Bai hesitated, uncertain how to respond to such a query. Isn't it a bit beyond my capabilities to address matters like this? He lamented internally, wishing to swiftly conclude the topic and return to grilling the meat. Do you think my friend is foolish? Fei Yin chuckled self-deprecatingly upon noticing Lin Bai's silence. No, not at all. Lin Bai quickly gestured in denial. I just don't know how to articulate my thoughts. Fairy Yin, your friend must truly cherish that individual. Lin Bai carefully deliberated his words, gradually expressing, if there is love, then she should strive to pursue it, to convey her feelings. Regardless of the outcome, at least, there will be no regrets. But what if? What if he cannot accept her? What if this causes him distress, or even leads him to abandon me? Fear not, Lin Bai asserted, raising his thumb. A person as delightful as you, Fairy Yin, would surely not be turned away. In that moment, Fei Yin was still enveloped in a delicate atmosphere, her heart racing, her mind a blank slate. Suddenly, Lin Bai's heartfelt words struck her like a bolt of lightning, dispelling the fog that clouded her heart. Those unadorned phrases ignited an intangible flame, instantly kindling the feelings that lay dormant within her. Initially taken aback, her eyes flickered with disbelief. Then, an ineffable joy erupted from her heart, akin to a volcanic eruption, sweeping through her entire being in an instant. Chapter 66, The Future of Fian Crackle. The bonfire blazed even more brightly, and the aroma of grilled meat grew increasingly rich. Fian quietly accepted the skewered meat handed to her by Lin Bai, taking small bites. Her cheeks puffed slightly, reminiscent of a little hamster, as she chewed earnestly, occasionally nodding in affirmation. The firelight illuminated her exquisite profile, casting a soft halo that accentuated her already breathtaking beauty, rendering her even more enchanting. She savored each morsel with great seriousness, as if relishing the finest delicacies in the world. A hint of grease lingered at the corners of her mouth, adding a touch of innocent charm that starkly contrasted with her usual ethereal demeanor, creating an adorable juxtaposition. Though Fian maintained a serious expression, a wave of sweetness surged within her heart. Only by focusing on her meal could she preserve a semblance of normalcy. Observing Fian enjoying the grilled meat filled Lin Bai with a sense of accomplishment. It seems Master is indeed hungry. Fortunately, my grilling skills have improved considerably. It appears the storyline is well secured. As he pondered, he continued to brush sauce onto the meat, occasionally glancing at Fian. She was completely engrossed in the deliciousness of the grilled meat and seemed oblivious to Lin Bai's subtle actions. Speaking of which, Master looks truly beautiful when she eats. Her beauty is as appetizing as the food itself, making it utterly irresistible. Fian had been striving to maintain her composure, but upon hearing Lin Bai's inner thoughts, she could no longer hold her facade. Her cheeks, already slightly flushed, turned crimson like a sunset, almost as if they might bleed. In a fluster, she lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, while her fair neck blushed with a delicate hue that spread to the base of her ears. Lin Bai remained unaware of Fian's unusual reaction, absorbed in his own musings. How should I naturally transition into the cultivation segment next? The enlightenment cushion. In my previous life, I utilized the Enlightenment cushion to extract Emperor-level secret techniques from the heavenly Yin sacred sect. I must not let this opportunity slip by in this life. With this thought, Lin Bai's eyes brightened as he retrieved the previously stored Enlightenment cushion from his storage ring. "Fairy Yin, have you had enough?" Lin Bai inquired with a smile, his tone casual, as if he were merely making small talk. Fian nodded slightly, placing the remaining grilled meat down. "Thank you, young Master Qi, for your hospitality," she responded softly. Her voice remained enchanting, yet now carried a touch more shyness, with her tone subtly rising at the end. Laced with a barely discernible sweetness, Lin Bai felt a stir in his heart, secretly marveling at how delightful Master S' voice was, capable of melting one's bones. "You are too kind, Fairy Yin," he replied, waving his hand dismissively as he placed the Enlightenment cushion between them. "I see that your injuries have yet to fully heal. Why not take this opportunity to cultivate with this item? It may expedite your recovery." Master surely does not know the wonders of the Enlightenment cushion. This is the perfect chance to let her experience the sensation of sudden enlightenment. In a previous life, after the sealing of the ancient deity, my master experienced a decline in cultivation. Fortunately, through the comprehension of body tempering techniques derived from the Enlightenment mat, he was able to grow anew, ultimately achieving the realm of the Emperor. As Fian observed these bubbles of thought, a subtle tremor coursed through her heart. She recalled that in the earlier narrative, Lin Bai had mentioned that during the ancient deity sealing plot, she would self-destruct her soul for a brief moment, breaking through to the Emperor realm to thwart that ancient deity. Ultimately, the remnant soul of the Emperor within Tang Shiqi's ring would absorb the opponent's cultivation, guiding Tang Shiqi down the path of revenge. If I am not mistaken, the comprehension my master attained should be the legendary undying body of the Starfall. The principle lies in assimilating a magical artifact into one's body, forming an indestructible embryo, and then employing alchemical techniques to invoke the thunder and fire of heaven and earth for forging. Even without a natural disposition, one could defy the heavens and reach the realm of the Emperor. According to the narrative, I need to integrate the Starfall sword into my master's body, and over time, the sword would gradually merge with him, freeing itself from my control. Humph, who would have thought that my master, having fallen from the holy land of the Tudi Xianmin into the mortal realm, could actually accommodate such an extraordinary treasure within him? Alas, everyone was deceived by appearances. In the original plot, only the incarnation of Tang Shiqi, Qi Shitang, was aware of Fian's path to ascension. But now Qi Shitang is me. Oh, it makes no difference, for I am aware as well. Lin Bai secretly reveled in his cleverness. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Fian's eyes had widened in astonishment. What is this? An extraordinary treasure. As one of the pinnacle forces in the world, Fian was merely a step away from the Emperor realm, and at her level, she was already privy to certain secrets of the world. She understood that beyond the Emperor, there lay the fabled realms of even greater power. Yet due to the constraints of the heavenly path, no cultivator could ascend. Only by mastering the legendary extraordinary treasures could one hope to breach these celestial barriers. And now, her disciple possessed such a terrifying artifact, and he was unhesitatingly willing to offer it to her as a means of revitalizing herself after losing her cultivation in the narrative. Why is my master looking at me with that expression? Lin Bai glanced down at the Enlightenment mat in his hand, then realized, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. "Apologies, I was just lost in thought." Saying this, he pushed the mat toward Fian. "It must be that my master feels too bashful to urge me. How foolish of me." Fian regarded the Enlightenment mat with a complex expression, nearly voicing her indifference to such a thing. However, the thought that if the narrative were to collapse, Lin Bai would have to start anew compelled her to take a deep breath. She must grow stronger and not disappoint her disciple's hopes. The two of them each took an Enlightenment mat and sat cross-legged. Lin Bai, familiar with the routine, effortlessly entered a state of cultivation. He closed his eyes, immersing his mind in recollections of his past life, attempting to trigger enlightenment once more to obtain the secrets of the Emperor level. Meanwhile, Fian, filled with a blend of curiosity and anticipation, slowly closed her eyes. Following Lin Bai's guidance, she relaxed her body and mind, embracing the refreshing essence emanating from the. Gradually, Fian sensed her consciousness beginning to blur, as everything around her transformed into an ethereal haze. It was as though she found herself enveloped in an infinite chaos, vast, desolate, and solitary. Just as she felt lost and bewildered, a gentle radiance suddenly appeared before her, illuminating the path ahead. Following the direction of the light, she walked on, unaware of the passage of time, until her surroundings opened up before her. An ancient and solemn hall materialized in her presence. The hall stood grand and magnificent, exuding an aura of timelessness, emanating a sense of reverence. As she approached, the brilliance of the orb gradually converged, ultimately transforming into an elderly man with flowing white hair, who appeared before Fian. Chapter 67. The Saint Body of Nine Tribulations. I shall safeguard my disciples' future. As the crimson smoke entered this realm of consciousness, her gaze was immediately captivated by an elderly figure with snow-white hair. She quickly discerned that this old man was not a physical being, but rather the spirit of the Enlightenment platform. However, this spirit appeared to be somewhat extraordinary, despite being a formidable practitioner of the returning ruins realm. Even though her powers were suppressed to the golden core stage in this secret domain, her perception of energy remained infallible. The spirit before her was not merely an ethereal wisp of energy, as was customary, but possessed a complete divine soul. This was utterly unfathomable. It is well understood that spirits typically arise from the intelligence birthed within magical artifacts, existing in tandem with them. Once the artifact is destroyed, the spirit dissipates as well. A spirit endowed with a complete divine soul is almost unheard of. Senior? A multitude of queries surged within her heart, compelling her to inquire. Is it not true that the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Sect has long since perished? How is it that you, esteemed elder, still retain your divine soul? Her tone was respectful, her demeanor humble. Even though the entity was merely a spirit, the possession of a complete divine soul indicated that its prowess was far from ordinary. Upon hearing her question, a glimmer of clarity flickered in the elder's murky eyes. He scrutinized her from head to toe, revealing unabashed admiration. Young girl, you are quite remarkable, he said, stroking his beard with a smile. To possess such cultivation at your tender age is indeed a testament to exceptional talent, even in our time. He paused, as if reminiscing about the past. Nostalgia reflected in his gaze. You are correct. The Heavenly Transformation Sacred Sect has indeed met its demise, he continued slowly. However, not long ago, an unknown powerful being reversed the river of time, projecting us departed souls from the past into the future. Though we have perished in the past, because the temporal point of our existence has not yet reached the moment of annihilation, we are able to temporarily exist in this world in the form of avatars, reversing the river of time. Upon hearing this, a tempest of astonishment surged within Crimson Smoke. What incredible power is this? It is known that even emperors can only briefly reverse the past or glimpse fragments of the future within the river of time. To directly project the deceased from the past into the future is simply unprecedented. This was beyond Crimson Smoke's comprehension. Who was that formidable being? She could not help but inquire, her voice trembling ever so slightly. An existence beyond emperors is beyond our humble understanding, the elder replied, shaking his head with a faint smile of resignation. We need only to harbor gratitude. He paused, seemingly recalling something, and a hint of reverence crossed his features. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the elder turned his gaze towards Crimson Smoke, a look of understanding crossing his face. Young girl, I observe that your fate is fraught with difficulties. It seems you are in need of a physical cultivation technique. He spoke gently, concern evident in his tone. Hearing this, Crimson Smoke felt a slight tremor in her heart. She had not anticipated that the spirit would be able to discern her destiny. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided to confide in it the truth about obtaining the eternal body of the celestial starfall from the Enlightenment meditation mat. However, she subtly conveyed her concerns. Senior, I truly require a body refining technique, Fian whispered, but the one who bestowed that supreme treasure upon me holds great significance in my life. I desire to grow stronger, yet I do not wish for him to lose his means of survival. Although she refrained from directly uttering Lintbai's name, she was confident that the spirit's wisdom would grasp her meaning. The elder, upon hearing this, was initially taken aback. He had indeed intended to impart the eternal body of the celestial starfall to Fian, as it was the course of fate. Yet now, it appeared that some alteration had transpired. He was supposed to have completely dissipated at the moment of the heavenly transformation sacred sex annihilation, rather than becoming an ally to that innate chaos sacred body of the young lady. It seemed that a powerful being had intervened to modify destiny. So it is. The elder stroked his beard, a glimmer of understanding shining in his eyes. In that case, I shall impart another body refining technique to you. In addition to the eternal body of the celestial starfall, I also possess a technique known as the 9 calamities crossing sacred body. This method utilizes flesh and blood as a vessel, guiding calamities as oars to traverse the turbulent seas of existence. Each breakthrough requires enduring the corresponding tribulations for others, transforming the body into a life-saving raft. When perfected, it can shield the heavens from catastrophic calamities. Firstly, sacrificing oneself to feed the calamity. Actively seek out those who have failed their tribulation, drawing their residual calamity into oneself to forge calamity-crossing patterns. Each pattern can grant a designated individual immunity from a fatal calamity. Secondly, the grief wish forge. When loved ones face misfortune, the technique can be activated to transmute sorrow into sacred body golden blood. This blood can revive the deceased, but each drop consumes 100 days of cultivation. Thirdly, the weaving of fate threads. Extract one's own threads of fate to weave a protective cord for others. Every 10 feet woven incurs a backlash of 30% of the other's destiny. The elder spoke slowly, each word imbued with boundless profundity, entrancing Fian. The 9 calamities crossing sacred body seemed tailor-made for her. Without a moment's hesitation, Fian made her choice. Senior, I am willing to cultivate the 9 calamities crossing sacred body, she declared resolutely, her gaze brimming with determination. She believed this technique would undoubtedly aid her in better protecting Lin Bai and everything she cherished. Meanwhile, Lin Bai was also immersed in his own epiphany. He recalled that in his previous life, he had obtained a secret method of imperial caliber right here. In this life, he hoped to seize another opportunity to enhance his strength. After all, only with formidable power could he better propel the narrative forward and hasten his return to Blue Star. In my last life, what I acquired seemed to be. Lin Bai silently reminisced. Yes, it was one of the sacred sect's secret techniques, known as the Heavenly Transformation Divine Art. This martial art possesses the ability to decipher celestial secrets, foresee the future, and even alter one's destiny. Lin Bai reminisced about his previous life, contemplating how he meticulously navigated through challenges alongside the troublesome Tang Shichi to fulfill the narrative. After all, Tang Shichi was akin to a volatile powder keg. Even with Lin Bai's utmost cooperation, this fellow could create all sorts of chaos. However, with the celestial transformation divine art, everything changes. By unraveling celestial mysteries and predicting the future, Tang Shichi's cultivation is now vastly inferior to his own. Armed with this technique, Lin Bai can effortlessly ascertain Tang Shichi's whereabouts and propel the plot forward. He chuckled with glee. With this power, who could possibly impede his progress in advancing the storyline? Lin Bai was brimming with eagerness to begin his cultivation. Chapter 68. Do not panic, my disciple. This calamity shall be absorbed by your master with a sigh of relief. Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes, a smile of liberation gracing his features. He channeled the newly comprehended Tianyin divine art, and a mysterious light flickered in his eyes, as if he could perceive the past and future simultaneously. In his vision, Fian was enveloped in a radiance akin to the stars, with enigmatic runes circulating within her body. Ultimately, a resplendent longsword, shimmering with starlight, gradually melded into her form. Fortunately, the plot remains entirely intact. Indeed, Master has successfully acquired the heart technique of the eternal body of the celestial starfall. I was merely frightening myself. Lin Bai wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, secretly relieved. He had long harbored concerns that his involvement might alter the course of events, but it appeared that everything was still under his control. Fairy Yin, how do you feel? Lin Bai asked, his expression filled with concern as he gazed at Fian. Almost simultaneously, she opened her eyes, her face a mixture of surprise and confusion. It seems I have acquired a formidable body refining technique. That's splendid. That's splendid. Lin Bai nodded vigorously, the weight on his heart finally lifting. He regarded Fian, silently marveling. With the celestial starfall eternal body, Master shall soon regain his former glory. Fian keenly sensed Lin Bai's thoughts, warmth flooding her heart. She understood that all Lin Bai did was for her sake. "Young Master Qi, to celebrate our newfound fortunes, shall we indulge in some wine?" Fian suggested suddenly, her tone laced with anticipation. "Wine?" Lin Bai paused momentarily. He recalled that the original narrative did not include a drinking scene. However, upon further reflection, he found no issue with it. Fine wine paired with roasted meat was a natural delight. "Very well. I happen to have some spirit rabbit meat. I shall prepare it," Lin Bai replied with a smile, retrieving the remaining meat from his storage ring. Soon, a rich aroma of roasting meat filled the cave, tantalizing their appetites. Lin Bai offered the grilled spirit rabbit meat to Fian and produced 2 jars of spirit wine from his storage. "Fairy Yin, this spirit wine is a rare find of mine, rich in flavor. Do give it a taste," Lin Bai said, uncorking one of the jars. Instantly, a robust fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating in its allure. "What a fragrant wine!" Fian exclaimed, accepting the jar from Lin Bai. The two sat facing each other, raising their jars in a toast. Gulp. After a single sip, Lin Bai felt a surge of warmth rising from his abdomen, cascading to his head. In the next moment, the world spun around him, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Young Master Qi? Young Master Qi?" Fian softly called out. Seeing Lin Bai unresponsive, a sly smile crept onto her face. She had long known that he would succumb after just one cup, which was precisely why she had suggested drinking. Gently, Fian propped Lin Bai against the stone wall. She gazed at Lin Bai's serene sleeping visage, her eyes brimming with tenderness and sorrow. Fian extended her hand, gently caressing Lin Bai's cheek. As she channeled her inner power to assess his physical condition, a sense of dread suddenly enveloped her. While ordinary methods might have overlooked it, under the influence of the 9 calamities and tribulations sacred bodies technique, her perception shifted dramatically. Although Lin Bai appeared unscathed, she discerned that his body was riddled with unseen injuries. Countless strands of calamity energy, akin to parasitic worms, entwined within his meridians, bones, and flesh, relentlessly eroding his vitality. "What is happening?" Fian's heart sank in horror. She had never encountered such severe injuries before. She understood that Lin Bai must have endured these tribulations to advance the narrative. To protect her. "Fool, why must you be so foolish?" Her eyes moistened, tears cascading down her cheeks. Wiping her tears away, Fian inhaled deeply and began to activate the 9 calamities and tribulations sacred bodies technique. She intended to absorb all of the calamity energy within Lin Bai's body into her own, sacrificing oneself to feed the calamities. With a soft exclamation, Fian emanated a gentle radiance. She propped Lin Bai up, allowing him to rest against her bosom. Observing his slightly furrowed brows, she instinctively swallowed hard, her heart racing faster. "This is to heal you. Do not misunderstand, dear one." Although the technique did not explicitly state this, Fian lowered her head and delicately kissed Lin Bai's lips, drawing the calamity energy into her own being. As the 9 calamities and tribulations sacred bodies technique flowed, the calamity energy within Lin Bai began to gradually transfer to Fian. Dark strands of calamity energy poured forth from Lin Bai's mouth and nose, consumed by Fian. Her complexion paled, yet her gaze remained resolute. She understood that with each strand of calamity energy she absorbed, Lin Bai would endure less suffering. As the calamity energy shifted, intricate patterns began to coalesce within Fian's body. These patterns were the calamity transcendence runes. With each rune she formed, she could exempt a chosen individual from a life and death calamity. The sadness forge. Fian once more channeled her power, transforming her inner sorrow into sacred golden blood. The guilt and heartache she previously felt now surged as a torrent. Drops of golden blood dripped from her fingertips, merging with Lin Bai's body. This golden blood possessed the miraculous ability to restore life to the lifeless, mending Lin Bai's damaged form. However, each drop consumed would cost Fian 100 days of cultivation. She paid no heed to the repercussions. Her only desire was for Lin Bai to recover swiftly. The threads of fate. Fian bit her tongue, letting forth a mouthful of vital blood. She transformed this vital essence into delicate threads, weaving a lifeline. For every 10 feet of lifeline woven, she would bear 30% of Lin Bai's fate in backlash. Yet, she pressed on without hesitation, determined to safeguard Lin Bai's safety with her own destiny. As time passed gradually, Fian's complexion grew increasingly pale, and her body began to tremble slightly. Yet, she steadfastly continued, determined to guard Lin Bai until he awoke. After an indeterminate duration, Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes. He felt as though he had experienced an extraordinarily long dream, one in which he seemed to return to the blue star, to that familiar home. With a stretch that was both expansive and languorous, Lin Bai felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. His slumber last night had been nothing short of blissful. Rubbing his still slightly swollen head, he endeavored to recall the events of the previous evening. He remembered drinking with his master, and then there was a void. How peculiar! My tolerance for alcohol should not have led to such a swift downfall, he murmured to himself, instinctively touching his lips. Why does it feel as if my lips are slightly swollen? Moreover, a faint, lingering fragrance remained, a scent that felt oddly familiar. Chapter 69. The culinary arts of the master Lin Bai gradually opened his eyes, his vision still slightly blurred. Instinctively, he surveyed his surroundings. The morning light streamed through the cave entrance, casting a warm glow upon Fian, outlining her graceful silhouette and adding an ethereal beauty to her presence. Fian was facing the rising sun, inhaling and exhaling with an aura of purple mist surrounding her, pure and untouchable. Lin Bai found himself entranced, his heart racing uncontrollably, as if a small deer were fluttering within his chest. How I longed to claim my master for myself. But if I were to do so, how would I be any different from Tang Shiqi? Yet the desire to possess my master is overwhelming. I want to silence the prison guards. Oh, Lin Bai, you are truly lewd. The battle between rationality and desire raged fiercely within Lin Bai, enveloping him in unprecedented turmoil. Young Master Qi, would you care for something to eat? Lin Bai's gaze instinctively drifted to her delicate, rosy toes, and he swallowed hard. I meant breakfast. Oh, right. I happen to be quite hungry, haha. Lin Bai's face flushed with embarrassment. On the other side, Fian's ears had turned crimson, resembling a ripe peach. Ready to burst. What chaotic thoughts are swirling in this little one's mind? Fian scolded inwardly, though her voice trembled slightly. She had intended to admonish him, but recalling her own uncontrollable actions from the previous night made her feel somewhat guilty. Fian, you are his master. How could you? Suppressing her unusual emotions, she gradually calmed her mind and spoke as evenly as possible. Young Master Qi, you are awake. What are your plans moving forward? Lin Bai scratched his head, striving to make his voice sound composed. I must quickly devise a plan to shift my focus. According to the original story following the cave scene, we shall proceed to the treasure vault. Within lies an array of sacred herbs lost from ancient times, including the 9-transformation Shwampa lotus, which possesses miraculous effects. If a cultivator's physical form is shattered and their spirit is on the verge of dispersing, consuming this lotus allows them to reconstruct their body using the power of Shwampa, preserving their cultivation level. However, one must endure the 9-transformation heart-eating pain, akin to experiencing 9 lifetimes of tribulations. Yet, I happen to have a method to transfer this suffering onto myself. In doing so, would not my master be able to ascend directly in place? When the time comes, as she strikes me. No. I should be able to depart this world before the tragic events unfold. This could serve as a parting gift for my master. Surely, she cannot pursue me across the void to Blue Star, right? Haha. Such a thrilling tale of the protagonist chasing after someone in reality after a dramatic death could never befall me. Fian observed the stream of thought bubbles erupting above Lin Bai's head, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. This little rascal. Humph, thinking he can escape? Just wait until the plot concludes. I shall see how to deal with you. A fierce determination brewed within her. Yet her lips involuntarily curled into a subtle smile as she began to anticipate Lin Bai's expression when he realizes he has nowhere to run. Lin Bai cleared his throat softly, disrupting the delicate atmosphere within the cave. Since we have grasped the essence of the meditation mat, there must be other treasures hidden in this secret realm. Would you, Fairy Yen, care to explore them with me? Of course. I would be delighted. Fei Yin responded gently, a subtle joy lacing her voice. With young Master Qi's exceptional grilling skills, I am truly pleased to be by your side. Ah, is that so? That is wonderful, truly wonderful. Lin Bai felt a bit flustered, yet a wave of inexplicable joy surged within him. The two stepped out of the cave together, taking to their swords as they headed towards the source of the strongest treasure fluctuations. In the distance, a towering pagoda loomed, its summit ablaze with radiant light and vibrant colors, unmistakably a treasure of extraordinary origin. Lin Bai and Fei Yin exchanged glances, excitement and anticipation mirrored in their eyes. It seems our luck is quite favorable, Lin Bai grinned. Fei Yin nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with lively brilliance. Let us go and uncover what treasures lie within this treasury. The two transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the pagoda. The sky was filled with countless streaks of light, as the cultivators who had previously entered the secret realm hurriedly approached. Before Lin Bai and Fei Yin could reach the treasury, they witnessed a dazzling explosion of multicolored spiritual energy in the sky, as injured cultivators shot forth like cannonballs, leaving long trails as they plunged into the mountains. Evidently, chaos had already erupted above the treasury. Fei Yin's consciousness swept across the scene, and her expression turned serious. The Tang clan's cultivators have gathered. As she had stated, numerous cultivators clad in golden attire from the Tang clan soared through the skies at remarkable speed. They formed a triangular formation beneath them, effortlessly piercing through the scattered cultivators like a blade, showcasing overwhelming might. Not to mention, they possessed an array of treasures from their immortal lineage. In this world, treasures were categorized into spiritual tools, magical artifacts, Dao artifacts, imperial tools, and ultimate treasures. While the scattered cultivators were left with mere scraps of spiritual energy, the Tang clan's practitioners were already utilizing Dao artifacts as if they were disposable items. One Tang clan cultivator found himself besieged by 3 scattered cultivators, on the verge of defeat. With a sinister grin, he hurled his long knife into the air. The knife erupted mid-flight, shattering into countless shards, each imbued with terrifying Dao power. The 3 scattered cultivators could not evade in time, and were instantly obliterated into a mist of blood, while the Tang clan cultivator, shrouded in the explosion's cover, retreated unscathed back to the formation. Surviving scattered cultivators lay amidst the shattered mountains, gazing at the Tang clan cultivators with expressions of sheer astonishment. Is this the power of an immortal family? Indeed, this is characteristic of the Tang clan, Lin Bai mused as he surveyed the battlefield, recalling this segment of the tale. In a bygone era, there once existed a prodigious individual wielding the map of mountains and rivers. Originally a solitary cultivator, he harnessed the map's ability to gather the essence of heaven and earth, thereby forging a unique spiritual vein that enabled him to break through the Tang family's blockade, transforming his lineage into an immortal family of the new generation. This is the legendary Xiao family, regrettably due to the inadequacies of subsequent generations. The second head of the Xiao family fell in love with the head of the Tang family, ultimately marrying into the Tang clan. This unfortunate union led to the transfer of the map of mountains and rivers, leaving the Xiao family, while still extant, merely as a subsidiary of the Tang family. I recall there was a female protagonist named. Ah, yes. Her name is Xiao Yin, reputed for her ability to devour foreign flames and ascend in power. In the later stages of the narrative, she even confronted Tang Shiqi, emerging as another antagonistic figure. In my previous life, she proved to be quite helpful. According to the timeline of the backstory, she should soon acquire the fragments of the map of mountains and rivers from the Tang family. With that in mind, is there not a certain camaraderie among villains? Contemplating this, Lin Bai drew forth the Starfall sword and cautioned Fei Yin. The situation beneath the battlefield appears rather amiss. Fei nodded, having already discerned the anomaly the moment Lin Bai's second thought crossed her mind. Beneath the battlefield, a subtle formation had taken shape. This was the Tang family's classic move, the Great Sacrifice Formation. Lin Bai's gaze sharpened, the Starfall sword in his hand gleaming coldly as he prepared to soar forth and shatter the formation's core with the might of thunder. Yet, he suddenly beheld a blazing comet streaking across the sky, carrying with it unparalleled might, surging towards the heavens. Chapter 70. Astonishing Revelation. The matriarch of the Tang family is. A figure clad in black and white surged forth, its speed so extraordinary that it ignited a frenzy of sparks in the air, little Yunjin? Upon sensing Lin Bai's thoughts, Fei Yin was momentarily taken aback, then followed Lin Bai's gaze to the shadow that had plunged into the battlefield. In the heavens, behind Yunjin, the emblem of the yin-yang fish unfurled rapidly. She extended her hand, and as the mark on her forehead flickered with intensity, a luminous orb brimming with immeasurable pressure manifested in her grasp. Utilizing the combined essence of the falling treasure money and the spatial anomaly left by Lin Bai, the laws of space and time intertwined, ultimately coalescing into an infinite gravity. Even though she could not wield the two formidable laws directly, an overwhelming force still descended from the sky. In that instant, the bones of the Tang family's cultivators emitted terrifying cracks, and those whose cultivation was slightly lacking collapsed to the ground, shattering the earth beneath them. Go. Witnessing the devastation of the Qin Yuan dynasty and bolstered by her newfound strength, Yunjin's keen eyes caught the subtle maneuvers of the Tang family as they set up a grand sacrificial array. At this moment, her heart brimmed with fury. As the orb descended, the ground began to convulse violently. Quickly activate the formation. The seasoned Tang family cultivators, despite their momentary chaos, swiftly regained composure. They formed seals with their hands, and beams of light shot skyward, intertwining to create a colossal golden shield, resembling an inverted bowl, enveloping all the Tang cultivators within. As the orb made contact, the shield quivered violently, emitting a disconcerting sound of cracking, with fissures rapidly spreading, threatening to shatter at any moment. Ultimately, the two forces collided in the sky, sending Yunjin hurtling back several hundred meters, her complexion paling slightly. This fairy, a middle-aged man adorned in the Tang family's golden garb, stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect towards Yunjin. We harbor no grievances with you. We merely seek to contend for the treasure pavilion. Given the scarcity of spoils, why not collaborate with us? We assure you that your share of treasures will be amply preserved. Collaborate? Yunjin's gaze fell upon the large character Tang emblazoned on the man's attire, a sight that stung her eyes. Were it not for Lin Bai's assistance, she might have remained oblivious, unknowingly consuming the very lifeblood of the Qin Yuan dynasty, becoming a mere husk akin to a monstrous creature. Though the royal members of the Qin Yuan dynasty held little affection for her, her sister-in-law Zhang Yun, along with the maids who had served her since childhood and the diligent citizens striving for their dynasty, none had wronged her. The thought of these innocent lives perishing under the Tang family's nefarious scheme ignited an inferno of rage within Yunjin. Collaborate with me? Tang family, you are unworthy. At her declaration, the middle-aged man's countenance shifted dramatically, sneering, young girl, do not let your youthfulness cloud your judgment. The foundations of the undying sect are beyond the reach of a mere rogue cultivator like you. Is a young person not allowed to be spirited? Yunjin laughed heartily, extending her hand. Moreover, who said I stand alone? Indeed, in the grand palace of the Qin Yuan dynasty, the spirit of the treasure, Xiao Jin, voiced his indignation, exclaiming, how can you mere mortals belittle our esteemed Tianyin sacred sect, a venerable and immortal order? Observing from a distance, an elderly figure shook his head at his apprentice's tumultuous outburst, pondering whether the girl might be referring to the benefactor who had altered her fate. However, he hesitated to voice this thought, deeming it potentially hurtful, and decided to let it be. Meanwhile, the scattered cultivators on the battlefield rose in unison, their fervent expressions proclaiming, indeed, we are here too. They bore faces illuminated by a fervent smile, declaring, Tang family, your arrogance knows no bounds. Even if we do not seize the treasures, we shall ensure you do not lay claim to them either. Lin Bai mused, intriguing. She is indeed one of the protagonists who embarks on a path of vengeance. Yet why does Yunjin appear so composed? With resolve, he activated the Tianyin divine art, swiftly revealing Yunjin's future before him. The sight of the girl enveloped in a shroud of black mist obscured her features. By heavens! He gasped, recognizing the ominous aura of the dark mist, unmistakably linked to demonic forces. Reassured, he surmised that her current black and white attire was merely a transitional state. Fiery Smoke, observing Lin Bai's mental revelations, wore a perplexed expression. Her cultivation of the nine calamities saint body allowed her to perceive disasters, yet she discerned no calamity surrounding Yunjin. Instead, there were unmistakable signs of her destiny being manipulated, suggesting a formidable presence had consumed her tribulations entirely. Suddenly, fiery smoke noted a vague connection between Yunjin and Linbai. As Yunjin moved, a surge of calamity energy erupted from Linbai. This fiery smoke's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder Linbai was burdened with such calamity energy. It must have been accumulated through countless cycles, devouring Yunjin's and even their own tribulations. While she pondered, the Tang family's cultivators initiated their assault. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, declaring, "You overestimate yourselves. Daring to speak thus to the Tang family, you have chosen the path to your demise." As he spoke, the Tang family struck the ground, summoning countless vines that ascended into the air. "What are these?" gasped some scattered cultivators, bewildered. The vines appeared to be mere ordinary grass, yet they moved with astonishing speed, ensnaring those who were caught, rendering them paralyzed and disoriented. "Wow, is that not the mother of Tang Shichi?" another remarked, pondering how Tang Shichi would react upon discovering that his own family had forged his mother into a weapon against their foes. Fiery Smoke's eyes widened in disbelief. Were those vines truly Tang Shichi's mother? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation, as the Tang family swiftly gained the upper hand with their vine onslaught. The middle-aged man laughed boisterously. "Prepare to be drained of your very essence." Unfazed, Yunjin extended her hand, a potent force of attraction emanating from her palm. The encroaching vines were irresistibly drawn towards her, coalescing into a dark green orb of light within her grasp. "Devour," she commanded. Yunjin let out a low exclamation, and a piercing scream echoed from the luminous sphere, as if something were struggling within. Moments later, the sphere dissipated, leaving Yunjin's complexion somewhat pallid. Yet a glimmer of enlightenment flickered in her eyes. She closed her eyes, as if processing some profound revelation. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes and gazed at the middle-aged man from the Tang family, her voice icy. "Is this your Tang family's matriarch?" The moment these words escaped her lips, a collective shudder rippled through the scattered cultivators, their eyes gleaming with gossip-laden intrigue. What a revelation this was! Not to mention that the previous sect leader's spouse was akin to a mere weed. The Tang family had actually transformed her into this current form. Was this not a peculiar monstrosity in itself? Instantly, expressions among the crowd grew subtly complicated. All were seasoned practitioners, trained to maintain composure even in the most challenging situations. Yet now, they found it increasingly difficult to restrain their reactions. Fei Yin gasped in shock, pondering just how much darkness the Tang family concealed. "Preposterous. What nonsense are you spouting?" The middle-aged man, visibly agitated, retorted, "How dare you insult the Tang family? You seek death." Indeed, words alone held little weight. As some cultivators regained their composure, they considered that despite the Tang family's poor reputation, it was unlikely they would engage in such audacious acts. Just as they murmured among themselves, Yunjin spoke again. "But what if I can provide evidence?" All eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Yunjin, eager to witness how she would substantiate her claim. The middle-aged man from the Tang family turned ashen, a surge of intense unease swelling within him. He sensed that this young girl might truly possess some extraordinary secret. Chapter 71. The truth revealed. Yunjin gently raised her hand, and within her palm, the interplay of black and white light coalesced into a hazy image. "This is..." The middle-aged man from the Tang family felt his pupils constrict sharply, a surge of intense unease flooding his heart. As the image gradually clarified, it unveiled a sky thick with storm clouds. Fury-laden thunderbolts danced like silver serpents, rending the heavens with an aura of annihilation. A man clad in a golden robe stood proudly amidst the cosmos, emanating a formidable presence. He was the head of the Tang family. Gazing upward, his eyes reflected not a trace of fear, but instead, boundless combativeness. With a resounding roar, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel descended from the sky, aiming directly at the head of the Tang family. In that critical moment, a verdant figure abruptly appeared before him. This figure, graceful and elegant, bore an air of resoluteness. "No." The head of the Tang family's eyes widened in anguish as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. The verdant figure was struck by the lightning, instantly transforming into countless emerald vines that enveloped the head of the Tang family tightly. As the thunder dissipated, the head of the Tang family emerged unscathed. Yet the verdant figure had vanished, leaving only the drifting emerald vines, imbued with a faint sorrow. "My lady." the head of the Tang family fell to his knees, howling toward the heavens, his voice filled with grief and remorse. Yet, the heavens showed no mercy to the two individuals, continuing to gather its divine punishment. Upon witnessing the lightning, the head of the Tang family finally grasped the reality. I understand now. It is my fault. It is my excessive sacrifices of lives that have incited the wrath of the heavens. Lin Bai furrowed his brow, aware of this narrative. Yet with Tang Shichi absent, he pondered how to proceed. He held no peculiar sentiments for Tang Shichi's loyal steed. As he contemplated, Lin Bai's gaze swept across the crowd, and fortunately, he soon spotted Tang Shichi at the edge of the throng. At this moment, he no longer bore the nonchalant demeanor of yore. He trembled as he gazed at the projection in the sky, his expression distorted with ferocity. He had always believed his father to be an ordinary blacksmith and his mother a simple beauty, until one day, for reasons unknown, they vanished. He had thought they were merely delayed by circumstances, never realizing it was due to the heavens. Curse you, heavens! Tang Shichi's eyes burned with rage as he stared at the sky, lamenting his plight. How could you do this to me? Congratulations, master, for completing the narrative phase. The system chimed in, presenting the reward of the cycle of eternal damnation seal. 100 years of pure cultivation. Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Then he recalled the unfolding of this particular narrative. First, Tang Shichi was to lose to Yun Jin, forfeiting the infinite resource of lost treasures and wealth. The other aspect was to inadvertently witness the fate of his parents under Yun Jin's manipulation. Thus, as the child of destiny, he began his counterattack, declaring, "My fate is mine to command, not to be dictated by the heavens." He would not allow the heavens to obscure his vision. He would not let the earth bury his heart. He vowed to make all powerful beings vanish into nothingness, and once they had been obliterated, he would undoubtedly indulge in the pleasures of a harem. After all, for a youth, there exists no sorrow that love cannot mend, if such a sorrow does exist. Then let another love arise. This encapsulates the exhilarating rhythm of a compelling narrative. However, what on earth is this eternal cycle seal? Lin Bai instinctively opened the artifact's description. Gasping in astonishment, the details revealed that this item was forged from the essence of 9 primordial chaotic energies, tainted by the resentments and obsessions of the 3,000 fallen celestial beings. It is said to be the creation of a forbidden entity that grazed the realm of sacrificial paths, intended to reverse the cataclysmic destruction of the heavens, yet perished under the backlash of the heavenly laws before its success, causing the seal to plummet into the void, transforming into a blood-red ancient steel. Inscribed with inscrutable burial path glyphs, it possesses 3 functions. The first, the calamity fire that refines time, upon activation, summons the epic calamity fire, consuming the opponent's lifespan and causal threads. The afflicted will instantaneously endure countless cycles of illusory realms. If their resolve falters, they may suffer a decline in cultivation or, at worst, be reduced to ashes of calamity. However, the practitioner is not exempt from the fire's corrosive effects. Each use diminishes their lifespan by a millennium. The second, the devouring of heaven and path, allows the seal to consume the enemy's divine abilities and laws, converting them into cyclical path marks for storage. Upon gathering 9,000 path marks, one can briefly summon a projection of the ancient void cemetery to suppress a star domain, even corroding the innate artifacts of sovereigns with the cemetery's forbidden power. The third, bury my reincarnation, involves sacrificing one's true spirit to the seal, forcefully severing their causal ties with all realms, enabling them to escape the cycle of existence and retreat into the void of burial earth to evade calamity. The price for this is eternal entrapment within the burial earth, gradually losing memories and emotions, ultimately transforming into an unconscious burial spirit. By heavens! Such a formidable system, are your family members aware of your prowess? Lin Bai's eyes widened. This artifact would be an exceptionally formidable treasure even among the supreme relics. Yet here it was, bestowed upon me as a reward? The rewards are determined by the powers that be. I am but a messenger. The system's tone was peculiar, suggesting a possibility, merely a possibility, that perhaps your previous life's performance was lackluster, hence you did not receive this reward. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai burst into laughter, then firmly grasped the system's visage. Do you have the audacity to repeat that? just as Lin Bai was poised to further inquire about the origins of this enigmatic object. A voice from the Tang clan echoed through the skies. This cannot be. The middle-aged Tang member's complexion turned pale, his body trembling slightly as he fixated on the scene, seemingly wishing to tear apart the figures within. I refuse to believe it. How could the clan leader commit such an act? This must be a fabrication. Some members of the Tang clan were equally unable to accept the reality before them, vocally disputing the evidence. Yet, more members fell into silence. Among them, some perhaps were already privy to certain truths, too fearful to voice them. Yun Jin scoffed, having anticipated that the Tang clan would not easily concede. Whether it is an illusion, you all are aware within your hearts. Nonetheless, even if you refuse to acknowledge it, the truth remains unchanged. The Tang clan, in pursuit of their own interests, would sacrifice even their own matriarch, truly an eye-opener. Yun Jin's words pierced the hearts of the Tang clan members like daggers. Their faces fluctuated between shades of green and white, rendering them exceedingly ghastly. Enough! The middle-aged man from the Tang family bellowed, fully aware that if Yun Jin continued speaking, the reputation of the Tang family would be irrevocably tarnished. You wretched girl, cease your deceptive words that beguile the crowd. Today, I shall make you understand the consequences of offending the Tang family. As he spoke, he waved his hand, prompting the previously hesitant cultivators of the Tang family to brandish their magical artifacts. In an instant, spiritual energy surged, and a menacing aura filled the air. Are you intending to strike? Then come forth. Yun Jin remained undaunted, forming hand seals as the yin-yang fish emblem materialized behind her once more. With a thunderous roar, a formidable presence erupted from her, sweeping across the surroundings. The Tang family cultivators, who had initially been poised to charge, found themselves retreating under the oppressive force of her aura. What kind of power is this? Such a terrifying presence. Who exactly is this girl? The Tang family cultivators were struck with horror, having never witnessed such a fearsome display of strength. Merely a show of bravado. The middle-aged man from the Tang family scoffed. Although he sensed Yun Jin's formidable prowess, he was resolute in his belief that defeat was not in his fate. Everyone, attack together. Eliminate her. Lin Bai's gaze fell upon the Tang family cultivators, a cold smile gracing his lips. So, when words fail, you resort to righteous mob violence. Just as he was about to draw his sword and advance, he realized that someone was already faster than him. Chapter 72. The Invincible Stance, Who Dares to Fight? A chilling sword light cascaded down like a celestial river from the heavens, instantly slicing through the tumultuous battlefield. The onlookers felt a fleeting blur before them as the piercing sword intent bore down upon them, rendering their breaths momentarily suspended. From the Xianhanqing Palace. It was Gu Qihan. A voice cried out in astonishment, recognizing the master of that radiant sword light. Surrounding Gu Qihan was a swirling frost, her long sword humming lightly as its blade pointed directly at the disciples of the Tang family. The Tang family, a scourge upon the world, must be eradicated by all. The Tang disciples were thrown into an uproar, utterly unprepared for the sudden intervention of the saintess of the Xianhanqing Palace, who struck without mercy. Saintess Gu, what is your intention? A middle-aged man from the Tang family inquired with a grim expression, his voice filled with authority. My Tang family has no quarrel with your Xianhanqing Palace. Why do you meddle in this affair? Disregarding him entirely, Gu Qinghan's murderous intent was resolute. The momentum of her sword surged forth, the frost coalescing into countless ice blades that rained down upon the Tang disciples. Impudence! The middle-aged man bellowed, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. He commanded his fellow Tang disciples, do not hold back. This matter must not leave here. Eliminate them all. Leave no one alive. Upon hearing this, all the Tang disciples comprehended his meaning, their gazes turning cold and resolute. For the reputation of the Tang family and to keep their secrets, they were compelled to silence the witnesses. The middle-aged man then procured an ancient jade pendant from his bosom, which shimmered with a translucent brilliance, exuding a faint golden glow. A terrifying pressure emanated from the pendant, instantly enveloping the surroundings. The Emperor's jade pendant. Someone gasped, recognizing its origin. As its name implies, the Emperor's jade pendant contains the power of a supreme emperor. A single pendant can unleash the full force of an imperial strike. Both the Tang disciples and the scattered cultivators were astounded by the middle-aged man's audacity. To resort to the emperor's jade pendant for the sake of silencing witnesses was a chilling display of resolve. Even those who initially contemplated taking advantage of the chaos began to retreat, fearing entanglement in this storm. An imperial strike was not something they, as mere minnows, could withstand. At that moment, Lin Bai's figure traversed the void, emerging from the battlefield. Once one assumes an identity, one inevitably must clean up the mess. Facing the imminent imperial strike, Lin Bai maintained a tranquil expression. Although he could not utilize the treasures of the Lin family, he still possessed the system and the insights he had accumulated from his previous life regarding various laws. At his current level, the so-called imperial strike was merely a jest. The strength of an emperor lies in the application of laws, while the energy contained in the pendant was nothing more than a lifeless force, a mere formula devoid of true understanding, incomparable to that of a genuine emperor. Perfectly, he sought to test the reward he had just obtained. Lin Bai snapped his fingers, and thus, myriad dark purple calamity flames surged outward, igniting the sky. Scarlet Smoke's eyes widened as the Nine Tribulations' sacred body within her surged with an ecstatic scream, almost compelled to devour the calamity fire emanating from Lin Bai. What was this entity? The Tang clan's cultivators looked up in terror. In the next moment, countless calamity fires collided with the Emperor's strike, creating terrifying ripples across the sky. The relic began to tremble violently at that instant, but soon, an even more formidable force began to spread forth. This was the residual suppressive power of the Tianyin sacred sect's relic, which devoured the Emperor's might entirely, transforming it into the core energy for the formation, effortlessly absorbing the Emperor's residual waves. Of course, it was not only the Tianyin sacred sect that noticed this phenomenon. Lin Bai, suspended in the heavens, also gaped in astonishment as boundless spiritual energy coalesced into swirling vortices, rushing towards him. The Tang clan's cultivators were aghast. How could this be possible? That was an emperor's strike. Scarlet Smoke was momentarily stunned, but soon realized that under the relic's suppression, the emperor's application of the laws had fallen behind Lin Bai's comprehension. Although she was unaware of Lin Bai's method, it was clear that the myriad divine powers summoned by the emperor would, under Lin Bai's guidance, transform into his own strength. As Lin Bai absorbed this power, countless streaks of light flickered behind him, manifesting as boundless divine radiance and overwhelming pressure, cascading towards all beings. A profound silence enveloped the battlefield, a deathly stillness. Only the dark purple calamity fire continued to burn silently, licking at the void as if intent on incinerating everything in its path. The Tang clan's cultivators stood frozen, their expressions petrified, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Their emperor's jade pendant, their proud trump card, had been devoured. Moreover, it was consumed by a young man of no notable repute, in a manner utterly beyond their comprehension. This revelation shattered their understanding and obliterated their pride. The jade pendant in the hands of the middle-aged man dimmed, losing all its luster as if it had been stripped of its spirit. He swallowed hard, desperate to utter something, but found his voice trapped, rendering him utterly mute. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, as if his very blood had congealed. What manner of monster was this young man? Not just the Tang clan's cultivators, but even those scattered cultivators who had come merely to observe were struck as if by lightning, their jaws agape, nearly hitting the ground. They rubbed their eyes, questioning their own perceptions. An emperor's strike. That was the might of an emperor. A terrifying force capable of effortlessly erasing them had just been absorbed. And judging by the young man's demeanor, he appeared to be quite at ease, even seemingly relishing the experience. Was this truly a human? Surely, it could not be an ancient monster in disguise, feigning weakness to ensnare the unsuspecting. The gazes of the scattered cultivators towards Lin Bai were instantly filled with reverence and dread, as if they were beholding an indescribable deity. The morale that had plummeted under the Tang clan's dominance now strangely surged. Surviving a catastrophe instills a profound sense of gratitude, while an instinctive reverence for the strong intertwines with a palpable disdain for the Tang family's arrogance. These myriad emotions coalesce into an intangible force that permeates among the wandering cultivators. In Gu Qinghan's cold, piercing gaze, a rare flicker of astonishment glimmers. Standing resolutely with her sword, surrounded by an aura of frost, She resembles a goddess of ice and snow, sacred and untouchable. Yet, in this moment, her attention involuntarily drifts toward Lin Bai, tinged with scrutiny, curiosity, and an elusive admiration that she herself scarcely recognizes. The teachings of the Xianhanqing Palace have always exalted the powerful. The strength exhibited by Lin Bai has far surpassed her expectations, even evoking a hint of threat. This sensation simultaneously astonishes and excites her. Gu Qinghan has been destined to challenge the strong from the very beginning. From a distance, Yun Jin observes with eyes that reflect stark contrasts, shimmering with brilliance. She senses the calamity fire radiating from Lin Bai, resonating with the power coursing within her own being, hinting at a shared origin. It is a force that evokes both familiarity and reverence within her. Chapter 73, The Affection of the Women. The mindset of the son of fortune crumbles. Tang Shiqi stood amidst the crowd, gazing at Lin Bai, his expression imbued with envy. Simultaneously, he observed the expressions of the various female cultivators directed towards Lin Bai. Despite Lin Bai's current appearance as Qi Shitang with an ordinary visage, his youthful vigor and formidable strength harmonized splendidly, exuding an ethereal charm. In that moment, many female cultivators displayed a look of infatuation. Had they merely been passers-by, Tang Shiqi might not have felt a stir of emotions, yet he noted that even Gu Qinghan, with her ice-cold demeanor, revealed a flicker of intrigue. Moreover, Lin Bai's master, Fian, wore an expression of utter admiration. Why? Tang Shiqi's heart ignited with rage. He gazed at those women in confusion, an overwhelming jealousy surging within him. This is quite understandable, young man. The voice of the Emperor's remnant soul resonated within the ring, stating that women are drawn to strength. No matter how well you treat them, they will perceive you as a mere lapdog, but if you conquer them with your power, these women will devote themselves wholeheartedly to you. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiqi was initially taken aback, but as he recalled Gu Qinghan's various attitudes, he grew increasingly enlightened. Agreeing with the Emperor's remnant soul, he believed he had treated Gu Qinghan decently. Yet she not only failed to assist him, but also maintained an ambiguous relationship with Lin Bai. In retrospect, it seemed she relished the feeling of being pursued by someone of the Lin family's stature. With this thought, Tang Shiqi's breathing became labored. He instinctively glanced below, realizing that due to the Lin family's influence, he had lost all semblance of masculine dignity. I must grow stronger. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's remnant soul was first taken aback, then chuckled softly. Excellent, young man. I did not misjudge you. Most would perceive the aristocracy as invincible, yet you still harbor the desire to retaliate. Splendid, truly splendid. Master, Tang Shiqi's eyes turned red. How should I proceed? You are not without opportunity. Look between those mountains. The remnant's voice echoed in Tang Shiqi's mind. That is the great sacrifice formation, an evil array designed to extract the essence and souls of living beings. Since the Tang family employs it against others, why cannot you turn it against them? Tang Shiqi was momentarily stunned, then his gaze deepened with crimson intensity. Indeed, if he were to strengthen himself through conventional means, by the time he became an emperor, the woman he desired would have already borne 13 children. Now, a path to greatness lay before him. How could he possibly relinquish it? I implore you, master. Who are we to each other? The Emperor's remnant soul laughed heartily. Young man, free your mind. You must not doubt me any longer. Of course. Tang Shiqi nodded. And this time he opened his heart to the Emperor's remnant soul, surrendering his body entirely to the entity. Lin Bai sensed a familiar surge of power and turned to see Tang Shiqi enveloped in a dense darkness. What the hell? The sun of fortune has turned dark. Is this even reasonable? Bubbles of dialogue emerged one after another, causing Fian and the others to momentarily pause before realizing that Tang Shiqi had performed an unexpected action. They quickly focused their consciousness on Tang Shiqi, noticing her approach towards the great sacrifice array, and their expressions instantly turned icy. Seeking death, Yun Jin summoned her power and shot towards Tang Shiqi like a cannonball. However, someone was swifter. Lin Bai transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantly appearing beside Tang Shiqi, and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed. As Tang Shiqi's figure was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently into the distant mountainside. The rocks crumbled, debris flew, and the entire peak seemed to tremble beneath the weight of that single blow. Tang Shichi's body pierced through the thick mountainside, carving a shocking ravine in the solid rock. With dust swirling, obscuring the sun, this scene profoundly shook all those present. Fian's beautiful eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted, unable to conceal her astonishment. She recognized Lin Bai's formidable strength, yet could not fathom he could be so incredibly powerful. It should be noted that Lin Bai, at this moment, was at the Golden Core stage, just like them. Was this still the foolish disciple she had to worry about at every turn, fearing he might take a wrong step? Gu Qinghan tightly pressed her lips together, a complex light flashing in her cold gaze. She had thought she understood Lin Bai well enough, but it now appeared her comprehension was still woefully insufficient. This fellow always managed to surprise her. Yet, deep within Gu Qinghan's eyes, a hint of barely perceptible concern lingered. Would Lin Bai's conspicuous intervention truly not disrupt the unfolding narrative? Damn it! Can you not be so reckless, child of destiny? Lin Bai landed before Tang Shichi, his expression unusually grave. What a jest, having finally arrived at this juncture, only to find the child of destiny on the verge of invoking the great sacrifice array, which would undoubtedly lead to narrative collapse. Cough, cough. A series of violent coughs emerged from the depths of the ravine. Tang Shichi slowly emerged from the dust. At this moment, he looked disheveled, his clothes tattered, and blood staining the corner of his mouth, completely devoid of the previous bravado. He struggled to rise, only to find that his bones felt as if they had disassembled. He could muster no strength. Who exactly are you? The voice belonged to the remnant soul of the Emperor, who was no mere flower fist practitioner. Despite being at the Golden Core stage now, he believed his understanding of the laws surpassed that of anyone in this era. Yet, in that last punch, he was unable to discern the spatial laws Lin Bai had employed. I am Qi Shitang, merely an ordinary cultivator passing by. Qi Shitang? The remnant soul's expression became subtle, as he felt an inexplicable connection between this name and his foolish disciple, Tang Shichi, but the shock from that punch had left him momentarily bewildered. With a sigh, the remnants of the soul turned to Lin Bai, muttering about the audacity of this young rascal who dared to launch a surprise attack on an elder like himself. Is it merely a manifestation of calamity fire? Surely you do not believe such flames could rival my extraordinary fire. As he spoke, the remnants of the soul abruptly summoned the power within. Yet, before the flames could materialize, a hand breached the barrier of spiritual energy and seized Tang Shichi by the throat. Hush, quiet now. Lin Bai lifted Tang Shichi effortlessly, asserting, I am the one navigating this narrative now. If your distinctive traits are noticed, I shall have a difficult time explaining. What utter nonsense! Although the remnants of the soul could not grasp the intricacies of the narrative, he sensed that the strength possessed by this young man exceeded his expectations. Chapter 74. An Overwhelming Dominance. Who is the true protagonist? However, the remnant soul quickly regained its composure, simultaneously engaging in a moment of self-mockery. Ah, Xiaogang. You were once a formidable force who established the cultivation laws of this world. Even as a remnant soul, you could dominate an era. How is it that you are now shaken by this mere junior? With this thought, he directed Tang Shichi to open his eyes. A dark pattern illuminated within Tang Shichi's gaze. In that instant, the forces of the universe exhibited signs of stagnation. Even the relic formations capable of temporarily suppressing the Emperor's power began to emit sounds of fragmentation. Youngster, having glimpsed my hidden card, you have surpassed many. Alas! The remnant soul of the Emperor chuckled. You are merely a mediocre talent born outside my era. Taiyuan Burial Daowai. This powerful ocular technique, birthed from the ancient times after observing the supreme pathways and forbidden beings, was comprehended only after traversing over 20 epochs. Though the grand pathways had shattered and the laws had disintegrated, the one wielding it was still but a golden core cultivator. Yet, the remnant soul was aware that as long as he invoked this hidden card, he would be invincible. Youngster, kneel before me. Your life flickers like a candle in the wind. In that moment, countless true immortals manifested from the void, wielding imperial weapons, resembling celestial deities. The next second, smack. A resounding clap echoed. Tang Shichi's body plummeted to the ground, stirring up endless dust. while the myriad phenomena in the void disintegrated and dissipated in an instant. What? The remnant soul of the Emperor, controlling Tang Shichi, looked up in shock, disbelief etched on his face. What just transpired? Where is my ocular technique? The borrowed powers. What merit is there in flaunting them? Lin Bai swiftly descended, driving the remnant soul's head into the earth. Crack. The ground fractured. Stones flew. Tang Shichi's face made intimate contact with the cold, unyielding surface. Ugh. Tang Shichi emitted a muffled groan, blood from his nose mingling with dirt, smearing his visage. He struggled desperately but found Lin Bai's foot pressing down upon him like Mount Tai, unmovable. You. Tang Shichi's voice emerged from the soil, fragmented and filled with incredulity. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone was astounded by this spectacle. From what they had witnessed moments ago, it felt as if their minds were nearing their limits. All present were at the Golden Core stage. Could one of their rank truly exert such overwhelming dominance? This was a complete subversion of their understanding. It is worth noting that the dark pattern illuminating Tang Shichi's eyes and the terrifying phenomena that had manifested were undeniably real. They had personally experienced that overwhelming pressure, that sensation of everything being frozen in time. Yet, such formidable power was dispersed with a mere slap and extinguished with a single foot. Who exactly was this Chi-Shirtang? The loose cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. They simply could not fathom how a Golden Core cultivator could possess such terrifying strength. In the scene, only the female protagonists maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly having anticipated this moment. However, despite their foreknowledge, when Lin Bai truly unleashed his power, waves of astonishment rippled through their eyes. They could not help but wonder what formidable force could compel Lin Bai to be subdued by the petty Tang Shichi in such a manner. You, insolent wretch! The voice of the Emperor's remnant soul roared furiously within Tang Shichi's mind. He could hardly believe that he would fall to the hands of a nameless nobody. This was an utter humiliation. The Taiyuan burial Dao was his ultimate technique, the very foundation of his dominance across myriad realms. Yet now, he could not even contend with a mere Golden Core stage brat? How could he reconcile this? I refuse to believe it. You must have employed some wicked sorcery. The Emperor's remnant howled in despair, desperately attempting to summon the power within to break free from Lin Bai's grip. However, all was in vain. Lin Bai's foot pressed down upon him like an insurmountable divine mountain, rendering him utterly immobile. Wicked sorcery? Lin Bai scoffed, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Do I require sorcery to deal with the likes of you? With that, he exerted his foot once more. Crack. This time, the sound of Tang Shichi's skull shattering under the pressure echoed ominously. Ah! Tang Shichi let out a chilling scream, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. His visage a ghastly sight. Stop. You must cease this. The Emperor's remnant was in a state of sheer panic. He felt the looming threat of death. He could never have imagined that he, a once great emperor, would meet such a fate. That is quite enough, Lin Bai thought, realizing that further pressure would lead to death. Though Tang Shichi was of questionable character, he was still a child of destiny. If he were to squish him here, it would indeed cause quite a stir. With this in mind, Lin Bai slowly lifted his foot. Tang Shichi, as if granted a reprieve from death, collapsed to the ground like a lifeless dog, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with terror and malice. Phew. The sensation of having survived a calamity left Tang Shichi utterly weak, devoid of even the strength to move a finger. He glared at Lin Bai with venomous hatred, wishing he could tear him to shreds. Yet, he knew he was not Lin Bai's match. This fellow was simply inhuman. Just wait. Before Tang Shichi could finish his threat, Lin Bai delivered a swift kick, sending him hurtling through the air like a shooting star, vanishing into the horizon. Ah, that was close. He almost revealed his identity. In this narrative, there can only be one protagonist. Silence. A deathly silence. It was as if time had frozen in that moment, the only remnants being the dark purple calamity flames that silently flickered in the air, accompanied by faint crackling sounds, attesting that the earlier cataclysmic clash of power was no mere illusion. Everyone appeared as if they had been ensnared by a binding spell, standing rigidly in place with vacant gazes fixed upon the spot where Lin Bai had once stood, as well as the distant horizon, now marked only by a faint black dot. The arrogance and haughtiness that once adorned the faces of the Tang clan cultivators had dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of bewilderment and fear. Had their emperor's jade pendant, their ultimate trump card, been so effortlessly consumed? Not even a ripple had been stirred. It was akin to a meticulously prepared ultimate strike, yet landing upon a mound of cotton, all force vanishing without a trace, leaving only an overwhelming sense of emptiness and impotence. The scattered cultivators fared little better. They had come merely to observe, never imagining they would witness such an unfathomable spectacle. The Emperor's strike was said to possess the power to annihilate heaven and earth. Yet before that seemingly unremarkable cultivator, it had been rendered as trivial as child's play, casually manipulated, even serving as sustenance for the other's strength. Was this merely a dream? Many scattered cultivators pinched themselves harshly, grimacing in pain, as they reluctantly accepted this bizarre reality. Their gazes towards Lin Bai transformed from reverence to an almost fanatical worship. In the realm of cultivation, the strong are revered as a fundamental law, and the power Lin Bai had just displayed had far surpassed their comprehension, reaching a height they could only aspire to. Chapter 75. Hold tight to the thigh. Do the heroines desire to be my leg accessories? The cacophony erupted like a tsunami, dispersing the layers of mist that enveloped the ruins of the Tian'an sacred sect. The survivors, having escaped the clutches of death, seemed intent on expelling every breath from their lungs, a cathartic release of the pent-up terror and exhilaration they had just experienced. Brother Qi, how valiant. Well done. I've long found those Tang family scoundrels displeasing. Bah, what a farce to call them an immortal family. In the presence of our Brother Qi, they are naught but dust. Brother Qi, I shall proclaim you the strongest here. No arguments accepted. Shouts filled with reverence and flattery surged like waves toward Lin Bai, who stood amidst the throng. Listening to the once lofty cultivators now extolling him like common folk, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Ah, is this what it feels like to be adored? Truly exhilarating. No wonder those villains revel in personal worship. This sensation is indeed addictive. Wait, I must remain composed. I am a man destined to follow the plot. I cannot succumb to this hollow adulation. Nevertheless, the identity of Qi Shitang is remarkably convenient. I need not fear being recognized, and I can openly punish that good-for-nothing Tang Shiqi. If only such good fortune could persist. Translucent thought bubbles erupted above Lin Bai's head, revealing his innermost musings to those nearby without reservation. Gu Qinghan's originally frosty gaze softened as it swept across the bubbles, a hint of playful amusement surfacing like melting ice. She parted her crimson lips and murmured in a voice only she could hear, Lin Bai, you truly are amusing. Beside her, Yunjin's autumnal eyes sparkled as she read the words about punishing Tang Shiqi within the bubbles, a smile tugging at her lips as she mused. Big Brother remains true to himself, even with a new identity. How refreshingly genuine. In contrast to the subtle thoughts of the two heroines, Fian's reaction was much more straightforward. The young supreme leader of the sect felt her temples twitch involuntarily upon witnessing Lin Bai's delightfully exhilarating and addictive thoughts, her exquisite face betraying a complex blend of exasperation and indulgence. Does this brat truly believe himself a bandit leader? Yet, seeing him so pleased seemed rather agreeable. With a soft sigh, Fian's gaze turned tenderly toward Lin Bai. She discerned that his current exhilaration was largely a fade, a mask to conceal the earlier forced actions and the toll of employing that enigmatic calamity fire. Very well, let the child indulge in his whims, as long as he can safely navigate the plot. Resolute in her decision, Fian resolved to support Lin Bai in his enjoyment of the Qi Shitang persona, allowing him to continue his charade. Brother Qi, Gu Qinghan was the first to shatter the somewhat delicate silence. With graceful steps, her gown billowed around her, resembling an ice and snow fairy descending into the mortal realm. Her voice, though cool, carried an almost imperceptible softness. I am deeply grateful for your chivalrous intervention, my dear friend. Lin Bai, lost in his own self-satisfaction, immediately reined in the slightly smug expression upon hearing Gu Qinghan's voice. The roles had completely reversed. Now he was the protagonist of a thrilling tale. You are too modest, Miss Gu. Lin Bai clasped his fists together, his voice deep and resonant. It is the duty of our kind to assist those in need. His words, delivered with vigor, elicited a fresh wave of hushed admiration from the surrounding cultivators. Indeed, Qi Daoist exudes a remarkable spirit. Absolutely. No wonder he can stand toe-to-toe with the emperor. Such audacity is truly commendable. Following Qi Daoist may indeed yield some benefits in this treasure house. Oh, enough already. Your flattery is of no use to me. He must not smile, or I might unleash my ultimate technique, the sea tiger explosive fist. Whoa. Gu Qinghan observed the reactions of those around her, the amusement in her eyes deepening. She spoke again, her tone imbued with greater warmth. Qi Daoist possesses exceptional strength and a gallant heart. If you do not mind, perhaps we could travel together for mutual support? Travel together? Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. Indeed, in the narrative, Qi Shitang suppressed the Tang family with such authority. It is only natural that Gu Qinghan would feel a sense of camaraderie. He nodded decisively. Since the esteemed Miss Gu extended such a gracious invitation, it would be unkind to decline. Very well, let us journey together for a while. Beside them, Yin Jin quickly joined in, her striking black and white eyes sparkling with anticipation. Big brother, Qi Daoist, I wish to accompany you as well. And who might you be? What is this little girl doing here? Shouldn't you be the unparalleled Nyogula Yunjin? Your character is at risk of collapsing. Fian observed the scene before her, her lips twitching slightly. Yet, to be fair, Lin Bai's appearance was indeed quite deceptive. Who would suspect that beneath this righteous facade lay a foolish antagonist? Had she not been privy to his inner thoughts, she might have genuinely fallen for his ruse. Just as the group entertained their respective thoughts, the entire Tianyin sacred sect ruins began to tremble violently. Boom. It was as if the earth itself had turned tumultuous, the ground heaving like a surging sea. Countless stones and dust soaring into the sky, obscuring the sun. What is happening? What is going on? The scattered cultivators, who had been reveling in their narrow escape, were suddenly seized by terror, frantically looking about like headless chickens. At that moment, in the central area of the ruins, myriad rays of radiant light erupted. The dazzling luminescence instantly illuminated the darkened sky, suppressing the rampant dark purple calamity flames that had previously raged. Amidst the radiant glow, a majestic yet ancient portal gradually materializes. The treasure pavilion. The seals on its entrance have been lifted. Following a moment of astonishment, an even more frenzied cheer erupts from the crowd. Everyone, as if invigorated by a potent elixir, fixates their bloodshot eyes upon the slowly solidifying apparition, their breaths quickening with an overwhelming desire to rush forth and plunder the treasures within. Even the previously wary cultivators, who had been preoccupied with their own interests, momentarily set aside their disputes and converged towards the direction of the treasure pavilion. The allure of the treasure is an irresistible force that transcends all. Chapter 76. The Heart's Trial and Illusion. Gu Qinghan's childhood memories. As the group advanced, Lin Bai and his companions swiftly entered the treasure pavilion. Soon, Lin Bai noticed a formation illuminating beneath his feet. A resonant hum echoed in his ears, the clamor dissipating like receding tides. He felt as if his consciousness were being drawn into a colossal vortex, rendering all before him a blur of distortion. After a brief moment, the dizziness gradually subsided, replaced by a grounding sensation. He slowly opened his eyes to behold a lush, verdant landscape. Towering ancient trees stretched skyward, their canopies casting dappled shadows upon the ground as sunlight filtered through the leaves. This place Lin Bai furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings, a flicker of confusion flashing in his gaze. The scene was both familiar and foreign. It dawned upon him that he had entered the heart's trial illusion of the treasure pavilion. Only by navigating this trial could one obtain the true treasures within. The heart's trial of the treasure pavilion, how intriguing. However, this illusion appears to be constructed from the memories of my past life. A surge of long-buried memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave. This must be from the 16th year since he had transmigrated. At the time, he and Gu Qinghan had just entered into an engagement. Back then, Gu Qinghan, though still a young girl, was already a renowned prodigy. In contrast, he was merely a frivolous young master, lacking any real skill. The disparity between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth. It was precisely for this reason that Gu Qinghan held contempt and disdain for both the betrothal and for Lin Bai himself. He recalled that it was during the trial period of the Xianhanqing Palace, where participating disciples were required to venture into the setting sun mountain range to hunt a foundational-level beast. However, due to Gu Qinghan's inherently aloof nature, compounded by the discord between Su Wanqing and Gu Bei Wang, her parents were remiss in their care for her. leaving this genius without anyone willing to team up with her. Young Gu Qinghan set off alone to the setting sun mountain range, which deeply concerned Lin Bai. Thus, he stealthily slipped out of his home and trailed after her, intent on providing covert protection. At that time, the plot had yet to officially commence. It was one of the rare moments of ease for me. A faint smile graced Lin Bai's lips as nostalgia washed over him. He inhaled deeply, savoring the faint scent of blood in the air, his gaze sharpening with determination. It seemed he had indeed arrived at the setting sun mountain range. Lin Bai set forth, following the direction etched in his memory. As he walked, he recalled the details of that time. Soon, he spotted a small figure curled beneath a great tree not far away. It was a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, clad in the disciple robes of the Xian'anqing Palace, her delicate face etched with fear and helplessness. Gu Qinghan. Lin Bai instantly recognized the little girl as the youthful Gu Qinghan. A tightness gripped his heart as he hastened toward her. "Qinghan, are you all right?" he inquired with genuine concern, crouching down to her level. As Xiao Gu Qinghan raised her head, the moment she beheld Lin Bai, a flicker of bewilderment crossed her previously terrified gaze. "Oh, surprisingly not disdainful. It seems I still possess considerable charm at this stage." Gu Qinghan observed the thoughts hovering above Lin Bai's head, momentarily puzzled by his intentions. Her mind felt somewhat muddled. What was the current situation? Logically, she should have been in the treasure pavilion, yet here she was, reverted to her childhood form and returned to the Sunset Mountain range. What was the nature of the Lin Bai before her? What is going on? Lin Bai's expression was rife with confusion. Under normal circumstances, the figures conjured within the heart trial illusion should appear entirely normal. Otherwise, how could they assess the character of the trial taker? As Lin Bai pondered, he waved his hand in front of Gu Qinghan, saying, "Hey, Gu Qinghan, we were just engaged a few days ago. Have you forgotten who your fiancé is?" Gu Qinghan gazed at the thoughts above Lin Bai's head, her confusion deepening. She had certainly heard of the heart trial illusion, but whose benevolent illusion involved two people? She could hardly comprehend whether revealing her true identity as the former Gu Qinghan would lead to any narrative collapse. Alas, foolishness at such a young age. Lin Bai sighed, fortunate to have encountered her. Otherwise, others could easily take advantage of her. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan's eyes widened, nearly forgetting to breathe. "Lin Bai, are you even aware of what you're saying?" Gu Qinghan instinctively began to speak, only to suddenly realize she seemed incapable of articulating words. No, to be precise, she could not maneuver her current body at all. She felt merely like a passive observer. What was happening? Panic surged within her. And just as her mind raced with chaotic thoughts, she suddenly saw Lin Bai extend a mischievous hand toward her body. Gu Qinghan's beautiful eyes widened in shock. While she held no particular aversion to Lin Bai, his actions towards her in this state were undeniably beastly. Just as she contemplated voicing this indignation, a pure surge of energy flowed into her body, replenishing her depleted spiritual energy. It was a rejuvenation pill, capable of swiftly restoring her meridians. Remarkably, Lin Bai made no excessive movements, not even brushing against her lips. His calm demeanor struck Gu Qinghan as somewhat unfamiliar. Subsequently, as Gu Qinghan stared in astonishment, Lin Bai adeptly lifted her onto his back. After several centuries, I can scarcely recall what childhood was like. Who would have thought that the little brat who once declared she would marry me would eventually become the frosty beauty intent on my demise? Gu Qinghan's eyes widened. When had she ever claimed she wished to marry him? Yet, this is only natural. After all, it is human nature to aspire for greater heights, and it is entirely normal for someone with talent to look down upon their former peers. Speaking of which, it seems I have yet to receive my rewards. My current strength is merely at the first level of qi refinement. Lin Bai assessed the spiritual energy within him, confirming his suspicions. Within this illusion, he could only wield a modicum of power. However, who is he, a being that surpasses the great emperor in the later stages? How could mere qi refinement compare to an understanding that approaches the realm of perfection? Armed with the experiences of his past life, Lin Bai deftly navigated countless dangers, gliding through the forest with the ease of a fish in water. Alas, scarcely had a quarter of an hour passed when Lin Bai heard the sound of something slicing through the air behind him. Tisk, they're coming. What is coming? Gu Qinghan instinctively turned her head and immediately noticed a talisman descending from the heavens. hurtling towards the two with destructive flames. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Ordinarily, this trial of the heart should stem from memories, and despite possible discrepancies, there shouldn't be such exaggerated deviations. In essence, it serves to assess whether a cultivator, having weathered the trials of time, would repent for past mistakes, or if a once passionate cultivator could still adhere to their original intentions. Yet now, she found herself witnessing Lin Bai, accompanied by her, being attacked by a Foundation establishment talisman within this illusion. This detail was conspicuously absent from her recollections. Realizing this, Gu Qinghan instinctively recalled her time in the Sunset Mountains, only to find that segment of memory inexplicably becoming hazy. However, there was no time for contemplation. For in that fleeting moment of her days, Lin Bai had already thrown her away. Her small frame tumbled through the mountains for a while before finally coming to a halt. She awkwardly spat out the bamboo leaves in her mouth, raised her head, and found that Lin Bai had already been engulfed by the flames. Chapter 77. Who says reincarnation is not a skill? As the fiery glow, reminiscent of a frenzied dance of serpents, dissipated, Lin Bai's figure gradually materialized within Gu Qinghan's field of vision, in stark contrast to his earlier exuberance. Lin Bai's body was now marred by numerous burn marks, and his attire lay in tatters. He knelt on the ground, his left hand firmly pressed against the earth, his knuckles pale from exertion. Yet, even in such a disheveled state, Lin Bai wore an audacious grin upon his face, as if he had not just survived a life-and-death struggle, but had merely participated in a trivial game. After hundreds of years, your methods remain as ruthless as ever, Lin Bai asserted, rising to his feet and gesturing towards the depths of the bamboo growth. To think, you would resort to ambush tactics despite being at the Foundation establishment stage. Master brother, how despicable you have become. Gu Qinghan's eyes widened in disbelief as she followed her body's gaze towards the bamboo thicket. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows, clad in a dark green and black stealth outfit, yet the ethereal visage unmistakably revealed the identity of the individual. It was Lu Chanxing, the master brother of the Xian on Qigong. Gu Qinghan's pupils constricted rapidly. She recognized the person before her all too well. Prior to her ascendance as the holy maiden of Xianhan Qigong, this master brother had been the holy son of their sect. He was known for his integrity and straightforwardness, cherished by all within the sect. However, one day he had inexplicably vanished, and now he appeared in this very place. A wave of dizziness washed over Gu Qinghan, her mind blank with disbelief. How could the master brother, who once cared for her so tenderly, engage in such treacherous ambush? Yet, she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. The illusion before her was conjured from Lin Bai's memories, and unless Lin Bai's recollections could deceive the heavenly shift sacred sect. Yet, no matter how she pondered, Gu Qinghan could not fathom Lin Bai's motive for deception. If this was not a ruse, then what could have driven her master brother to such actions? What had transformed him into his current state? A torrent of questions surged within her, overwhelming her senses. She instinctively reached out to grasp the two figures, yearning for clarity, but alas, this body was beyond her control, leaving her as a mere passive observer. Despicable? Only those who survive are entitled to deem others as such. Lu Changxin's face bore a sinister expression, tinged with surprise. After all, to ambush a chi refining stage practitioner while being at the Foundation establishment stage, without employing any extraordinary treasures, and merely relying on his physical prowess to withstand the attack, was undeniably extraordinary. However, the absolute disparity in strength was an insurmountable chasm. With a cold smirk, Lu Changxing withdrew a talisman from his storage ring, channeling his vital energy, causing the talisman to ignite swiftly. Faced with this terrifying force, Lin Bai did not retreat. Rather, he advanced slowly. Lu Changxin's expression shifted to one of greater intrigue as he scrutinized Lin Bai, remarking, "Oh, you're not fleeing but choosing to approach me? How can you hope to shatter me if you do not come closer? Ah, let us draw nearer." The two swiftly approached, and within a mere 50 paces, they erupted into a full sprint. Lu Changxing violently raised his arm, casting the burning talismans from his hand into the air like celestial maidens scattering flowers. As spiritual energy flowed into them, the talismans traced resplendent arcs in the sky, intertwining to form an impenetrable net that completely sealed off all potential escape routes for Lin Bai. Prepare to receive the fully enveloping Thousand Talisman spell. A sinister grin adorned Lu Chongqing's face as he envisioned Lin Bai's demise. Yet, suddenly, he heard Lin Bai laugh. Due to the borrowed body, he was unable to wield any techniques and could only utilize the talismans in his opponent's possession. How audacious. What? In Lu Chongqing's horrified gaze, Lin Bai pressed his palm against the ground. Then, a radiant light blazed forth. Gu Qinghan was taken aback. What was that light? Could it be a supreme technique? But soon her expression froze, for it was not a technique at all, but the glow of a storage ring. I am indeed a debauched scion. Do you dare to compare wealth with me? As Lin Bai mocked, Gu Qinghan noticed that the emperor bell he had given her during his apology leaped into the air, showering treasures and magnificent sound waves in all directions. Under the influence of these sound waves, the talismans unexpectedly froze in mid-air, unable to advance further. A Taoist artifact fell into Lin Bai's hand, emanating terrifying waves of law. Lu Chongqing's expression shifted. A mere chi refining stage cultivator can wield a Taoist artifact? Surely. You jest. Huh? Have you misunderstood something? Another Taoist artifact landed in Lin Bai's grasp, and he lifted his head, his expression a blend of confidence and madness. I am the most favored heir of the Lin family. Do you comprehend what a royal treasury truly signifies? He bellowed, as the spiritual energy within him surged forth like a volcanic eruption, igniting the two Taoist artifacts and transforming them into streaks of meteors that were hurled violently toward Lu Chongqing. In an instant, a terrifying explosion erupted between them, shockwaves sweeping across the mountains, causing the bamboo grove before them to instantly shrink, visibly engulfed in flames. Gu Qinghan's eyes widened. She felt increasingly unfamiliar with Lin Bai. How could this fellow fight with such reckless abandon? Lu Chongqing harbored the same question, half kneeling on the ground, barely managing to maintain his shield with all his might. Thankfully, Lu Chongqing spat out a mouthful of blood, relieved that Lin Bai was merely a chi refining stage novice. Had his spiritual energy been even slightly higher, the explosive power of the artifacts would have been far more catastrophic. Simultaneously, he cast his gaze toward the swirling dust. Though he was gravely injured, he still possessed foundational cultivation. How could this chi refining stage little brother possibly withstand him? Yet, as the smoke cleared, Lu Chongqing was astounded to find a faint blue shield standing before Lin Bai. Noticing Lu Chongqing's astonishment, Lin Bai chuckled. You do not truly believe that the Lin family, as an immortal lineage, possesses such meager resources, do you? As he spoke, Lin Bai waved his hand, accompanied by the sound of countless weapons embedding themselves into the earth. An array of mystical artifacts materialized before him. A treasury worthy of a king could scarcely be deemed such without thousands of these exquisite treasures. Gu Qinghan's lips twitched involuntarily, her mind drifting back to the time when Tang Shiqi had taken her to a marketplace, where they spent an entire morning merely acquiring a fragment of a mystical artifact. Yet here, Lin Bai seemed to be dispensing them as if from a wholesale supply. Does your Lin family realize how extravagant their heir is? Opposite Lin Bai, the expression of Lu Chongqing abruptly froze, and after a prolonged moment, he finally gritted his teeth and retorted, What nonsense! Relying on your family's wealth signifies no true skill. Lin Bai chuckled. Isn't being born into a fortunate family a skill in itself? Why don't you present these artifacts, then? Is it that you simply lack the desire? Moreover, esteemed ancestor, how can you criticize me? Wasn't it by clinging to the wealth of the Tang family that you established the Xianhanqing Palace in the first place?